After the demise of her cruel husband, she found herself transformed into a young and beautiful widow. Her sole desire was to live a peaceful life with her daughter while engaging in business ventures to earn a modest income to enhance their living conditions. Yet, why were there men incessantly circling around her? She had no intention of remarrying. The moment Huamei was wheeled into the operating room, an unprecedented wave of panic washed over her. She had been diagnosed with a dreadful terminal illness, a brain tumor. The thought of a surgical incision to excise the tumor sent shivers down her spine. Only the attending physician and nurses were by her side. What of her husband, the man she once adored, Xiangdong? He was likely still with that other woman, cherishing the fruits of their love. Huamei's smile was tinged with sorrow. Was this what they called love? Once ablaze with passion, she had severed ties with her family to marry Xiangdong, becoming a woman without a home to return to. Yet, why had the man who vowed to love her for a lifetime strayed to other women and fathered children mere years later? Xiangdong hypocritically assured her that he would never divorce her. What use was this hollow marriage to her? It was only then that Huamei realized her parents had been right all along. She had been blinded by the so-called love, following Xiangdong, who possessed nothing. She was the daughter of a wealthy family, while he was a poor boy. After years of striving together, their circumstances had improved, yet her husband had begun to waver in his affections. He shamelessly attributed his infidelity to her inability to bear children, a truly audacious claim. The most despairing revelation was her diagnosis of a brain tumor. The chances of a successful surgery were a mere 70%, and the very thought of the terrifying 30% sent chills down her spine. Even though Xiangdong was fully aware that today was the day of her operation, he chose not to appear. Huamei's heart had irrevocably turned cold towards him. As for her parents, how could she dare to seek them out after years of estrangement? What would they say upon her return? Friends? She had no trusted confidants, only a routine of work, cooking, and household chores. Even when Xiangdong spent nights away, she remained dutifully at home. The weight of her loneliness was suffocating. On the frigid operating table, Huamei slowly closed her eyes. This sleep would last a long time. A sharp pain surged through her head upon regaining consciousness. Was it a post-operative complication? She struggled to open her eyes, but found them stubbornly shut. Perhaps it was best to drift back into slumber. The effects of the anesthesia surely hadn't worn off yet. After what felt like an eternity, a small, slender hand shook her arm. Mama, Mama, wake up. Huamei wished to reply, to clarify that she was not this child's mother, but her voice failed her. At last, she managed to open her eyes, only to be greeted by a dim, unfamiliar ceiling. When had the hospital room transformed into this? The voice of the little girl calling out to her echoed again. Mama, you're awake. A cherubic face, possibly 3 or 4 years old, hovered before her, and Huamei was taken aback. Who was this child? Why did she call her Mama? Glancing around the shabby room, with its wooden bed, window, and toilet, Huamei felt an overwhelming sense of fear at the strangeness of her surroundings. She often indulged in reading time travel novels during her leisure, but was this truly the fabled experience of traversing time? Huamei surveyed her unfamiliar, coarse cloth dress and realized she inhabited a completely foreign body. She had indeed traveled through time. Fainting, the little girl burst into tears. Grandma, come quickly. Mama has fainted again. Her shrill scream pierced through the entire room. Yet, Huamei could not hear it anymore. In a daze, a bitter concoction was forced down her throat. Coughing it out, she opened her eyes again. This time, she saw a woman, perhaps in her 30s, dressed in a simple gown, slightly better than her own attire. The woman's features were tolerable, yet her slightly raised eyebrows exuded an air of sharpness and ferocity. Beside her stood a girl, around 12 or 13, whose resemblance to the woman was undeniable, confirming their relationship as mother and daughter. Huamei resolved to remain silent in this unfamiliar environment. It was prudent to speak less. The woman sneered, "Oh, finally awake. You made me call for the doctor and spend money on medicine for you, you little wretch. Hurry up. There's a mountain of chores awaiting you as the daughter-in-law. Are you going to make me do it all?" Huamei was at a loss for words. This so-called mother-in-law could not be much older than herself. Unfortunately, she had no grasp of the era or location she had entered. She could only ascertain that she had taken over the body of a young woman with a 3 or 4-year-old daughter and a fierce mother-in-law, along with a sister-in-law. That was all she knew for now. As for the name and appearance of this body, she was entirely in the dark. What on earth was she to do? After tossing a few remarks, the woman left with her daughter. Huamei attempted to rise from the bed. Relieved to see her normal feet, she had always feared the ancient custom of foot binding. In the room, there was only a makeshift dressing table with a small, cloudy bronze mirror. As she stood, a jolt of pain shot through her leg. The agony extended from her calf, a fiery sensation that forced a cry from her lips. Huamei rolled up her pant leg, only to be frozen in shock. Her pale, slender leg bore the marks of brutal beatings, now scarred and ghastly. Could the owner of this body have been beaten to death, allowing her spirit to inhabit it? Huamei speculated. She had been on the operating table for surgery, yet here she was in a strange place, transformed into an entirely different woman. Clearly, her operation had failed, and for reasons unknown, her spirit had not been claimed by the afterlife but instead transported to the ancient past. What manner of place was this? Huamei scrutinized the room again, its sparse furnishings revealing little about its time period. However, it was evident that it was not the Qin dynasty, which was often romanticized in time travel tales. It must belong to an even earlier era. The woman who claimed to be her mother-in-law spoke with a dialect reminiscent of the Jiangnan region, yet she understood it effortlessly. Would her speech betray the fact that the original owner of this body had been replaced? Huamei tentatively uttered, Huamei. The sound startled her. It was not her voice. Her own voice was typically deeper, while this one was sweet and gentle. Suppressing the pain, she approached the antiquated dressing table and picked up the bronze mirror. The reflection was dim compared to modern mirrors, yet it revealed enough to discern her appearance. Staring into the mirror, Huamei found herself gazing at a gaunt young woman of about 20, with delicate eyebrows, a petite nose, and pleasing features, albeit pallid and sickly. Her own beauty was notable, yet this new face, while pleasant, appeared malnourished. The dismal living conditions were evident. Coupled with the scars on her legs, Huamei concluded that the owner of this body had indeed been a victim of abuse. With that fearsome mother-in-law, it seemed her days ahead would be fraught with difficulty. Huamei let out a deep sigh. Why is it that one's fate always seems so dismal? Having encountered a man who does not cherish her, the 3 years of marriage have led to a mere facade of harmony, only to be shattered when her husband strayed into the arms of another woman. Longing for a divorce to start anew, she is instead confronted with a terminal illness. The success rate of her surgery stands at 70%, yet she finds herself among the 30% who face failure. Reflecting upon her life is indeed a lamentable and tragic affair. Why was she not granted a more favorable existence? Why did she find herself inhabiting the life of such a sorrowful woman? Then there is the daughter. As she considers the small girl, her heart suddenly softens. Ah, child, for so many years she had yearned for pregnancy, and now, quite unexpectedly, she has given birth to a daughter. With renewed spirit, she reassures herself. Since she is alive, she might as well make the best of it. After all, she was already dead in essence thus. These days are a gift, and she shall endeavor to live in this unfamiliar place. The door creaked open, and a tiny head peeked inside. The little girl timidly called out, Mother. In an instant, Huamei's maternal instincts surged forth, and she extended her arms for the girl to come closer. The child stumbled into her embrace. Huamei gasped in pain as the girl collided with her leg, and oddly, her waist ached as well. Was it possible that every part of her body bore marks like her leg? Contemplating this possibility, Huamei furrowed her brow, a wave of inexplicable anger rising within her. Who could have inflicted such harm upon this frail woman? Who could be so cruel as to beat her to the point of injury? Could it be that wicked mother-in-law? Huamei speculated that woman appeared fierce and formidable, certainly not a benign presence. Yet it seemed unlikely. Such severe injuries seemed beyond the capacity of a woman. If it were the hand of a man, then who could it be? Surely, it wasn't this Boda's husband, was it? The thought brought her sorrow, both for this body and for herself. A woman entrusts her happiness to a man, a truth that has endured through the ages. Should she find a virtuous partner, her life may be filled with joy. Yet, if she is saddled with a worthless husband, she is destined for a lifetime of suffering. The little girl, noticing her mother's distress, frowned and asked, Mother, does it hurt? Wainer will blow on it, and it will feel better. As she spoke, she pouted adorably. Suppressing her pain, Huamei caressed Wainer's cherubic face. Is your name Wainer? Well, lovely name. Wainer looked astonished. Mother, your words are so strange I can't understand. Isn't Wainer the name you gave me? Why does it seem like you don't know? Huamei felt she had misspoken and quickly covered. Wainer, Mother just woke up and has a headache. There are many things I can't quite remember. Could you tell me a little about them? Huamei hoped to glean some information about the identity of this body, at the very least to know the surname and given name. Unfortunately, Weiner replied, "Mother is just mother, that's what I call you." Huamei patiently explained, "Weiner, your name is indeed Weiner, but mother must also have a name. How does your grandmother usually address mother?" Weiner pouted, "Grandmother calls you little vixen. Is it your name, mother?" Hua Mei was taken aback. How could a mother-in-law refer to her daughter-in-law in such a derogatory manner? Suddenly, Weiner exclaimed, "Oh, father calls you dead woman. Perhaps that is your name." Hua Mei could not help but chuckle at the child's innocent remarks, while simultaneously feeling deep sympathy for this body. There was no need to investigate further. The mere mention of those two titles revealed the lowly status this body held within her family. With a deep sigh, Hua Mei felt a flicker of relief in having such a delightful daughter. She began to converse with little Weiner, who, despite her tender age, spoke with remarkable clarity. However, as a child, she offered little useful information. Yet, Hua Mei found herself intrigued by Weiner's mention of father. What manner of man could this so-called husband be? Weiner expressed fear as she spoke of him. "Mother, why is father always so fierce? I'm so afraid of him." Hua Mei held the small girl close, her heart aching for the child. What sort of man could be so harsh to his own offspring? Why should a child be so afraid of her father? While contemplating this, the door was kicked open with a loud bang. Hua Mei looked up in astonishment to see a clean-shaven young man, reeking of alcohol, who appeared to be around 20 years old, clad in a gray long robe typical of scholars. His features were relatively handsome, albeit slightly disheveled. Upon noticing Hua Mei sitting up, he was momentarily taken aback, then laughed, "Wife, you've actually gotten out of bed. I thought you'd be bedridden for another 10 days or so. Now that you're up, bring me some silver from your dowry box. I need it for my outing." His brazen tone was as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Hua Mei pondered silently. It seems that this is the husband of this body. No, from this moment onward, he is her husband. Noticing Hua Mei's immobility, the man grew impatient. "Did you hear me? I said to bring the silver. Do you want to be punished?" Hua Mei's heart sank. It was indeed this man who had caused her injuries. The man approached with a cynical smile. "Open a box, quickly." Hua Mei struggled to maintain her composure. "My injuries have not yet healed. You may retrieve it yourself." To her dismay, her simple words ignited his fury. "You wretched woman, who told you to refer to yourself as I? Do you truly believe that your few days of education grant you the right to disregard me? I shall take this matter up with your father and see what kind of daughter he has raised." Hua Mei quickly realized that her address had offended him. But what should she call herself instead? Servant or concubine? In this wretched era, women are denied even the right to refer to themselves as I. Hua Mei felt a surge of indignation and tentatively said, "I apologize, husband. I was confused upon waking. Please do not take offense." The man scoffed, "Qin Huamei, you enter my household as my wife. I am your husband and your sky. Do not speak of your dowry silver as if it belongs to you. I can sell you if I wish. Open the box now." From his harsh words, Hua Mei quickly discerned several conclusions. First, this body is named Qin Huamei. While she was uncertain about the characters for Huamei, the phonetics seemed to align with her own name, which brought her some comfort. At least when called by her name, she would not be mistaken for another. Second, this man treated Qin Huamei poorly and often took her dowry for his own use. Third, the dowry box is locked, with the key in Qin Huamei's possession. Lastly, Hua Mei surmised that the beatings were linked to the dowry silver. Could it be that Qin Huamei was beaten because she refused to give him the silver? A surge of anger welled up within Hua Mei. How could such a detestable man exist in this world? She resolved not to suffer this injustice until she understood the situation. He could take the silver. The pressing issue was that she did not even know where the key was. "Husband, I am unwell and unable to move. Please, could you open the box yourself?" Hua Mei suggested tentatively. The man retorted angrily, "You wretched woman, if I knew where the key was, would I ask you to open the box?" Hua Mei despaired. What was she to do now? To continue speaking would undoubtedly reveal the truth, for one cannot simply claim ignorance regarding the whereabouts of the key. Xiaowan tugged at Wang Ai's sleeve, inquiring, "Mother, is this key hanging around my neck yours?" Upon closer inspection, Hua Mei indeed found an ancient copper key adorning her daughter's neck. A man strode over, rudely snatching the key from Xiaowan's neck. Xiaowan cried out in pain, "Father, you hurt me." The man feigned ignorance, taking the key to unlock a large wooden chest. He rummaged through its contents until, after some time, he finally unearthed a small wooden box. Upon opening it, he discovered a handful of scattered silver coins and copper cash. Ecstatic, he pocketed the silver entirely before discarding the key and departing with a swagger. As the door slammed shut with a resounding thud, Huamei's taut heart finally began to relax. She first turned to comfort Xiaowan, asking, "Does your neck still hurt, dear?" With tears glistening in her eyes, Xiaowan replied, "Mother, it no longer hurts." Huamei's heart ached with compassion as she embraced her daughter, momentarily disregarding her own pain, solely focused on providing solace to the wretched child. Historically, society has favored sons over daughters. It seemed evident that Xiaowan had not received an abundance of affection. This wretched man dared to treat his own daughter in such a manner. Truly, it was beyond comprehension. Huamei, typically not one to utter profanities, couldn't help but mentally berate this man, whose name remained unknown to her, with a few choice words. What a despicable brute. It appeared that there existed men even more contemptible than Xiang Dong. Though Xiang Dong's affection for her had waned as he cavorted with other women, it had yet to escalate to physical violence. Her own misfortunes had been sufficient, having endured numerous grievances in the modern world. Culminating in a terminal illness and a failed surgery, she now found herself in the clutches of such an unsatisfactory husband. The prospects of her future life appeared bleak indeed. Chapter 3. The Nightingale. The box was in disarray, clothes strewn haphazardly across the floor. Huamei sighed and slowly walked over to tidy up the mess. Wan Er followed suit, noticing her mother's sluggish movements, and quickly said, "Mother, let me help you." As she spoke, she picked up a garment and handed it to Huamei. Huamei affectionately patted little Wan Er's head, her heart brimming with love for her daughter. "Little Wan Er, your mother has passed away. From this day forth, allow me to be your mother. I shall cherish you dearly." Once the clothes were somewhat organized, Huamei picked up the wooden box that contained scattered silver coins. The silver was all gone, leaving only a handful of copper coins. Uncertain about the value of these coins, Huamei decided to hide them elsewhere. She spotted a ceramic jar beneath the bed, tossed the coins inside, and then shoved the jar back under the bed. She felt a sense of relief wash over her. It was evident that this husband of hers was aware that the box contained money. Once he depleted what he had on hand, he would undoubtedly come back for more. If she did not stash some away, she feared he would take everything. No matter the circumstances, having a little money was comforting. Turning her attention back to the small wooden box, she noticed it had 3 layers. The first layer contained silver and copper coins. The second held some jewelry. The jewelry appeared quite modest, consisting of a few silver hairpins and pairs of silver earrings, with not a gold piece in sight. What could possibly be in the third layer? Curiosity piqued. Huamei opened it, revealing a sheet of paper. Upon extracting it, she discovered it was written in traditional characters. Fortunately, Huamei had studied classical literature in university and had some familiarity with traditional script. While her writing skills were lacking, she could certainly read it. To her astonishment, it turned out to be a marriage certificate. This revelation provided her with crucial information. She was now called Qin Huamei, while her husband was named Lu Shuhua. Lu Shuhua? What a splendid name to waste. She should now be called Huamei. Delicately returning the marriage certificate to its place, she realized that this thin sheet of paper served as an ancient marriage certificate, which explained its cherished position in the third layer. The clothing within the box also revealed much about Huamei's living conditions. She had often seen luxurious silks and satins on television and assumed that ancient people wore such ethereal garments. Now, she understood that the attire of the impoverished was far more humble, dull, rough fabric, resembling coarse linen skirts. Wait a minute, how could there be such fine material here? Huamei inadvertently caught sight of a piece of satin-like fabric at the bottom of the box, a dark crimson adorned with patterns, heavy and smooth to the touch. Unfolding it revealed vibrant colors, stunningly beautiful. However, it was merely a piece of fabric, not yet fashioned into clothing. Could it possibly be part of Huamei's dowry? In ancient times, it was customary for daughters to be given a dowry, which included all necessities for living, and families of means would even provide businesses for their daughters to ensure they wouldn't suffer after marriage. Huamei caressed the fabric, filled with emotion. It had yet to be made into a new garment, indicating that the previous owner must have treasured it greatly. Before she could fold the fabric and return it to the box, the door creaked open again. The young girl who had entered with her mother moments ago stepped inside. "Sister-in-law, mother asked you to come out for dinner." At this, Huamei realized her stomach was growling with hunger. Nodding, she prepared to take Wan Er with her for the meal. As she reached the doorway, she noticed her sister-in-law, still standing motionless, her gaze fixated on the piece of fabric. Frowning, Huamei regretted not knowing this girl's name. Aren't you going to eat? After a long pause, the girl reluctantly turned to her and said, I'll be right there. Huamei feigned discomfort, deliberately trailing behind, allowing the girl to lead the way while she surveyed the home. Compared to the grand residences she had seen on television, this place was modest, consisting of only a few rooms and a small courtyard. The room she had just occupied appeared to be the bedroom. Exiting and passing one of the rooms, they arrived at the dining area. A simple square table and a few stools were all that adorned the space. Her mother-in-law was already seated there, and to Huamei's surprise, beside her sat a boy of about 14 or 15 years of age. The boy bore a resemblance to Liu Shuhua, yet with an added touch of delicacy. He was likely Liu Shuhua's younger brother, her own uncle. Huamei was uncertain if there were any seating customs at mealtime, and after a moment of hesitation, she did not know where to sit. Wan-Er obediently took a seat on one of the stools and called out, Mother, come sit here. Relieved, Huamei slowly made her way to sit beside Wan-Er. It wasn't that she wished to move slowly. Her entire body ached, and each step was a painful ordeal. However, her mother-in-law misinterpreted her sluggishness and frowned. Why are you moving so slowly? Hurry up. Wan-Er quickly interjected. Grandmother, my mother is unwell and it hurts her to walk. Despite her seemingly harsh demeanor, the mother-in-law had a fondness for her granddaughter and ceased her reprimands, though her gaze towards Huamei remained skeptical. Belloc seemed to say, Stop pretending. Huamei could only smile bitterly within, but she eventually settled onto the stool. The meal laid before them was dismally simple, a few steamed buns accompanied by a dish of homemade pickled vegetables, with a bowl of glistening rice porridge reflecting their images. Although Wan-Er was young, she was remarkably swift, not needing anyone's assistance as she began to eat. Huamei took a sip of porridge, only to grimace at its lackluster flavor. She could prepare something far superior. As soon as Huamei frowned, her mother-in-law immediately scowled. What? Are you dissatisfied with my cooking? She barked, slamming her chopsticks onto the table. Before Huamei could respond, she continued her tirade. You've only been beaten by Shuhua a few times and have spent 3 days lying in bed. I've taken care of everything around here. Don't you feel any shame as a daughter-in-law? Anger surged within Huamei. It was true that she had been bedridden for 3 days due to that so-called husband's violence. Had her soul not traversed time, this pitiful woman would have perished long ago. No, it would be more accurate to say that she had already passed away. The owner of this body was now her. Huamei retorted, What shame should a daughter-in-law feel? The one who should feel shame is the husband. That despicable man actually strikes his wife, and so brutally too. It's utterly detestable. Her mother-in-law, taken aback by the normally docile and timid daughter-in-law daring to speak back, stood up in outrage. You dare to argue with me? This is unacceptable. You shall not eat tonight. Go back to your room. No matter how hungry she was, Huamei could not swallow this insult. What kind of world was this? A husband could freely beat his wife, and a mother-in-law could punish her daughter-in-law at will. Was this truly the lamentable life of women in ancient times? Rising from the table, Huamei found herself weak and in pain. As she stood, the room spun, and within moments, she collapsed back into her chair. Her mother-in-law continued to scold her, but her sister-in-law interjected, Mother, I think sister-in-law has fainted again. With a huff, the mother-in-law replied, That little wretch always plays the delicate flower, as if she is a high-born lady just because she has read a few more books. Can I say a few words? Ignore her. Let us eat. The young boy could no longer remain silent. Frowning, he said, Mother, perhaps we should check on sister-in-law. If she has fainted, it would be wise to summon a doctor. The mother-in-law was clearly displeased. She lay in bed for days without doing anything, and we already called a doctor to treat her. It cost a pretty penny. If we call a doctor again, how much will that cost? I think it's best to let her rest in bed a bit longer. Yu-He, help your sister-in-law back to her room. Huamei, merely feeling weak from frustration, had not truly fainted. She overheard their conversation. A slight fondness began to blossom for her young uncle, and she finally learned her sister-in-law's name, Liu Yu-He. With great effort, Huamei managed to speak. No need, I can return to my room by myself. As she contemplated rising, Wan-Er gently tugged at her sleeve, saying, Mother, please eat something. You haven't had a meal in 3 days. Indeed, fainting on the bed, she had only taken medicine, leaving no opportunity to eat. It was no wonder her stomach felt so ravenous. Huamei hesitated, thinking it perhaps better to endure the loss in front of her and swallow her pride. It was wise to fill her belly before addressing other matters. Quietly, She lifted the bowl and consumed the lukewarm porridge. The coarse steamed buns were somewhat unpalatable, causing Huamei, accustomed to fine delicacies, to frown inwardly. Truly, the food lacked flavor. Had she not been so hungry, she might have found it impossible to eat it all. After managing to eat 2 buns and finish a bowl of thin porridge, Huamei finally stilled her hunger for the moment and set down her chopsticks. Lu Yueha cast a glance at Huamei and turned to her mother, saying, "Mother, I saw a beautiful piece of fabric in sister-in-law's room. If made into clothing, it would surely be lovely." The mother-in-law responded with an "oh," and immediately directed her gaze toward Huamei, taking her words at face value. Huamei lowered her head to assist Waner with her meal. Surely, that fabric must be Huamei's cherished possession. She could never part with it to make clothing for another. The mother-in-law, with an air of entitlement, remarked, "You should give the fabric to Yueha. She hasn't had any new clothes in quite some time." Huamei remained silent. The mother-in-law raised her voice. "Did you hear what I said?" Huamei raised an eyebrow. "I heard you, but that fabric is part of my dowry. How can I give it to Yueha for her clothing?" Strangely enough, her accent had unconsciously shifted to match theirs, which eased Huamei's worries. It seemed she would not be discovered as an imposter for the time being. By mimicking their tones and habits, even Huamei felt her speech was quite convincing. With little flaw, the mother-in-law, now visibly irritated, retorted, "Since you have married into the Liu family, everything naturally belongs to the Liu family. I am merely speaking kindly. Do not be ungrateful. Let me see that fabric. I will retrieve it for you." Yueha, beaming with delight, led her mother away to inspect the fabric. Huamei felt a strong urge to pull them both back. This was truly excessive, but upon reflection, it was merely a piece of fabric, hardly worth inciting conflict with that overbearing mother-in-law. In the end, would she not be the one to suffer, being in an unfamiliar environment? She was still unaware of many circumstances. It was wiser to bide her time and understand the situation first. Worriedly, Waner observed Huamei's complex expression. "Mother, are you very angry?" Huamei shook her head. "Waner, Mother is not angry. You can have that piece of fabric for your aunt." Huamei resolved to first ascertain the dynamics here. She attempted to engage her seemingly normal brother-in-law in conversation. "Have you eaten?" The youth rolled his eyes. "Sister-in-law, I've already put down my chopsticks. So of course I have eaten. Your question is rather strange. Have you been lying in bed for days, and now your mind is muddled?" Huamei was taken aback. She had initially thought this seemingly gentle brother-in-law would be amiable, only to find his tone so harsh. Indeed, a family's temperament often reflects the household. And with such a mother-in-law and husband, how could one expect much from the brother-in-law? Waner possessed a lovely disposition, seemingly taking after her mother. The young man tossed down his chopsticks and left. Huamei struggled to rise, preparing to return to her room with Waner. Upon entering, she found her mother-in-law and sister-in-law engrossed in examining the fabric. The mother-in-law expressed her fondness for it, suggesting to her daughter, "Yueha, how about I make you a cotton jacket from this fabric?" Yueha eagerly nodded in agreement. Huamei felt helpless as the two ignored her presence in their conversation, thinking it best to swiftly take the fabric while they were distracted. Her husband had already taken her private savings, and now this mother-in-law was attempting to forcibly claim her fabric. Truly, the two were cut from the same cloth. Waner, a bit discontent, spoke up. "Grandma, that fabric belongs to my mother. Why are you making clothes for Aunt?" The mother-in-law paused, then smiled and explained, "Dearest Waner, the fabric is quite large. How about I make you a new cotton jacket for the new year?" She assumed Waner was envious of her aunt's new attire, being still quite young. Waner quickly cast aside her intention to defend her mother upon hearing she too would receive a new outfit. Huamei could not blame the little girl. On the contrary, she found Waner to be a thoughtful and sweet daughter. However, no matter how endearing she was still just a 3 or 4-year-old child, unable to effect much change. It appeared that this detestable mother-in-law doted on her granddaughter while pampering her own daughter, but clearly held disdain for her daughter-in-law. In modern times, the mother-in-law-daughter-in-law relationship often presents challenges. Huamei had a distant relationship with her mother, marked by mutual respect. However, in ancient times, regardless of the dynasty, mothers-in-law were notoriously difficult for daughters-in-law to serve. Moreover, daughters-in-law could not openly oppose or retort. In this regard, modernity was certainly more favorable. After all, modern couples could choose not to live with their parents. If things became unbearable, they could move out and only visit once a year or so. But what could a wife do in ancient times? She had to serve her mother-in-law diligently until death. Huamei had yet to learn her mother-in-law's name. It had already concluded that she was not an easy person to deal with. It seemed Wanner would be sleeping with her grandmother that night, as she had already walked out with her. Huamei unconsciously called out, "Wanner, why don't you sleep with mother tonight?" The mother-in-law, somewhat surprised, replied, "Do we not say we would wait until you are with child before bringing Wanner back to sleep with you?" Huamei was momentarily taken aback, pondering the rationale behind this statement. It dawned on her that perhaps it was because their first child was a girl, prompting the mother-in-law's urgency for Huamei to conceive a boy to carry on the Liu family name. The thought of having to bear children with that wretched man, Liu Shuhua, sent a shiver down her spine. No, that simply would not do. Such a man was hardly a suitable partner for a lifetime. She needed to find a way to rid herself of him. If divorce was not an option, then perhaps she could devise a means for him to cast her aside. Huamei fabricated an excuse, but, "Dear husband took some loose silver from my chest and is unlikely to return tonight. I'm not feeling well, and I would like Wanner to keep me company." In truth, it was simply the discomfort of being in an unfamiliar environment, seeking companionship, even if that companion was just a small child. Upon hearing that Liu Shuhua had taken silver, the mother-in-law immediately retorted with anger. That ungrateful son must be using the silver to gamble again. He lost all the family's money last time, nearly leaving us without food. Now he dares to take your silver to gamble? I am furious. He is bound to ruin this family. Finally, Huamei understood. Her husband was indeed a gambling addict. He had already squandered all their household funds. From the mother-in-law's tone, it was evident she was quite upset with her son's failings. No wonder dinner had been so meager. It was all due to Liu Shuhua's actions. After venting her frustrations, the mother-in-law directed her ire towards Huamei. "He asked you for silver. Why did you give it to him? You could have bought rice with that money instead. He will likely lose it all again." Huamei pleaded innocently, "Mother, you cannot blame me. He said if I did not give him the silver, he would beat me again. If I were to be beaten once more, it is likely I would not survive for Wanner." The mother-in-law clearly knew her son's character well. She stomped her foot and took her daughter, Liu Yueha, away. Wanner, thrilled to be able to sleep with her mother, rushed over. "Mother." She inadvertently brushed against Huamei's injury, and Huamei stifled a cry, fearing it would alarm Wanner. Wanner sported two adorable little buns atop her head. Huamei untangled her hair, realizing that styling the child's locks was quite simple. She estimated that she would be able to braid Wanner's hair again the following day, and thus she felt at ease to let Wanner's hair fall free. She then helped Wanner out of her clothes and tucked her into bed. Gazing into Wanner's bright, twinkling eyes, Huamei felt an indescribable affection. Despite being married to Xiangdong for many years without having children, a lingering regret resided in Huamei's heart. Yet now, she found herself with a lovely daughter without the trials of pregnancy or childbirth. How splendid! Chapter 5. The Big Bad Wolf and the Little White Rabbit. Huamei used a wooden comb to smooth Wanner's hair, conversing with her. "Wanner, shall I tell you a story?" In an age devoid of television and computers, she pondered what entertainment children enjoyed at this time. Wanner joyfully replied, "Mother, I love stories the most. Please tell me a story." What story to share? After a moment of contemplation, Huamei casually chose a well-known fairy tale. "I shall tell you the tale of the Big Bad Wolf and the Little White Rabbit. Once upon a time, there was a ferocious big bad wolf." Wanner interjected, "Mother, can you tell me what a big bad wolf is?" What a thoughtful question. Huamei hesitated, unsure how to explain an animal that a child ought to know. Could it be that the big bad wolf was a creature that emerged only later, non-existent in ancient times? Surely wolves have existed since time immemorial. Or perhaps ancient people never spun tales about wolves for children. Ah, what a perplexing conundrum. Wanner pressed on. "Mother, you still haven't told me what a big bad wolf is." Huamei devised a child-friendly explanation. "The big bad wolf is a very fierce animal that preys on smaller creatures." Wanner's eyes brightened with understanding, and she asked, "What does the big bad wolf look like?" This was a question Huamei could easily answer, having grown up reading countless fairy tales. "Well, the big bad wolf has a long, thick tail and sharp teeth. It looks quite terrifying and fierce." Wanner lay in bed, captivated, and began to inquire further. "Mother, is the big bad wolf fiercer than my father?" In Wanner's mind, her easily irritable father, Liu Shuhai, was the fiercest of all. Thus, upon hearing of something terrifying, her thoughts naturally wandered to her father. Huamei chuckled softly. "Yes, is fiercer than your father." She mused to herself. "The big bad wolf devours little rabbits, while your father is fond of gambling and mistreating his wife. Neither is particularly virtuous. However, in front of the child, it was best to refrain from disparaging Lu Shuhai. Children are innocent. One wouldn't want them to echo such sentiments in public one day. Continuing, she began to narrate the tale of the beloved little white rabbit. Wanner interrupted again. Mother, I have never seen a little white rabbit. Is it really white? Huamei smiled, kissing Wanner gently on the forehead. You are so clever, Wanner. The little white rabbit is indeed white, with soft fur that feels smooth and pleasant. It is a very cute little creature. Desire sparkled in Wanner's eyes. I truly wish to have such a little white rabbit. Huamei comforted her. Mother will buy you one in the future, all right? Now, let us continue with our story. One day, the big bad wolf disguised himself as the little white rabbit's grandmother and approached the door while the little white rabbit's mother was away. As she narrated, Wanner asked questions, such as how the big bad wolf could impersonate the little white rabbit's grandmother and why the little white rabbit sang. Huamei found herself nearly overwhelmed by Wanner's curiosity. It seemed that communicating with children in ancient times posed a significant challenge. Wanner, at such a tender age, likely had never received formal education, but was bursting with inquisitiveness, probing into every detail. Huamei, lacking experience with children, found conversing with Wanner both entertaining and refreshing. After a while, Wanner yawned. Huamei soothed her to sleep. Wanner murmured, Mother, will you tell me a story every night? Huamei gently agreed, stroking Wanner's head as she watched her drift into a sweet slumber. Unsure of the time, as she had neither a watch nor a phone, Huamei wondered how people in this era kept track of hours. Looking out the window, she noted that the sky had turned dark. It must be around 8 o'clock, she guessed. Yet, Huamei still felt discomfort throughout her body, and a faint odor seemed to emanate from her, as she realized she had not bathed in days. She longed for a bath, but had no idea where to procure hot water. After covering Wanner with a blanket, she curiously stepped out of the room. It was night, and aside from one room dimly lit by an oil lamp, the others were shrouded in darkness. It appeared that life, in ancient times, was rather monotonous, with early bedtimes due to the absence of television or computers. She wondered who might reside in the room with the light. As she contemplated, she quietly approached. Before she could knock, the door swung open, revealing her young uncle, a delicate-looking youth. Upon seeing his sister-in-law, he frowned. Sister-in-law, why are you standing outside my window so late? His tone suggested a desire to avoid any impropriety. Huamei felt an urge to roll her eyes, thinking, what a sanctimonious little boy. What could I possibly want from you? Surely not a heart-to-heart conversation? However, she decided against such an ungracious gesture, opting instead for subtlety. Do you know where I might find hot water? I'm feeling unwell and wish to warm some water. The young man regarded her with a curious expression, making Huamei feel slightly embarrassed. Oh dear, how could she have asked such a foolish question? After all, she had been a daughter-in-law of the Liu family for several years. How could she not know where the kitchen was? Just as she contemplated offering a clarification, the youth replied, Sister-in-law, your question is rather strange. You can only boil water in the kitchen. Surely, you know where it is? The last part was laced with a hint of mockery. Huamei felt an itch of annoyance. What a disagreeable young boy. Reluctantly, she answered, I naturally know, and I will go shortly. Why are you still awake at this hour? You should hurry to bed. After that, she figured no one would notice her antics in the kitchen. Who knows what that kitchen looks like, and whether she could even use it? The youth's lips curled with a hint of skepticism. Sister-in-law, Yinsheng has been diligently studying, preparing for the provincial examination next year. Surely you haven't forgotten? So, the young man's name was Yinsheng. Liu Yinsheng, a truly lovely name. However, this was hardly the moment for flattery. Huamei needed to respond to Liu Yinsheng's inquiry while grappling for a suitable excuse. She lamented to herself, having read countless time travel novels. Characters always seem to arrive in a new world and receive explanations about their surroundings. Why was she left in the dark? Yinsheng patiently awaited her response. Huamei finally explained, I've been in a stupor for several days. Upon waking today, I felt dizzy and unwell, as though many things were muddled in my mind. Yinsheng's gaze softened with sympathy. Sister-in-law, you weren't struck on the head by my elder brother, were you? You must take care of yourself. Allow me to escort you to the kitchen. To Huamei's surprise, Yinsheng offered to guide her to the kitchen. She felt a surge of delight. This sharp-tongued young boy was not entirely unkind. Indeed, he seemed to be one of the more amiable members of the family. Yinsheng took an oil lamp and led Huamei into the kitchen. The modest lamp illuminated the small space. Huamei took the opportunity to survey the so-called kitchen, realizing she had no idea how to operate these archaic cooking utensils. In a modern world, she was accustomed to using electric stoves, microwaves, and rice cookers. What on earth were these implements? After much contemplation, Huamei determined that the dark, grimy structure was indeed the stove. Upon it sat a large pot, quite ample enough to prepare meals for a dozen people or more. Yet, how was one to use such a stove? Huamei felt utterly at a loss. Yunsheng observed her for a while, and, seeing her stand frozen in indecision, found it peculiar. Sister-in-law, aren't you supposed to be boiling water? Why aren't you getting started? Have you truly forgotten how to boil water? Huamei forced a smile and replied, Yunsheng, my entire body aches. I can't even squat down. Would you mind boiling some hot water for me? She hoped to invoke his sympathy, uncertain if this young boy would fall for her plea. Reluctantly, Yunsheng retorted, what kind of 7-foot man cooks and boils water? I have aspirations of achieving greatness. It appeared that in ancient times, men were not meant to approach the kitchen. As the saying goes, a gentleman should keep his distance from the kitchen. Chapter 6. In the Dream with No Other Choice. Huamei turned to the rather taciturn boy and implored, Yunsheng, I beg you. My body truly hurts. Please help me boil some hot water just this once. I promise not to tell anyone. In the dim light, her face appeared even more delicate and appealing. Yunsheng's heart softened, yet he maintained a stern demeanor as he cautioned her. Just this once, mind you, and do not tell my mother. His latter remark came from a place of goodwill, for if their mother were to find out, it would surely be Huamei who faced the reprimand. Huamei understood this well and began to develop a fondness for the boy, despite his brusque manner. It seemed that Yunsheng's character was quite decent. Even if his words lacked charm, he was fundamentally good-hearted. Huamei readily agreed. Yunsheng first fetched some water from the cistern to fill the pot, then perched himself on a small stool behind the stove, grasping a handful of straw. With a flint, he ignited the straw and placed it beneath the pot to heat the water. As the straw burned low, he added more from the side. It appeared that Yunsheng was not particularly adept at these tasks, as he too fumbled about. In no time, steam began to rise from the pot. Huamei watched closely, not daring to blink. She thought to herself that now she had a live demonstration and must learn diligently. Since she would be living in this environment, mastering essential life skills was imperative. Excuses about head injuries rendering her forgetful would only deceive naive young boys. Should that old woman hear such tales, trouble would surely follow. Huamei resolved to proceed with caution, ensuring that her peculiarities remained concealed. In this superstitious and feudal society, should anyone discover her to be a time traveler, the gallows would likely await her. Yunsheng stood up, ladled the hot water into a wooden bucket, and said to Huamei, sister-in-law, I will carry the hot water to the doorway, but from there, you must take the bucket inside yourself. As a younger cousin, he could not simply enter the elder sister-in-law's room. It was a significant taboo. Huamei was already grateful for his assistance. Holding the oil lamp carefully to protect the small flame, she watched as Yunsheng carried the bucket to the door before retreating to his own room. Summoning all her strength, Huamei finally managed to bring the bucket inside. The room contained a sizable wooden basin, large enough for a person to sit in, presumably for bathing. After some effort, she managed to unfasten her clothing. As her garments fell away, the scars covering her skin became glaringly apparent. White skin marred by numerous wounds, both old and new. The fresh marks were undoubtedly from the beating she had endured days prior. Yet, the origin of the older scars remained a mystery. Huamei could almost ascertain that this body had suffered considerable domestic violence. Lu Shuhai, is this how you treat your wife? Huamei's heart trembled at the thought. What kind of life have you led, Huamei? She fetched a towel, poured the water from the bucket into the basin, and began to gently wipe her body with a warm, damp cloth. She had intended to indulge in a full bath, but then consider the consequences should her husband return unexpectedly. If he were to catch her bathing, the implications would be dire. She had no desire for any physical contact with such a man. She needed to devise a plan. After wiping herself down, Huamei washed her long hair, using an item from the dressing table that resembled a comb. It would surely suffice for cleansing her tresses. Once her hair was washed, she finally exhaled in relief, feeling considerably more comfortable. Dressed in a garment akin to a corset, she rummaged through the chest for clean clothing to change into. After disposing of the water from the basin outside, she placed the soiled clothes inside. As for washing the garments, she would postpone that task until tomorrow. Using a wrung-out towel, she repeatedly dried her hair until it was half dry before finally pausing. Exhausted from her efforts, Huamei lay down beside Wan, and before long, she drifted into a deep slumber. Huamei experienced an extraordinarily long dream. In her dream, she floated aimlessly for what seemed like an eternity. All around her was a vast expanse of white. Where on earth was this place? As she focused her gaze, it became evident that she was back in the operating room where she had undergone surgery. How had she returned? Could it be that her spirit had traversed back? Yet, something felt amiss. When she reached out, her hand passed through the air, unable to touch anything. Was she truly but a wisp of a ghost? Who was the woman lying on the operating table? As her thoughts crystallized, she found herself hovering above the table, gazing down at the woman who lay there, serene yet devoid of life. Had she truly died? A sense of bewilderment enveloped Huamei. Staring at the familiar face and form, she was overwhelmed with emotion. She longed to reach out and touch it, yet when she extended her hand, she found nothingness. She wished to weep, but no tears would come. Two nurses nearby whispered amongst themselves, "This woman, Huamei, is truly unfortunate. Not a single visitor to see her." They called her husband, but he is yet to arrive. Upon hearing this, Huamei's heart swelled with conflicting emotions. "Xiangdong, do you not even wish to see me one last time? After 7 years of marriage, has all affection faded away?" Just then, she heard a familiar voice calling, "Xiaomei, Xiaomei." Huamei opened her eyes wide. To her astonishment, it was her parents who had come. Witnessing their tear-streaked faces, she felt a profound regret for her inability to shed tears. How misguided she had been, allowing a man to drive a wedge between her and her parents. What anguish she had caused them. Now, it seemed, they were destined to bury their daughter. As a daughter, she must be the most unfilial of them all. "I'm so sorry, Mom and Dad." She longed to tell them that she had not truly died, that she was alive in another time and place. This time, she vowed to live for herself. She would no longer shed tears for any man. Huamei silently made this promise. Just as she prepared to drift away, she finally spotted the tardy Xiangdong. "Will you mourn my passing?" She wondered as she watched him approach the operating table with indifference, devoid of any sign of sorrow. Instead, he argued impatiently with her parents before leaving resolutely. In that moment, Huamei's heart shattered. From then on, she resolved never to think of this man again. What had he ever given her aside from pain? 7 years ago, she had left her home for love, enduring hardship by his side. Yet, barely 3 years in, when life began to improve, he turned his attention elsewhere. Did he ever consider the anguish she felt while waiting for his return? "You have fathered a child with another woman. Have you ever considered the depths of my anguish? It appears my life is a tapestry of failures. My love, my marriage, all have crumbled. I vow never to seek love again in this lifetime. I resolve never to place my trust in any man again." Closing her eyes, Huamei felt as though her spirit had soared once more. Perhaps what she witnessed was indeed the scene of her own demise. From this moment forth, there shall be no more Huamei in this world, only the ancient spirit of the songbird. Chapter 7. Morning light. A slender beam of sunlight filtered through the window as Huamei slowly awakened. Upon opening her eyes, a sense of disorientation enveloped her, leaving her uncertain of her surroundings. Was last night merely a dream, or had her soul truly drifted back to witness the aftermath of her own death? This conundrum had become an enigma for Huamei. Yet, she resolved to refrain from dwelling on such matters. The past was gone, and living in the present was paramount. Wan remained fast asleep, and Huamei, wary of disturbing her, rose quietly to dress herself. She was uncertain of the era she had entered. The garments bore a distinct difference from those she was accustomed to. The upper attire was a long robe that reached her thighs, while the lower half consisted of a half-length skirt that extended to her feet, layered over trousers. A belt was required around her waist, and it took considerable effort for Huamei to don the ensemble. Upon reaching the dressing mirror, Huamei found herself troubled by the task of styling her hair. With such long locks, she was at a loss for how to arrange them. Convention dictated that she should fashion an updo reminiscent of the elderly woman she had observed yesterday, while her sister-in-law, Yueha, wore her hair in braids. Surely a married woman should not braid her hair. That privilege belonged solely to unmarried maidens. The crux of the matter was that she had never learned to style hair. Huamei had previously sported a short haircut, and this sudden influx of length left her feeling out of sorts. Lost in thought, her sister-in-law, Lu Yueha, entered the room. Having procured fabric from her sister-in-law, Lu Yuehe greeted Huamei with a bright smile and cheerfully called out, "Sister-in-law, mother wishes for you to prepare breakfast." Huamei mused internally. How could I possibly prepare breakfast for you all? I was once a culinary expert, but in this unfamiliar realm, the cooking implements and ingredients are entirely foreign to me. I cannot afford to embarrass myself at this juncture. Drawing upon her previous encounter with Lu Yunsheng, she placed a hand on her forehead and replied, "Yuehe, please inform mother that I am beset by a severe headache. Standing is a challenge, and my desire to prepare breakfast is thwarted by my condition. I hope she will allow me a few days to recuperate before I undertake any tasks." Yuehe acquiesced and departed. After contemplating for a moment, Huamei tied her long hair back with a cord, resembling a ponytail. She glanced around, feeling that this hairstyle was incongruous with her attire. After all, she had never heard of ancient women sporting ponytails. Just then, Yuehe returned, and upon seeing Huamei's unusual hairstyle, she immediately stifled a laugh, saying, "Sister-in-law, what sort of hairstyle is that? I've never seen such a thing." Huamei observed Yuehe's simple braid, accented by 2 strands of hair left loose by her cheeks, tied into delicate long braids that dangled by her ears. An idea struck Huamei, and she smiled at Yuehe, saying, "Yuehe, ever since I awoke yesterday, my body has ached terribly, and I find I cannot lift my arms to style my hair. Might you assist me?" Initially reluctant, Yuehe reconsidered, recalling the fine piece of fabric she had received from Huamei, and thus agreed to help. With skillful hands, Yuehe swiftly fashioned Huamei's hair into a smooth updo, leaving Huamei utterly astonished. Finally, she secured it with a simple silver hairpin, transforming Huamei into a picture of elegance. Huamei expressed her gratitude to Yuehe just as Wanner awakened. Calling out, "Mother!" Yuehe smiled and approached Wanner, saying, "Wanner, your mother is unwell. Let your aunt assist you in dressing and styling your hair today." Huamei found herself feeling a growing fondness for her sister-in-law. Initially, Yuehe's insistence on the fabric had left Huamei with a negative impression. However, reflecting on the impoverished household, she realized that Yuehe was merely a child of 12 or 13. In modern times, this age would be considered early adolescence, hardly qualifying as adulthood. Yet in ancient times, young women married at such tender ages. The thought was daunting. They were still children. With this understanding, Huamei's aversion to Yuehe's actions lessened. Yuehe's deft hands quickly fashioned 2 small hair buns for Wanner, adorning them with 2 red ribbons from the dressing table, rendering her irresistibly adorable. Next came the ritual of brushing teeth and washing faces. Naturally, Huamei inquired, "Yuehe, do you have a toothbrush and toothpaste?" As soon as the words escaped her lips, she realized her error. After all, this was ancient times, and she had never heard of such items existing then. To her astonishment, Yuehe replied, "Sister-in-law, you mean a toothbrush and tooth powder? Look, they're over there." Curiously, Huamei followed Yuehe's gesture and spotted an object resembling a toothbrush, with a wooden handle and bristles embedded at the top. It looked akin to a calligraphy brush. Huamei couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. Was this truly a toothbrush? On the bright side, at least she wasn't compelled to use a twig to clean her teeth. Beside it sat a small box containing a white powder, presumably tooth powder. But what dynasty was this? Why did such a toothbrush-like item exist? Huamei observed Wanner adeptly using the toothbrush to apply the powder, brushing her teeth a few times before rinsing her mouth with water. Huamei imitated her, albeit with far less grace. Wanner giggled, "Mother, you brush your teeth slower than I do." After completing her own clumsy attempt, Huamei laughed and replied, "Because my arms still ache." Wanner immediately offered, "Mother, let me massage your arms. It will ease the pain." Yuehe interjected, "Wanner, your mother's injuries will only worsen with massage. Do not trouble her further." Huamei washed her and Wanner's faces with warm water, then began to search for something to apply to her face. Given that a toothbrush had made its appearance, it was reasonable to assume that some form of face cream might exist as well. Indeed, she soon discovered a quaint little box containing a creamy substance, which emitted a faint fragrance. After applying some to her face, she felt an immediate sense of relief. Wanner insisted on applying a bit as well, and soon the room was filled with laughter. Their mother-in-law, wearing a stern expression, approached. "You have no strength to prepare breakfast this early, yet you appear quite lively." Huamei's smile faltered. The mother-in-law continued, "Do not use your husband's absence as an excuse. Which wife has not faced her husband's wrath? This is hardly a significant matter. I shall inform you that you will be responsible for lunch. Huamei could only nod in agreement. Strangely, upon seeing this formidable matriarch, Huamei felt an involuntary shiver run through her body, as if a wave of trepidation washed over her. She endeavored to calm herself. What was there to fear? Just a slightly fierce, ancient mother-in-law? What could she truly do? At worst, she would simply need to placate her. The mother-in-law scanned the room, her disappointment evident upon realizing that no one else was present. Did Shui not return last night? Again? Huamei seized upon the implication of the word, discerning that Lu Shui was prone to frequent absences. This was not the first instance, after all. Huamei lowered her gaze and replied, Indeed, my husband did not return last night. What a fortunate occurrence. Had he returned, she could only imagine the predicament she would face, sharing a bed. The mere thought sent chills down her spine. The mother-in-law, brimming with anger, directed her ire towards Huamei. It is all your fault. He reached out for silver, and you refused, yet you still provided him with such a sum. After gambling, he surely went off to indulge in the brothels. How can you, as a wife, fail to keep your husband in check? Astonished, Huamei stammered, Did I hear correctly? Lu Shui has a vice for visiting courtesans? Good heavens! How could a man stoop so low? The mother-in-law, instead of reproaching her son, turned her ire towards herself, which was utterly exasperating. Huamei, feeling unjustly accused, retorted, Mother, you cannot blame the daughter-in-law. It was my husband who insisted on money. Fearing the consequences, I had no choice but to comply. It was not I who encouraged him to gamble or frequent brothels. The mother-in-law trembled with fury. You dare to speak back. If I do not teach you a lesson, you will never learn. Glancing around, she spotted a stick not far off and seized it. Huamei was taken aback. Could a mother-in-law really strike her daughter-in-law at will in this day and age? As the stick was poised to fall upon her, Huamei instinctively grabbed Wanner and dashed towards the front room. The mother-in-law, realizing her display was merely for show, reluctantly dropped the stick in frustration. Yueha approached her mother. Mother, please do not be angry. It truly is not Desa's fault. You know how temperamental elder brother can be. How could he ever heed her counsel? The mother-in-law, fully aware of her son's disposition, begrudgingly led Yueha to breakfast. Yinsheng, witnessing Huamei's frantic entrance, looked puzzled. Sister-in-law, what has happened? Huamei, still shaken, had no inclination to explain. Wanner interjected, Grandmother wanted to hit Mother, so Mother brought me along to escape. Yinsheng was taken aback. Huamei had always been timid, enduring her husband's reprimands and her mother-in-law's scorn without resistance. Now, however, things seemed different. Yinsheng's inquisitive gaze made Huamei feel somewhat guilty. Nonetheless, she would not allow herself to be subjected to abuse. After all, she was a modern woman who could not tolerate domestic violence. The mother-in-law soon approached. Observing that Huamei and Wanner were already seated at the table, she uttered a few more words before relenting. Huamei pretended not to hear. Without physical confrontation, the din around her was merely a passing breeze. Breakfast was somewhat more lavish than the previous evening's meal, featuring not only steamed corn buns and pickled vegetables, but also boiled eggs. The mother-in-law peeled one and handed it to Yinsheng, saying, Yinsheng, you must study diligently every day. It is essential that you eat well. Yinsheng nodded and consumed the egg, offering the other to Wanner, who joyfully exclaimed, Thank you, grandmother. I love boiled eggs. Noticing there were 4 eggs in total, Huamei realized there would be none for her. To her surprise, after giving 1 egg to Yueha, the mother-in-law saved the last for herself, neither giving one to Huamei nor consuming it herself. As Huamei pondered this, she heard Wanner ask, Grandmother, why aren't you eating? Boiled eggs are delicious. The mother-in-law replied with a smile, This one is for your father when he returns. Huamei internally mused about the mother-in-law's evident concern for her son. It struck her that an important figure was missing from the household. After much thought, she realized that her father-in-law was absent. Was he out and about? Or had he passed away? She dared not voice her curiosity, deciding it would be wiser to investigate later. After breakfast, the mother-in-law cast a glance at Huamei, and she instantly understood. Mother, allow me to tidy up here. She volunteered. The mother-in-law nodded in satisfaction and took Yueha away. Once Yinsheng departed to study, only Huamei and Wanner remained in the room. Washing the dishes seemed straightforward. A quick rinse with cold water would suffice, as there was hardly any grease. Upon entering the kitchen, Huamei drew some water from a large vat and cleaned the bowls. To her surprise, she found a box of liquid substance on the counter. After some contemplation, she determined it was dish soap, an ancient form of detergent. Testing it out, she found the ceramic bowls sparkled clean and even emitted a delicate fragrance. What an advanced era this was, displaying the ingenuity of the laboring class. Warner, feeling bored, announced, "Mother, I'm going to find little Schwanzi to play." Huamei, unfamiliar with this little Schwanzi, deduced it must be a child of similar age to Warner. Intrigued by the outside world, Huamei thought it would be delightful to explore as well. With a smile, she told Warner, "Go ahead, but don't wander too far. I will come find you shortly." Warner happily agreed and dashed outside. Huamei scanned the area and grabbed a cloth to wipe the countertop. Before she could finish, the mother-in-law returned, pleased to see Huamei busy with her hands. Her tone softened slightly. "Once you finish this, sweep the courtyard and then fetch water from the well." "Fetch water?" Huamei was startled, but my injuries. Under the mother-in-law's cold glare, her words fell silent. She had no choice but to comply. After all, even in the most advanced times, running water was a luxury. Yet, where was the well? Huamei lamented internally, realizing being a time-traveling woman was no easy feat. She couldn't risk asking where the well was, lest she arouse suspicion. The mother-in-law, satisfied with Huamei's submissive demeanor, departed after outlining her tasks for the morning. Sweeping the courtyard required finding the right tools. Upon entering the courtyard, Huamei discovered something resembling a broom. The courtyard was small, merely a patch of open space between the rooms, reminiscent of a quaint Sihuan. While sweeping, Huamei comforted herself, grateful for the modest size of the yard. If it were larger, it would have been exhausting work. Based on the small courtyard, it was apparent that the Liu family's circumstances were rather humble, with only enough rooms for the family to reside. The courtyard lacked flowers or grass, but they did have some chickens and ducks. As Huamei swept, she observed her surroundings, her pace unconsciously slowing. Young Liu Yunsheng was likely inside studying, earning her some fondness for this diligent young man. A boy who diligently pursued scholarly endeavors had commendable character, far better than her own husband, who squandered his life on gambling and vice. Huamei was unsure what her younger sister-in-law, Liu Yuehe, was up to inside, as she had not emerged. Huamei longed to explore the various rooms and familiarize herself with her future living environment, yet feared the mother-in-law's potential disapproval. Thus, she stifled her curiosity and continued to sweep slowly. At that moment, Warner entered, laughing, with a small, dark-haired boy trailing behind her, likely little Schwanzi. He was endearingly plump and charming. However, upon witnessing little Schwanzi dragging a long string of snot and vigorously inhaling it, Huamei could not help but chuckle. "Children," she called gently, "come here for a moment." Warner and little Schwanzi hopped over. "Mother, what do you want us for?" Huamei, grinning, advised, "Little Schwanzi, wipe your nose. It's almost touching your lips." Little Schwanzi giggled and, with a hearty sniff, declared, "No need, Ludinyang. One sniff is all I need." Huamei found this child both amusing and endearing. He was so refreshingly candid, albeit rather unsanitary. Moreover, she reflected on her own age. She was likely no more than 20. How was it that she had become a mother at such a young age? In modern times, she would probably still be a high school or college student. Yet here she was, already a mother to a 4-year-old. By this logic, she must have been married at the tender age of 15 or 16. A teenage girl, still a child herself, has unexpectedly given birth. It is indeed unimaginable. Huamei, shaking off her fanciful thoughts, smiled at Zai Schwanzi and remarked, "Zai Schwanzi, what a peculiar name. It feels quite odd to call you that. You mustn't sniffle your snot back up your nose. That's rather unhygienic. In the future, if you have a runny nose, use a piece of paper to wipe it clean. By the way, Warner, could you please fetch some paper for Zai Schwanzi from inside?" After saying this, Huamei belatedly realized they were in ancient times and wondered whether paper existed. If not, how embarrassing that would be. She must be more mindful in her speech and keep such commonplace items in mind. Remember, this is an era unfamiliar to you, one in which you do not even know the dynasty. Huamei repeatedly reminded herself. Fortunately, Warner replied, "I'll go to Grandma's room to get some." Then she dashed away. Huamei sighed with relief. As long as there was paper, it was acceptable. At least she wouldn't have to use those wooden pieces for wiping after using the toilet. How utterly revolting. Chapter 9. A New Life, Part 2. After a short while, Warner returned with several sheets of coarse paper, grinning as she handed them to Zai Schwanzi. The grandmother followed her out, standing at the door and calling out, "Warner, just one sheet will suffice. Taking so many is such a waste." Juana responded and returned the remaining sheets of paper, at which point the grandmother, satisfied, went back inside. Huamei keenly observed that the grandmother held a piece of cloth in one hand and a delicate embroidery needle in the other, indicating she was engaged in some needlework. Hearing the grandmother's words made Huamei internally grumble. How stingy she was, not even allowing an extra piece of paper. Glancing at Zai Xuanzi, who was blowing his nose, Huamei noticed the roughness of the paper in his hands, which was far inferior to modern tissues, even basic toilet paper. She reassured herself, well, this is better than nothing. The two children played nearby, their innocent chatter bringing a smile to Huamei's face. Once the courtyard was swept clean, Huamei sought out a shovel-like tool to collect the small pile of rubbish. Habitually, she thought to ask where the garbage bags were, but thankfully, she halted that line of thought just in time. At that moment, Yueha emerged from the house and spotted Huamei standing there, staring blankly while holding the trash. She laughed. Sister-in-law, why don't you just dump it in the bucket next to you? Huamei replied with an "oh," and disposed of the rubbish in the large wooden barrel, which served as the most primitive form of a trash bin. Surprisingly, it wasn't so bad. She had expected the ancients to carelessly throw trash about, but it seemed they had some sense of environmentalism after all. Yueha approached, rubbing her fingers and sighed. Mother asked me to learn how to embroider a handkerchief, but my hands are terribly clumsy. After much effort, I could only manage to stitch a tiny petal. Sister-in-law, your embroidery skills are renowned. Would you teach me? Huamei felt a cold sweat trickling down her back, her voice sounding weak even to her own ears. Yueha, I need to fetch water from the well soon, so I truly want to have the time to teach you embroidery. Perhaps another day. Good heavens, she had no skill in embroidery whatsoever. At most, she could sew on a button. How was she to maintain this facade? For now, she decided to focus on navigating the immediate situation. Yueha, oblivious to her hesitation, cheerfully said, all right, when you feel better, I'll come to ask for your guidance. Huamei patted her chest, thinking that if she continued living like this, her heart would face severe strain. She hoped not to be frightened into a heart condition. Next, she naturally had to head to the well. Huamei looked around, but did not see anything to fetch water with. She guessed it must be in the kitchen. Upon arriving at the kitchen, she found two large wooden buckets next to the water vat. The sight of their size left her gaping. Goodness, was she expected to carry such large buckets to fetch water? How could a frail woman like her possibly lift such heavy vessels? Yueha followed her into the kitchen, seemingly bored and eager to chat with her sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, you're going to fetch water from the well at the village head, right? An idea sparked in Huamei's mind. Yueha must know where the well was. So she kindly suggested, Yueha, you work too hard learning embroidery at home. Why don't you accompany me to fetch water from the well? It will be a nice change of scenery, and we can return to embroider handkerchiefs afterward. Yueha perked up. Being a 12 or 13-year-old girl confined at home was unbearable. Upon hearing the prospect of going out, she sprang into action, but I'm afraid my mother will scold me for going out. Huamei frowned slightly. What's the matter? Is your mother forbidding you from stepping outside at all? She had heard that some dynasties placed extremely strict restrictions on women, often not allowing them to leave the house. Was she in such a dynasty now? Yueha hesitated. Not exactly, but she has instructed me to stay home as much as possible. That's good to hear. I thought all women were confined indoors. Huamei felt relieved. Staying home less means you can still go out occasionally. Come on, it should be fine to step out, just this once. She urged, your mother doesn't strictly forbid you from going out. It's only about going out less. Let's go together. Finally, Yueha nodded. Huamei happily picked up the two buckets and prepared to leave. Yueha burst into laughter, covering her mouth. Sister-in-law, are you really going to carry the buckets like that? Isn't there a yoke over there? Huamei paused, then sheepishly grabbed the long yoke leaning against the wall. No wonder the buckets were tied with ropes on either side. They were meant to be carried on a yoke, with the yoke resting on her shoulders. It felt considerably lighter. As they reached the small courtyard, Warner and Zai Xuanzi clamored to join them at the village well. Huamei smiled in agreement. The more, the merrier. Although her shoulders still ached and the spot where the yoke rested burned fiercely, at least the buckets were empty. She wondered how she would manage to carry them back filled with water. Thankfully, with Yueha leading the way, Huamei felt one less worry. To distract herself from the pain in her shoulder, Huamei looked around. It appeared to be a small village, with no more than 50 households in total. The layout of the houses resembled that of the Liu family, with none particularly grand or striking. A winding dirt road kicked up dust as they walked. Huamei glanced at her embroidered cloth shoes, now coated with a layer of grime. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This road is rather poor. While she did not expect paved or cement roads, a gravel path would have sufficed. This dirt road raised dust on sunny days and turned to mud on rainy ones, making it quite difficult to adapt. After a while, they finally arrived at the well. There was another woman there drawing water, who smiled upon seeing Huamei and Yueha. "It's been a few days since I last saw you. Why haven't you come to fetch water lately?" Huamei vaguely replied, "I haven't been feeling well these past few days, so I stayed home to rest." As she assessed the woman speaking, she appeared to be around 25, dressed similarly to Huamei, and possessed a certain charm. Being from the same village, she was evidently familiar with the Liu family situation and quickly guessed. "It isn't that scoundrel Liu Shuhua causing you trouble again, is it?" Huamei remained silent, while Yueha beside her felt a bit embarrassed. "Cousin-in-law, my brother lost money gambling in the town a while back and came home in a foul mood, so..." Huamei could easily guess the rest. However, it seemed this woman had some kinship with the Liu family. Otherwise, she wouldn't speak to Yueha in such a familiar tone. As Huamei listened attentively to the leisurely conversation between the woman and Yueha, she quietly speculated about the woman's identity. Fortunately, Huamei was naturally a reticent individual, often keeping her head down, which aroused no suspicion from the woman, who continued to chat intimately with Yueha about household trivialities. Eventually, Huamei discerned the woman's identity. Indeed, she was related to the Liu family, as her husband and Huamei's spouse were cousins. No wonder Yueha referred to her as sister-in-law. Before long, another villager approached, also a woman. Upon seeing the sister-in-law, she exclaimed, "Gu family lady, hurry up and finish fetching water. I still need to get my share. Don't hog the well." Thus, Huamei learned that this sister-in-law's family name was Gu, and for now, she could be referred to as sister-in-law Gu. With a smile, sister-in-law Gu replied to the newcomer, "Sister Wang, shouldn't we observe the order of arrival? We ought to wait until my sister-in-law finishes fetching water first." While saying this, she took the 2 large wooden buckets from Huamei's hands. Huamei felt a surge of gratitude. She had never even seen such an ancient well, let alone used one. Pondering how she would manage to fetch water, she watched as sister-in-law Gu skillfully lifted the small bucket from the well's edge and lowered it into the deep water, attached to a long rope. Once the bucket filled, she raised the rope and poured the water into the wooden buckets. Huamei was astonished by the complexity of the process. It was such a hassle, and the amount of water poured out filled only a small portion of the large wooden buckets. To fill both buckets, she realized she would have to repeat this arduous task many times. How she longed for running water. Just a twist of the faucet, and water would flow effortlessly. Observing the cumbersome and primitive method of fetching water, Huamei felt a wave of despair wash over her, worrying about how she would manage this daily chore. Chapter 10. Ancient gossiping women. Sister Wang, waiting nearby, chatted with Yueha. "Yueha, you must be 12 this year, right?" Yueha blushed at the mention of her age. For girls typically married between 15 and 16, making 12 no longer an insignificant age. She nodded shyly. Sister Wang appeared astute and capable, likely in her early 20s. Around the same age as sister-in-law Gu. She was rather ordinary in appearance, yet exuded a certain mature charm. Noticing Yueha's bashfulness regarding her age, Sister Wang laughed. "Yueha is already a young lady. Has a match been arranged for you yet?" At the mention of a match, Yueha's face turned crimson, and she fidgeted with her clothing. Unwilling to reply, sister-in-law Gu came to Yueha's aid. "Sister Wang, your inquiries are rather direct. How can a young girl like Yueha answer such personal questions in front of us?" Sister Wang smiled at sister-in-law Gu and explained, "You see, I have a distant relative with a 14-year-old son who wishes for me to find him a suitable match. Seeing Yueha reminded me of this, hence my question." Sister-in-law Gu exchanged a knowing glance with Sister Wang. "This matter should be discussed with my second aunt," referring, of course, to Yueha's mother and Huamei's mother-in-law. Sister Wang, disregarding the presence of Yueha and Huamei, continued her gossip. "Zhang Suifang is not one to be trifled with. If I mention this to her, who knows what she might say?" Huamei finally learned her mother-in-law's name, Zhang Suifang. Sister-in-law Gu furrowed her brow, but felt powerless against Sister Wang's loose tongue. Knowing the connection between the Gu and Zhang families, Sister Wang's indiscretion was truly that of a meddlesome woman. After a while, sister-in-law Gu filled the bucket with water and, glistening with sweat, said, "Huamei, come, let's carry the water back together." Huamei felt immense gratitude. Sister-in-law Gu was the first person she had encountered since her arrival who showed her such kindness. "Thank you, sister-in-law." Sister-in-law Gu smiled warmly. "We are practically sisters-in-law now. There is no need for such formalities. Our families are but a few households apart, and it is only natural we help each other." Huamei, unsure of what to say, simply smiled. Once the yoke rested on her shoulders, Huamei attempted to mimic sister-in-law Gu's actions, squatting to lift the bucket's rope, but oh! A cry of pain escaped her lips as she felt a sharp pain in her shoulder, unable to lift the water, and the exertion only exacerbated her injury. Seeing Huamei in distress, Yueha, still young, panicked. "Sister-in-law, what happened to you?" Immediately, sister-in-law Gu set down her yoke and approached Huamei with concern. "Huamei, you seemed fine just a moment ago. What has caused this sudden pain? Do you have an injury on your shoulder?" Huamei found it difficult to speak of her plight. How could she confess to being beaten by her husband? Yueha unwittingly blurted out, "A few days ago, my brother hit sister-in-law. So, she probably has an injury on her shoulder." Yueha's voice trailed off, for the topic was indeed rather shameful. Sister-in-law Gu cast multiple warning glances at Yueha, reminding her that Sister Wang, known for her gossip, was present. As the saying goes, family shame should not be aired in public. Sister Wang, busying herself with the water, perked up her ears at the mention of something intriguing, but Yueha quickly fell silent. Sister Wang, feigning nonchalance, probed, "Did your brother hit your sister-in-law again?" Sister-in-law Gu quickly interjected, "Such matters are private. What could a young girl like Yueha possibly know?" Sister Wang, slightly embarrassed, returned to her task and ceased her inquiries. Sister-in-law Gu observed Huamei's pained expression and sighed helplessly. "How about this? I will carry the water back for you. I will leave this water here and return to fetch the rest later." Huamei was taken aback. "Sister-in-law, that is too much. You should take care of your own water first." Sister-in-law Gu firmly took the yoke from Huamei's hands and lifted the buckets. "Enough talk, let us go." With heartfelt gratitude, Huamei followed sister-in-law Gu, accompanied by Yueha and the two children. Truly, sister-in-law Gu was a kind-hearted person. Huamei couldn't help but feel a sense of warmth. In such a strange place, with uncertainties looming, encountering such a warm-hearted woman was truly touching. Sister-in-law Gu, familiar with Yueha, casually resumed the conversation about Sister Wang's earlier inquiries. Feeling more at ease, Yueha replied, "Not long ago, someone from a neighboring village came to propose for me, but my mother is still considering it and hasn't given an answer yet." Sister-in-law Gu chuckled. "Sister Wang, Zhang Lanying, is notorious for her gossip in our village. It is wise to tread carefully when speaking in her presence. Once she hears something, it won't be long before the entire village knows." From sister-in-law Gu's words, Huamei learned that Sister Wang's full name was Zhang Lanying, a notorious busybody. It seemed wise to be cautious when dealing with such people in the future. Yueha felt a flush of embarrassment at her earlier slip of the tongue. She hadn't intended to reveal the incident of Huamei being beaten by Lu Shuhua. It had merely slipped out. Regretting her words, Yueha thought of Zhang Lanying's behavior and felt a pang of remorse. "But now that I've said it, what if Sister Wang spreads the news? That would certainly bring shame to sister-in-law." Noticing Yueha's distress, Huamei comforted her. "Don't worry, Yueha. It doesn't matter. No one here knows us. Whatever is said will have little impact. Besides, judging by Zhang Lanying's tone, it seems that Lu Shuhua beating his wife is quite common. It won't be anything new for them to gossip about. After all, in modern times, women often gather to discuss family matters. In ancient times, the interests of women bore a remarkable resemblance to those of modern women." Yueha cast a grateful glance at Huamei. Cousin Gu, robust and strong, effortlessly carried the water and soon arrived at the Lu household. Gu Tsuifeng, the matriarch, was taken aback to see her daughter-in-law fetching water, and shot an accusatory glare at Huamei, clearly indicating that she would settle the score later. Cousin Gu smiled and said, "Aunt, please do not blame Huamei. She has an injury on her shoulder and cannot perform such strenuous tasks. I cannot bear to watch, so I took it upon myself to fetch the water for her. I suggest you allow Huamei to rest for a few more days until she recovers fully before resuming her duties." Gu Tsuifeng felt somewhat awkward and replied, "Guixiang, how was I know Huamei's injury was so severe? Had I known she was unable to fetch water, I certainly would not have sent her. The last thing she wanted was for people to gossip about her mistreating her daughter-in-law." Guixiang, whose birth name was Guixiang, remained unaware of her surname. So let us refer to her as Guixiang for now. Observing the interaction, Guixiang noticed Gu Zifang's desperate attempts to absolve herself, while Huamei subtly turned her head away, indicating that her aunt was indeed aware of the situation, yet still compelled Huamei to fetch water. However, as a younger relative, Guixiang felt it inappropriate to interject. Casting a sympathetic glance at the frail Huamei, Guixiang's heart ached. Such a gentle and educated woman was wed to Lu Shuhua, a man of little merit, while her aunt, Gu Zuifang, possessed a sharp tongue. One could only imagine the hardships Huamei endured. Since Gu Zuifang began to speak, Huamei had chosen to remain silent. Although her acquaintance with this mother-in-law was brief, Huamei had gleaned enough about her temperament. She was caustic and harsh towards her daughter-in-law, making her a difficult person to deal with. Guixiang's sympathetic gaze only solidified Huamei's resolve. She could not endure living in such a household any longer. She would first heal her injuries and, once restored, rid herself of that detestable man. A modern woman should not find herself without a means of livelihood in this ancient society. Chapter 11. The scolding Guixiang remarked, "Aunt, I've fetched the water for you, but I must return home as my water bucket is still by the well. I will come back to chat with you when I have the time." Gu Zuifang smiled warmly at her niece. "Then do come by this afternoon. I have a pattern I would like you to look over." Guixiang readily agreed and took her leave. However, as soon as Guixiang was out of sight, Gu Zuifang's smile vanished. "Huamei, how could you fail to fetch even a little water? You had Guixiang do it for you. This only highlights how poorly I treat you as a mother-in-law." Huamei endeavored to soften her tone. "Mother, I intended to fetch the water myself, but the pain in my shoulder was unbearable. Cousin Gu offered to help me, and I truly did not ask her to." As she spoke, Huamei signaled to Yuehe, hoping she would speak on her behalf. Unfortunately, Yuehe remained obediently silent before Gu Zuifang, not daring to raise her head. Huamei felt a surge of resentment towards this selfish child. Gu Zuifang huffed disapprovingly, her voice rising as a daughter-in-law. "You must fulfill your duties. Is it not your obligation to work? Do not use your shoulder pain as an excuse. Shuhuan merely struck you a few times. How heavy could that possibly be? I will tell you this. You are not exempt from your responsibilities." Huamei felt an urge to leap up and argue fiercely with this unreasonable shrew, but she held back her anger. "I will endure for now, but one day, I shall let you taste the bitterness of being insulted by others." She nodded submissively, entertaining the imagined scenario of standing before Gu Zuifang and unleashing a torrent of curses. This thought brought her some amusement. Without a hint of the indomitable spirit of a Q, life will be unbearable. Gu Zuifang, having vented her frustrations, turned to Yuehe and inquired, "Why did you accompany your sister-in-law to fetch water today? Did I not tell you that you are 12 now and at the age for courtship? How can you run about recklessly like this? Suitors will inquire about you, and if they learn of your behavior, they may perceive you as frivolous. Have I not admonished you about this repeatedly?" Her voice grew increasingly severe. Yuehe stammered, "Using Huamei as a shield, it was my sister-in-law who asked me to go with her." Huamei was taken aback. How could Yuehe betray her at such a moment? Would this not subject her to another harsh reprimand from Gu Zuifang? Gu Zuifang immediately turned her ire towards Huamei, her expression darkening. "You little wretch. How could you do such a thing? Tell me, did you coax Yuehe out of the house for others to see? What are your intentions?" Huamei could no longer suppress her retort. "Mother, why would I deliberately lure Yuehe outside? Besides, what harm is there in her stepping outside?" This wretched woman, calling her a little wretch, made Huamei wonder how she had endured such insults previously. Gu Zuifang, incensed by Huamei's words, barked back. What respectable girl would wander outside before her marriage? If someone sees her, what will they say about our Yuehe? If this tarnishes her reputation and affects her prospects, I will hold you accountable. You shamelessly flirted with Shuhua before your marriage, and now you want Yuehe to follow in your disgraceful footsteps? Huamei was taken aback by Gu Zuifang's words. The tone suggested that she and Lu Shuhua had indeed shared some mutual affection. It was all rather chaotic. She had presumed their union was a mere arrangement, resulting in their current unhappiness. Could it be that this man was once the object of her affection? Huamei's mind raced with confusion. At that moment, she dared not speak out, knowing nothing of those past events. Any careless remark might reveal her ignorance. Listening to Gu Zuifang's incessant tirade was indeed a painful ordeal. As soon as the subject arose, Gu Zuifang launched into a monologue. Though the Lu family has fallen on hard times, Yuehe's father was once renowned for his scholarship and even passed the provincial examination. Had he not died early, our family would not be in such dire straits. Your father shared a bond of camaraderie with Yuehe's father and frequently visited. I cannot fathom how Xu Hua became entangled with you. You shameless little wretch, flirting with Xu Hua in secret, were it not for your father's reputation. We would never have accepted a woman like you into our family. As she continued, Gu Cuifang grew increasingly animated in her tirade. A woman's honor is paramount. If Yuehe's reputation is sullied because of you, I will not let you off lightly. Huamei listened in silence, piecing together several crucial bits of information from Gu Cuifang's relentless accusations. Firstly, the head of the Liu household had indeed passed away, leaving this fierce woman as the current matriarch. Secondly, Huamei's marriage to Liu Shuhua was not devoid of emotional ties. They had once shared something significant. Strangely, after their union, their relationship had soured, and Huamei often faced abuse. Furthermore, Huamei had a family of her own and a father who was also educated, which explained her ability to read. Reflecting on this, Huamei let out a melancholy sigh. Why did this experience feel so familiar? She too had once shared moments of profound love with Xiangdong, only for time to erode their affection, leading them further apart until they ultimately parted ways. And now, this even more unfortunate Huamei had married a man she once loved, only to endure torment. It was hard to distinguish who was more pitiable. Huamei felt lost in her thoughts. Regardless, this was her life now. Yuehe, witnessing Gu Cuifang's escalating anger, wished to defend her sister-in-law, mother. But a single glare from Gu Cuifang silenced her, forcing all words back down her throat. Yui pondered, "Sister-in-law, it is not that I do not wish to assist you, but if I were to interject at this moment, Mother would surely scold me." "I apologize." Huamei, naturally, did not harbor any illusions that this selfish and timid sister-in-law would speak on her behalf. She would simply bow her head and listen. At that moment, Liu Yunsheng emerged from the room, his delicate features marred by a frown. "Mother, I was engrossed in my studies. Why must you raise your voice so? You have disrupted my concentration." Upon seeing her beloved son's displeasure, Gu Shi's expression transformed instantly from one of irritation to a warm smile. "Yunsheng, your sister-in-law has erred, and I was merely admonishing her. I did not intend to interrupt your reading. I shall lower my voice henceforth." Liu Yunsheng had already overheard Gu Shi's remarks. "Mother, my sister merely went to fetch water at the well with sister-in-law. She encountered no strange man, only our cousin. Is such a trivial matter worthy of your ire?" Gu Shi hastily replied, "Very well, I shall refrain from further comments." Huamei felt a wave of gratitude towards her young uncle. At least there was someone sensible in the household. Yet, before she could fully appreciate his intervention, Liu Yunsheng directed his sharp words at her. "Sister-in-law, you ought to exercise more discretion in your actions. You have been educated, yet your conduct is beneath that of an ordinary village woman." Huamei inwardly rolled her eyes. Reassessing her earlier thoughts, it would be wise to maintain distance from this acerbic youth. This stage of adolescence was fraught with awkwardness. Boys at this age often spoke with a biting edge. In modern terms, one might call it a rebellious phase. No wonder his words were laced with thorns. As if on cue, Wanner spotted Liu Yunsheng and rushed over. "Second uncle, come play with me and Xiao Xuanzi." Liu Yunsheng, fond of Wanner, could not refuse and allowed her to take his hand as they went off to entertain the two children. Yui quietly slipped in her room but was halted by Gu Shi's voice. "Yuhi, where do you think you are going?" She replied sweetly, "Mother, I wish to finish embroidering that handkerchief. I managed to complete a petal this morning." Gu Shi smiled approvingly, gesturing for her to enter the room. Her gaze then fell upon Huamei, who was struggling to carry a water bucket into the kitchen. Noticing the flush of exertion on Huamei's face, Gu Shi felt a twinge of guilt and commanded, "Just draw 2 buckets today, but starting tomorrow, ensure the water vat is filled." Huamei nearly dropped the bucket in shock, but her quick reflexes saved her from disaster. To fill that large vat? Goodness! Wouldn't tea that required 2 or 3 trips. Chapter 12. The cheerful Liu Shuhua, after immense effort, Huamei finally managed to pour both buckets into the vat. However, her frail body caused her to spill some water onto the floor and around the vat, earning her a lengthy reprimand. She began to believe that Gu Shi derived pleasure from scolding others. Why else would she, in her robust health, delegate the task of fetching water to a wounded person? It seemed as though she relished watching Huamei falter, seeking opportunities to chastise her. What a twisted middle-aged woman. In truth, It was somewhat exaggerated to label Gu Shi as a middle-aged woman, for she had yet to reach 40. In ancient times, marriages occurred at a remarkably young age. Many wed and bore children in their teens, and some even became grandmothers before turning 40. However, it was said that lifespans were much shorter in those days, with 50 or 60 being considered quite long-lived. Huamei thought to herself that it would be splendid if this wicked mother-in-law were to pass away by her 40s. With that thought, she felt a certain relief. Gu Shi ordered Huamei to clean up the spilled water. Huamei, in a tragic state, crouched on the ground with a cloth to wipe it up. Oh, how reminiscent this was of the plots in third-rate romance dramas. Alas, she had no chance to play the role of the wicked mother-in-law. Instead, she was the unfortunate victim. She fantasized about flinging the cloth at Gu Shi's face, imagining the woman's flustered reaction, which brought a secret smile to Huamei's lips. Finding joy in suffering had its own charm. The voice of Lu Shuhua, who had not returned all night, rang out. "Mother, Huamei, I'm back." One need not question how Huamei recognized his footsteps. It seemed an instinct had ingrained itself within her. Evidently, remnants of the original Huamei lingered within her consciousness. Upon hearing Lu Shuhua's voice, Gu Shi's face lit up with joy as she stepped out of the kitchen. "Shuhua, you have returned." Lu Shuhua's demeanor had shifted from the gloom of the previous day. He wore a broad smile, his spirits evidently high. "Mother, I brought back some meat from town. It is perfect for a stew at noon, and we can enjoy a hearty meal." He handed the meat to Gu Shi, who beamed with delight and hurried into the kitchen to prepare the meal. With her husband deceased, Gu Shi naturally turned to her son as her world. No matter his shortcomings, he was still her child, and she treated Lu Shuhua with utmost affection. Today, he seemed particularly cheerful, even approaching the crouching Huamei. "Huamei, is your injury feeling any better?" Huamei was nearly at a loss, for was it not this very man who had inflicted her injuries? His feigned concern was puzzling. Not wishing to engage with his so-called husband, she avoided his gaze and resumed wiping the table. To her surprise, Lu Shuhua followed her here. "This is the silver I took from you yesterday. For you." Huamei could hardly believe her ears. It was as if he transformed entirely from day to night. Could he possibly be suffering from some form of split personality? The thought sent a shiver down her spine. His smile was increasingly unsettling. Nevertheless, the silver was still welcome, for it belonged to Huamei. As she took the silver from Lu Shuhua's hand, their palms brushed, and she discreetly wiped her hand on her clothing, repulsed. Lu Shuhua remained oblivious to her subtle gesture and continued. "Huamei, I spent last night gambling in the town, and fortune favored me. I managed to win back the money I had lost previously. At last, I have recouped my losses." No wonder he was in such high spirits. He had won money the night before. It seemed that when he was in a losing streak, he vented his frustrations on his wife, but when fortunate, he treated Huamei decently enough. However, she had no desire to engage with such a man. Gambling was a most dreadful vice, perhaps even worse than visiting brothels. One rarely heard of someone losing their entire fortune to a night out, but a gambling addict could easily end up destitute. How could she possibly spend her life with such a man? Huamei's mind raced as she contemplated the societal norms surrounding marriage, uncertain if divorce even existed in this world. Gu Shi, noticing Lu Shuhua lingering by Huamei, felt a twinge of discomfort and called him over under the pretext of needing assistance. Huamei felt a wave of relief. It was no wonder that mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law were natural adversaries. A mother-in-law would always perceive her son as belonging to her, and how could she tolerate him being kind to another woman? As Gu Shi chatted amiably with her son, she caught sight of Huamei attempting to sneak away from the kitchen and called out, "Huamei, come here." Reluctantly, Huamei shuffled over. Gu Shi, noticing her slow pace, furrowed her brow. "Can you not move any faster? Are you unwilling to heed my call?" If only she were willing. Huamei silently cursed but maintained a smile, saying, "Mother, please feel free to instruct me as you wish." Gu Shi directed, "Considering your health today, you need not cook. Just tend to the fire." What? Tend to the stove? That was far less desirable than cooking. Yet, Huamei understood that she had no right to resist. It was wiser to comply. Lu Shuhua called out to his younger brother, "Lu Yunsheng, Yunsheng, come here." Lu Yunsheng approached the kitchen, inquiring, "Elder brother, what is it?" "I was just telling a story to Wanner." Lu Shuhai pulled out some silver coins from his pocket and said, "Go fetch some wine for me." Yunsheng was reluctant but dared not refuse. After all, their eldest brother Lu Shuhai, was the head of the family now that their father was gone. Naturally, they had to heed the elders' commands. As Yinsheng took the coins, he muttered, "You must have one again." Lu Shuhai's demeanor upon returning from the gambling den indicated his fortunes. If he had lost everything, he would return home with a sullen face, looking for a reason to vent his frustrations on his sister-in-law. Conversely, if luck favored him, he would be all smiles, sending someone to fetch wine. Thus, upon being asked to get wine, Yinsheng immediately deduced that Lu Shuhai had won the previous night. Lu Shuhai proudly declared, "Last night my luck was splendid. I won back all the silver I had lost earlier. Hurry, go get the wine. I shall tell you more during the meal." Reluctantly, Yinsheng took the scattered silver coins and went to buy the wine. Wainer, sensing the mood, approached. "Father, you're back." Even the little Wainer knew that Lu Shuhai was in his best spirits at this moment. Lu Shuhai smiled at Wainer and said, "Come here, let me see you, Wainer. Why are you still wearing such old clothes? In a few days, I shall buy some fine fabric for your mother to make you a new dress." Wainer was overjoyed to receive such kindness from Lu Shuhai, who rarely showed her affection. Meanwhile, Huamei struggled to manage the fire, gasping from the smoke as she hurriedly stuffed straw into the pot's bottom. It seemed so simple when she had seen Yunsheng tending to the fire the night before. Why was it so difficult for her now? After finally igniting the flames, she realized the straw would soon extinguish. In desperation, she stuffed more straw into the pot, only to have it billow smoke directly into her face, leaving her utterly miserable. Gu Shi, frying vegetables, noticed the uneven heat from the pot and immediately scolded. "What on earth is wrong with you? Can't you even keep a fire going properly? Ever since you woke up yesterday, you've been acting strangely, as if you were a different person." Unintentionally, her words struck a chord with Huamei, who stammered in defense, "My arm still hurts so." This was not an excuse, but a genuine explanation. After lifting such a heavy water bucket and scrubbing the floor for so long, her arm truly ached terribly. Gu Shi's brows furrowed in displeasure, ready to unleash another reprimand. Lu Shuhai, growing impatient, interjected, "Mother, can you refrain from criticizing her? Huamei has already mentioned her arm is in pain." Wainer nodded in agreement. Gu Shi fell silent, though her heart remained discontent. Huamei noticed Lu Shuhai casting a glance away. Was that look meant to be soothing? Yet, why did she feel that this faint warmth only fueled her anger? If she were not mistaken, Huamei and Lu Shuhai had once shared a mutual affection and had become husband and wife. But Lu Shuhai, why do you treat your wife so poorly, resorting to beatings at the slightest provocation? When you're in good spirits, you are all smiles. When in a foul mood, you resort to violence against your wife. Is this how you treat your beloved? Huamei, how do you endure such a life? Chapter 13. Lunch. After Yinsheng returned with the wine, the family gathered around the table for lunch. It was clear that Huamei was responsible for serving dishes and running errands. Is this the daily life of a married woman? As she busied herself, Huamei pondered, noticing that her younger sister-in-law only appeared at mealtime, while her husband and younger brother sat at the table. Their mother was also busy directing Huamei's tasks. It seemed everyone was accustomed to this arrangement, with no one paying her any mind. On the table were 3 dishes, one of meat, one of vegetables, and one of tofu. It appeared to be a relatively good lunch for the Lu family. Wainer exclaimed in delight, "We have meat for lunch today." She licked her lips, looking like an adorable little glutton. Huamei felt a pang of sorrow. It seemed the poor little Wainer rarely had the chance to eat meat. She wondered how other families lived, but it was clear that the Lu family was among the more impoverished. With this thought, Huamei couldn't help but glance at Lu Shuhai, who was heartily indulging in his meal and drink. Shouldn't providing for the family be the man's responsibility? With their father gone and only a widowed mother and younger siblings remaining, Lu Shuhai ought to shoulder the family's burdens. Yet, he was a man who squandered his time gambling. Yinsheng, on the other hand, was diligently studying, preparing for the imperial examinations in hopes of securing a brighter future. What Lu Shuhai did in his spare time remained a mystery to Huamei. Distracted by her thoughts, Huamei's eating slowed. Gu Shi, always critical, seized the opportunity to scold her. "Why are there grains of rice scattered outside your bowl? What a waste of food." Snapping back to reality, Huamei noticed a few grains of rice had fallen from her bowl, likely due to her absent-mindedness. To avoid further criticism from Gu Shi, she quickly picked up the rice and ate it. She couldn't help but wonder about the cleanliness of the table and whether this was hygienic. Nevertheless, Lu Shuhai was enjoying himself, drinking and eating heartily, humming a cheerful tune. Yinxing finally couldn't contain himself and asked, "Brother, the provincial examination is next year. Aren't you going to study hard and join me?" Lu Shuhai responded with clear reluctance. "Why don't you go ahead and take the exam? I want to be going. I've tried twice before and failed. Why waste silver on that? The registration fee isn't small." Gu Shi disapproved. "What Yinxing says makes sense. The provincial examination only happens every 2 years. You didn't pass last year. You should give it another try. If you could pass and earn the title of scholar, you could become a private tutor or do clerical work, which would be better than your current situation." Lu Shuhai retorted sarcastically. "What's wrong with my current situation? Isn't it perfectly fine? I spend my days idling about, gambling in town, and when I have money, I occasionally visit the brothel. It's quite carefree." Gu Shi was momentarily taken aback, secretly lamenting her son's lack of ambition. "Shuhai, you should avoid the gambling dens from now on. They are not respectable places." Lu Shuhai, growing impatient, slammed his chopsticks on the table. "Enough." Despite Gu Shi's fierce demeanor towards Huamei, she dared not speak too harshly in front of Lu Shuhai. Huamei noticed Wainer flinch, causing a piece of meat to fall from her chopsticks, and felt a pang of sympathy. She quickly placed the meat back into Wainer's bowl, softly coaxing, "Wainer, just eat your meal quietly." Wainer remained silent, lowering her head to eat. Huamei couldn't help but feel a twinge of sadness at how understanding the little girl was. In modern times, such a child would likely be the pampered darling of the family. Lu Shuhai resumed drinking, and neither Gu Shi nor Yinxing broached the topic of the provincial examination again, as Huamei chewed on her bland vegetables, devoid of any flavor or oil. Her hunger only intensified. She longed for the rich, indulgent taste of roasted chicken. As she contemplated reaching for a piece of meat to satisfy her craving, she noticed Gu Shi's watchful gaze. Reluctantly, Huamei redirected her chopsticks to grab a piece of tofu instead. Upon tasting it, she realized it lacked even the flavor of her vegetables. No wonder her health was so frail. Eating such meals regularly would surely make anyone weak. The plate of meat quickly vanished into the mouths of Lu Shuhai and Yinxing, highlighting the stark disparity in status within the family. Men clearly held far more authority than women. After finishing his meal and feeling fully satisfied, Lu Shuhai stretched lazily. "I gambled all night. I'm quite tired now. I'll go rest in my room and call for me when it's time for dinner." With that grand command, Lu Shuhai retreated to his room. After Huamei cleaned up the dishes, she was left troubled, wondering how she would spend the lengthy afternoon ahead. Would she take Wainer along? It is indeed a splendid way to pass the time. Nevertheless, Huamei is resolute in her desire to avoid returning to the room where Lu Shuhua also resides. Consequently, Huamei is confronted with a significant and perplexing dilemma. What is to be done tonight? Must she share a bed with Lu Shuhua? Last night, he had gambled the night away in town, leaving her to sleep with Wainer. However, it is clear that Lu Shuhua has no intention of venturing out this evening. What then is to be done? It seems she lacks the authority to refuse sharing a bed with him, especially considering they are a married couple with a daughter. And her mother-in-law, Madame Gu, is eagerly anticipating the arrival of a grandson. The thought sends a shiver down Huamei's spine, leaving her in a state of turmoil. Her mind is blank, unable to devise a suitable plan. Wainer clings to her side, saying, "Mother, please tell me a story. The tale of the big bad wolf and the little white rabbit was so delightful last night. I told it to Xiao Xuanzi today, and he adored it too." Huamei temporarily sets aside the matter of bedtime and leads Wainer to sit in the courtyard. Wainer fetches a small stool to sit beside her. It is a warm afternoon in early spring, with the sun casting a gentle warmth upon them, lifting Huamei's spirits. Regardless of the challenges ahead, she resolves to face them with positivity, courage, and strength. Huamei encourages herself, realizing that the predicament before her is but a trivial concern. What is there to fear? The worst outcome is already established. After all, she is Lu Shuhua's wife, and such circumstances are not insurmountable. Wainer prompts her, "Mother, please hurry and tell me." Huamei gazes down with a tender smile. "Very well. Let me tell you the story of Snow White, shall I?" Curious, Wainer immediately inquires, "What does Snow White mean? Is it the snow that falls in winter?" Huamei is amused by the child's innocence. Children are indeed angels, as they bask in the sunlight and engage in pleasant conversation. Madame Gu reappears, addressing Huamei, "I have an embroidery pattern for you to examine." Huamei is taken aback, wondering how she could possibly understand such matters. However, Madame Gu's gaze is fixed upon her, and she cannot admit her ignorance of embroidery. Bracing herself, Huamei replies, "Mother, please show me the embroidery pattern you hold." A smile breaks upon Madame Gu's face. "Huamei, your embroidery skills are exceptional. The pieces you create fetch high prices. You have been resting in bed for a few days, and I have taken on some work from the embroiderers, but I am overwhelmed. Your health should permit you to embroider a handkerchief without issue, I presume." The expression on her face suggests that failing to embroider even a handkerchief would be disastrous. Huamei silently laments. Just this morning, her sister-in-law, Yueha, mentioned her proficiency in embroidery. And now, in the afternoon, this task has fallen into her lap. What a predicament. She is utterly clueless. Chapter 14. What to do if one cannot embroider. Madame Gu, noticing Huamei staring blankly at the handkerchief without uttering a word, impatiently presses, "Speak up. What do you think of the pattern?" Huamei feigns contemplation as she inspects the handkerchief, whereupon she discerns an almost invisible lotus flower delicately traced with an exceedingly fine pen. Huamei cannot help but praise Mother. "This pattern is exquisite. I believe it will look beautiful once embroidered." Madame Gu beams at Huamei's compliment. "This design is mine. Here, you shall embroider it. Remember, it must be delivered in 2 days. It is for the daughter of Lord Zhu, who is getting married. The compensation is significantly higher than usual, so it must be executed with great precision." As Madame Gu prepares to leave after assigning the task, Huamei interjects, "Mother, I truly cannot embroider this handkerchief." Madame Gu's expression darkens, as if a storm is brewing. "What is the matter? Are you going to use the excuse of being beaten again?" Huamei indeed contemplated using that excuse, but seeing Madame Gu's stern demeanor, she refrained. Instead, she delicately explains, "Mother, it is not that I wish to shirk my responsibilities. However, this embroidery is for the daughter of Lord Zhu, with high pay and expectations. I fear my work may be inadequate and ruin this handkerchief, leading to a potential financial loss." Madame Gu is dissatisfied with Huamei's reasoning. "Your embroidery has always been meticulous. How could you possibly fail to embroider a mere handkerchief? This is simply an excuse to avoid work." At that moment, Huamei is relieved to discover that her hands bear unsightly scars, perhaps from some recent scrape. Though they do not hurt, nevertheless, the prominent marks on her fair hands are quite conspicuous. Slowly, she extends her hand toward Madame Gu, remaining silent. Madame Gu glances at it, cursing, "Why did Shuhua strike you there of all places?" She snatches the item from Huamei's hand and retreats indoors. Is this truly how one speaks? What does it mean to say he should not have hit her in such a vital spot? It seems Madame Gu is more concerned about the loss of potential income from embroidery than her daughter's well-being. Huamei grits her teeth in frustration at this despicable woman. Wanner, sensing Huamei's agitation, gently tugs at her sleeve. "Mother." Huamei quickly composes herself, offering a reassuring smile to Wanner. "It's all right, dear. Mother will continue the story for you." As Huamei deftly alters the familiar tale of Snow White to suit Wanner's understanding, she gently pats her back. Wanner, still a child, listens to Huamei's soothing voice under the warm sun, eventually drifting off to sleep on Huamei's lap. After a while, Huamei notices Wanner has fallen silent and, upon looking down, sees the little one has indeed succumbed to slumber, a small droplet of saliva at the corner of her mouth. Huamei smiles softly, then rises, intending to carry Wanner to bed. However, the thought of Lu Shuhua still being in their room sends a wave of hesitation through her, causing her steps to falter. Yet, she cannot allow the child to sleep on her lap indefinitely. With determination, Huamei cradles Wanner and makes her way toward the room. Before she reaches the door, Yueha peeks out from inside, seeing Huamei holding the sleeping child. She quickly suggests, "Sister-in-law, why don't you let Wanner sleep on my bed? Brother despises being disturbed while he sleeps, and if Wanner rolls over and wakes him, he will surely become irate." Huamei pauses, realizing why Wanner often seems timid when speaking of her father. It appears Lu Shuhua has a fearsome temper, even towards his own daughter. It is no wonder he is quick to scold Huamei. She sighs inwardly, carrying Wanner into Yueha's room. Yueha's space is somewhat smaller, furnished simply with a bed and a dressing table, along with 2 round wooden stools. Huamei carefully places Wanner on the bed, removes her shoes, and tucks her under the covers. She moves gently, fearful of waking the child. Wanner slightly opens her eyes and softly calls, "Mother." Believing her movements have disturbed Wanner, Huamei halts her actions. After calling out, Wanner turns over and drifts back into a deep, sweet slumber. Huamei breathes a sigh of relief. She thought she had awakened her. It turns out Wanner was merely murmuring in her dreams. It is a universal trait among children to call for their mothers in their sleep. Huamei feels an overwhelming tenderness for her little one, wondering, "Oh, Wanner, are you a gift from the heavens?" At that hazy moment of waking, the first sound I heard was your voice, and the first face I beheld was yours. In my moments of solitude and despair, you were the light that guided me through the long night. From this day forth, I shall be your true mother, for my love for you knows no bounds. The absence of children had once been my greatest regret, yet now, how splendid it is to have a delightful and obedient daughter at hand. Yueha is currently embroidering her handkerchief, and as I glance over, I see, just as she had mentioned, that she has crafted a single complete petal and is now working on the second. With a sigh, Yueha laments, "Oh, sister-in-law, why must women be skilled in embroidery? I truly lack talent in this area. Despite my lengthy efforts, I remain unable to produce intricate patterns, only managing to replicate the simple designs my mother provided. In my heart, I ponder my own complete ignorance of embroidery, feeling unqualified to offer her consolation. However, I must feign encouragement. Yueha, take your time and be patient. You are still quite young. When I was your age, I was even less adept. May God forgive my kind-hearted fib. Little did I know when I truly learned the craft of embroidery, merely fabricating words to comfort Yueha. Yet, she took my words to heart, responding with excitement. Sister-in-law, is that truly the case? I nodded solemnly, adopting a demeanor that suggested my sincerity. It seems that the original me was undoubtedly a woman of integrity, or perhaps Yueha is inherently innocent. Either way, her newfound confidence, spurred by my remarks, was genuine, and she returned to her embroidery with renewed vigor. As I observed her, I could not help but feel a deep respect for the women of antiquity. How long must one labor with a needle to complete a single handkerchief? Moreover, all patterns on garments of this era were crafted in such a painstaking manner. It is truly astonishing. Despite Yueha's claims of incompetence, her embroidery, in my eyes, is quite remarkable. Here is this young girl, sitting quietly, methodically stitching away, and yet she has only completed a small petal after such a lengthy effort. I'm once again in awe. Watching her for a spell, I find myself growing weary. I wonder how one can endure such relentless work day in and day out without straining their eyes. My imagination wanders. What if someone were to become nearsighted during this time? Would they then wear spectacles? The thought of Yueha donning glasses elicits a chuckle from me. Attracted by my light-hearted laughter, Yueha looks up and asks, "Sister-in-law, what are you laughing about? Are you mocking my embroidery skills?" I quickly shake my head. "No, you are doing splendidly. However, you mustn't spend all your time with your head down. Your eyes need respite too. Take breaks and step outside to gaze at the sky or the distance, allowing your eyes some relaxation." Misunderstanding my intent, Yueha recalls our earlier outing and the stern reprimand we received from Mother Gu, her apprehension evident. "Sister-in-law, I cannot venture out with you. Mother will surely scold us both." The memory of Mother Gu's fierce demeanor fills her with trepidation. I chuckle softly. "Oh, dear, that is not what I meant. I merely suggested standing in the courtyard and looking up at the sky or the horizon to rest your eyes. I would never encourage you to leave. I dare not instigate another outing after being chastised so thoroughly for a mere trip to the village well. If we were to venture out again this afternoon, I shudder to think of Mother's wrath. I have come to realize that Yueha possesses a good nature, though she is timid, somewhat weak-willed, and a tad selfish. She lacks the courage to confront Mother Gu and would never speak up on my behalf in times of trouble. As for Mother Gu, she showers her son with affection, is gentle with her daughter, and treats her granddaughter, Wanner, kindly, yet she harbors disdain for her daughter-in-law. I wonder if all mothers-in-law behave this way towards their daughters-in-law. I believe I once read that in feudal society, mothers-in-law were often unkind to their daughters-in-law. And isn't there a saying that a daughter-in-law must endure hardships to eventually become a mother-in-law herself? After years of toiling as a dutiful daughter-in-law, she finally rises to the status of mother-in-law, only to exert her authority over the next generation. Chapter 15. The Art of Conversation after hearing my words. Yueha finally feels at ease. She rises, setting aside her work, and we walk together into the courtyard. Observing the barren space, I feel a sense of disappointment. It seems so empty. Why not plant a few flowers or trees? Even a few blades of grass would suffice. Yueha, noticing my scrutiny, asks curiously, "Sister-in-law, What are you looking at? Following my gaze, she sees nothing has changed in the courtyard. What has captured your attention so? I casually remark, Yueha, why hasn't our courtyard been adorned with flowers? At this, Yueha suddenly appears distressed. Sister-in-law, you can speak of this in my presence, but please, do not let my brother hear. What does this have to do with Lu Shuwei? I am tempted to scratch my head in confusion, but I restrain myself, recognizing the impropriety of such a gesture. Living in ignorance and uncertainty is truly stifling. One cannot speak freely for fear of revealing something amiss. At this moment, I am filled with questions, but dare not voice them. Clearly, there is a reason for Yueha's apprehension. Yet I know that any inquiry on my part would only arouse her suspicion, leading her to question why I am so uninformed. Fortunately, Yueha takes it upon herself to explain. Our courtyard once flourished with flowers. In the days when my father was alive, he loved tending to plants and filled the courtyard with pots of blooms. However, after his passing, my brother, who has a penchant for drinking and gambling, began selling the flowers to procure money for his vices. Over time, every last blossom was sold. With a sigh, she concludes, revealing her grievances towards her wayward brother. Listening intently, I reflect on the family's circumstances during my father-in-law's lifetime. It seems they were not always so destitute. Lu Shuwei, disinterested in education or other means of livelihood, squandered his days in drink and gambling. Who then sustains this household? Yueha and Yunsheng are still quite young and can be excused from such burdens. It must fall upon Mother Gu and the original me to earn a modest living through embroidery. No wonder Mother Gu was so distraught when she learned of my injury. My hands are indispensable to our livelihood. This realization fills me with dread for the future. The excuse of being unable to embroider due to my injury will only last a few days. Eventually, I will need a more plausible reason, for this household relies on my work. What a glaring flaw this is. In my contemplation, I struggle to devise a plan to address this predicament. With a heavy sigh, I set the matter aside for the moment. Perhaps I shall simply take it one step at a time, for surely a path will reveal itself. For now, I am free from immediate worries. Observing the shifting expressions on Yueha's face, I mistakenly assume she is lamenting the loss of the flowers. Sister-in-law, it is no great loss that our courtyard lacks flowers. Do not let it trouble you. What troubles me more is that my brother is on the verge of selling off our household belongings. He needs to be counseled. What? Lu Shuwei is selling our possessions? I am astounded, realizing that this explains our meager living conditions. Aside from the bed, the house is nearly empty. He is indeed the epitome of a prodigal son. My indignation towards this irresponsible husband grows with every thought. Yueha continues, no one dares to challenge my brother's temper. Just a few days ago, sister-in-law, you were beaten for advising him against gambling. Now, even mother is reluctant to speak against him. I furrow my brow and inquire, Yueha, has your brother always possessed such a temper? Realizing her careless words only after they were spoken, one cannot help but wonder how such thoughts could have been voiced so casually. Yueha found herself ensnared in her own reminiscences, oblivious to Huamei's slip of the tongue, and inadvertently divulged matters concerning Lu Shuwei. Huamei's ears perked up immediately. It was crucial to listen intently, for many were aware of the family circumstances. In the past, the eldest brother was not as he is now. Their father, while alive, often instructed the elder and younger brothers in their studies. After several unsuccessful attempts at the local examinations, the eldest brother lost his resolve to continue his education. He then fell in with a group of dubious friends, spending his days gambling in the town. When their funds were exhausted, he resorted to selling family possessions. When he won, he returned with a beaming smile. But when he lost, his wrath was unleashed upon his wife. Huamei quickly grasped the underlying implications. It was no wonder that Huamei bore both fresh and old wounds. The despicable man deserved nothing less than her scorn. A surge of indignation coursed through her as she envisioned taking a stick to that wretched man. Huamei, how could you have ever been drawn to such a heartless creature? Yueha, sensing the delicate nature of the topic, chose to remain silent, fearing it might upset Huamei. However, Huamei, with a coaxing tone, encouraged Yueha to elaborate. Yueha, does mother not concern herself with your elder brother? It was Yueha's youthful innocence that emboldened Huamei to pose such a question. Had it been the astute and perceptive little uncle, Huamei would never have dared to broach this subject. Yueha looked at Huamei in surprise. Sister-in-law, your question is quite peculiar. Are you not aware? Mother often speaks of the eldest brother, yet he refuses to listen. They have argued over this, and now mother is hesitant to mention him. Huamei feigned ignorance. Of course. I am aware. I merely asked casually. Yueha did not dwell on it further and remarked, Sister-in-law, I have been resting outside for quite a while. I shall return to embroider a handkerchief, as mother has urged me to complete it promptly. Huamei nodded, intending to accompany Yueha indoors to check if Wanner had awakened. Just as they were about to leave, a coarse shout echoed from outside. Shuhua, a rather unsavory-looking man, sauntered in. He appeared to be in his 20s, of short stature, with a slightly dark complexion and a countenance that exuded mischief, unmistakably a ne'er-do-well. Huamei was unaware of his identity and dared not speak. Yueha, however, recognized him clearly and addressed him. Cousin, have you come to summon my brother again? He has just eaten and is currently napping. You should go alone. This man was indeed Lu Yueha's cousin, which explained the familiarity between them. The youth chuckled slyly. Yueha, go fetch your brother. Yesterday was a stroke of good fortune. Today we must try our luck again. Who knows, perhaps today will be even better. This epitomized a compulsive gambler's mindset. Should they lose, they would seek ways to recover. And should they win, they would yearn for even more. Such a cycle inevitably led to further losses. Yueha refused. When my brother is asleep, he is at his angriest. If I call him, I am certain to be scolded, so I shall not go. The youth's gaze then fell upon Huamei. Wanner's mother. I must trouble you to go. Huamei felt his gaze roving over her, making her uncomfortable. It was apparent he was not a gentleman of good character. Gushi, hearing the commotion outside, emerged and frowned upon seeing her nephew. Lai Shun, what brings you here at this hour? Clearly, she harbored little affection for her nephew. Aunt. Lai Shun responded casually. I came to call Shuhua out for a bit. Gushi's expression soured. Shuhua was out all night yesterday and is now sleeping. You should go entertain yourself. The very thought that her son was led astray by this nephew filled Gushi with ire. It was a common maternal fault to blame others for their children's shortcomings. How could Lu Shuhua's gambling habits be solely attributed to his companions? Lai Shun, showing little respect for his aunt, boldly declared, I will wake Shuhua myself, and proceeded into Lu Shuhua's room. Gushi, feeling powerless, stomped her foot in frustration and followed him. Yueha, unwilling to return to her embroidery, accompanied Gushi. Huamei pondered for a moment before following suit, hoping to glean further insights from their conversations. Lai Shun kicked open the door and bellowed, Brother Shuhua, rise and shine. Lu Shuhua, initially facing away, was roused by the noise and, true to Yueha's words, was irritable as he grumbled. Do you not see that I am trying to sleep? Who is making such a racket? Lai Shun, undeterred by Lu Shuhua's morning grumpiness, approached the bed and gave him a tug. It's me. Lu Shuhua, upon realizing it was his cousin, instantly brightened. Lai Shun, is that you? Lai Shun, with a mischievous grin, suggested. Shuhua, yesterday was lucky. Let's go try our luck again today. Surely we will win big. Lu Shuhua sprang up eagerly, hastily dressing himself. Gushi, watching anxiously, urged, Shuhua, you gambled all night. You should rest today. Staying up late is detrimental to your health. Huamei observed this exchange and noted Gushi's indirect plea to deter Lu Shuhua from gambling, masking her concern for his health. It seemed the fierce matriarch had softened considerably in front of her son. However, it remained to be seen whether Lu Shuhua would heed her words. Indeed, Lu Shuhua, displaying impatience, retorted, Mother, do not concern yourself so much. Lai Shun and I are leaving. Seeing her son's resolve, Gushi felt a surge of frustration, and as Lu Shuhua and Lai Shun stepped outside, she redirected her anger towards Huamei. Why did you not say anything when Shuhua went out to gamble? Could you not have convinced him to stay? Huamei, feeling unjustly accused, thought it absurd to bear the blame for Lu Shuhua's choices. Mother, Shuhua does not heed your words. How could he possibly listen to mine? If I were to say anything, I fear he might strike me again. Her seemingly submissive words carried an undercurrent of schadenfreude, implying that since Gushi could not control her son, it was even less within her power. Huamei secretly hoped Lu Shuhua would remain out gambling and never return, as she wished to avoid seeing him altogether. Gushi was momentarily speechless, left to ponder her son's rebellious nature, a wave of sorrow washing over her. Yueha, noticing Gushi's distress, stepped forward. Mother, do not be upset. This has been Shuhua's demeanor for quite some time. Let him be. Gushi sighed. If I continue to indulge him, he may well squander everything we own. What a calamity it is to have such a wayward son. Turning her face away, tears glistened at the corners of her eyes. Huamei felt a pang of compassion. Since her arrival in this world, she had only encountered Gu Shi's fierce and unreasonable side. Yet, who could blame the grieving widow, whose hopes were pinned solely on her son, who had become a source of disappointment? Witnessing Gu Shi's tears resonated deeply within Huamei, evoking her own sentiments of sorrow. In the traditional context, a woman was expected to follow her father, husband, and, in the absence of both, her son. With her husband gone, Gu Shi had no choice but to place all her hopes upon her wayward son. Lu Yunsheng, still in his youth, finds himself burdened by a father, Lu Shuhua, who not only fails to support the family, but also resorts to selling their possessions for gambling and drinking. It is no wonder that Gu Shi feels such profound sorrow. In this moment, Huamei's heart swells with sympathy for Gu Shi. Yet, upon reflection, she realizes her own plight is even more tragic. Lu Shuhua is now her husband. And what kind of life can she expect with such a partner? Simply avoiding beatings and insults would be a significant improvement. The pressing task at hand is to understand the local customs and environment before making further plans. She wonders if there exists a notion of divorce in this place. Wiping away her tears, Gu Shi turns to Yuehe and asks, "How is your handkerchief coming along?" Yuehe replies cautiously, "I've already embroidered 2 petals. I will return to the room to continue working on it." Gu Shi nods in satisfaction. "You may go ahead." Then she turns to Huamei, instructing, "Come with me." Huamei internally groans, fearing what task she will be assigned next. It is clear that it will not be anything pleasant. She is not afraid of hard work. Rather, she dreads being given a chore like embroidery, which she knows nothing about. She will have to come up with a clever excuse to avoid it. Alas, the burden of her situation weighs heavily on her. Slowly, Huamei follows Gu Shi. After a short while, Gu Shi looks back and sees Huamei trailing behind, which displeases her. "Can you not move any faster? You seem unusually sluggish today. You are not usually so slow in your tasks." Startled, Huamei hastily quickens her pace, noticing they are heading towards Lu Yunqing's room. Last night, in the darkness, she had not paid much attention, but now she observes that Lu Yunqing's room is indeed the finest in the house. While it lacks exquisite furniture, it is filled with shelves of books. By the window stand a writing desk adorned with ink, paper, and brushes. Yinsheng sits at the desk, engrossed in a book. Huamei thinks to herself that this young boy exhibits remarkable patience, spending his days absorbed in literature, rarely seen outside except for meals. In contrast to Lu Shuhua, Lu Yunqing's diligence and thirst for knowledge are particularly admirable. Upon noticing Gu Shi and Huamei entering, Yinsheng does not stir, but simply raises his head to call out, "Mother," elder sister-in-law, before returning his gaze to the book. Huamei muses to herself about the lack of manners in this child, who does not even rise to greet them. It appears he has been spoiled by Gu Shi. However, Gu Shi seems unfazed and even appreciates Yunqing's dedication. With a smile, Gu Shi addresses him, "Yinsheng, I see your room has not been cleaned in quite some time. Today, let your elder sister-in-law tidy it up." "What?" Huamei exclaims in surprise. "Mother, that hardly seems appropriate. How can an elder sister-in-law be expected to clean her younger brother-in-law's room? It seems unreasonable in both sentiment and logic." Gu Shi, impatient, retorts, "What is inappropriate about it? If you were capable of embroidery, I would not have to work so hard to finish this order due in 2 days. You refuse to help clean Yunqing's room, and I see your courage has indeed grown." As Gu Shi prepares to launch into a lengthy reprimand, Huamei quickly intervenes. "Mother, I mean no offense. I will tidy up right away, so do not worry. Perhaps you can check on my progress later. I assure you I will not be lazy." Gu Shi huffs, "You had better not." Then, turning kindly to Yinsheng, she adds, "Yinsheng, after reading for so long, you must be tired. Why not take a break outside while your elder sister-in-law tidies up? You can return later." The swift change in Gu Shi's demeanor astonishes Huamei. Yinsheng nods, setting down his book and exiting with Gu Shi, leaving Huamei alone to play the role of a maid. Watching the mother and son depart cheerfully to chat in the yard, Huamei seethes inwardly. Why must she be the one to clean her room? Once again, she grits her teeth in frustration, knowing she can only grumble silently. There is no choice but to comply. Sighing, she resolves to begin cleaning. For soon the dreaded mother-in-law will come to inspect her work. With Gu Shi's stern face in mind, Huamei springs into action. First, she sweeps the floor. Fortunately, the room is not particularly large, and she finishes quickly. After disposing of the rubbish in the courtyard, she heads to the kitchen to find a cloth and basin. As Yinsheng sees Huamei entering his room with the basin, he calls out, "Elder sister-in-law, please be careful not to wet my books." What an unreasonable demand. Huamei mutters under her breath, "I understand." Seeing Huamei busily working, Gushi feels a measure of relief and resumes her conversation with Yinsheng. Huamei strains her ears, eager to glean what they are discussing. After all, any information she can acquire might prove useful. Chapter 17. Accompanying studies. Gushi first inquires about Yinsheng's studies, to which he responds earnestly, "Mother, I have read most of the books at home. However, many of them I barely understand. It would be best to have a teacher guide me, for studying without proper instruction might make it difficult for me to pass next year's provincial examination." Gushi understands this all too well, yet she sighs, "I had hoped to find you a teacher, but our current financial situation makes it impossible to afford one. If only your father were still alive. He was the most renowned scholar in several villages." Mentioning her deceased husband brings a wave of sorrow over Gushi. Observing her sadness, Yinsheng quickly reassures her, "Mother, I will manage to study on my own. I learned to read alongside father, so I can recognize most characters and comprehend their meanings. If I encounter difficulties, I will ponder over them, and if I still do not understand, I will ask my elder brother." Gushi scoffs, "Your elder brother has long since forgotten what it means to be a scholar. All that occupies his mind now are dice. What is the point of asking him?" The thought of Lu Shuhua darkens Gushi's mood, and her expression sours. Suddenly, Yinsheng recalls Huamei. "Perhaps I could ask elder sister-in-law for help. She is quite learned and surely knows more than I do." Gushi hesitates. It seems inappropriate for a younger brother to frequently consult his elder sister-in-law. It could lead to gossip. There are indeed many gossips in the village, and if they learn of this, it could stir up a great deal of unwelcome chatter. Listening from inside, Huamei wishes to interject, "I do not mind at all. The daily toil is exhausting, and spending time helping Yinsheng study would be a pleasant diversion. Moreover, with no opportunity to explore outside, books serve as the best means to understand the world. Among all the volumes, there must be historical texts, which would provide excellent discussion material with Yinsheng." A smile spreads across Huamei's face as she envisions this scenario, silently urging Yinsheng to persuade his mother. Although anxious, she knows this is not the right moment to speak up. Any interruption would likely result in a scolding from Gushi and could backfire. Thus, she remains silent, listening intently. Indeed, Yinsheng speaks up, "Mother, elder sister-in-law has been part of our family for 5 years since she married into the Liu household. To me, she's no different than family. I have no fear of what others might say." Yinsheng speaks with the poise of an adult, far from the demeanor expected of a 14-year-old. Gushi glances at Yinsheng, who seems somewhat oblivious, and expresses her concern, "But you are of marrying age now. I worry this may tarnish your reputation." Yinsheng frowns at the mention of his future. "Mother, given our current situation, I have no inclination to consider marriage. Let us postpone the discussion for a few more years." Yinsheng's greatest aspiration at present is to diligently pursue his studies and achieve success in the provincial examination, subsequently obtaining the title of scholar. Huamei, listening from within the room, silently nodded, recognizing the wisdom in these words. Currently, the family relies solely on Gu's and Huamei's embroidery work to make ends meet. They are incapable of providing Yinsheng with the means to attend a private school or hire a tutor, let alone contemplate marriage. The expenses associated with a bride price are likely substantial, akin to the modern understanding of marriage. Without financial resources, how can one wed? In ancient times, the expectations were likely even more stringent. Gu felt delighted by Yunxing's ambition, her face brightening with a renewed smile. "Very well. Let it be, as you say. Your sister-in-law shall accompany you daily in your studies. After all, she has been unwell and is unable to engage in other tasks. It will serve her well to rest." Saying this, she called Huamei out. Huamei suppressed her inner joy, fully aware of Gu's intentions for summoning her, yet feigning ignorance. "Mother, what do you require of me? The room is still not tidied up." Gu instructed, "For the next few days, you need not engage in embroidery. Instead, accompany Yunsheng in his studies. Should he encounter any difficulties, assist him in understanding." Huamei feigned surprise, thinking to herself that her acting skills could rival those of an Oscar-winning actress. Such a natural expression. However, she still needed to fetch water every morning, return to clean the courtyard, and prepare meals. At this moment, she had to negotiate her responsibilities. Hoping to lighten her load, Regardless, a little less work would be a blessing. Gu shot her a stern look. What is there to delay? Yinxing does not require your constant presence. He will study independently. Surely you are not expected to turn the pages for him? You may visit him in his room when you are free. Huamei's expression soured. Gu was indeed adept at delegating tasks. Not a moment of respite was permitted. It seemed that she was to take on yet another duty of companionship and study. She had hoped to seize the opportunity to rest. Eventually, she managed to postpone her embroidery tasks, considering it a small victory. Huamei steeled herself, realizing that certain matters still needed addressing. Mother, it is not that I am unwilling to accompany Yunsheng in his studies, but I fear that such a situation may raise suspicions regarding our reputations. If anyone were to gossip, how will we respond? This point needed to be made clear. She did not wish to bear the blame later. Huamei had already experienced Gu's tendency to misplace blame, and it seemed that, regardless of the fault, Gu would attribute the error to another. If rumors were to arise in the future, she must ensure that she was not held accountable, for she would be an innocent victim of circumstance. Gu waved her hand dismissively. We are all family. What gossip could outsiders possibly spread? Very well, this matter is settled. Now, continue with your cleaning, and remember to organize the books on the shelf. With that, another task was assigned. Huamei had scarcely a moment to sigh before she returned to her duties. This relentless woman seemed to derive satisfaction from keeping her occupied. Not a moment of rest was afforded to her, truly. At last, the room was tidied to a satisfactory state, just as Yunxing entered. He quietly approached the table to read, and Huamei refrained from speaking, focusing instead on arranging the books on the shelf. Yunsheng remarked, Sister-in-law, many of those books were left by my father. They're quite old, so please handle them with care to avoid damaging the pages. Huamei replied, Understood. It was surprising to discover that this young boy held such esteem for books. As she gently organized the shelf, she began to examine the volumes. Indeed, as Yunsheng had stated, many of the books appeared rather worn. Numerous pages had already come loose, compelling her to arrange them carefully. Glancing at a few pages, she attempted to read from top to bottom and right to left. This reading style was quite foreign to her. Strangely, she found that many obscure phrases were readily comprehensible, as if their meaning spontaneously surfaced in her mind. What could account for this? Huamei was certain she had rarely encountered such literature before. In her distant university days, she had studied classical Chinese texts, but at that time, it was merely to prepare for examinations, lacking any profound understanding. So, what was the nature of her current situation? Could it be that her consciousness had not entirely faded? This might explain the inexplicable timidity she felt in Gu's presence and the affection that surged within her when she saw Wanner. Pondering these thoughts proved fruitless. She chose to attribute her experience to this notion. What remnants from this body might still linger? It seemed there were no indications of any lingering household skills. Tasks such as kindling a fire, sweeping, and fetching water remained utterly unfamiliar. Especially the vexing embroidery. She could scarcely comprehend it. How could this be explained? Was it a case of selective memory retention? Her thoughts became increasingly muddled, causing her head to ache. Huamei decided to abandon this line of inquiry. After all, comprehending these texts was immensely beneficial to her. There was no need to delve deeper into the matter. If she were unable to understand, and Yunsheng subsequently inquired about related topics, she would surely reveal her ignorance. Thank goodness. With this in mind, Huamei felt a burgeoning anticipation for her days ahead. Reading to pass the time was far preferable to sitting idly, lost in disjointed thoughts. Chapter 18. The Laundry Chronicles. That night, Lu Shuhai once again failed to return home. Upon learning this the next morning, Gu was incensed, consuming only half a bowl of rice before tossing down her chopsticks in frustration. Huamei, on the other hand, felt quite content, having enjoyed a restful sleep alongside Wanner. Reflecting on her previous life in the modern world, when her husband frequently returned home late, she often found herself alone, waiting in an empty bed until dawn. Now, though living conditions were considerably poorer, she was blessed with the delightful company of her daughter. Embracing the small form, Huamei had never felt such a sense of security in slumber. Suddenly, she realized that her current circumstances were not so dire after all. Regardless of her family's treatment of her, she was surrounded by so many individuals, far better than the solitude of her past. Huamei finally accepted the reality of her existence in this new family, understanding that everything has dual aspects. With every gain, there is a loss, and vice versa. It all depended on her perspective. Given the situation, it was paramount to live with strength and optimism. What use was there in lamenting fate? The most important thing was to exist in the present. With this new mindset, Huamei felt an overwhelming sense of relief and happiness, allowing her first genuine smile since her arrival in this unfamiliar realm to bloom. Alas, this smile was ill-timed. For Gu, still in a foul mood over her son's absence, happened upon Huamei's beaming expression and instantly lashed out. Your husband has not returned home for the night, and you still find the heart to smile. What on earth are you thinking? Huamei forced herself to maintain her composure, meeting Gu's gaze with calmness. Mother, my joy stems from feeling somewhat better. My injuries have begun to heal. As for my husband, I do not wish for him to be absent. But what can I do? Convincing her was no simple task. It was unclear just how profoundly the original Huamei feared Gu. Upon encountering Gu's gaze, her body instinctively reacted. Her hands trembled, her heart tightened, and her head lowered involuntarily. Huamei took a deep breath, gradually calming her nerves, and bravely faced Gu. Noticing her daughter-in-law's uncharacteristic poise, Gu seemed taken aback and chose not to press further. Huamei felt a surge of triumph. In her modern life, she had been a psychologist, well-versed in the psychological implications of body language. At that moment, her demeanor conveyed the truth of her words. Gu was evidently taken aback. Huamei regarded this as a small victory in the ongoing struggle between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, realizing that gradually altering her position within the household was indeed feasible. Of course, such changes must occur subtly. An abrupt transformation would surely arouse suspicion among the others. Gu's mood was rather gloomy, and Yueha dared not utter more than a word. After their meal, she took Wanner into the room to play. Naturally, Huamei was responsible for tidying up the dishes. Once the courtyard was swept clean, Huamei took the initiative to fetch water from the village head. For some unknown reason, Gu suddenly felt a pang of conscience and called out to Huamei. Curiously, Huamei set down the bucket and asked, Mother, is there something you need? I must hurry to fetch water, or I fear I won't fill a tub by noon. Gu replied, Forget it, your shoulder is still healing. If you go out to fetch water, Guixiang will surely criticize me for not caring for you. Today, stay home and wash the clothes instead. Do not venture outside. Huamei felt a surge of joy. She had been worried about how to carry such a heavy bucket back. Washing clothes at home seemed much easier. However, her smile faded upon seeing a large basin full of clothes. Surely, not all of the family's garments were in there. Good heavens, how long would this take? Gu pointed at the soap and said, Use the soap sparingly and wash with your hands. Also, conserve the water at home. I will go fetch some. Left alone, Huamei sighed heavily, preparing to wash the clothes. Squatting in front of the large wooden basin, her legs ached, so she fetched a small stool from inside, which offered some relief. Washing the clothes thoroughly while being restricted on water and soap was indeed a burdensome task. After a while, Huamei felt her back and hands ache. In the past, she had always used a fully automatic washing machine. This primitive hand washing was truly exhausting. Huamei's mind began to wander. If only some women who complained about their lives could be transported back to ancient times, let them experience the daily struggles of ancient women. The results would be remarkable. They would never again find life burdensome. How she longed for the days filled with televisions, computers, running water, and washing machines. And oh, how she missed having a flush toilet. This was yet another aspect Huamei found difficult to adapt to. The red-painted wooden toilet in the room gave her an inexplicable sense of discomfort. Even with the lid closed, it still emitted a faint, unpleasant odor. Alas, all would require time for adjustment. She doubted she had the ability to create a flushing toilet. Her former self had merely been an ordinary modern woman. Although she was a psychologist, most of her time was spent listening to women lamenting trivial grievances and offering timely advice. To the outside world, her profession seemed mysterious and noble, but in reality, it was nothing extraordinary. Having lived a life of comfort, she had been a pampered daughter before marrying Xiangdong. In many household chores, she had only learned gradually afterward. How could she emulate the resourceful, time-traveling women who managed to accomplish so much? It seemed wiser to simply wash the clothes quietly. During this time, Gu returned with water and noticed Huamei still struggling with the laundry. Unhappily, she remarked, Why haven't you finished? At this pace, it will surely be dark before all the clothes are washed. Huamei forced a smile and replied, Yes. I will work faster and ensure the laundry is done before noon. After a few more admonitions, Gu resumed her task of carrying water. Once Gu turned her back, Huamei dared to show her true feelings of disdain. How could she possibly finish so many clothes in such a short time? It was absurd for Gu to criticize her speed. Moreover, there were still clothes from the previous night that needed washing. Huamei stood up to retrieve them from her room. Upon exiting, she unexpectedly encountered the downcast face of Lu Shuhua. He seemed to have lost money again, she surmised, but chose to ignore him and continued washing the clothes on her stool. She had no desire to engage with him. If she asked a question, he might unleash his frustrations upon her again. Huamei thought it was likely that all of his injuries stemmed from such confrontations, so she resolved to be cautious. To her surprise, even her silence attracted Lu Shuhua's ire. "Wife, did you not see your husband return? Why do you not even glance my way or say a word?" It was pure provocation. Without looking up, Huamei responded, "Husband, you are back." Wasn't that enough? There was no need to engage with someone so unreasonable. Lu Shuhua huffed. "Why do you not raise your head when you speak? Do you not wish to see me?" Huamei paused, suppressing her desire to retaliate. She raised her head and said, "Husband, do you not see that I am washing clothes? Mother asked me to finish this large tub of laundry before noon. If I do not hurry, I fear I will not complete it in time. I assure you, I have no intention of disrespecting you." Lu Shuhua could find no further reason to unleash his anger, and, with a belly full of frustration, stormed off to Lu Yunqing's room. Yunqing gasped, "Elder brother, what are you doing with my books?" Startled, Huamei quickly set down the clothes and rushed to Yunqing's room to see what was happening. She found Lu Shuhua rifling through the bookshelf, turning it into chaos. Huamei felt a pang of sorrow, knowing she would have to tidy up once again. She was bewildered by what Lu Shuhua was searching for. Yinsheng, who cherished his books, was also growing angry. "Elder brother, what are you looking for?" Lu Shuhua replied, "Father had many precious ancient books. Where have they gone? There's a bookstore in town that buys such books at high prices. I thought I might find some to sell." So he was looking for ancient books to sell. Yunqing's face contorted with anger. "Elder brother, the books in this house were collected by our father during his lifetime. Many were acquired when he worked as a clerk in the government. They are irreplaceable treasures. How can you even think of selling them? Stop this at once." Yunqing's words only served to infuriate Lu Shuhua further. "Books are dead, people are alive. Why can't I sell them for money? When I have money, I can buy them back." As he spoke, Lu Shuhua seemed to discover something, pulling out a few books with excitement. "These are the ones." Yunsheng rushed forward, snatching the books from Lu Shuhua's grasp. "Elder brother, you cannot take these. Give them back to me." Lu Shuhua, being taller and stronger, easily reclaimed the books. In a fit of desperation, Yunsheng clung to Lu Shuhua, refusing to let go, and shouted to Huamei, sister-in-law, "Quickly take the books from elder brother." Huamei was taken aback. She had not anticipated being drawn into this conflict. Regretting her decision to observe, she found herself at a loss. Should she intervene and seize the books, or ignore Yunqing's pleas? It was a dilemma. Although she disapproved of Lu Shuhua's actions, she was wary of his violent past and did not wish to provoke him further. If he turned on her, she feared there would be no recourse for her grievances. Seeing Huamei remain motionless, Yunsheng grew frantic. "Sister-in-law, please come quickly." Lu Shuhua, smugly, remarked, "Yunsheng, let go of me. Your sister-in-law would never dare lay a hand on me." Just as Huamei had resolved to retreat quietly, Lu Shuhua's words ignited a sudden surge of anger within her. With an unexpected burst of courage, she stepped forward and snatched the books from Lu Shuhua's hands. Realizing too late that his grip had faltered, Lu Shuhua erupted, "You wretched woman, how dare you?" Huamei thought to herself that now that she had acted, she could not back down. "Yunsheng is right. These books are our father's legacy and cannot be sold. Your gambling is already wrong. How can you justify taking family possessions to pawn for money?" Lu Shuhai, filled with rage, leaped 3 feet into the air. "You've gone too far. Today, I shall undoubtedly strike you down." Huamei, startled, retreated 2 steps. Yunsheng, lacking the strength of Lu Shuhai, was soon freed from his grip. Lu Shuhai's fair face appeared grotesque as he advanced step by step towards Huamei. "Your audacity has truly grown. It seems the lesson I imparted a few days ago was insufficient. Today, I shall ensure you awaken from this delusion." In her fear, Huamei suddenly found her composure and gazed at the approaching man, both familiar and foreign. She stated clearly, "Is your sole ability to strike women?" Lu Shuhai was taken aback, never expecting Huamei to respond with such defiance rather than the usual pleas for mercy. He stood merely 2 steps away from her, capable of pulling her close, yet chose instead to sneer. "What did you just say?" Dare to repeat it? Huamei looked directly into Lu Shuhai's eyes and articulated each word deliberately. I asked, "Is your only skill to hit women?" Lu Shuhai, in his fury, surprisingly laughed. "Very well, today I shall engage you in a proper debate, and once you're done, I shall not hesitate to strike." Huamei chuckled in return. "Lu Shuhai, if you have the courage, then strike me dead. Living under such torment with you is sheer agony. Do you think I wish to continue this existence?" These words slipped from her lips, sending a chill through her heart. Was this truly the voice of Huamei's innermost feelings? Had she lost the will to live, allowing her spirit to wander aimlessly? Oddly, although the voice emanated from her own mouth, it felt as though it were spoken by another. "In our youth, we were enamored, cherishing each other. I rejected many suitors to marry you. Yet, Lu Shuhai, how have you treated me? I toil day and night without complaint, yet you resort to violence, never truly regarding me as your wife. Do you recall your vow? Only wish for a soulmate, never to part in old age. This was your promise to me. Have you upheld it?" In a daze, Huamei suddenly envisioned a scene from the past. The youthful Lu Shuhai, hand in hand with the gentle and lovely Huamei, vowing to cherish her for a lifetime, never to part. Was this the sweetness of their past love? Yet after marriage, that love began to fade. Lu Shuhai, captivated by gambling, spent days away from home, mingling with dubious companions, drinking and visiting brothels when fortune favored him, and returning home in fury to strike Huamei, taking valuable possessions to sell. In less than 3 years, the Lu household was left in ruins. After just 5 years of marriage, Huamei appeared utterly haggard. Was this Lu Shuhai's promise of love? The once beautiful and charming girl now bore the scars of despair, devoid of the courage and faith to continue living. Following a severe beating from Lu Shuhai, she lay bedridden for 3 days, and upon awakening, found herself transformed into a wandering spirit of the modern era. Where had the true Huamei gone? Lu Shuhai stood speechless, gazing at the tear-streaked face of the pitiful Huamei, losing the courage to speak. The fury that had consumed him moments before vanished without a trace. Yunsheng, observing from behind, felt a tightening in his heart. Lu Shuhai had married at merely 8 or 9 years old, yet the beautiful bride had left a profound impression on him, filling him with longing. He always hoped to find a partner like his sister-in-law to share his life. At this moment, despite Huamei's tear-stained visage, her heart was filled with astonishment, for she was certain these words were not her own. It seemed her earlier suspicions were confirmed. Remnants of consciousness lingered within her. At this moment, they surged forth unexpectedly, catching her off guard. Huamei's heart was genuinely filled with sorrow and despair, disappointment and resentment towards the man before her. In this regard, they were indeed kindred spirits. Lu Shuhai's flickering conscience finally emerged. He reached out to grasp Huamei's hand. Huamei, yet she swiftly withdrew her hand. As the one truly in control of her body was herself, and she could not allow Lu Shuhai to take advantage. Lu Shuhai sighed. "Huamei, do you truly feel this way?" His voice carried a hint of loss and regret. After all, had they not once loved each other sincerely? Huamei reclaimed her voice, speaking softly. "I only wish for you to do something worthwhile, to cease your indulgence in gambling. Our family depends on you. Do not let us down any further. Mother, Yunsheng, Yueha, Wanner, and I'll hope you follow the right path." She almost refrained from including herself, for Huamei genuinely no longer wished to be Lu Shuhai's wife. Regardless of past affections, they belonged to a different time. The current Huamei felt only disdain for him. And how could she willingly continue life by his side? At this moment, Huamei could not voice her true desires, even if she yearned for divorce. It was not a simple matter. Such decisions required careful planning, unlike modern times when a divorce is merely a matter of registration at the local office. In ancient times, this matter was treated with utmost seriousness. Women often spent their lives bound to a man, while men faced no such burdens. Wealthy men could simply marry again, while the penniless could indulge their vices when they had a bit of silver. The inherent inequality between genders persisted, with women's positions remaining lowly and unvalued. How lamentable is this wretched old society? Chapter 20. A flicker of conscience? Lu Shuhai stood in a daze for a long moment, his expression complex, uncertain if his conscience had stirred. Yunsheng could not help but interject. "Brother, sister-in-law speaks the truth. If you do not wish to pursue education and a career, that is acceptable, but you must find something constructive to do. You cannot simply live by gambling and drinking. Look at our home. It is now barren. with nothing left but these books. How can you bear to sell them? What would that mean for our late father? Lu Shuhai remained silent, as the internal struggle within him raged fiercely. Gambling, once it becomes an addiction, is a terrifying affliction akin to drug or nicotine dependency. It is not easily relinquished. Huamei understood that moderation was key, and thought that since Lu Shuhai showed signs of reflection, it might be best to let him ponder, as perhaps he could gradually amend his vices. If she continued to press, it might only provoke his anger and embarrassment. Huamei spoke gently, "Husband, why not take a moment to reflect? Yunsheng, you should return to your studies." She exchanged a glance with Yunsheng, who, perceptive and wise, quickly understood Huamei's intention and obediently returned to his books. Huamei turned to the courtyard to wash a large basin of clothes, leaving Lu Shuhai to his thoughts. Many matters cannot be resolved by others. He must come to his own realizations. Mother-in-law Gu, returning with a bucket of water, placed it down in the courtyard, complaining, "My shoulders ache terribly. Why is fetching water so laborious now? Am I truly growing old?" Huamei stifled a laugh. A woman not yet 40 already considered herself a grandmother. No wonder she lamented her age. It seemed that fetching water had always been Huamei's task, or else Gu would not have spoken so. Gu turned to Huamei, questioning, "Haven't you finished washing your clothes yet?" Her tone carried a hint of reproach. Huamei quickly replied, "I have finished. I am just preparing to hang them up. However, I am unsure where to dry them, as I have not seen a clothesline." Fortunately, Gu pointed to a slender rope strung between two wooden posts in the corner of the courtyard, and Huamei realized that was indeed meant for hanging clothes. Previously, I had seen two bare wooden stakes and could not comprehend their purpose until now, when I realized they served as the most primitive clothesline. Clothes were shaken out and hung one by one. From the garments, one could glean the economic situation of the Liu family. They were worn and drab. Even little Wanner's attire lacked vibrant hues. Gu was naturally dissatisfied and nagged, reminding them to shake out the clothes before hanging them, admonishing against laziness. Huamei nodded in response, her ears tuned elsewhere. At that moment, Lu Shuhai emerged. Gu's face brightened. "Shuhai, when did you return? Have you eaten breakfast? Let me prepare something for you." She began to head to the kitchen. Lu Shuhai replied, "No need. Mother, I'm not hungry." Noticing a large water bucket in front of Gu, he silently took it to the kitchen and poured the water into the vat, which was still not full. He automatically grabbed a yoke and headed out to fetch more water. Gu's mouth fell agape in disbelief. Had the sun risen in the west? How could her typically lethargic son be so proactive today? She involuntarily asked, "Huamei, was that person just now Shuhai?" Huamei couldn't suppress a chuckle. "Mother, of course. It was him. Surely you aren't seeing things." Gu murmured to herself. How could Shuhai willingly fetch water? This is quite unexpected. Yinsheng stepped out of the room and addressed Gu. "Mother, my elder brother just returned wanting to sell the books left by father. My sister-in-law, and I prevented him. Later, she scolded him a bit, and it seems he was somewhat swayed. When he returns, perhaps you could persuade him to find a proper job." Gu, startled yet delighted by Yinsheng's words, wondered if Lu Shuhai truly intended to turn over a new leaf. She eagerly inquired about the details. Huamei, diligently finishing the laundry, refrained from interrupting the conversation between mother and son. Her principle was that speaking too much often led to mistakes. It was better to remain silent. She regretted her earlier impulsive encounter with Lu Shuhai, fearful that he might discern any inconsistencies. After all, Lu Shuhai was her husband, and they had been married for several years. He was likely the one who understood her best. She worried whether he had begun to suspect her. As the former Huamei was inherently timid and not one to boldly express herself, why put on a facade of bravery? Huamei vowed to keep a low profile moving forward, avoiding any unnecessary attention. Gu had begun to observe her with a look of astonishment. Pretending not to notice, Huamei walked to Yue's room and called for Wanner. "Wanner, come here." Wanner scampered out with a grin, leaping into Huamei's embrace. "Mother, will you tell me a story?" "A story?" Huamei hesitated to recount fairy tales in front of Gu and Yunsheng, fearing suspicion from the adults. With a smile, she replied, "Not today, dear. Mother wishes to take you outside to play for a while." This would conveniently allow them to avoid Gu and Yunsheng. Wanner, delighted by the prospect of playing outside, skipped ahead. However, before they reached the door, Gu called out, "Come here for a moment." Huamei internally groaned, realizing she was about to be scolded. Approaching Gu, she braced herself for a reprimand. To her surprise, Gu said kindly, "Huamei, you did well today. After all, You are Shuhai's wife, and sometimes he listens to you. Look, he has voluntarily gone to fetch water today, which indicates he truly wants to amend his ways. Encourage him more, and if he chooses the right path, our family's life will improve. Huamei wanted to caution the overly optimistic Gu. Do not be blindly hopeful. Just because Lu Shuhai shows a moment of conscience does not guarantee he will change for good. A leopard cannot change its spots. That may be a bit crude, but it is a profound truth. Can Lu Shuhai really reform based solely on a few of my words? If it were that simple, he would have been persuaded long ago. Having encountered many people and situations, Huamei understood that those seeking psychological help often harbored issues, and men like Lu Shuhai, who struggled with gambling, were particularly hard to reform. Gu continued, I will go find Guixiang and ask her to speak to Huzi. Huzi works for the Song family in town. Perhaps he could help Shuhai find some work there. Gu's excitement was palpable, and Huamei refrained from dampening her spirits. Simply nodding in agreement. Who was Huzi? Given his connection to Guixiang, he must be her relative or perhaps her husband, making him Gu's nephew. Huamei pondered this quietly. Yinsheng, as if reading her thoughts, remarked, Huzi is Guixiang's younger brother, known as Yuhu. Huamei was taken aback and smiled to conceal her surprise. I momentarily forgot. Yinsheng chuckled. Sister-in-law, did you not mention that you were dazed after being struck by my elder brother, and many details escaped your memory? That is why I thought to inform you. Gu, preoccupied with her thoughts, paid little attention to the exchange between Huamei and Yinsheng, eagerly exiting. Yinsheng returned to his reading, leaving Huamei with Wanner to play in the yard. Soon, Lu Shuhai returned with the water. Huamei was unsure how to interact with him and instinctively wanted to distance herself. As Lu Shuhai approached, she felt an urge to flee. He sat on a stool and called Wanner over. Wanner, perceptive, approached him with ease, sensing his calm demeanor, and sat contentedly beside him. Huamei, observing Wanner's joyful expression near her father, felt a pang of emotion. It seemed all daughters cherished their fathers. As noon approached, Gu had yet to return. Huamei reluctantly began preparing lunch. After yesterday's practice, she had gained some experience in cooking, managing to keep the fire from extinguishing or blazing too fiercely. However, once the rice was finally cooked, she found herself in a fluster trying to manage everything alone. The pantry held little in terms of ingredients, similar to the previous day, devoid of meat. Huamei reflected on the harsh realities of poverty, without access to protein. How could she hope to gain weight? It was no wonder she appeared so frail. Thankfully, Yueha arrived to assist with the fire, allowing Huamei to breathe a sigh of relief. Where were the seasonings? After searching for a while, she confirmed that the grayish-white grains in the earthen bowl were indeed salt, a far cry from the refined, iodized salt she was accustomed to. Well, having salt was better than nothing. She found a gourd, and upon removing the lid, discovered it contained oil, likely rapeseed oil, with a strong, peculiar odor. Beyond that, nothing else. After searching extensively, she found no soy sauce, vinegar, or MSG. It seemed that during this time, the only essentials were oil and salt, explaining the blandness of the dishes. Yueha, noticing Huamei's puzzled expression, inquired, Sister-in-law, what are you looking for? Huamei awkwardly smiled. Oh, nothing in particular. She quickly began to fry the vegetables, generously pouring in half a ladle of oil. Without meat, she figured it would need more. The large pot sizzled and released smoke, leading Huamei to wish for a range hood. No more idle thoughts. After preparing the meal, Gu still had not returned. Huamei contemplated, then called to Lu Shuhai. Husband, could you please fetch mother for lunch? She hesitated to invite Guixiang, as she was unsure of her exact location. Lu Shuhai acknowledged her request and stepped outside. As fate would have it, just as I arrived at the doorstep, I encountered Madame Gu, who appeared to be in high spirits. Upon entering the house, she unexpectedly bestowed a smile upon Huamei. Huamei was taken aback, sensing that Madame Gu had returned from her outing with some promising news. With great delight, Madame Gu turned to Lu Shuhai and remarked, Shuhai, I just had a chat with your sister-in-law. You know her brother, Huji, is working at the home of Old Master Song, right? I asked Guixiang to speak on my behalf, so Huji can find some tasks for you at Song's house. Guixiang readily agreed and said we would hear back in a few days. Normally, such discussions would displease Lu Shuhai, but today he merely nodded in acknowledgement. Mother, I understand. Madame Gu, nearly brought to tears with joy, felt as though her days of hardship were finally coming to an end. She even found Huamei much more agreeable, saying, Huamei, have you prepared lunch? You've truly worked hard today. Huamei was unaccustomed to Madame Gu's pleasant demeanor, and thought perhaps she preferred the more familiar sternness of her mother-in-law. "What a wretch I am," Huamei scolded herself silently. She quickly replied with a smile, "Mother, it is the duty of a daughter-in-law to do so." The warmth and kindness that had long been absent from the Liu household brought great joy to Wanner, her face beaming with happiness. The family gathered around the table to share a meal. Liu Shuhai instinctively reached for the wine, but ultimately refrained. In her buoyant mood, Madame Gu served Liu Shuhai several helpings of food. Huamei chuckled to herself, pondering if Liu Shuhai still thought of himself as a child, when he was, in fact, a man capable of supporting a household. It was evident that Madame Gu indulged her son excessively. While affection was understandable, excessive pampering was hardly appropriate. Liu Shuhai's disposition was undoubtedly influenced by Madame Gu's leniency. As Madame Gu took a bite of her food, she suddenly felt something was amiss. "Did you prepare this meal for lunch?" she inquired. Huamei, puzzled, responded, "Yes, is there a problem? It should be fine." After tasting a few bites herself, she thought it was far more delectable than yesterday's fare. Madame Gu, displeased, retorted, "Why is there so much oil? Oil is precious. Do you not realize this?" Huamei was left speechless, realizing that using more oil in cooking could also invite criticism. Had it been any other day, Madame Gu would have scolded Huamei harshly. But considering Huamei's small contribution today, she held her tongue. After the meal, Madame Gu resumed her embroidery work, and Yueha joined her to learn the craft. Yinsheng retreated to his room to study. After tidying up, Huamei coaxed Wanner to sleep. At this tender age, a child's nutrition was paramount, yet in this household, such a simple request was nearly impossible to fulfill. Huamei sighed at the thought of lunch. If even adding more oil was an issue, she wondered how they would manage to endure future meals. Liu Shuhai entered the room. Huamei kept her head down, focusing on lulling Wanner to sleep, not wanting to engage with him. Although Liu Shuhai had been behaving well for the moment, he was akin to a ticking time bomb. One could never know when he might explode. The memories of the torment he had inflicted upon Huamei sent shivers down her spine. Liu Shuhai, sensing Huamei's subtle shift in demeanor, noted that she was no longer the docile and compliant woman who always greeted him with a smile. She had never before treated him with such indifference. Clearing his throat, Liu Shuhai asked, "Huamei, have your injuries healed somewhat?" The mention of her injuries ignited a flame of anger within Huamei, for it had not been her fault when she was struck. Without a word, she rolled up her trousers, revealing her bruised and battered calves, then pushed up her sleeves to unveil her thin arms, similarly marked by the scars of abuse. Had it not been for her reluctance to stand before him in a state of undress, Huamei would have stripped bare to showcase the extent of her injuries. Liu Shuhai had often resorted to violence against Huamei, yet had never truly observed the damage he had caused her. Now, faced with the reality of her wounds, a flicker of remorse surfaced in his heart. "I'm sorry, Huamei, Liu Shuhai found himself at a loss for words. Huamei lifted her gaze to meet Liu Shuhai's remorseful expression, contemplating the depth of his regret. A fleeting moment of softness and conscience could not suffice to assure her. Perhaps it was merely a reflection of his current mood. Who could predict whether he would resort to violence again in the future? Under Huamei's probing gaze, Liu Shuhai found himself unable to meet her eyes. What thoughts occupied his mind was a mystery to Huamei, and she felt no desire to delve deeper. He was the husband of the former Huamei, not hers. In a measured tone, Huamei addressed Liu Shuhai, "My injuries have yet to fully heal. For now, I shall sleep with Wanner." Seizing the opportunity to request separate sleeping arrangements, Huamei hoped Liu Shuhai, feeling guilty, would acquiesce. Liu Shuhai was momentarily taken aback and irritated. "I have already apologized. What more do you want from me? Do you wish to send me off to sleep elsewhere? Is that what a wife should do?" Huamei sighed, noting how quickly his conscience had faded. Continuing down this path could lead to another outburst from Liu Shuhai. A wise woman avoids immediate conflict. Thus, Huamei tempered her tone. "Husband, please do not misunderstand. I do not wish to send you away, but the pain from my injuries makes it impossible to serve you. I simply need to rest for a while until I recover completely." Huamei's gentle words softened Liu Shuhai's demeanor considerably. Unconsciously, he glanced at her arms and legs, his conscience stirring once more. He nodded in agreement. "Very well. I shall have mother prepare the empty room for me, and I will sleep there for now. However, once you are fully recovered, I shall return." Huamei nodded eagerly, fearful of Liu Shuhai's capricious nature, relieved to have temporarily averted the crisis of sharing the same bed. It would likely take at least a month or two for her injuries to heal completely. With a light heart, Huamei felt a surge of joy. Yet, she dared not display her elation, lest Lu Shuhai perceive her true feelings and become angered, jeopardizing her hard-won progress. After Lu Shuhai departed, the atmosphere in the room felt refreshingly clear. Chapter 22. The interference is unwarranted. Huamei accompanied Wanner for a nap, and, upon waking, felt rejuvenated. Looking at Wanner's slightly disheveled hair, she smiled. "Come, Wanner, let mother braid your hair again." Wanner beamed with joy, standing before Huamei and sweetly proclaiming, "Mother, I love when you do my hair. Your little buns are the prettiest, far better than what Annie does." Huamei smiled warmly. Wanner was indeed a well-behaved and charming daughter. Her sweet words melted Huamei's heart with affection. Wanner's hair fell to her shoulders. Being so young, it was not very long, making it much easier to manage than Huamei's own waist-length locks. In this era, girls grew their hair long from birth and rarely trimmed it. Huamei's hair was quite long, and she had gradually begun to adjust to this lifestyle. After a bit of effort, Huamei finally styled Wanner's hair to her satisfaction. Looking at her handiwork, Huamei nodded approvingly. It seemed she was adapting to this ancient way of life quite swiftly, in just 2 or 3 days. She had mastered the basics of domestic skills, except for that wretched embroidery, of course. Taking Wanner's hand, Huamei intended to lead her outside to bask in the sun when Madame Gu appeared at the door, startling Huamei momentarily. Realizing the expression on Madame Gu's face, she suspected it had something to do with the request for separate sleeping arrangements. With a stern demeanor, Madame Gu commanded, "Wanner, go to your aunt's room. I need to speak with your mother." Wanner obediently complied, leaving Huamei and Madame Gu in a silent standoff. Huamei feigned ignorance and inquired, "Mother, is there something you wish to discuss with your daughter-in-law?" After Gushi and Wanner had departed, Gushi remarked a moment ago, "Shu Huai requested that I tidy up the spare room in our home, stating that he intends to move in. What could this possibly mean?" By the end of her statement, Gushi's expression had turned icy. In her eyes, the notion of expelling her husband from their shared chamber was utterly preposterous, compelling her to hasten to question Huamei. Huamei mused to herself that Lu Shuhai was quite expedient in his actions. Nevertheless, she understood that she must deftly navigate the situation with her mother-in-law. "Mother, please do not be angry. Allow me to explain. I do not wish to banish my husband from our room. It is merely that I require rest due to my ill health, and I suggested that he temporarily sleep in another room. Once I have recuperated, I will certainly invite him back." Huamei's respectful response somewhat eased Gushi's demeanor. Gushi retorted, "In any case, you must remember your duties as a wife. It is your obligation to serve your husband. If he should strike you, you ought to bear it, rather than continually using it as an excuse." Huamei was tempted to retort, questioning the antiquated notion that one should endure physical abuse from a spouse. It was infuriating. She could hardly fathom that Gushi would advocate such treatment should her own daughter-in-law endure similar circumstances. Huamei's disdainful expression only served to aggravate Gushi further. "What? Do you find my words unpalatable?" she inquired. Huamei composed her features, adopting an attentive posture. "Not at all. I am merely pondering the wisdom in your words. They resonate with much sense." The disingenuousness of her own response nearly made her retch. How could one be so harsh with their daughter-in-law while indulging their own son? The more she contemplated, the more she felt a surge of resentment. Gushi continued, "Since you have married my son Shu Huai, you must regard him as your world. Although you have given birth to Wanner, she is but a girl. It is imperative that you soon conceive again, preferably a son, to carry on the Lu family line." Huamei disregarded her words, responding with a series of affirmatives. Another son? Such a preference for males. Where could one find a daughter as delightful as Wanner? One child was more than sufficient. Moreover, the mere thought of bearing another child with Lu Shuhai sent shivers down her spine. Gushi relished the sight of Huamei bowing her head in submission, believing that this was indeed the proper demeanor for a daughter-in-law. "Very well. Shu Huai shall temporarily reside in the side room for a few days, but must not be for too long, no more than 5 days. Should others learn of this, who knows what gossip might ensue? My son's dignity must be preserved," she reasoned, feeling a deep discomfort at the thought. Huamei ground her teeth in silence, vexed by her mother-in-law's intrusive meddling in the intimate affairs of her marriage. 5 days? That was far too brief. She had initially intended for Lu Shu Huai to stay in the side room for a month or two. This could not go unchallenged. Striving to maintain a respectful tone, she implored, "Mother, might you extend the timeline? 5 days seems rather short. My injuries will likely require at least a month, or perhaps half a month to heal." Upon seeing Gu Shi's widened eyes, Huamei hastily halved her request. Even then, Gu Shi remained dissatisfied. "Half a month? That is excessive. Let's settle on 10 days. We cannot allow Shu Huai to sleep apart for too long. It is not customary for spouses to be separated." Reluctantly, Huamei acquiesced. 10 days it was. Further negotiations could provoke Gu Shi's ire and risk reducing the time frame back to 5 days, which would be a disadvantage. Gu Shi added, "I have tidied up the side room a bit. You should take the time to clean it properly now. We cannot have Shu Huai living in discomfort." Huamei concealed her reluctance and acknowledged her mother-in-law's directive. Gu Shi finally took her leave. Huamei ambled toward the side room, familiarizing herself with the modest surroundings of the Lu household after 2 days of residence. Approaching the door, she gently pushed it open, only to find Lu Shu Huai peacefully asleep on the bed. Reflecting on what he had once said, that Lu Shu Huai could be irritable if awakened, she decided against disturbing him for the time being and retreated. With nothing pressing to attend to, Huamei chose instead to visit Yun Sheng's room in search of a book. Upon entering, she found Yun Sheng practicing his calligraphy. "Sister-in-law, I was just about to seek you out," he exclaimed with a smile. Huamei was taken aback by Yun Sheng's congenial demeanor, for it was the first time she had witnessed him speaking to her with such warmth. Her interactions with Yun Sheng had been limited, yet she had formed a preliminary impression of him as earnest and diligent, though somewhat lacking in politeness. His usual demeanor was rather brusque, making his current amiability all the more surprising. "Sister-in-law," he continued, "I have encountered a few passages in my reading that I find perplexing. I would greatly appreciate your insights." Realizing he sought her counsel, Huamei felt a pang of trepidation. How much of her former knowledge remained intact? She feared that failing to answer his inquiries would lead to embarrassment. Clearing her throat, she replied, "Yun Sheng, those are matters of the past. I have read little in recent years and may not be able to answer your questions adequately." It was likely that after marriage, her life had been consumed by domestic chores, leaving little time for literary pursuits. Yun Sheng, momentarily taken aback, had heard of Huamei's literacy prior to her marriage, but was not well acquainted with her capabilities. Seeing her speak modestly, he conceded, "Sister-in-law, please do not trouble yourself. If you cannot provide an answer, I shall seek guidance elsewhere." Huamei felt relieved as she approached Yun Sheng. He pointed to a passage in the open book and inquired, "What does this mean?" "Those who understand me say, I am troubled. Those who do not say, what do I seek? Oh, vast heavens, who is this? I pondered this all day, yet it eludes my understanding." Huamei was astonished. Was this not a famous line from the Book of Songs? Picking up the book and skimming the titles, she confirmed it was indeed the Book of Songs. A surge of joy filled her heart at the sight of something familiar. As for the meaning of the lines, "Those who comprehend me say, I am anxious. Those who do not inquire what I desire. O lofty heavens, who has caused me such distress?" The interpretation came to her mind quite naturally. Yun Sheng's face lit up with understanding. "Thank you, sister-in-law. I pondered it for so long without clarity, but now it makes sense." He returned to his reading. As Huamei strolled to the bookshelf, she noticed it had been haphazardly left in disarray by Lu Shu Huai earlier that morning, but now appeared neatly organized. It seemed Yun Sheng had taken the initiative to tidy it up. What a considerate young man. With newfound leisure, she began to inspect the titles on the shelf. Besides the Book of Songs, she was delighted to discover other ancient texts she recognized, such as the Zhuangzi and records of the Grand Historian. Curiosity piqued. She longed to rush to Yun Sheng and inquire about the current dynasty. Was it the Tang, the Song, or perhaps even the earlier Han? However, she hesitated, thinking that within this collection, there must surely be some volumes pertaining to the contemporary era. She decided to search for a more recent text. Wait, what was this? Her gaze fell upon a book titled The History of the Huaxia Nation. A shiver ran down her spine as she swiftly pulled it from a shelf, eagerly flipping through its pages. The Huaxia Nation? She had never heard of such a country in history. What could this possibly entail? After turning several pages, she finally stumbled upon a crucial line of text. The late emperor first defeated Wu, then extinguished Shu, and subsequently surrendered to Wei, establishing the Huaxia kingdom. thereby unifying the world. As for the states of Wu, Shu, and Wei, this was something Huamei was well aware of. Anyone familiar with Romance of the Three Kingdoms would recognize these three kingdoms. However, wasn't there a Qin dynasty afterward? What then was this Huaxia kingdom? After pondering for a while, Huamei found herself baffled and lost in thought. She was well acquainted with the Han dynasty and the Three Kingdoms. But this so-called Huaxia kingdom was entirely unfamiliar to her. Where had she traversed to? How could she have ended up in a dynasty or nation she had never heard of? Everything felt utterly chaotic. After a moment of contemplation that left her head throbbing, Huamei decided to set aside the mystery of her inexplicable journey to an unknown era and focused intently on the history of the Huaxia kingdom. Through her reading, she gleaned a rudimentary understanding of this realm. According to the book, following the Three Kingdoms, the Qin dynasty, which she knew well, had been replaced by this previously unheard of Huaxia kingdom. History had somehow diverged at this point. Huamei couldn't help but muse. Would there be no Sui, Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, or Qin dynasties in the future? Or was it merely that the Huaxia kingdom temporarily supplanted the Qin dynasty, and history would eventually resume its course toward the tumultuous period of the southern and northern dynasties? It was a tangled web of uncertainty. At the very least, she now knew where and when she found herself. She pondered the location of this small village within the expanse of the Huaxia kingdom. With this thought, Huamei eagerly flipped through the pages of the book until she found the chapter introducing the capital of Huaxia, Jiankong. Excitement surged within her. For Jiankong was renowned as the ancient capital of the Six Dynasties, her hometown of Nanjing. Historically, the Eastern Qin dynasty had established its capital there, and she had not anticipated that the capital of the Huaxia kingdom would also be Jiankong. What a remarkable coincidence. Huamei suddenly felt an urge to visit Jiankong at this time, to see what her hometown looked like over a millennium ago as the capital of the Huaxia kingdom. Yun Sheng glanced up at that moment and noticed Huamei lost in thought with the book in her hands, prompting him to inquire, "Sister-in-law, what are you reading?" Startled by his question, Huamei showed him the title of the book. "I am currently perusing the history of the Huaxia kingdom." Yun Sheng chuckled, "Sister-in-law, you should have read this book long ago. Anyone who can read has certainly gone through it. It is a staple in every household, and it is even a required subject for the provincial examinations. I could recite it by heart at the age of 8. My father used to teach me how to read using this very book." Huamei sighed inwardly, realizing that one must be cautious with their words. A careless remark could easily give one away. It seemed the history of the Huaxia kingdom was akin to a primary school textbook, serving as an introductory guide. She feigned nonchalance, saying, "I haven't read it in a long time, and today seemed like a good opportunity to pass the time. By the way, if you're not using it at the moment, may I borrow the book?" Yun Sheng shrugged. "Of course, feel free to read any of the books on the shelf." Huamei smiled in response, appreciating the gesture. In the evenings, she could now indulge in reading to alleviate her boredom. Otherwise, the nights could become exceedingly tedious. The two spent the afternoon absorbed in their reading, engaging in light conversation now and then, and before they knew it, the day had slipped away. Huamei felt that this was the most tranquil afternoon she had experienced since her arrival in this unfamiliar world, primarily due to the absence of Gu Shi, who would usually direct her with a myriad of tasks. After dinner, Huamei eagerly prepared to return to her room, having borrowed several books from Yun Sheng to last her a good 10 days or so. Wanner obediently followed behind her, but to her surprise, Lu Shuhui trailed as well. Upon seeing Lu Shuhui, Huamei felt a sense of discomfort. The atmosphere in the room seemed tense with his presence. Lu Shuhui glanced at the books resting on the bed and asked, "Did you bring these from Yun Sheng's room?" Huamei nodded, "Yes. I wish to read some books this evening since I have nothing else to do." Lu Shuhui raised an eyebrow. "Don't you usually busy yourself with embroidery at night? Why the change to reading?" It seemed that in her previous life, Huamei had been occupied with embroidery every evening, leaving no time for rest after a long day. How exhausting that life had been. Wanner piped up, "Mother's hands hurt. She can't embroider anymore. Annie told me so. Isn't that right, Mother?" Wanner's innocent face was utterly endearing. Huamei chose to ignore the hint of guilt on Lu Shuhui's face and gently stroked Wanner's cheek. "Wanner is so clever." Lu Shuhui's earlier actions had caused her pain, and any show of concern now would only appear insincere. After several brief encounters, Huamei had formed a general impression of Lu Shuhui. He was a man of unpredictable temperament, impulsive in his actions, driven by fleeting emotions. One must not mistake his seemingly gentle demeanor for a complete transformation. After all, a person's character is not formed overnight. Only time would reveal his true nature. As Lu Shui observed Huamei and Wanner whispering together, he suddenly felt like an intruder in the room. Reluctantly, he edged closer to Huamei, only to be met with her wary gaze. "What do you want?" Annoyed, Lu Shui retorted, "I am your husband. I can do whatever I please." "What is with your attitude?" Realizing her reaction had been excessive, Huamei took a deep breath to steady herself, then smiled. "Husband, please do not take offense. I'm merely a bit frightened due to your actions a few days ago." Huamei subtly referenced Lu Shuhui's violent behavior, implying, "I feared you might strike me again, which is why I was apprehensive." Lu Shui understood her implications and fell silent. Not wanting to provoke him further, Huamei gently suggested, "You have been staying up late lately. Perhaps you should rest early." This subtle dismissal finally worked, and Lu Shui left the room, somewhat disgruntled. Huamei felt a wave of relief wash over her as he exited. She was uncertain how to navigate her relationship with this nominal husband in the future. Being overly distant could raise suspicions, while feigning affection felt forced and uncomfortable. It was a perplexing dilemma. As per her usual routine, Huamei went to the kitchen to heat some water, washed Wanner, and tucked her into bed. Wanner, in a playful tone, said, "Mother, I want to hear a story." Huamei smiled, realizing she had unwittingly instilled a love for bedtime stories in Wanner. With a wealth of tales at her disposal, she decided to share one with her daughter. Wanner gradually fell asleep as Huamei recounted a whimsical version of Little Red Riding Hood. Sitting at the bedside, Huamei gently caressed Wanner's small face. For reasons she couldn't quite fathom, having Wanner close brought her immense comfort, making the humble, worn room feel warm and inviting. As Huamei flipped through the pages of her book, engrossed in her reading, she heard Gushir's voice from outside, reminding her to sleep early as the oil in the lamp was running low. Reluctantly, Huamei replied, "I will extinguish the lamp and rest." Only then did Gushir depart. Huamei blew out the dim oil lamp with a sense of frustration. Her mother-in-law was so stingy that she wouldn't even allow her to keep the lamp burning a little longer. Chapter 24. Be cautious. Be very cautious. Lu Shui, whether genuinely seeking reform or not, had remained home for 2 consecutive days without venturing out. He helped with chores like fetching water and occasionally accompanied his brother Yin Sheng in reading. Gushir, beaming with delight, felt that their lives had finally taken a turn for the better. Consequently, Huamei's days improved significantly as well. Although she still had plenty of tasks to complete, she faced less scorn than before. One day, shortly after lunch, Lu Laishun visited the house. He intended to invite Lu Shui to join him for some gambling. But after hesitating for a moment, Lu Shui shook his head. Lu Laishun mistakenly assumed that Lu Shui was refusing out of a lack of money and cheerfully patted his pockets. "Shui, do not worry. I have plenty of silver with me today. You can borrow some from me." Lu Shui swallowed hard and resolutely declared, "I will not gamble anymore." Upon hearing this, Lu Laishun burst into laughter. "Shuhai, don't pretend to be strong. Come with me. Today, who knows, fortune might be on our side, and we could win a substantial amount." He attempted to drag Lu Shuhai along. Lu Shuhai's resolve wavered, and he found himself following Lu Laishun outside against his better judgment. Huamei watched, shaking her head in dismay. With such a lack of willpower, how could he expect to quit gambling? This was truly a farcical situation. Men, such are men. Gushir had been in the house, but upon hearing the commotion outside, she hurried out to see what was happening. Upon spotting Lu Laishun, her expression darkened. "Laishun, what are you calling my Shuhai for? He has already decided to stop gambling. If you wish to go, then go alone." Lu Laishun chuckled. "Andy, don't worry. I'll just take Shuhai out for a bit of fun and bring him back. I'll be gambling, but I want to let him bet. He can just watch." Lu Shuhai unconsciously nodded. "Yes, mother, I have nothing to do at home. Huzi has not returned, and waiting idly is terribly boring. I'll just go out with Brother Laishun for a while and return. Please don't stop me. Do you not trust your son?" Gushir hesitated. "Are you truly just going to watch?" Lu Shuhai nodded vigorously, almost swearing an oath. Huamei wished to remind Gushir. How could Lu Shuhai resist the temptation of gambling once he was there? It was akin to placing a fish before a cat. How could the cat possibly refrain from seizing it? Gushir, feeling powerless against Lu Shuhai, still believed in her son's good character and, after a few words of caution, let him go. Lu Shuhai was filled with joy and said to Huamei, "Huamei, do not worry. Brother Laishun and I will just take a short stroll and return." Huamei did not look up, but simply murmured in acknowledgement. In truth, it was unnecessary to assure her, as he was already resolved to leave. Who could impede his steps? To truly overcome one's vices requires immense willpower and determination. Lu Shuhai, however, clearly lacked such resolve. With his fickle nature, how could he possibly quit gambling? It would be disingenuous to say that Huamei felt no disappointment. She had secretly hoped that if Lu Shuhai could improve, it might be possible to mold him into her true husband. After all, she had awoken in this household without knowledge of the outside world, and had once contemplated enduring her role as Lu Shuhai's wife, the mother of Wan'er. Yet, this man could barely contain himself at home for 2 days before yearning to escape once more. His eyes sparkled with joy and excitement. Could such a man truly reform? Alas, Huamei sighed inwardly. Lu Shuhai, merrily sharing jokes with Lu Laishun, exited. Yueha expressed her dissatisfaction with Lu Laishun. Brother Laishun, really? Eldest brother has just settled at home for 2 days, and you're already calling him out again. Huamei grew curious about Lu Laishun and inquired, Yueha, does your elder brother always go out with him? Unsure how to refer to Lu Laishun, who was Lu Shuhai's cousin and thus her uncle, Huamei hesitated. In modern times, such relationships could be addressed directly, but the complexities of ancient titles made her cautious, fearing she might err. Yueha nodded mostly. In fact, eldest brother was not like this before. When father was alive, he was very strict with him, and he never went out to gamble. After eldest brother married, our father passed away within a year. After that, he often went out with brother Laishun. From Yueha's account, Huamei gleaned that Lu Shuhai's father had died only 3 years ago. At that time, Lu Shuhai had been merely a lad of 17 or 18. How could he withstand the temptations of the outside world and not stray onto a misguided path? Reflecting on what most teenagers in modern times engaged in, primarily gaming and the internet, made Lu Shuhai's actions somewhat understandable. However, regardless of circumstances, he should never have resorted to violence against Huamei. That was simply unforgivable. Yueha continued discussing Lu Laishun. Through her casual words, Huamei learned more about him. Lu Laishun's father was the eldest son, and her late father-in-law was the second. Lu Laishun, too, was rather indolent, spending his days gambling and drinking, leading Lu Shuhai down the same path. Huamei casually asked, does no one discipline him? Doesn't T, his wife, ever admonish him? She believed her question harmless. Surely a man of his age would not be without a wife. However, upon seeing Yueha's astonished expression, Huamei realized her words had gone awry. How could Yueha look at her so peculiarly if her question was appropriate? Indeed, Yueha replied, sister-in-law, brother Laishun's wife passed away 2 years after their marriage during childbirth. This is common knowledge in the village. You must have known this, so why ask? Huamei wished she could take back her thoughtless remark. She had reminded herself repeatedly to speak less and observe more, yet she had carelessly uttered a remark that was akin to a small bombshell. How could she rectify this? Huamei resorted to the same excuse she had used with Yunsheng. Yueha, after I woke up last time, I felt dizzy. I think I was accidentally struck on the head by your brother. Many details are hazy, and I momentarily forgot about this matter. She wondered if this explanation would convince the innocent Yueha. Upon hearing that Huamei had been struck on the head by her brother, Yueha felt sympathy and did not press further. Huamei sighed in relief. She had managed to navigate that conversation safely. How fortunate! She resolved to be more cautious in the future. Such words might fool Yunsheng and Yueha, but they would surely raise suspicion with her mother-in-law, Gu Shi. Before long, Yueha returned inside to practice embroidery. It struck Huamei as rather tedious for a girl her age to spend all day indoors learning such a dull craft. She felt a pang of sympathy for her sister-in-law. Over the past few days, Huamei had begun to adapt to her new life. Despite the lack of electricity and running water, everything was so primitive and backward, there was even no flush toilet. Yet, one thing was undeniably good. She had been granted another chance at life. Once, she had been on the operating table, presumed dead, yet inexplicably, she had returned to life in another form. This was indeed a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. Her mother-in-law, Gu Shi, was somewhat fierce and domineering, yet bearable. Her younger brother, Yunsheng, was rude and sharp-tongued, but not ill-natured. Her sister-in-law was a bit selfish and timid, yet there were endearing qualities about her. Wan'er was sweet and obedient, a source of affection. Overall, it was manageable. However, it was Lu Shuhai who presented the greatest challenge to Huamei. Regardless, he remained her nominal husband and Wan'er's father. Severing ties with him would not be easily accomplished. Perhaps it was better to keep a distance, as getting too close might raise his suspicions. Given Lu Shuhai's temperament, it was unlikely he would change overnight. As Huamei contemplated this, a sigh escaped her lips. Oh heavens! Why must I always encounter such men? Chapter 25. Xiu Wanner adored playing with the neighbor's boy, Xiao Xuanzi. As time went on, Huamei grew familiar with this spirited little lad, and, by extension, with his mother. The woman was merely a couple of years older than Huamei, and she was quite pleasant in appearance. She would often drop by, indicating a level of familiarity with Huamei, and spoke casually. Initially, Huamei hesitated to engage her in conversation, fearing that any slip of the tongue might reveal her true identity. However, Xiao Xuanzi's mother was quite talkative, so their exchanges required little prompting from Huamei. Sitting in her yard, Huamei chatted with Xiao Xuanzi's mother while watching the two children play. Essentially, Huamei only needed to be attentive to the sound around her, responding occasionally. Listening to the endless chatter from Xuanzi's mother about family matters and observing the innocent, delightful smiles of the children, Huamei began to appreciate this life. Xuanzi's mother affectionately called out, "Huamei, it seems your husband is not at home today. Has he gone to the town with Lu Laishun again?" Huamei nodded yes. He said he would return shortly. Yet, she wondered how long shortly truly was. Xuanzi's mother sighed for Huamei, stating, "As women, we must follow our husbands. The type of man we marry determines the life we lead." Xuanzi's father is not too bad. Although poor, he is honest and hardworking, tending to a few acres of land and taking on odd jobs for some extra money. I am content with that. But Wanner's father has a gambling problem. If only he could rid himself of that habit. Huamei felt a surge of emotion and was momentarily at a loss for words. What was this woman's name? How had Huamei previously referred to her? These questions flickered through her mind. At that moment, Gu Shi emerged and greeted Xuanzi's mother. "Xiu, what brings you here today?" Xiu laughed and rose to chat casually with Gu Shi. Huamei learned that this woman was named Xiu, so she no longer had to address her awkwardly. Gu Shi and Xiu were quite familiar, being neighbors who frequently visited each other, which made their conversation easygoing. Huamei observed that Gu Shi seemed much friendlier toward Xiu than she did toward her own daughter-in-law. How strange. She was more amiable to others than to her own son's wife. Huamei had assumed Gu Shi had a naturally stern demeanor, but it appeared that wasn't entirely the case. Gu Shi gazed at little Xuanzi with envy, saying, "I wonder when Huamei will give birth to a son for our Lu family. Then I could rest easy, even if I were to meet Xu Hua in the afterlife." The mention of this topic left Huamei speechless. She had no inclination to interject. She quickly composed herself, focusing on listening. Xu laughed. "Why worry about that? Huamei is still young, and Xu Hua is in his prime. Shouldn't we expect children in the future? I fear you might end up with so many grandchildren that you won't be able to manage." Gu Shi was amused, imagining a scene filled with children running about. Huamei wished to step aside and wipe her brow. It was absurd to think of having 3 or 5 boys. One child, Wanner, was quite enough. She had no intention of having more boys. The mindset of valuing sons over daughters had not completely faded even after 1,000 years. When would society learn to take pride in having daughters? Huamei adored girls. They were obedient and affectionate. After all, daughters are often likened to warm little quilts. A son, provided he was filial and capable, would be a blessing, but if he turned out like Lu Shuhua, it might be better to forego having one altogether. Xuanzi approached Xiu, exclaiming, "Mother, Wanner's mother tells the best stories. Can you tell me a story tonight too?" Xiu chuckled upon seeing her son's muddy face. He was a little mess, with dirt smudged across his cheeks. Huamei smiled at the contrast. Little Wanner was so clean, unlike Xuanzi. Xiu playfully poked Xuanzi's forehead. "You little rascal. Go home so I can clean you up." Xuanzi protested. "But mother, I want to play with Wanner." Huamei stood up. "Xiu, I can fetch some water. You can wash him without needing to go home." Huamei found Xiu's straightforwardness quite refreshing. Having someone to converse with was delightful. She retrieved a towel and fetched some cold water, then reconsidered and poured some hot water from the only kettle in the house. This kettle resembled a modern thermos, albeit with poor insulation, as the water would cool down within half a day. She seldom used it, but preferred warm water for washing her hands, so she kept it filled. Upon seeing Huamei bring out water, Xiu quickly placed a basin on the stool, only to realize it was warm. "Huamei, how thoughtful of you to bring warm water. My son usually prefers cold water." Huamei replied with a smile, "Warm water is better. Children's skin is more delicate than adults. Xiuyu moistened the towel and wiped Xuanzi's face, which immediately turned black. Embarrassed, she exclaimed, "Oh no, I've dirtied the towel." Huamei reassured her that it was no trouble, rinsing the towel until it was clean again. Wanner insisted on washing her hands, prompting Gushi to remark, "Wanner, your hands are quite clean. There's no need to wash them." Wanner replied earnestly, "Mother says I must wash my hands after playing. Dirty hands are filled with germs, even if we can't see them." Germs? What were those? Both Gushi and Xiuyu turned their curious gazes towards Huamei. She cleared her throat, swiftly brainstorming how to explain this concept. Just yesterday, before dinner, she had insisted on washing Wanner's hands. Wanner had protested, "Mother, my hands aren't dirty. There's no need to wash." Huamei had taken her hand, saying, "Wanner, you must wash your hands before meals. There are many tiny germs on them that are invisible to our eyes. If you eat without washing, you might get a stomach ache or fall ill. And when you're sick, you have to drink bitter medicine. Would you like that?" No child would relish the thought of drinking medicine, especially that dreadful, dark concoction brewed from traditional herbs. Wanner had complied immediately, washing her hands. Little did Huamei know that her casual remarks would be echoed by Wanner in front of Xiuyu and Gushi. This bitter truth made Huamei realize she could not speak too freely around Wanner in the future. The child had an excellent memory and was quite clever. At that moment, Xiuyu, unfamiliar with the term germs, asked curiously, "Huamei, what are germs? I've never heard that word before." Huamei had no choice but to fabricate a response. "I just said that to encourage Wanner to wash her hands. I don't really know what germs are. I made it up." She silently prayed they wouldn't press for more details. Gushi frowned, admonishing, in the future, refrain from using such peculiar words around Wanner. What if she shares them with others? Xiuyu quickly interjected, "I won't mock Huamei. Encouraging children to wash their hands is a good thing." Huamei exchanged a grateful glance with Xiuyu, who smiled back. Gushi, feeling somewhat disheartened, muttered, "I shall return to my embroidery." She then retreated to her room, leaving Huamei feeling considerably lighter. Conversations with Xiuyu became much more relaxed. Xiuyu inquired, "Huamei, you seem to have stopped working on your embroidery lately. Are you feeling unwell?" Huamei hesitated on how to explain, vaguely replying, "My mother-in-law suggested I take a few days off from embroidery, without divulging the reason for a rest." She was about to inquire further when she noticed some marks on Huamei's hands, and her expression shifted. "Huamei has Shuhua." She left the sentence hanging. Huamei realized that Lu Shuhua's reputation for being abusive had evidently spread far and wide. It seemed everyone knew. There was no need to hide it anymore, and she nodded slightly. Xiuyu sighed. "Shuhua should be ashamed. How could he treat such a wonderful woman like you this way?" Huamei preferred to steer clear of this topic, fearing that too much discussion might reveal her ignorance of many matters. Instead, she redirected the conversation towards children, and Xiuyu, perceptive and considerate, willingly followed suit. Chapter 26. The old ways reemerge as the sun began its descent. Xiuyu led the young Shaozi back home. In those days, without the convenience of watches or clocks, one had to rely on the natural light. When the sun set, it signified the arrival of night. After dinner, everyone would soon retire to rest. The following morning, they would rise with the crowing of roosters, adhering to the principle of early to bed and early to rise. Huamei had also adapted to this schedule, whether she liked it or not. At night, after washing and lulling Wanner to sleep, it was typically time to extinguish the lamp. There was no need to wait for the Gu family to prompt her. It was prudent to snuff out the oil lamp and retire early. Lia Shahai had claimed he would return shortly, yet his absence lingered into the night. Gushi cursed under her breath. That good-for-nothing must be gambling again. Yinsheng, puzzled, asked, "When did brother go out? Wasn't he home at noon?" Gushi scoffed. After lunch, Lai Shun came to call him out. He promised he would be back soon. And now it's dark, yet he still hasn't returned. Lai Shun should have gone alone. Why drag Shuhai along? Most of Shuhai's misdeeds can be attributed to him. Yinsheng, unconvinced, replied, "Mother, you can't place all the blame on Lai Shun. It's true that he enjoys gambling and likes to invite brother to join him. However, if brother didn't wish to go, even two more people couldn't compel him." Huamei wished to applaud Yinsheng's words. Indeed, it was unfair to lay the entire fault at Lai Shun's feet. It was Shuhai's wavering resolve that led him astray. Gushi felt a twinge of discomfort at Yinsheng's words. Just then, Shuhai returned, pulling a piece of beef from his pocket. "Huamei, cut this beef. Let's enjoy a nice meal tonight." Wanner's eyes sparkled at the sight of the beef. her desire barely contained. Huamei responded promptly, rushing to the kitchen to chop the beef and present it in a bowl. Gu Shi, with her stern demeanor, scolded Shu Hai. You said you'd be back shortly. Why the delay? Were you gambling again? Shu Hai denied it, insisting he had merely been accompanying Lai Shan, who had won some money and sent it back with the beef. Huamei recognized the deception. It was clear that Shu Hai had succumbed to temptation, borrowed money from Lai Shan to gamble, and returned with the spoils. As a modern psychologist, she could easily discern the truth from the lies, especially given Shu Hai's shifty eyes, a telltale sign of deceit. Gu Shi, however, believed him, a common maternal flaw, always trusting her child to be truthful. What mother doesn't love her child? What mother willingly accepts her child as failures? Even if she deceives herself, she prefers to believe in her child's inherent goodness. Huamei felt a pang of sympathy for Gu Shi despite her own reservations about the matriarch. Meanwhile, Yueha and Wana relished the beef, clearly pleased. Yinshang cast a skeptical glance at his brother, not believing his fibs, yet refrained from reproaching him, as it was not fitting for a younger brother to criticize his elder. Huamei chose to remain silent within the household, not wishing to attract attention. Thus, she said nothing about Shu Hai's dishonesty, merely feeling disappointment in the man, realizing he was unlikely to improve. Predictably, the next morning, Shu Hai was again absent. Gu Shi instructed Yinsheng, go fetch your brother for breakfast. It's strange he hasn't risen yet. Yinsheng complied and found Shu Hai's room empty. Alarmed, Gu Shi rushed to the side room where Shu Hai had been staying and confirmed Yinsheng's report. He was indeed gone. Standing in the room, Gu Shi felt a mix of anger and sorrow, a swirl of emotions. Yueha timidly remarked, Mother, brother Gu Shi forced a smile. Shu Hai left early. It seems he is off to gamble again. He likely won some money yesterday and wants to test his luck once more. Yinsheng offered comfort. Mother, don't be upset. Since he has already left, let him be. He will surely improve once he finds something worthwhile to do. Gu Shi steeled herself. You're right. I shall visit your aunt Guixiang today. She mentioned waiting for news, and it's been several days. There should be updates by now. With that, Gu Shi barely touched her meal before abandoning it to visit her nephew's home. Before she could leave the courtyard, Guixiang arrived. Gu Shi's face lit up. Guixiang, I was just about to seek you out. How have things progressed? Any news about Huzi? Guixiang beamed. This time, we are truly fortunate. Huzi came by last night with news. The Song family has a new relative who plans to stay long-term and requires assistance. They are looking to hire a few people. They have plenty of maidservants, but are short on male workers. Huzi recommended Shu Hai and my brother Chaming. They will be going to the Song family in a couple of days to meet the steward, and if they are satisfactory, they will be hired. The pay is monthly, and it's quite decent, 300 won per month. Gu Shi was elated and quickly invited Guixiang inside to discuss further. Huamei, washing clothes in the courtyard, perked up her ears to catch their conversation, pondering, is this 300 won equivalent to 300 copper coins? How much does that amount to? By the look on Gu Shi's face, it seems significant. I wonder how silver and copper coins convert in this era. I recall reading in a time travel novel that one tael of silver equals 1,000 won. I wonder if that applies here. After some mental calculations, she figured that 3 months' wages would amount to one tael of silver. Uncertain if her calculations were accurate, Gu Shi continued her discussion with Guixiang inside. The latter could not provide further details, stating Huzi only had a moment to share this news before he had to leave. I'll inquire further when he returns. Gu Shi smiled warmly. Guixiang, isn't your brother Huzi getting a bit old? Shouldn't we consider finding him a wife? Guixiang laughed. My parents passed away early, and there has been no one to arrange such matters for him. As his sister, I should be more concerned. Yet he insists on finding someone he truly likes. You know, Huzi has been working for the Song family and has won the steward's favor, making it likely he could find a maid there. Gu Shi nodded in agreement. That is a sound idea. A maid from a prominent family would be preferable to a girl from a humble background. If he finds a pleasant-looking woman, they could both work at the Song family, ensuring their needs are met. Upon hearing this, Guixiang chuckled. Aunt, your sentiments mirror Huzi, yes. He insists on marrying someone beautiful. When I asked him what he considered beautiful, he mentioned someone like your daughter-in-law, Huamei. This jest filled Gu Shi with pride, though she feigned modesty. What a silly thing to say. Huamei is merely a bit better than the average village woman. Huamei, overhearing this, rolled her eyes. Did they assume she had never encountered ordinary village women? While she was entirely sure how her appearance compared, having seen Guixiang and Xiuyu, as well as Wang Dajiao by the well, she felt a surge of confidence. Though her current state appeared a bit gaunt and worn, she was undeniably lovely. With proper care, she could blossom into an exceptional beauty. In truth, I do not aspire to become a beauty whose allure could bring calamity upon the nation. My appearance is just right, graceful yet not overly ostentatious, and I find great satisfaction in it. In ancient society, excessive beauty often attracts misfortune. I have no interest in becoming a renowned beauty amidst chaos. Rather, I prefer a tranquil, modest life. Chapter 27. A small rebellion. Gu Xiang had a few more words with Madame Gu, who mentioned, "I have completed more than half of my embroidery work. Today is a perfect day to show you." Gu Xiang eagerly agreed and accompanied Madame Gu into the room. After a while, Gu Xiang emerged, holding two beautifully embroidered handkerchiefs. She turned to Madame Gu and asked, "Aunt, did you complete this embroidery all by yourself? Did Huamei not contribute?" Madame Gu's expression darkened at this mention. She replied, "Her hand is injured, so I had to finish the work alone. I did not dare to pause for a moment, fearing I would not complete it in time." Gu Xiang was taken aback and called out, "Huamei, come here for a moment." Huamei, who was hanging up clothes, paused her task and approached. She felt a favorable impression of Gu Xiang, likely because when she first arrived, she had been clueless about fetching water and Gu Xiang had kindly assisted her, even carrying the water back. With a smile, Huamei greeted her cousin. Gu Xiang playfully admonished, "Huamei, why are you so formal with me now? Just call me Gu Xiang. I'm only 5 years your senior, so feel free to address me by my name." This exchange revealed that Huamei and Gu Xiang shared a good rapport. Thus, Huamei graciously complied and called her cousin Gu Xiang. Gu Xiang took Huamei's hand to examine it closely. The wounds had healed somewhat and were no longer as alarming as they initially appeared. Gu Xiang expressed her sympathy. "No wonder you have not been able to embroider these past few days. With injuries like this, you cannot manage such intricate work. You should take the time to rest." How could Shu Huai treat such a good daughter-in-law so harshly? Gu Xiang's indignation was palpable, possibly stemming from her empathy as a fellow woman, or perhaps genuine concern for Huamei. Madame Gu nervously explained, "That day, Shu Huai lost some money and returned in a foul mood. For reasons unknown, he struck Huamei. I was unaware at the time. It was only the next day that I discovered what had happened. I let Huamei rest for a few days and even sought out a doctor to procure some medicine, which I personally administered to her." Madame Gu's defense in front of her niece-in-law implied that she had treated Huamei well. Gu Xiang advised her, "Aunt, you should counsel Shu Huai to treat Huamei with kindness. Since her arrival, she has been virtuous, diligent, and hardworking. Everyone can see that. Moreover, she possesses exceptional embroidery skills and is literate, with beautiful handwriting. Truly, she is a woman of rare merit, and Shu Huai is fortunate to have found such a gem. He must cherish this blessing." Madame Gu's face shifted through shades of red and white. While Gu Xiang's words were not particularly flattering, she could not deny the truth in them. Her expression was quite the spectacle. For Huamei, it felt as if she had finally exhaled a breath of relief. Witnessing Madame Gu's speechlessness brought her immense satisfaction. These past days had been incredibly stifling for Huamei, not only due to her unfamiliar surroundings, but also because Madame Gu constantly nitpicked at her, leaving her in a perpetual state of anxiety. Now, seeing Madame Gu at a loss for words was tremendously gratifying. Huamei's fondness for cousin Gu Xiang grew tremendously. "Cousin Gu Xiang, thank you for your kind words. I'm quite embarrassed by your praises. I merely obey my mother's teachings." At first glance, this statement seemed flawless, yet upon deeper reflection, it hinted at something more profound. Obeying her mother? This implied that her resilience was born from Madame Gu's demands. It was clear that it was Madame Gu who insisted Huamei perform countless tasks, leaving her little choice. Both Gu Xiang and Madame Gu discerned this implication. Madame Gu felt a sting from Huamei's veiled words, yet she could not pinpoint any flaw in the statement, prompting her to reluctantly say, "You two continue your conversation. I must return to my embroidery work. If I do not hurry, I fear I will not finish in time." Suppressing her laughter, Gu Xiang responded, "Aunt, you may go ahead. I will chat with Huamei in the courtyard for a while." Once Madame Gu entered the house, Gu Xiang sat down with Huamei on a bench in the courtyard. Gu Xiang, wary of Madame Gu overhearing, lowered her voice. "Huamei, you have grown quite bold lately. That last remark was rather pointed. Aunt will surely be displeased." Huamei recognized the concern in Gu Xiang's tone and smiled. It's all right. I only spoke the truth. I did not fabricate any facts. I doubt Mother would reprimand me for a single statement. What relief. Huamei silently cheered for herself. Direct opposition seemed daunting, as her strength alone felt insufficient. Moreover, she feared being suspected of any change, given that the original Huamei was a submissive and gentle woman. However, a carefully measured response like this should not raise too much suspicion. Madame Gu could only seethe in silence, unable to confront her openly, and that sensation was utterly delightful. Huamei felt she had discovered the optimal method to navigate her interactions with Madame Gu. Gu Xiang regarded Huamei with newfound respect. Huamei, you appear much more cheerful than before. Previously, you always wore a frown, and tears would spring forth at the mention of Shu Huai. You were even afraid to breathe when speaking with Aunt. Today, you seem much stronger. This is wonderful. While a woman's status may be low, she should never demean herself. Huamei fell silent after hearing Gu Xiang's words. What had her former self been like? In recent days, she had begun to grasp her true nature, and Gu Xiang's remarks painted a vivid picture of a beautiful, gentle, and kind woman. She could not help but lament for her past self. Gu Xiang's words were profound. Even if a woman's status is low, she must uphold her dignity and self-worth. To belittle oneself only invites further disdain and mistreatment. It was surprising to discover that Gu Xiang possessed such insight. She truly was a strong woman. Huamei gazed at the smiling Gu Xiang and couldn't help but smile genuinely in return. Gu Xiang's presence was both admirable and endearing. Gu Xiang, noticing Huamei's radiant smile, exclaimed, Huamei, you look so beautiful when you smile. It has been so long since I've seen you smile. Huamei felt a surge of joy and replied, Cousin Gu Xiang, please visit me often for conversation. I find such joy in speaking with you. Gu Xiang chuckled softly. Of course, seeing you now, so much more delightful than when you were burdened with sorrow, is a pleasure. I will certainly come by often. The two chatted amiably in the courtyard. Remembering that she still had clothes to finish hanging, Huamei stood up, Cousin Gu Xiang. I must go complete my laundry before returning to our conversation. Gu Xiang nodded in agreement. Once the laundry was done, Huamei recalled that she had yet to fetch water for the day. Typically, Lu Shu Huai would do this task, but he had gone out today, and it was uncertain when he would return. Madame Gu was preoccupied with her embroidery and had no time to assist, so Huamei decided to go alone. Gu Xiang cheerfully suggested, In that case, I will accompany you to fetch water. Huamei felt a wave of relief at the prospect of Gu Xiang's company. She retrieved a yoke and empty buckets from the kitchen, and together, they stepped out of the courtyard. Gu Xiang's home was indeed nearby, just 2 households away. In this small village, even traversing from one end to the other would take no more than 20 minutes on foot. The distance was hardly daunting. Gu Xiang invited Huamei into her yard to wait a moment while she fetched the water buckets. As Huamei took the opportunity to survey Gu Xiang's small courtyard, she noticed it was somewhat larger than her own. The houses were similar, both humble grass huts, likely representative of the dwellings of ordinary folk. However, Gu Xiang's courtyard boasted a tree that cast a generous shade, creating an exceptionally cool and inviting atmosphere. Huamei contemplated the idea of planting some greenery in her own yard, for the starkness of its bare ground was rather unappealing. In Chapter 28, The Water Fetching Incident, a young boy of around 6 or 7 was playing in the courtyard, presumably Gu Xiang's son. Upon seeing Huamei, the boy called out Annie. Huamei was momentarily taken aback by the term of endearment, but she quickly responded with a smile. The child was quite polite, his features resembling those of Gu Xiang's cousin. Gu Xiang emerged with a water bucket, instructing her son, Xiao Go, keep an eye on the house. Mother is going to fetch water. Huamei chuckled softly. It seemed an odd name to call such a fine little boy. Curious, Gu Xiang inquired, Huamei, what did I say that was so amusing? Why are you laughing so heartily? Huamei, of course, could not admit that it was the boy's nickname that had struck her funny, as she was aware of it from before. It was simply the first time she had heard it spoken aloud. With a clever inquiry, Huamei asked, Cousin Gu Xiang, have you not given your child a formal name yet? Surely, he cannot be called Gu Xiao Go for life. Xiao Go was merely a nickname, akin to how Xiaoyu's son was called Xiao Xuanzi. As expected, Gu Xiang replied, yes, we have chosen one. It was Zhang Changming who named him. His formal name is Gu Sheng. In 2 years, we plan to send him to the local private school to learn to read. It's always beneficial to know some characters. As Huamei and Gu Xiang chatted, they made their way to the well. By chance, they encountered Wang Dezhao, another villager also seeking water. Huamei recalled that this woman was perhaps named Zhang Lanying. According to the customs of the time, she could refer to her as Zhang. Zhang and Guixiang appeared quite familiar, exchanging laughter and banter. Huamei remained silent in Zhang's presence, wary of speaking too much, recalling Guixiang's previous comments about Zhang's propensity for gossip. It was prudent to keep her words minimal around someone so inclined. Fortunately, Huamei had always been a woman of few words, and during her time as a psychologist in the modern era, she primarily listened to her patients. As long as she remained a good listener, she could offer guidance after they had finished expressing themselves. It seemed that Huamei, in her previous life, had also been a reserved individual, as Zhang did not initiate conversation with her after their initial greeting. Upon reaching the well, Zhang hurriedly began to draw water. Huamei and Guixiang waited patiently by the side. Zhang cast a glance at Huamei, broaching the topic Huamei least wished to discuss. Lu Jia's lady. Have you been feeling better these past days? It seems we seldom see you out and about. Her smile lacked malice, suggesting she simply enjoyed prying into others' affairs for amusement. Huamei deftly replied, Wang Dezhao, I have been quite well. Thank you for your concern. Zhang, unable to pursue the topic further, quickly shifted gears. Has your daughter Yue's marriage been arranged yet? I was thinking of introducing her to a suitor, but I'm not sure. Huamei smiled in response. I'm not entirely sure about that matter. You might want to speak directly to my mother-in-law. Zhang acknowledged this with a simple, oh, adding, I will go over this afternoon to discuss it. Once Zhang had departed, Guixiang and Huamei proceeded to the well to fetch water. Huamei carefully observed Guixiang's technique and finally grasped the method of drawing water. It was quite simple. They lowered a small bucket into the deep well and waited for it to fill before pulling it back up, an age-old practice. She recalled having seen a contraption in a television drama that allowed one to crank up water, a luxury not yet available in this era. Guixiang cheerfully said, Huamei, bring the bucket over. I will fetch the water for you. Eager to try this old-fashioned method herself, Huamei replied, No need, cousin Guixiang, I am feeling much better now. I can fetch the water myself. As time passed, Huamei found herself recovering from her injuries, though the weight of her new identity from the 21st century lingered within. Guixiang, seeing Huamei's determination, eventually relented and allowed her to take over. Huamei quickly realized that while observing Guixiang made the task seem effortless, the reality was quite different. As she lowered the small bucket, it took considerable effort to submerge it, and despite her attempts, much water spilled out when she finally raised it. Upon reaching the well's edge, she found only a small amount remaining in the bucket. Guixiang stifled a giggle, and Huamei felt a twinge of embarrassment as she poured the water into the larger container and explained, My arm still aches a bit. I lack strength. Guixiang, believing her, offered no further questions. Observing Huamei's struggle, Guixiang teased, You seem rather out of practice. One might think you have never drawn water before. The innocent remark startled Huamei, who wondered if Guixiang had noticed something amiss. However, upon looking back, she saw Guixiang smiling, realizing it was merely a harmless jest. Relieved, Huamei responded, I truly have not drawn water in some time. I feel quite rusty. As they chatted and laughed, time slipped by unnoticed. After Huamei finally filled 2 buckets, a few villagers arrived at the well. Guixiang greeted the 2 women warmly, while Huamei remained silent, listening. One of the women called out, Lu Jia's lady. We haven't seen you in ages. What have you been busy with lately? Huamei offered a faint smile. The woman seemed accustomed to Huamei's quiet demeanor and did not press further, turning her attention to the other villager. It was curious how most of the water fetchers were women. In her 2 visits, Huamei had yet to see a man come to draw water. Perhaps the men were out earning a living, leaving the women to manage domestic duties. Guixiang effortlessly balanced her load and walked ahead, while Huamei cautiously carried 2 buckets. Although her shoulders still ached, it was a marked improvement from the previous pain. The weight was substantial, and while it was a struggle for her slender frame, she managed to bear it. Guixiang, noticing Huamei's exertion, slowed her pace. Nonetheless, beads of sweat began to form on Huamei's brow, and the burden on her shoulders felt increasingly heavy. After what seemed an eternity, she finally exclaimed, Cousin Guixiang, I need to rest for a moment. This is quite strenuous. Guixiang immediately halted, and Huamei let out a long sigh, rubbing her shoulder. With genuine concern, Guixiang asked Huamei, Is your injury feeling better? Does your shoulder still hurt? Had those words come from Zhang, Huamei would have felt discomfort. Yet, coming from Xiong, they carried a different weight. Imbued with care, Huamei felt touched and warmed by her concern. I am much better, though the shoulder still aches a bit when I carry water. A brief rest should remedy it, she replied with a smile. Xiong advised, do not overexert yourself. Lessen your chores at home and take time to rest. Huamei sighed. Cousin Xiong, if I do not do the work at home, who will? Yinsheng is occupied with his studies. Yueha is still so young and learning embroidery from her mother daily, and Shuhua is rarely home. I must shoulder more responsibilities. Gu's family was not lazy. They were occupied daily with embroidery work. The family's livelihood depended entirely on that small embroidery needle. Gu was indeed exhausted and toiling hard. After observing quietly for a while, Huamei realized that although Gu loved directing her to work, Gu herself was never idle. This thought brought a sense of balance to Huamei's heart. However, upon mentioning Lu Shuhua, Xiong furrowed her brow. Ever since Shuhua followed Shun into the gambling world, he seemed to have changed entirely. He was not like this before. What was Lu Shuhua like in the past? Chapter 29. Yueha's marriage proposal. Suddenly, a vivid image surfaced in Huamei's mind. A young Lu Shuhua, reading under the lamp. At that moment, Huamei walked over gently and said, Shuhua, take a break. Lu Shuhua turned, smiling. Huamei, I'll read a little longer. You should rest first. Under the light, Lu Shuhua's face appeared quite handsome. Was this yet another memory of Huamei's? Was this how Lu Shuhua was when they had just married? This body often produced strange memories, as if she were watching a movie, piecing together fragments of Huamei's past. Seeing Huamei lost in thought, Xiong assumed she was saddened by the mention of Lu Shuhua and promptly changed the subject. Huamei, can we leave? Huamei nodded and picked up the water bucket. The sun was nearing noon, and upon returning home to pour the water into the tub, there was no time left to fetch more. Gu was busy cooking in the kitchen, and Huamei hurried over to assist, lest Gu find her idle and displeased. The midday meal was still pitifully simple, a fact Huamei had grown accustomed to. She thought wryly, a diet low in salt and oil. How healthy! Isn't this what modern people pursue as a healthy lifestyle? The dishes at this time contained no pesticides or fertilizers, free from genetically modified concerns, and devoid of excessive seasonings. In modern times, one could hardly find such pure food. Weiner, eating her vegetables, quietly nudged Huamei, Mother, why aren't you eating? You'll be hungry if you don't fill your stomach. Awakened from her reverie, Huamei smiled at Weiner. Mother is eating. You should eat more too. Only by filling your stomach can you grow tall. Such a small child. Eating only vegetables without any meat. No wonder Weiner's arms were so thin. Huamei couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for Weiner. However, Weiner seemed quite accustomed to this kind of meal, eating with gusto. Huamei recalled a child she had seen in modern times, her friend's daughter, who was particularly picky about food at a mere 6 years old, still needing adults to feed her. Each mealtime turned into a battleground, exhausting everyone involved. Looking at little Weiner, only 4 years old, yet so sensible, quietly sitting at the table, not a single grain of rice spilled from her bowl. Never complaining about the lack of meat. How endearing. Huamei silently vowed to improve their living conditions, at the very least ensuring Weiner could eat better. Gu's attention was drawn to Huamei, and after glancing at Weiner, she sighed, Weiner will be turning 4 tomorrow, but we have nothing special to eat. Let us kill a chicken from the coop to celebrate. In a small chicken coop in the corner of the yard, over a dozen hens were kept, with their eggs carefully saved by Gu, supposedly to exchange for some oil and salt. Weiner initially brightened at the thought, but then shook her head. Grandmother, that's not necessary. Just cook an egg for me. Let the hens lay more eggs. It would be a pity to kill one. Despite her words, the glimmer of desire for fragrant chicken meat shone in her eyes. Huamei felt a wave of emotion, tears threatening to spill. At that moment, she realized she had unconsciously accepted this lovely daughter. No matter what happened in the future, she could not bear to abandon little Weiner. Gu, too, felt a twinge of emotion, her gaze reflecting affection for Weiner. It's all right. We have plenty of hens. We can kill one, and the others will still lay eggs. Tomorrow morning, I'll have your mother prepare a chicken for you. Initially, Huamei felt pleased, but then she was struck with dismay. How could it be her? She had never killed a chicken in her life, not even daring to gut a fish, always leaving that to the fishmongers, let alone a live chicken. Huamei opened her mouth to say she couldn't do it, but upon seeing Weiner's joyful expression, the words caught in her throat. Well, I suppose I will just have to try. Yueha chimed in excitedly. Mother, are we really going to kill a chicken tomorrow? I haven't eaten chicken in ages. The last time was during the New Year. Gu looked at Yueha with tender affection. My dear girl. It's unbecoming for a young lady to be so thrilled about food. Be careful not to be teased about your appetite when it comes time for marriage. Despite her words, her eyes sparkled with mirth. Yinsheng, being older, did not display his joy as openly as Yueha, but it was evident he was pleased as well. A touch of sorrow crept into Huamei's heart. This impoverished family. Gu murmured, tonight, I must remind Shuhua to come home and not go out tomorrow. We should prepare some wine. Huamei sighed inwardly. Gu truly cared for her son, still holding on to hopes for the unreliable Lu Shuhua. Just after finishing lunch, Zhang arrived unexpectedly. Gu had only a limited fondness for Zhang, but greeted her with a smile, instructing Huamei to fetch her a glass of water. Zhang waved her hand dismissively. No need. I didn't come just for water. I have serious business with you. Huamei immediately guessed it was about Yueha's marriage proposal. Sure enough, Zhang began discussing her relative, Aunt Lu from the Lu family. I came primarily for Yueha. She is no longer a child. Has she been promised to anyone yet? Gu, catching Zhang's intention, paused for a moment before replying with a smile. Yueha is still young. We haven't arranged anything for her yet. Yueha, who had been nearby, blushed at the mention of this and quickly retreated to her room, unwilling to come out again. In those times, marriages were decided by the parents. With her father deceased, the decision for Yueha's marriage naturally rested with Gu. Zhang continued, her words flowing. Aunt Lu, my relative, lives in town and is quite well off. They have a shop selling ironware. They have 2 daughters already married off, leaving just one son at home. He is 14 years old, perfectly matched in age with Yueha. They asked me to find a suitable girl, and naturally, I thought of Yueha. Gu listened with a smile, casually asking if your relative is so well off. Why come to our little village for a match? Surely, they could find a girl from a prominent family in town? Zhang's gaze flickered slightly, yet her words remained sweet. They are simply looking for a pleasant and gentle girl. Family background is not a concern. Besides, the late Lu family patriarch was renowned for his scholarly pursuits, famous for his poetry and literature. Who doesn't he know that? Your Yueha, compared to other girls, surely possesses more grace and education. Gu felt a wave of satisfaction at this praise, smiling. That is indeed true. My Yueha can read some characters, making her quite different from ordinary girls. Zhang continued to extol Gu. Aunt Lu, this is no flattery. Your family is well educated, and even the daughters-in-law are the most renowned scholars in the area. How can we common folk compare? Gu beamed with delight. Huamei, accompanied by Wan Er, listened intently to the lively discussions, only to be surprised when the conversation turned to her. It appeared that Huamei had once enjoyed considerable fame as a woman of renown. It seemed that in this society, a woman's ability to read and write was quite an extraordinary thing. Gu Shi and Zhang Shi were deep in conversation, while Huamei and Wan Er were equally engrossed. Eventually, Zhang Shi broached the subject they had initially discussed. Aunt Lu, what do you think about the matter concerning Yuhi? Gu Shi smiled and replied, I must take some time to consider this matter, as it is no trivial issue. Let me think it over, and I shall respond. Zhang Shi immediately grasped the implication of this contemplation. It likely meant that inquiries would be made, for no one would hastily agree to a marriage based on a single account. Zhang Shi, understanding the subtlety, took her leave. Huamei then entered Yuhi's room, unaware of what was discussed between them. In chapter 20, von esch birthday, Huamei took von to Yunsheng esch quarters. Upon seeing Wan Er, Yinsheng broke into a smile and beckoned her over. Wan Er, quite fond of her second uncle, clung to Yinsheng's side, unwilling to leave. Yinsheng set aside his book and began to play with Wan Er. Meanwhile, Huamei seized the opportunity to read a book herself, relishing this rare moment of rest. Wan Er exclaimed, Second uncle, I want to go outside and play. Will you accompany me? Yinsheng pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Wan Er cheered and took Yinsheng's hand to venture into the courtyard, where she insisted he tell her stories. This had become Wan Er's newfound passion. She was now a story enthusiast, utterly enamored with tales. Modern children have animated shows and storybooks, but what entertainment did children in ancient times possess? Wan Er, still too young to read, relied on Huamei to narrate stories for her. Having heard countless fairy tales throughout her life, Huamei could easily weave them into new narratives. Now, Wan Er, whenever she had a moment, would pester Huamei for stories, and today, she turned her attention to Yinsheng. Yinsheng's storytelling was conventional and lacked the whimsical charm of Huamei's tales, which often featured characters like the Big Bad Wolf and Little Red Riding Hood. He preferred historical anecdotes from books. After a few sentences, Juan found them rather dull and pouted, saying, "Second uncle, your stories are not enjoyable at all. The ones my mother tells are much better." Intrigued, Yinsheng replied, "Oh, is that so? Could you tell me one of them?" Juan contemplated briefly and recounted the first story Hua Mei had shared with her. Hua Mei, faintly hearing their exchange, perked up her ears. What could Juan be doing? It sounds familiar. Upon closer inspection, she realized Juan was narrating the tale of the Big Bad Wolf and the Little Rabbit. Despite being only 4 years old, Juan possessed an impressive memory and spoke clearly, recounting the story with remarkable accuracy. Hua Mei was astounded by Juan's intelligence. Such a young child could tell a story so well after hearing it just once. In modern times, 4-year-olds would typically attend preschool. Hua Mei pondered whether Juan was old enough to begin learning to read. Yinsheng played with Juan for a while, and when they returned inside, he casually remarked, "Sister-in-law, I've never heard the story you told Juan." Hua Mei felt a wave of anxiety and stammered, "I just made it up. Children love little animals, so I thought to create some animal stories for her. I didn't expect her to enjoy them so much." Yinsheng looked at her curiously. "Sister-in-law, why are you so nervous? I merely mentioned it. I think your stories are delightful." Hua Mei could only muster a smile, feeling inexplicably anxious around this younger relative of hers. The 14-year-old boy had a keen eye, and Hua Mei worried that any unusual behavior might be noticed. Perhaps her nervousness stemmed from her own insecurities. That evening, Lu Shuhui did not return home. While waiting for dinner, Gu Shi stood at the courtyard entrance, gazing expectantly for a long time without seeing Lu Shuhui's figure. Her mood was evidently poor, and the atmosphere at the dinner table was heavy with unspoken tension. Hua Mei had anticipated this outcome. The next morning, upon visiting Lu Shuhui's room, Hua Mei discovered that the bed had not been disturbed. She sighed, recognizing him as a stubborn individual who had revealed his true nature in such a short time. It was pointless to hold any expectations for someone like him. Juan trailed behind Hua Mei, gently asking, "Mother, did father not return last night again?" Hua Mei turned to stroke Juan's head and responded with a soft To her surprise, little Juan sighed. "When father doesn't come home, grandmother gets angry. When grandmother is angry, she scolds mother." Juan dreaded witnessing her mother being scolded. Hua Mei pulled Juan into her embrace, feeling a pang in her heart at the child's innocent words. The tiny body in her arms seemed to possess a strength capable of sheltering her fragile spirit. Footsteps approached from behind, and Hua Mei recognized it was Gu Shi. Glancing at the bed, Gu Shi felt a rush of irritation. Has Shu Hui not returned again last night? Hua Mei cautiously nodded, fearing Gu Shi's ire would be directed at her. Gu Shi huffed and began to admonish Lu Lai Shun. A few days ago, Shu Hui was well behaved, staying home and not going anywhere. It's all Lai Shun's fault for dragging him out. Hua Mei silently hoped the blame would not fall on her. After a few complaints, Gu Shi remembered that today was Juan's birthday and perked up. "Juan, grandmother has prepared noodles for you. After breakfast, let your mother prepare a chicken for lunch." Juan cheered, her joy contagious, prompting Hua Mei to smile along with her. Children, so easily satisfied, can find delight even in the simplest things. A mere chicken dinner could bring them immense happiness, akin to winning a grand prize. After enjoying the longevity noodles, Hua Mei first washed some clothes. Juan stayed by her side, likely awaiting the chicken preparation. "Qin Huamei, vi sing tu tis von figne distress von I am most afraid of killing chickens. What shall I do?" Juan tilted her head in thought and suggested, "How about after catching the chicken, you let second uncle do it?" Just then, Yinsheng emerged and, curious about Juan's words, asked, "Juan, what do you want second uncle to do?" Juan approached Yinsheng and sweetly begged, "Second uncle, mother says she is afraid to kill the chicken. Will you do it for her?" Yinsheng immediately put on a serious face. "How can a man like me do such a thing? Cooking is women's work." "Second uncle." Juan clung to Yinsheng without fear of his stern demeanor. Indeed, Yinsheng had a tough exterior, but he was soft-hearted. Despite his long face, he was quickly swayed by Juan's charm. Soon enough, he surrendered. All right, since today is little Juan's birthday, I shall oblige this once. But remember, this is a one-time deal." Juan nodded enthusiastically. While Hua Mei hung the clothes, Yinsheng had already peeked around the corner of the courtyard at the chicken coop. Though calling it a coop was a bit of an exaggeration, it was merely a small shelter made of wooden beams topped with straw. Inside were about a dozen chickens, mostly hens. Gusher would never allow the laying hens to be harmed, and had previously insisted on catching a rooster for slaughter. Yinsheng eyed a large rooster and reached out to catch it. The rooster deftly evaded him, resulting in Yinsheng only grasping a couple of feathers. Huanaer burst into laughter. "Second uncle, you're so clumsy. You can't even catch a chicken." Yinsheng, proud by nature and always competitive, could not help but retort, "Humph, I shall catch this chicken for sure." Hearing the commotion in the courtyard, Yuhi, unable to contain herself, quickly came out to join the excitement. The clothes of Huamei had nearly dried, and she stood alongside Yueha, watching the commotion. In Chapter 31, catching a chicken is no easy task. Yinsheng was seen bending low inside a small shed, desperately attempting to catch the troublesome rooster while the hens scurried about in fright. The scene vividly illustrated the chaos of chickens flapping and running in all directions. Yinsheng, still youthful and not fully grown, found it impossible to reach the rooster, which cleverly evaded him by hiding in the farthest corner of the coop. Frustrated, he flung open the door and drove all the chickens out. Yueha hurriedly shut the yard gate to prevent any from escaping. The task of catching the rooster had become significantly more challenging, yet the uproar was already quite lively, with a cacophony of clucks filling the small courtyard. Yinsheng, losing his usual composure, frantically chased after the bright red rooster. Huanaer, eager to join in, ran behind him, shouting, "Second uncle, hurry and catch it." With no time to respond to her, Yinsheng pursued the rooster, reaching out in vain, his anxiety mounting. Unable to contain herself, Gusher emerged, exclaiming, "Is it really such a commotion just to catch a chicken?" Upon witnessing the lively scene in the yard, her mouth fell agape in astonishment. Huamei chuckled, feeling an exhilarating sense of existence. Everything around her felt so vivid and real, dispelling the haze of confusion that had clouded her mind in previous days. Initially, Gusher wore a stern expression, ready to scold Huamei for letting Yinsheng run around instead of taking care of the chicken herself. Huamei, beaming, called out, "Mother, come quickly. Yinsheng is about to catch that chicken." Compelled by curiosity, Gusher stepped forward, and upon seeing Yinsheng, drenched in sweat, clutching the rooster's tail, she too began to laugh, swallowing her earlier reprimands. With a triumphant shout, Yinsheng declared, "I've caught it." But then, unexpectedly, the rooster broke free from his grasp and bolted back into the house. Staring at the handful of feathers in his hand, Yinsheng was left speechless. Huanaer, doubled over with laughter, teased, "Second uncle, you really are quite foolish." Laughter erupted among Huamei, Yueha, and even Gusher, who found the situation amusing. As the rooster bounced around inside Yinsheng's room, he could no longer hold back and called out, "Mother, Yueha, come help me catch this wicked rooster. It's even jumped onto my bed." Gusher quickly grabbed Yueha to assist, with Huamei following them inside. Huanaer, unwilling to be left out, joined the fray. Yinsheng shut the door to his small room, only for the clever rooster to fly out through the window. Who would have thought a rooster could soar so high, nearly rivaling a sparrow? The group watched in disbelief as the rooster flapped back into the yard, where it resumed its erratic running. The other chickens joined in the chaos, creating a delightful mess throughout the yard. Huamei, initially a spectator, soon realized the rooster was heading straight for the clothes she had just hung out to dry. Panic set in as the thin rope was knocked aside by the rooster, sending several garments tumbling to the ground. Huamei dashed over, exasperated, and caught the disoriented rooster, which was now powerless to escape, pitifully awaiting its fate. Yinsheng approached her, stating, "Sister-in-law, you go tend to the clothes. I will handle this chicken." With a gleam of determination, he grinned at the rooster, likely seeking revenge for the earlier embarrassment. Eager to pass the task of slaughter onto someone else, Huamei handed the rooster to Yinsheng, advising, "Yinsheng, hold its wings tightly so it cannot escape." As Yinsheng took the rooster outside to slaughter it, Huamei begrudgingly washed and rehung the fallen clothes. Yueha led Huanaer outside to witness the chicken being killed. Before long, Huanaer returned to Huamei, refusing to leave her side, exclaiming, "Mother, that chicken looks so pitiful. I wish second uncle wouldn't kill it. I won't eat chicken anymore." Huamei chuckled softly, glancing at Huanaer's sorrowful little face. "If you're too scared to watch, then don't. Today is your birthday. We must have something delicious." Huanaer nodded but stayed firmly by Huamei's side. Yueha returned shortly, Lamenting, it was gruesome. Sister-in-law, second brother, actually chopped off the chicken's head. It scared me to death. Huamei was grateful she hadn't gone to witness such a scene, which must have been terrifying. After a considerable wait, Yunsheng triumphantly returned, holding the headless chicken, declaring, "Sister-in-law, I've slain the chicken. Now it's your turn to clean it up." Reluctantly, Huamei made her way over, gesturing for Yunsheng to discard the chicken in a corner of the yard. The sight of the still bleeding carcass was unsettling. Next came the task of plucking the feathers and gutting the chicken, chores that most would shy away from, yet she found no excuse to delegate them to someone else. Surely, she couldn't ask Yunsheng to do such work. Gu Shi emerged from the house, instructing Yunsheng, "Yunsheng, go to town and fetch your elder brother. He hasn't returned since yesterday. Today is Wanner's birthday. You should be home." Yunsheng hesitated, replying, "Mother, how am I to find him?" Gu Shi's expression hardened. "Where else could he be? Go to the gambling house. You're sure to find him there. There are only 2 in town, so just check both." Reluctantly, Yunsheng turned to leave. Gu Shi called after him, "Wait a moment." She returned to the house and emerged with some coins, handing them to Yunsheng. "Take this money to buy some wine. Your brother hasn't had any in days." Taking the coins and a wine jug from the kitchen, Yunsheng set off for town. Huamei, having overheard their conversation, felt a wave of emotion. "Lu Shuhua, your mother truly cares for you. What does it mean to pity the hearts of parents everywhere? This is it. No matter how wayward a son may be, he remains a son in his mother's eyes." Huamei prepared hot water, scalded the chicken, and began plucking its feathers. She then proceeded to gut it, keeping only the edible organs and discarding the rest. At that moment, she noticed Xiuyu, Xuanzi's mother, approaching. Huamei smiled and nodded in greeting. Xiuyu remarked, "I just saw your brother Yunsheng outside, slaughtering a chicken. When I inquired, I learned today is Wanner's birthday. I don't have much to offer, but I brought you some loofah from my garden as a humble gesture." Huamei was pleasantly surprised, realizing that the small green items in Xiuyu's hands were loofahs. In modern times, loofahs are typically large, grown in greenhouses, so she was taken aback by the size of these. Is it possible they've cultivated loofahs this early? Regardless, Huamei promptly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Xiuyu. It's the thought that counts." After handing over the loofahs, Xiuyu prepared to leave. Before departing, she noticed the chicken's innards that Huamei had set aside to discard and asked, "Huamei, are you throwing these away?" Huamei nodded. Xiuyu, a bit shy, requested, "If you don't mind, could I take them? They would be perfect for feeding my black dog." Huamei agreed with a smile. Xiuyu joyfully returned home with a basin, gathering the discarded innards without a second thought. Huamei took the small loofahs into the kitchen, thinking that along with the chicken, she could make a delightful loofah soup, thereby enhancing their meal. Just then, a vendor selling tofu passed by, and Huamei called out to him, purchasing a small amount for a penny. Loofah and tofu would undoubtedly make a delectable dish. Chapter 32. Wanner's birthday feast today. Wanner refused to go anywhere, choosing instead to remain by Huamei's side. As Huamei busied herself in the kitchen preparing dishes, Wanner observed her mother's flurry of activity and suggested, "Mother, may I help you stoke the fire?" Huamei chuckled. "You could just watch. You are too young to tend to the fire." At that moment, Yueha approached, offering, "Sister-in-law, let me help you with the fire." Huamei gladly accepted, thinking that this little sister-in-law wasn't too bad after all. Perhaps it was the allure of today's chicken that drew her in. The dish lacked extravagant seasonings, and the chicken might not have been visually appealing, yet the aroma wafted through the air. Approximately 2 pounds of chicken filled a large bowl, and as it was plated, the fragrance became irresistible. Wanner's eyes were fixed on it, her desire evident. Seeing Wanner's eager expression, Huamei playfully picked up a piece of chicken leg with chopsticks, saying, "Wanner, you may have a piece." Just as Wanner reached out, she suddenly hesitated, recalling, "No, grandmother, father, and uncle haven't eaten yet. I shouldn't eat first." What a considerate and endearing child. Huamei then proposed, "Why don't you taste the chicken and see if it's cooked properly and seasoned to your liking? Otherwise, grandmother might blame me later." Only then did Wanner joyfully take a piece of chicken and savor it. Watching Wanner relish the meal, Huamei couldn't help but swallow hard. It had been ages since she had indulged in such fare. The sight of the chicken was simply tantalizing. Wanner licked her fingers and exclaimed, "It's delicious. Mother, you should have a piece too. Aunt, come and join us." Yueha, unable to resist the temptation, stood up and took a piece, savoring it and exclaiming, "So fragrant. Unfortunately, we only indulge in this on festive occasions." She added, If it weren't for Wanera's birthday, I doubt Mother would allow a chicken to be slaughtered. Huamei, entranced by the aroma, felt a wave of longing wash over her. Her recent diet of bland, low-oil, low-salt meals had left her palate yearning for flavor. The succulent chicken was a revelation. Taking a bite herself, Huamei chewed the delicious meat, nearly moved to tears by the happiness it brought. How these harsh days had transformed her cravings. In the past, she had little desire for fish or meat, yet now, the mere sight of it made her eyes sparkle. Each person enjoyed a piece before instinctively pausing. Once the loofah and tofu were prepared, Huamei instructed Yueha to inquire with Mother Gu if they could fry a few eggs for the celebration. After all, it was Wanera's birthday, and more delectable dishes were in order. Though Gu was known for her frugality, she should not deny such a modest request. Yueha took Waner to ask Gu, and soon they returned, excitement radiating from them. Sister-in-law Mother agreed. It seemed Gu had a semblance of compassion. The family's eggs were collected in a basket, and once a sufficient quantity was amassed, they were sold to a vendor. Gu likely counted each one meticulously. Huamei lifted the cloth covering the basket and retrieved 4 eggs. Considering their small size, it would hardly suffice. After a moment's thought, she took 2 more. With 6 family members, surely everyone deserved an egg. Yueha, watching Huamei gather the eggs, whispered, Sister-in-law, Mother said we could take only 4. Huamei rolled her eyes, thinking Gu was being excessively stingy. It's fine. If we take 2 extra, Mother won't know if you don't tell her. Yueha hesitated, but Mother has counted the eggs. Truly, Huamei admired her mother-in-law's diligence. Reluctantly, she returned 2 eggs, settling on 4. As expected, the scrambled eggs filled only a small plate. When Gu entered the kitchen and glanced at the food, she nodded in satisfaction. Huamei swore Gu's first look was at the eggs, perhaps to verify the count. Huamei and Yueha carried the dishes to the modest dining area, which featured a low table and a few stools. Waner tugged at Gu's hand, asking grandmother, why hasn't Uncle returned with Father yet? I'm so hungry. Gu glanced at the sky, worry etched on her face, and reassured Waner, soon. Your uncle and father must be at the village entrance by now. After a while, Gu could no longer sit still and decided to wait outside. Waner followed her into the yard. After quite some time, they finally spotted Yinsheng approaching. Gu joyfully rushed to greet him. Yinsheng, you've finally returned. But where is your brother? Yinsheng replied, somewhat disgruntled. I searched the town for a while and found him, but he refused to come back, claiming his luck was good and insisting I return first. He said he would buy gifts for Waner once he won a fortune. Gu stamped her foot in frustration. That scoundrel Liu Shuai, even missing Waner's birthday. Upon seeing Gu's angry expression, Huamei sensed Yinsheng had returned empty-handed. Liu Shuai had been gone for over a day, and she wondered if he had spent the night gambling in town, neglecting to return. Huamei refrained from questioning, as she was unaware of the distance between the village and the town or the nature of its establishments. Yueha, timid by nature, remained silent, feeling the tension from Gu's ire. Waner tugged at Gu's hand. Grandmother, is Father not coming back today? Gu's expression softened as she comforted Waner. He said he would return soon and mentioned buying a gift for you. Be patient and eat first, all right? Waner sighed in disappointment, but quickly brightened. The chicken Mother made is so fragrant. Grandmother, Uncle, come and taste it. Gu suppressed her feelings of disappointment and anger, sitting down to eat. Yinsheng, whether affected by his brother's behavior or otherwise, had a sour expression. Only when Waner placed a piece of chicken in his bowl did he manage a faint smile. Waner playfully urged, Uncle, hurry and eat. The chicken is delicious. Yinsheng took a bite and nodded appreciatively. The atmosphere began to lighten, regardless of their private thoughts. Everyone wore a smile. After all, it was Waner's birthday, and they could not let Liu Shuai's absence ruin a meal. A large bowl of chicken was more than enough to satisfy the family, and Waner's face was glistening with grease as she savored each bite. This chicken is amazing. If only we could eat it more often, she exclaimed, as Huamei brought a piece to her mouth. She heard Waner's comment and placed her morsel into Waner's bowl, saying, if you enjoy it, have more. Watching Waner eat with such gusto brought Huamei more joy than if she had eaten it herself. Noticing Huamei's bowl contained only tofu, Waner quickly added a piece of scrambled egg for her mother, exclaiming, Mother, the scrambled eggs are delicious. You should have more. Huamei smiled and enjoyed the egg Waner had given her, which, although a common dish, tasted exquisite in this context. It was a poignant reminder of how special moments could elevate the ordinary. Yueha and Yinsheng, seemingly unfamiliar with chicken, were both young and had no reason to dislike it. Yinxing's mood brightened considerably as he chatted with Yueha and Wanner. Although Gu was still upset, she went to the kitchen to fetch a bowl, adding some chicken to set aside for Liu Shuai's return. Huamei pretended not to notice, asking no questions. After the meal, they tidied up and washed the dishes, and Huamei felt her strength returning, making these tasks less burdensome than when she first arrived. Wanner was in high spirits today, reluctant to take her afternoon nap as she wandered around beside Huamei. Chapter 33, Brother Yuanshan. Huamei leisurely swept the floor while chatting with Wanner. Though the courtyard was small, household chores seemed never-ending. Huamei had now grasped the art of working at a leisurely pace, taking breaks as needed, ensuring that her hands never ceased their tasks. With this approach, Gu Shi could hardly find fault, and Huamei felt no fatigue. She could even sit down to rest when Gu Shi was distracted, claiming to be playing with Wanner. Wanner insisted on learning to sing. After a moment's thought, Huamei decided to teach her the simplest song, Happy Birthday to You. Vania, Dia, let me teach you a lovely song called Happy Birthday. Since today is your birthday, how about we sing this together? Wanner clapped her hands in delight. The tune was indeed simple. After just 2 rounds of teaching, Wanner could sing it. Listening to Wanner's innocent voice, Huamei couldn't help but smile. Strangely, she found herself adapting to these monotonous days, discovering small joys within them. There was no need for excessive contemplation. She could simply enjoy life at a leisurely pace. As the sky darkened, she soon led Wanner into a sweet slumber. This life, devoid of modern entertainment, was something she adapted to swiftly, perhaps because she had always been a rather subdued woman in the modern world. In the past, she merely watched television or browsed the internet. Now, she passed time with Wanner. Even now, singing with Wanner brought her joy for hours. Watching Wanner learn the song word by word filled Huamei with tranquility and happiness. Recently, Gu Shi had been preoccupied with embroidery, staying indoors all day, which made Huamei feel more at ease. She thought to herself how fortunate she was to have an excuse for her injured hand. Otherwise, being forced to sit and embroider all day would have driven her mad. Reflecting on her past, Huamei realized how much harder her life had been compared to now. Shaking her head, she dismissed these chaotic thoughts. Wanner, seeing Huamei shake her head, worried that her singing was displeasing. Mother, are you shaking your head because my singing is not good? Huamei laughed. Wanner, your singing is lovely. I shook my head not because of your singing, but because I was thinking of something else. Do you understand? Whether Wanner comprehended or not, Huamei shared her thoughts openly, and Wanner simply nodded in response. Then, she requested Huamei to teach her another song. Huamei decided to share a short children's song she had learned in school. They exchanged lines, teaching and singing, and time passed swiftly. Suddenly, there was a knock at the courtyard door. Huamei naturally took Wanner to open it. Upon opening the door, a youth of similar age to Yunsheng stood outside, calling out warmly, Sister Wanner. Huamei paused for a moment before quickly responding, What brings you here today? Come in and sit for a while. The boy bore a resemblance to Huamei, indicating he was surely her brother. Huamei swiftly deduced this. Though she was uncertain of his name, Wanner joyfully exclaimed, Uncle, you haven't visited Wanner in such a long time. I missed you so much. The youth chuckled as he scooped up Wanner, revealing a small bundle in his hands. It's Wanner's birthday, so of course I had to come see you. I even brought some fabric to make you a beautiful dress. Wanner excitedly thanked him repeatedly. The conversation between Huamei and the youth drew Gu Shi out of the house. Upon seeing Huamei's brother, she greeted him. Yuanshan, when did you arrive? Come in and sit down. So, Huamei's brother was named Qin Yuanshan. What a lovely name. Huamei mused that her father must possess a flair for naming, as her name was quite beautiful as well. She followed Yuanshan and Gu Shi into the main room. Regardless of how Gu Shi treated Huamei normally, she was exceedingly courteous to her daughter's family. Yet, unlike the extravagant displays of hospitality often portrayed in dramas, Gu Shi simply poured tea and shared a few casual words. Yuanshan respectfully handed the fabric to Gu Shi, saying, Aunt, today is Wanner's birthday, and my father specifically sent me to deliver this fabric for her dress. Please accept it. Gu Shi's eyes lit up with joy as she replied, No need to be so polite, while accepting the small bundle. Seizing the opportunity during their conversation, Huamei listened intently, but their exchange yielded little useful information. Not finding a chance to converse with his sister, Yuanshan soon stood to take his leave. Gu Shi kindly urged him to stay for dinner, but Yuanshan smiled, saying, I must return to school. I cannot linger here. I will visit again soon. It turned out Yuanshan was studying at the academy, unlike his cousin Yinsheng, who was forced to study alone at home. Gushi instructed Huamei to see Yuanshan off, then led Wan'er to her own room. Huamei complied, walking with Yuanshan to the edge of the courtyard, heading toward the village. Unsure of what to say to her suddenly reappeared brother, Huamei feared she might inadvertently reveal her true identity. Yet, remaining silent felt equally inappropriate. Yuanshan, how are father and mother? She inquired, knowing this question would pose no issue. Yuanshan replied with a smile, Sister, you need not worry. Father is well, and mother is too. They miss you dearly and sent me to check on you. Huamei felt a sudden longing for the parents she had never met, wondering what they looked like. Yuanshan studied Huamei for a moment, saying, Sister, how have you been? You seem to have lost a bit of weight. Huamei's heart warmed, as it had been a long time since someone had spoken to her with such genuine concern. She unconsciously replied, I'm fine. There's no need to worry about me. Regardless of her circumstances, Huamei wished for her family not to worry about her. Perhaps this was a sentiment shared by all married women. Yuanshan was not satisfied with Huamei's brief responses, asking, Sister, has your husband been treating you well? Has he been hitting or scolding you? Huamei's heart sank, but she quickly denied it. Yuanshan sighed. Your husband is idle and fond of gambling. It's you who suffers. Looking at Yuanshan, who was slightly taller than her, Huamei felt a gentle warmth. He was indeed her blood brother, now a part of her life. Yuanshan told Huamei, Sister, I must return now. You needn't see me off. Huamei nodded, watching as Yuanshan's figure gradually disappeared into the distance, feeling a complex mix of emotions. Standing at the village entrance for a while, she eventually returned home. Though the small farmhouse appeared somewhat dilapidated, it had become the most familiar place for her. Unknowingly, Huamei began to perceive it as her true home. On her way, she encountered several villagers, both men and women. Adhering to her principle of saying nothing more than necessary, she smiled and lowered her head in response to their greetings, attracting no unusual glances. She was grateful that her former self had been reserved and quiet. Otherwise, this impostor would have found it impossible to maintain her facade. Chapter 34. A Sudden Thunderclap. Upon seeing Huamei return, Gushi cheerfully called her into her room. Huamei was unaccustomed to Gushi's smile, having grown used to her cold demeanor. She wondered if this change was due to Yuanshan bringing fabric today. Indeed, once inside, Gushi unfolded the fabric, exclaiming, Your in-laws have a keen eye. This fabric is truly beautiful. As summer approaches, it is sufficient to make 2 skirts for Wan'er. Huamei thought to herself, indeed. She examined the fabric, which was quite vibrant and eye-catching. If fashioned into a garment for Wan'er, it would surely look splendid. Gushi naturally placed the fabric in her own box, instructing Huamei, once the weather improves, take this fabric and make garments for Wan'er. What? Huamei nearly gasped in disbelief. Was she to craft clothing? Surely this was a jest. She had no skill in garment making. With a forlorn expression, Huamei reluctantly acquiesced. The women of ancient times were truly remarkable. Not only did they manage household chores, but they also possessed skills in embroidery and sewing, embodying a remarkable versatility. Observing Gushi's composed demeanor, it seemed this was a commonplace expectation for the original Huamei. Yet, as a mere impostor, how could she possibly perform such tasks? Strange, how upon arriving here, she began to perceive herself as an inept woman. Wan'er, excited at the prospect of new clothing, bounced around Huamei, lifting her spirits somewhat. Taking each step as it came, Huamei resolved to think of a way to handle the situation when the time arose. Suddenly, a voice from outside called out, Second Aunt, come quickly. Gushi frowned and stepped outside, inquiring, Lai Shun, why are you shouting? Where is Shu Huai? Lai Shun appeared flustered. Isn't Shu Huai home? Gushi was taken aback. No, wasn't he with you? Lai Shun hesitated, his face pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Seeing his distress, Huamei felt an unsettling premonition. Could it be that Lu Shu Huai encountered trouble at the gambling den? Gushi pressed urgently. Lai Shun, speak quickly. What has happened to Shu Huai? Yin Sheng went to look for him at noon. He was fine then. Lai Shun stammered, reluctant to divulge the details. Gushi, disregarding decorum, seized Lai Shun's collar, imploring, just tell me. Lai Shun finally revealed, Second Aunt. Shu Huai lost a considerable amount of money at the gambling den and was detained by the gamblers. Then, somehow, he vanished. I assumed in the chaos he slipped away, thinking he might have returned home. I feared the gamblers would soon come to collect the debt. Gushi could hardly believe her ears, her complexion draining of color as she struggled to articulate a response. Yun Sheng and Yu He, having heard the commotion, emerged and were equally dismayed by Lai Shun's revelations. Yu He rushed to support Gu Shi, who swayed unsteadily. "Mother, are you all right?" Yun Sheng also came to her aid, the siblings flanking their mother for support. Gu Shi struggled to speak. When did Xu Huai leave the gambling den? Each word was painstakingly uttered. Lai Shun, sensing the gravity of the situation, dared not conceal the truth any longer. "It was a while ago. I noticed something was amiss and hid away. Once I had a moment, I rushed back to inform you. I thought Xu Huai would surely have come home." Gu Shi cursed that wretched fool, and then broke into tears. Yui joined in the weeping, while Yin Sheng appeared somewhat more composed yet still bewildered. Huamei, overwhelmed by the barrage of information, finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Lu Shu Huai had signed an IOU to the gambling den, and soon, the notorious Lai Qiangzi would come to demand payment. This impoverished family could hardly afford any debts, and from Lai Shun's tone, it seemed Lu Shu Huai owed a substantial sum. Huamei, being the calmest of the group, inquired, "How much did he lose?" Lai Shun hesitated. "I'm not entirely sure. He took the few coins I had. It seems he borrowed several strings of cash from Lai Qiangzi." At this revelation, Gu Shi completely broke down, her legs giving way as she sank to the floor. "Heavens! Such a sum! Where will I find that much money to repay them?" Gu Shi wailed, cursing Lu Shu Huai. "How could I have borne such a disobedient son? Always gambling, and now he has incurred such debts. What am I to do?" Huamei, unsure of the exact amount referred to as several strings of cash, recalled her sister-in-law Gay Xiang mentioning that working for the Song family might yield 300 coins a month, with one string amounting to 1,000 coins. Thus, several strings would equate to several thousand coins. The thought of the meager coins hidden beneath her bed twisted her heart. Yui continued to sob, while Wanner, oblivious to the details, understood one thing. Her father was in trouble. She too began to cry in fright. Huamei quickly embraced Vanna, as the entire household, young and old, wiped their tears, with her remaining the most composed. She turned to Lai Shun, asking, "When will Lai Qiangzi arrive? We must prepare." Lai Shun hesitated. "He should be coming soon. I spotted him searching for Xu Huai with 2 henchmen while I was running back from town. If he can't find him in town, he will surely come here." Before he could finish, Gu Xiang hurriedly approached. "Aunt, hurry. 3 thugs are looking for Xu Huai. They just came to my house asking for directions, and I had no choice but to lead them here. Hurry, call out for Xu Huai." Gu Shi, overcome with tears, could hardly respond to Gu Xiang. Yun Sheng, wearing a troubled expression, replied, "Cousin, my brother hasn't returned at all." Gu Xiang stamped her foot, but before she could speak further, the 3 thugs stormed into the courtyard. The leader, a man in his 30s, was of short stature, had a fierce countenance, and walked with a noticeable limp. He was undoubtedly Lai Qiangzi. He clutched a thick wooden stick in his hand, while the 2 younger men followed closely behind, also wielding sticks. Upon spotting Lai Shun, Lai Qiangzi sneered. "Lai Shun, quickly call out your brother Lu Shu Huai." Lai Shun trembled, stuttering, Lai Qiangzi, Shu Huai entanglements. Lai Qiangzi's cold smile deepened. "Don't insult my intelligence. He owes me money, and now he refuses to pay and sneaks out through the window. I've searched everywhere in town. Where else could he have gone? Hurry and bring him out, or I shall not be merciful." Yin Sheng stood up, asserting, "My brother truly hasn't returned. Whatever you have to say, you can say it to us. We are his family." Lai Qiangzi scrutinized Yun Sheng, chuckling menacingly. "I see you are Lu Shu Huai's brother. Fine, I'll speak to you. I am a straightforward man. Debts must be repaid. Here is the IOU your brother signed. He borrowed a total of 18 strings of cash. Bring the money, and I will leave." Gu Shi was staggered by this amount. Struggling to stand, wasn't it just a few strings? How could it escalate to 18 in the blink of an eye? She turned to Lai Shun for help, but he too appeared equally perplexed. Lai Shun remarked, "I distinctly saw Xu Huai with a note for borrowing a guan. How could it have escalated to such an amount?" Lai Kazi raised the IOU in his hand, stating it was originally 8 guan borrowed, but later, in a desperate attempt to recoup his losses, he borrowed an additional 4 guan. Including interest, it naturally amounts to 18 guan. Gu Shi, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "The total is merely 12 guan. Why has the interest inflated so drastically?" In Chapter 35, Debt Collection at the Door, Huamei frowned at the unfolding situation. Was this not akin to a modern-day loan shark exploiting the desperate? 12 guan had swiftly morphed into 18 guan, yielding an exorbitant 50% interest. a blatant act of extortion. Some gambling dens set such traps to ensnare those addicted to games of chance, lending money while conspiring with accomplices to rig the outcomes, thereby ensnaring the losers in an ever-deepening cycle of debt. Were not those who lost their fortunes to gambling often caught in this very web? Lycase brandished a wooden club, asserting, "My money is certainly not lent without cause. This interest is hardly excessive. If you fail to produce the money today, the interest will increase by another 6 guan by tomorrow." Gusher nearly fainted, pointing an accusatory finger at Lycase Yu. One heir, frightened, burrowed into Huamei's embrace, sobbing, "Mother, I'm so scared." Huamei gently patted one heir's back, whispering comfort, "Do not fear, my dear. Mother is here." Lycase, reveling in his authority, commanded his 2 henchmen, "Shu Huai must be hiding at home. You two, go search every room. I refuse to believe he can evade us." The 2 men complied, storming into the house like ferocious beasts. Yunsheng anxiously interjected, "Elder brother is truly not at home." Yet his slight frame could not deter the 2 burly men, who easily shoved him to the ground. Yunsheng winced in pain, gritting his teeth. Lu Laishun, lacking the courage to intervene, merely rushed over to help Yunsheng up. Gusher, her eyes still wet with tears, felt her heart ache further at the sight of Yunsheng's predicament. "Yunsheng, does it hurt?" she asked. He suppressed the pain and shook his head. "Mother, I am fine. Quickly, let's check to ensure they do not ransack everything." Gusher, however, could hardly move, while Yuhi continued to weep. Huamei, holding one heir, was also unable to follow, left helplessly watching as the 2 men rifled through the house. Yunsheng turned his gaze to Lu Laishun. Already fearful, averted his eyes in cowardice. Disappointment washed over Yunsheng. "Laishun, brother." Before he could finish, Lu Laishun stammered, "In any case, Shu Huai isn't home. If they search and find nothing, they will surely leave." Huamei cast a scornful glance at this man. Was he truly worthy of being called a man? Gui Xiang, always forthright, spoke up, "Look at you cowering like this. I will go take a look." She entered the house, finding the place in disarray, and exclaimed in anger, "This room is barely big enough. Where could a grown man hide? Why are you rummaging through the trunks like this?" Huamei followed her inside, equally furious at the sight. "You two, cease this at once." The 2 men ignored their protests and continued toward the door, forcing Gui Xiang and Huamei to step aside, helplessly watching as they moved on to other rooms. Gusher entered her own room, only to find everything in utter disarray, and she wept anew, lamenting, "What a calamity! What a calamity!" Gui Xiang remained by Gusher's side, too overwhelmed to offer consolation. With such limited space in their home, the 2 men wreaked havoc, eventually reporting back to Lycase. "There's no one inside." Though Lycase had anticipated this outcome, hearing it confirmed ignited his fury. "Where on earth has Lu Shu Huai gone?" Yunsheng straightened his back, declaring, "I do not know. Elder brother has not returned at all. I told you so, yet you refuse to believe me. Ensnared. Whether he is home or not, I will pursue you. Return the money promptly. If it is not repaid today, I will demolish your home." Gusher, supported by Gui Xiang, stepped into the courtyard, seething, "You speak of such a large sum. How can we possibly gather it in such a short time? We need at least a few days' grace." Lycase, unyielding, replied, "Fine, I will grant you 1 day's extension. I will return tomorrow to collect the money." "Tomorrow?" Huamei interjected, raising her voice, "Grant us 3 days. That is far too short a time to gather such a sum." Lycase's gaze swept over the scene, finally landing on Huamei, holding the child. His eyes gleamed with a sudden realization. "You are Lu Shu Huai's wife? It seems that poor Lu has a share of good fortune." He stepped closer. Huamei's voice turned sharp. "Stay where you are. Do not approach." Lycase paused, then chuckled. "Very well, I will extend the deadline to 3 days. However, after 3 days, I expect 18 guan, not a single coin less." Huamei gritted her teeth, but ultimately agreed. "All right, you may return in 3 days for the money." Gushi gasped, "Qin Huamei, where will we find such a large sum?" Huamei shot Gusher a look, silencing her. First, they must deal with these men, and then they could discuss the matter of money later. Gusher fell silent, continuing to wipe her tears. Lycase, accompanied by his 2 subordinates, strode away, leaving the courtyard shrouded in despair. Lu Laishun timidly suggested, "Aunt, do not panic. We must devise a plan to repay this gambling debt." Gusher sighed deeply. Such a vast sum, and only 3 days to gather it. Where can we possibly find that kind of money? Tears began to flow once more. Though Huamei had never held any affection for this woman, her heart ached at the sight. Lu Shuhuai, do you realize the calamity you have brought upon this impoverished family? For wealthy families, this sum may seem trivial, but for the Lu family, it is astronomical. Huamei had boldly insisted that Lai Kezi return in 3 days for the money, yet she had no idea how to procure such funds. As she observed Gu Shi's distress, her own heart grew heavy. Gu Xiang, a kind-hearted woman, offered comfort. Aunt, I believe what Lu Laishun said holds truth. We must first settle this gambling debt. Otherwise, Lai Kezi will undoubtedly return. He operates a gambling den in town and has many underlings. If he comes to collect daily, our lives will become unbearable. My elder brother Chongming is away working when he returns. I will discuss with him how much money we have and see what we can gather to help you. Gu Shi looked at Gu Xiang with gratitude. Thank you, Gu Xiang. The presence of someone willing to lend a hand was profoundly heartening. Lu Laishun added, Aunt, I will return home immediately to fetch my parents and see what assistance they can offer. With that, he hurried away. Gu Shi mustered the strength to sit down inside. At the modest table, the few of them took their seats in succession. Yu He finally ceased her crying, and Yun Sheng, fatigued, remained silent at the side. Vania, still frightened, buried her head in Hua Mei's embrace, unwilling to look up. Huamei gently patted Wan Er's back, her heart aching for the terrified child. After a long pause, Gu Shi spoke, I have only 2 guan left, which I intended to save for Yun Sheng's examination expenses next year. Yun Sheng interjected, Mother, why discuss that now? Let us gather whatever we have. Having shed so many tears that day, Gu Shi's eyes filled with new tears at Yun Sheng's words. Huamei felt a sudden surge of emotion, and without thinking, she blurted out, Mother, I still have some money. I will bring it to you shortly. Originally, she had intended to save it as private funds, fearing that she might find herself without any money if she ventured outside. Yet at this moment, she could no longer hold on to it. Gu Shi nodded repeatedly, her tears flowing uncontrollably. Gu Xiang sighed and said, Aunt, I will return home to see if Chongming has come back. At that moment, Gu Shi could not be bothered with formalities. She did not even send Gu Xiang off, simply sitting there in sorrow. Hua, may place Wan Er on you, He's lap, and went into the room. She bent down to retrieve a clay jar from under the bed, which contained a small amount of scattered silver and copper coins. After a moment's thought, Hua Mei decided to take the entire jar. After all, she had no idea how much money it contained. It must be Hua Mei's dowry, and if the real Hua Mei were here, she would do the same. Regardless, that wretched man, Lu Shuhuai, was still her husband. Chapter 36. Racking one's brain when Hua Mei brought the jar into the room, Gu Shi appeared somewhat better, but upon seeing the coins, her worries returned. You have only a few hundred when here. Even adding what I have saved, it barely reaches 3 guan. We are far from the 18 guan needed. Hua Mei had initially thought the jar held a considerable amount of money, but now realized it was merely a few hundred won. It made sense. How much private money could the original Hua Mei have had? Hua Mei fell into contemplation. 18 guan. Where could they possibly find such a sum? Lu Laishun entered with a middle-aged man and woman. Second aunt, my father and mother have come, he announced. Upon seeing her elder brother and sister-in-law, Gu Shi naturally rose to greet them, exchanging a few pleasantries. Laishun's father sighed. Shu Huai's mother, do not be anxious. Since things have come to this, we must find a way to repay the debt first, and then we can deal with Shu Huai later. By the way, where is Shu Huai? Has he not returned? Gu Shi shook her head. I haven't seen him. He must be hiding from those pursuing the debts. Alas, I have no heart to search for him now. Just dealing with this enormous gambling debt is enough to give me a headache. Laishun's father bore a resemblance to his son, while Laishun's mother appeared ordinary, yet exuded a sense of shrewdness in her speech. Second aunt, you know our family situation. We are not affluent. We have only a little over 2 guan left, which I brought for you. It should help in an emergency. Huamei noticed that what Laishun's mother handed Gu Shi was not a string of coins, but rather a piece of paper with some patterns and writing, evidently a form of currency from that time. It was called a jiaozi, as carrying a bag of copper coins everywhere would indeed be quite cumbersome. Gu Shi gratefully accepted it. Laishun's father lamented. If the second brother were still here, Shu Huai would not have ended up like this. Mentioning her deceased husband plunged Gu Shi into sorrow. It was easy to imagine the hardships faced by a widow with 3 children. Her eldest son, Lu Shuhuai, was addicted to gambling and refused to engage in any honest work. The family's livelihood relied on a few acres of barren land and some embroidery work, leaving them in dire straits. Although Gu Shi often complained in private that Lu Laishun had led her son astray, it was inappropriate to voice such thoughts in front of Laishun's parents. Laishun's mother, aware of the underlying tension, shot her husband a disapproving glance, silently urging him to cease speaking further. Laishun's father, realizing his indiscretion, quickly fell silent. Laishun's mother plastered on a smile, "Second aunt, if the money truly cannot be gathered, why not sell those few trees planted by the field? They should fetch a decent sum." Gu Shi's hands trembled slightly, but those were specifically left by Shu Huai's father for Yu He to prepare furniture for her dowry when she marries. "How can we send her off without a proper dowry?" "No, that won't do," Laishun's mother urged. "At this critical moment, how can we still think of such things? Yu He has several years before she marries. We can prepare for her later." Gu Shi hesitated, but Yu He softly interjected, "Mother, I do not want any dowry. Please listen to aunt." Gu Shi gritted her teeth and resolved, "Tomorrow, I will summon someone to cut down the trees and sell them. Yu He, I promise to prepare another dowry for you." Tears glistened in the corners of Gu Shi's eyes. Laishun's father quickly agreed to the plan, stating he would find someone to purchase the trees, and after providing some comforting words, he took his leave. As dusk descended, it was customary for them to have dinner and retire for the night. Yet today, such thoughts were far from their minds. Huamei entered the kitchen to prepare a simple meal, boiling some thin porridge. Yun Sheng and Yu He ate a little, but Gu Shi could not swallow a morsel. Huamei urged, "Mother, one must eat to maintain strength. Let us discuss the money tomorrow." Gu Shi was not in the mood to debate the merits of sustenance, and merely hastily drank a bowl of porridge before setting down her chopsticks. Yun Sheng looked at Huamei in astonishment. Huamei realized her thoughtless remark. At such a time, who could think of iron and steel? Alas, it was a slip of the tongue, but thankfully everyone was in a heavy mood and no one pressed further. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to brush it off. Wan Er understood that something serious had happened at home. She lowered her head and finished half a bowl of porridge before claiming she was full. This night was destined to be one of sleeplessness for all. Early the next day, Gu Xiang arrived at the Lu household with a man. Huamei was sweeping the yard and greeted Gu Xiang. The man, undoubtedly Gu Xiang's husband, Gu Chongming, appeared honest and simple. Upon seeing her nephew, Gu Shi sighed deeply, her face clouded with worry. Gu Chongming called out, "Aunt, has Shu Huai returned?" Gu Shi glanced at Huamei, who shook her head. "He should not be back. His bed remains untouched, exactly as it was yesterday." Gu Xiang nudged Gu Chongming, signaling him to refrain from further inquiries. She forced a smile. "Aunt, Long Ming and I have brought a little of our remaining money. It is not much, so please don't think ill of it." She handed over a jiaozi. Gu Shi looked at the amount written on it, astonished to find it was as much as 2 guan. She felt incredibly grateful. In these times, who could boast of spare money? Gu Xiang and Chongming must have contributed all they had. Gu Shi expressed her heartfelt thanks repeatedly. Chongming appeared somewhat flustered. "Aunt, this is just for your immediate needs. Shu Huai is my brother, and you are my dear aunt. There is no need for such formality." Gu Xiang added, "Indeed, aunt, do not be so polite with us. Take this first and see how much more is needed." Gu Shi calculated. Including Huamei's private savings, their total amounted to over 2 guan, plus the 2 guan Laishun's parents had brought the night before, and the recent loans from Gu Xiang and Chongming, totaling around 7 guan. After a while, Gu Shi said, "Today, I have already asked Laishun's father to find someone to sell those trees by the field. I do not know how much they will fetch." Chongming frowned. "Aunt, those trees were meant to be kept for you, He's dowry, weren't they?" Gu Shi sighed. "What could be done? The money is far too short. If we cannot gather it in time, we may have to sell a portion of the land." As she spoke, Gu Shi's voice trembled. Gu Xiang began to feel sorrow alongside Gu Shi. For a farming family, who would willingly sell their trees, let alone their land? The land is the lifeblood of a farmer. Who would ever wish to part with it unless absolutely compelled? Gu Xiang remarked, "Aunt, Chongming will head to the Song family tomorrow. Hu Zi has already spoken on his behalf, so it should not be an issue. However, with Shu Huai missing, what should we do?" Huamei suddenly recalled that Gu Xiang had previously asked her brother to help find work for Shu Huai. Given the current circumstances, where could they possibly search for Lu Shu Huai? Gu Shi was equally at a loss. Ideally, having Lu Shu Huai work alongside them at the Song family would be the best option, far better than his gambling, and he could earn some wages to support the family. However, Qin Huamei had committed a grave mistake and refused to return. Gu Shi pondered for a moment and implored, Gu Xiang, how about this, when Chongming goes tomorrow? Could he speak to Hu Zi and see if they can wait for Qin Huamei to return before allowing him to join the Song family? Gu Xiang wore an expression of distress as Hu Zi explained that tomorrow the steward would be solely responsible for the interview process, and once that day passed, it was likely no further candidates would be accepted. Yinsung, unable to remain seated upon overhearing this conversation, stepped out and declared, Mother, I shall go seek out my elder brother. If I cannot find him, I will attempt to go to the Song family tomorrow myself. The statement shocked everyone present. Gu Shi hurriedly responded, Yinsung, how can you do that? You need to focus on your studies and prepare for the county examination tomorrow. Yinsung gritted his teeth and replied, Given the state of our household, how can I still attend the county examination? Let's discuss this matter later. Although Yinsung's words were somewhat vague, every listener understood the implications. With the family in such dire straits and burdened with substantial gambling debts, where would the funds come from to allow him to participate in the examination? It seemed that even providing for daily meals would soon become a challenge. Yinsung chose not to elaborate further and moved a step outside. Gu Shi called after him, Where do you think you're going to find your brother? Yinsung, without looking back, replied, I will first search the town, and then I shall check the mountains nearby the village. Huamei, learning from Yinsung's words that there were mountains near the village, couldn't help but wonder about their size. How peculiar it was to think of such trivial matters at this time. She chided herself to stop. Chapter 37. The first glimmer of brilliance, Gu Changming called out, Yinsung, I have no plans today. I will accompany you in searching for Shuhua. Yinsung cast a grateful glance at Gu Changming. Thank you, cousin. Gu Changming waved his hand dismissively. What need is there for thanks? Shuhua is my brother as well. Hearing this, Huamei felt a swell of emotion. The earnest and warm-hearted couple, Gu Xiang and her husband, were akin to a timely delivery of coal in the snow, offering both financial support and physical assistance, a rarity indeed. Throughout history, many delight in adding embellishments to a flourishing situation, yet how few are truly capable of providing support in times of need. Gu Xiang urged them, You two should hasten to the town and search. Regardless of whether you find him, be sure to return by noon so we can discuss our next steps. Gu Changming and Yinsung set off together. Gu Shi grasped Gu Xiang's hand and said, Gu Xiang, I hardly know what to say. I'm so grateful to you and Changming. Gu Xiang, understanding her feelings, replied, Aunt, why do you speak so formally? We can only do our humble part. How can we possibly provide substantial assistance? In times like this, it is futile to be anxious or angry. We must first consider how to repay our debts and then find Shuhua. However, I hope this experience will lead him to amend his ways. At the mere thought of the missing Lu Shuhua, Gu Shi's body trembled with fury. That ungrateful boy, causing trouble and then vanishing without a trace. Just yesterday, he came back to deliver a message. If I find him this time, I shall break his legs. Huamei nodded in agreement, firmly believing that a man's character is revealed through such circumstances. If he possessed even a modicum of responsibility, he would have returned to inform the family rather than hiding away, leaving his elderly mother, weak wife, and younger siblings to bear the burden. Did he not consider that the crippled Lai Ke would undoubtedly come to demand payment? Yesterday, the house had been ransacked, every room turned upside down, taking a long time to restore to order. Fortunately, there were few valuables. Only a few bowls in the kitchen had been broken, which was a minor inconvenience. He had the audacity to hide away like this. Huamei sighed deeply. Such a man was truly beyond redemption. Lu Lai-san arrived at their home, calling out to Gu Shi, second aunt, my father has gone to summon someone to purchase trees from the field. I was sent to invite you to discuss the pricing. Gu Shi had no time to remain angry with Lu Shuhua and hurried towards the fields. Gu Xiang quickly said, Aunt, I will accompany you. Gu Shi nodded in agreement. Huamei added, Mother, I shall go as well. Gu Xiang felt it inappropriate not to accompany her son-in-law, so Gu Shi, feeling reassured with more company, consented. Yuhi emerged from the house, wishing to join them. Gu Shi instructed, Yuhi, stay home and guard the house. Remember to keep an eye on Wan Air. Yuhi reluctantly agreed. Lu Lai-san, usually glib of tongue, was notably subdued now that Lu Shuhua had caused trouble for which he could not escape blame. He led the way ahead. As Huamei walked, she observed that the primary source of income for farmers at this time came from their land. The harvested grain not only fed the family, but could also be sold for additional income. The most essential indicators of a household's prosperity were the number of houses they owned and the acreage of land they cultivated. Wealthier families sought to acquire more land, while those who found themselves compelled to sell their fields clearly faced hardship. Huamei was captivated by the vast expanse of farmland before her. Having rarely ventured far beyond the village, she had never seen such extensive fields. The wheat was nearing maturity, with many ears already sprouting, bringing her joy. The Liu family's land spanned 7 or 8 acres, with several tall trees at the edge of the field. Leizen's father stood beneath one of the trees, accompanied by several men, one of whom appeared to be the leader, his dark complexion revealing a shrewdness. Gushi first expressed her gratitude to Leizen's father before negotiating the price with the man seeking to purchase the trees. Huamei remained silent, listening attentively as the man, surnamed Li, was referred to by Gushi as brotherly. Initially, Li offered a low price, prompting Gushi to grow anxious. Brotherly, these trees were planted when my daughter was born. They were intended to provide furniture for her dowry. If it weren't for our urgent need, we would never consider selling them. Your price is rather low. Li chuckled. Aunt Liu, who in this area does not know that I, Li, am known for my honesty? To be frank, had it not been for recent requests from craftsmen for wood to make furniture, I would not even offer this price for your trees. I will give you 1,500 in total. If that suits you, I will have my men begin work. If not, you may seek another buyer. Gushi found herself in a dilemma. The price was clearly too low. These 8 trees are worth at least 2,000 won. Your offer of 1,500 is simply too little. Leizen's father chimed in. Indeed, these trees are over a decade old. They are tall and thick, and the wood will surely be strong and useful. Do offer a bit more. Li pretended to deliberate for a moment before stating, for the sake of your elder brother, I will increase my offer to 1,600 won. Unable to contain herself, Huamei interjected, that price remains too low. Mother, shall we seek another buyer to compare? Li was taken aback, not expecting the typically gentle Huamei to speak so decisively. Gushi initially did not respond, but soon understood Huamei's point. Yes, that could work. If we appear overly eager to sell, it will only encourage them to push the price down further. This principle holds true in any situation. Li discerned that the mother and daughter were only pretending to negotiate to elicit a higher offer from him and was unwilling to be deceived, laughing as he said, Aunt Liu, feel free to find another buyer. If anyone offers a price higher than mine, I would never stand in your way. Leizen's father furrowed his brow, looking towards his sister-in-law, Gushi. At that moment, she felt uncertain. Their family was in urgent need of funds, and even a single one more would be beneficial. Yet, Li was adamant about not raising his offer. Should they sell at a loss, or seek another buyer? Gushi found herself wavering. Huamei scoffed inwardly. It was evident that Li was deliberately undervaluing their trees, taking advantage of their desperate situation to pressure them into selling for a pittance. Unable to hold back, Huamei declared, Mother, let us find another buyer. After all, there are many merchants who deal in trees. His price is unacceptably low. We shall not sell to him. Guixiang nodded in agreement, saying, Indeed, Aunt, I have sent Chongming to the town to find others who might purchase the trees. Surely the price will be higher. 1,600 is insufficient to acquire 8 mature trees that have grown for over a decade. As Gushi found herself in a state of confusion, she noticed her daughter-in-law Huamei's unusual insistence, which gave her a sense of reassurance, prompting her to nod in agreement. Li, taken aback by Gushi and Huamei's sudden decision to leave, exclaimed in a fluster, Wait, Aunt Liu, surely we can negotiate. Look, I've brought the men, waiting to settle on a price and cut the trees for transport. How about 1,800 won? He proactively added 200 won to his offer. Gushi felt a surge of interest and was about to agree when Huamei interjected 2,000 won, and not a single coin less. Guixiang admired Huamei's quick wit and echoed, Indeed, 2,000 won. You will not lose out on such splendid trees. Li surveyed the robust trees, gritting his teeth before conceding, Very well, 2,000 when it is. Chapter 38. One Heir's little gold lock. Gushi was overjoyed, having been content with 1,800 won, and now unexpectedly receiving 2,000 when filled her with delight. She cast appreciative glances at her daughter-in-law, Huamei. Huamei, pleased with her small contribution during this crucial moment, felt elated. Every additional coin counted, especially 200 won. It seemed plausible that she could engage in small business ventures in this ancient setting, perhaps replicating successful marketing strategies she had encountered in modern times, which might lead to prosperity. Such thoughts were far-reaching. Better to focus on the present. After settling the price, Lier led a group of men to saw down the trees. Huamei observed that, in this era, two men worked together, pulling the saw back and forth to gradually fell the trees. How convenient it would be to have an electric saw. They could finish in no time. At the current pace, it was likely that it would take them 2 days to complete the task, with a total of 8 trees. Why ponder such things? An electric saw was hardly a possibility. She chuckled at her own fanciful thoughts. Once Gushi received the 2001 equivalent to 2 guan in cash, they returned home, leaving Lu Laishun and his son to tend to the fields. As they walked, Gui Xiang praised Huamei. Today, we truly owe it to Huamei. Lier initially offered only 1,600 won, but upon seeing our intent to leave without selling, he increased his offer by 400 won. Gushi rarely complimented, yet she concurred with Gui Xiang. Indeed, what Gui Xiang said is accurate. Huamei, taken aback by the praise, felt a warmth in her heart. This was the first time in many days that Gushi had acknowledged her efforts. Although it was merely an endorsement of Gui Xiang's words, it was enough to bring her joy. She smiled, saying, "Thank you, Sister Gui Xiang, but I must also credit you for your support." The group, previously burdened by the misfortune caused by Lu Shuhua, found their spirits lifted. With the money from selling the trees, they had scraped together 9 guan. Yet the question remained, where would they procure the remaining funds? Gushi, upon realizing this, fell back into worry. By the time they arrived home, it was nearly noon. After a simple lunch, they awaited the return of Yunsheng and Gu Chongming. When the sun reached its zenith, the two returned, utterly exhausted. Gushi's heart sank at the sight of them. "Did you not find Shuhua?" Yunsheng sighed and shook his head. "I searched everywhere my elder brother frequented, yet found no trace. The townsfolk claimed they had not seen him. It remains a mystery where he might have hidden last night." Both Gu Chongming and Yunsheng, having run about for hours, were thoroughly fatigued, but Gu Chongming insisted, "After we eat and rest, I shall venture out again with Yunsheng. I believe he has not strayed far. He must be hiding somewhere." Gushi promptly invited them to sit down for a meal. After a hasty lunch, Gu Chongming accompanied Yunsheng once more to search for Lu Shuhua. Meanwhile, Gushi pondered her options and ultimately resolved to borrow money from acquaintances. 9 guan was no trifling sum, and she felt compelled to try. As Gushi departed, Gui Xiang headed home as well. I may stay behind, caring for Wan heir, but she too wished to contribute to the family's plight. What could she possibly do in this unfamiliar environment to procure funds? In the past, when reading online novels about extraordinary women in ancient times, she marveled at their prowess. Yet here she was, feeling utterly helpless. Alas, she could not even embroider, a skill expected of women in this era, let alone consider other ventures. Starting a small business seemed implausible, given her lack of capital connections and familiarity with this new world. Moreover, in just 2 days, the unscrupulous beggar would come demanding money. Time was of the essence. As she lost herself in thought, Wan heir curiously inquired, "Mother, what are you thinking about?" Huamei replied absent-mindedly, "I was contemplating where to find some money." Realizing her daughter was but a 4-year-old child, she quickly added, "It's nothing of importance." To her surprise, Wan heir frowned and said, "Mother, has father not returned for several days? Is it because he has lost a great deal of money again?" Huamei was taken aback. The child's insight struck a chord. After a moment's reflection, Huamei decided to be honest with her daughter. "You are correct. Your father has indeed lost a considerable sum. The individuals who visited our home last time came to collect debts, and now we must borrow money to repay your father's gambling debts." There was no need to hide the harsh truth from Wan heir. It was better to be forthright. Wan heir lowered her head, silent for a long while. Huamei comforted her. "Do not worry, dear. Your grandmother and I will find a solution. If all else fails, we still have your second uncle and aunt to turn to." To her astonishment, Wan heir replied, "Mother, I still have a gold lock. You can take it to pay off father's debts." With that, she pulled out a red string from her garment, revealing a delicate little gold lock at the other end. This charming lock had always hung around Wan heir's neck, though it was now tucked away beneath her clothing. Huamei had never seen this gold lock before, and she paused in surprise, examining it closely. This must be the longevity lock spoken of in ancient times, traditionally gifted by elders to children at birth, to be worn without removal. ensuring a long and safe life. Huamei surmised that this gold lock was a precious gift from Xu Hua's late father, likely quite valuable. After studying it for a while, Huamei gently tucked Wan Er's gold lock back in her clothing, saying, "This is your gold lock, dear. It is best to keep it safe. Your father's gambling debts should not be settled with your precious gold lock." Her heart swelled with affection for her understanding and endearing daughter. Yet Wan Er insisted, "Mother, I know we are short on money, and even Aunt's trees have been sold, so I must offer my gold lock." Wan Er couldn't comprehend why the trees belonged to Aunt Yuhi, but if the adult said so, it must be true. She wanted to emulate Aunt Yuhi, offering her most valuable possession. Huamei shed tears for the first time since her arrival in this era. Since coming to terms with her situation, she had felt lost. Facing off against her formidable mother-in-law, she had endured countless challenges. Grappling with her husband's shortcomings, she sought to manage their lives. Adapting to this unfamiliar lifestyle, she persevered. Yet, she had not cried until this moment, when Wan Er's words broke her composure. Overwhelmed by emotion, she embraced Wan Er tightly, feeling the warmth of her sweet and obedient daughter in her arms. When Gu Shi returned and saw Wan Er presenting her gold lock, she was momentarily taken aback. Upon hearing Wan Er's intent to use the gold lock to settle Lu Shuhua's debts, Gu Shi's tears flowed freely. "What a calamity! This wretched boy Xu Hua has brought such misfortune upon us." Gu Shi lamented through her tears. Huamei had regained her composure and addressed Gu Shi, saying, "Mother, we are in urgent need of funds at this moment. You should take Wan Er's gold pendant to the pawn shop and exchange it for some cash. This will help us navigate the immediate crisis. Once we are in a better financial position, we can redeem the pendant." Gu Shi wiped her tears and, seeing Huamei's determination, reluctantly nodded in agreement. Unbeknownst to Gu Shi, she had begun to rely on Huamei, who, despite her previous timidity, was gradually transforming into a figure of strength, courage, wisdom, and decisiveness. In this chaotic moment, Huamei's calm demeanor unconsciously instilled a sense of reliance in Gu Shi. It seems that in times of confusion and fear, one instinctively seeks a pillar of support. Chapter 39. Good news from Yun Sheng. Gu Shi initiated a conversation about her afternoon's endeavors. "I visited Xu Huai's aunt today, and she agreed to lend us some money, which she said would be delivered tomorrow. However, I doubt it will be much, perhaps only a single string of coins. The other relatives claimed they had no spare funds, so I hold little hope." This meant they still needed 8 strings of coins, and Gu Shi pondered how much they could get for Wan Er's pendant. Just as Huamei was about to inquire, Yun Sheng and Gu Changming returned, both appearing utterly exhausted from their day's journey. Huamei quickly fetched water for them to quench their thirst. Gu Shi looked at Yun Sheng with hopeful eyes and asked, "Yun Sheng, have you heard anything about your elder brother?" Yun Sheng nodded. "Cousin Changming and I searched the town thoroughly, and as dusk approached, we heard a woodcutter mention he had seen someone resembling my brother in the mountains. It seems he may have hidden there to avoid being found by the lame thugs." Gu Shi exclaimed in alarm, "What shall we do? We must go to the mountains immediately to bring your brother back. What if he has no food to eat or a place to sleep?" Gu Changming reassured her, "Aunt, please do not worry. It is possible that Xu Huai will return tonight. It is already dark, and venturing into the mountains now would be quite perilous." After a moment's reflection, Gu Shi fell silent. Yun Sheng frowned and said, "Mother, if my brother returns tonight, we must give him a good scolding. He cannot continue indulging his reckless behavior. I plan to accompany cousin Changming to the Song family tomorrow. If I can secure a position there, it will help us financially. Given our current situation, we are in dire need of funds, and I have little desire to continue my studies." Gu Shi grew anxious at Yun Sheng's mention of this topic. "Yun Sheng, you are still young. You cannot be allowed to work." Yun Sheng waved his hand dismissively. "Mother, please do not insist. My mind is made up." Huamei regarded Yun Sheng with newfound admiration. The boy was displaying a sense of maturity far beyond his years, surpassing even his elder brother, Lu Shuhuai. A man may be unremarkable in appearance or impoverished, but he must possess a sense of responsibility. That night, Lu Shuhuai remained missing. The following morning, Yun Sheng rose early to have breakfast before heading to town with Gu Changming. Gu Shi had planned to visit more distant relatives to borrow money, but unexpectedly, Lu Shuhuai's aunt arrived early in the day. The woman bore a faint resemblance to Lu Yuhi, dressed plainly like an ordinary peasant, suggesting her family was not particularly affluent. Yuhi greeted her with aunt, and Huamei followed suit, wondering about the woman's familial rank. She appeared to be in her early 40s. Lu Shi handed Gu Shi a promissory note for 801, apologizing, "We truly have very little spare money, and can only offer this amount for your urgent needs." Gu Shi expressed her gratitude, realizing that only close relatives were willing to lend money at this juncture. Lu Shi and Gu Shi exchanged casual conversation, touching upon the subject of her nephew, Lu Huai. Lu Shi lamented, "Ever since my second brother passed away, Shu Huai has only worsened, spending his days gambling with the likes of Lai Chong. He does not seek honest work, and now he has landed himself in serious trouble, dragging the entire family into chaos. It is simply unacceptable. Sister-in-law, you must discipline Shu Huai properly. He cannot continue down this path." Gu Shi shook her head with a sigh. "Shu Huai has not returned these past few days. I do not know where he has gone. Yesterday, Yun Sheng and cousin Changming searched for him all day without success. I cannot fathom what sins I committed to have such a son." As she spoke, tears began to well in her eyes. Huamei felt a pang of sympathy. Such a man was indeed her husband, and she considered herself quite unfortunate. Lu Shi shared in Gu Shi's sorrow, having watched Lu Shu Huai grow up. His current state was deeply disheartening. Lu Shi left without staying for lunch, and as they awaited Yun Sheng's return, Gu Shi expressed her anxiety. "I wonder if Yun Sheng will be selected." Huamei reassured her, "Yun Sheng is handsome and well-mannered. He will surely succeed." Gu Shi, having conversed with Huamei in a more amiable manner lately, felt somewhat comforted by her words. They began preparing a meal together, hoping to have it ready for Yun Sheng's return. When Yun Sheng arrived, his face was alight with joy. Before Gu Shi and Huamei could inquire, he announced, "Mother, sister-in-law, Yuhi, the steward at the Song residence, favor me right away and has asked me to start working there tomorrow. Cousin Changming is also joining me." Everyone rejoiced at the news. Yun Sheng excitedly recounted his morning experience, noting how the steward, Mr. Wan, had been impressed by him at first glance. Upon learning that he was literate, Mr. Wan immediately offered him a position. Yun Sheng beamed as he shared. Mr. Wan said I would serve in the study as a personal attendant to the young master of the Song family. We agreed on a salary of 400 won per month. Huamei was astonished. Didn't T-sister Gue Xiang say the salary was 300 won? How did it increase by 100? Yun Sheng proudly replied, "Working in the study pays more than other positions, hence the additional 100. I have signed a 1-year contract. Since our family is in urgent need of funds, I asked if I could receive an advance on my wages. Mr. One said I could receive up to a month's worth in advance. Here it is for you." Yun Sheng produced a promissory note for 400 won, leaving Gu Shi overjoyed. Huamei reflected that the Song family seemed relatively decent, allowing for wage advances. While not a large sum, every bit helped during their current predicament. However, the day that Lai Chong had mentioned for collecting money was still 2 days away, and they were still short by nearly 7 strings of coins. Gu Shi and Huamei exchanged glances and instructed Yun Sheng, "You should go out this afternoon to search for your elder brother. Also, stop by the pawn shop to see how much we can get for the gold pendant." Yun Sheng immediately recognized the pendant that Wanner wore around her neck and exclaimed in shock, "Isn't this Wanner's gold pendant? How can we pawn it?" Vanya, who had been engrossed in her meal, looked up and said, "Uncle, it's all right. We can use my gold pendant to get some money to help pay off father's debts." As Yun Sheng took the pendant, his hands trembled slightly, and after a moment, he vowed, "Wanner, I promise to redeem your pendant in the future." Huamei felt a twinge of sadness, but quickly rallied her spirits. Indeed, it was a temporary measure to pawn Wanner's pendant in their time of need, and they would reclaim it later. When Yun Sheng set out, Gu Shi insisted on accompanying him to the pawn shop. Huamei and Yuhi, feeling somewhat helpless, remained at home. In the afternoon, Gu Shi finally returned. When Huamei inquired about the amount they received for the pendant, Gu Shi sighed. The pawn shop insisted on undervaluing it. Yun Sheng and I negotiated for quite a while before we managed to secure 1,500 won. Huamei frowned, considering that while the pendant was not large, it was made of gold, which should be worth significantly more than silver. In this household, it is evident that the only valuable item is Wanner's golden lock. Everything else holds little worth. To her surprise, it fetched only 1,500 coins. She had expected at least a few strings of cash. By this calculation, she still falls short of over 5 strings of coins. Where could she possibly find this sum before tomorrow? Gu spoke to herself. "I've visited every family. The only ones who could lend us money are Shuhai's uncle and aunt, along with my own nephew. Where else can I turn for assistance?" Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind. Huamei. Huamei felt a pang of foreboding. Sure enough, Gu suggested, why not go to your maternal home and borrow some money? Once we get through this, we can repay them later. Huamei hesitated, stammering, but I don't even know where my maternal home is. Nor do I know my parents. What was she to do? Noticing Huamei's reluctance, Gu felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. What is the matter? Are you unwilling to go? Shu Hai is your husband. Surely your parents would lend a little money in a time of trouble. It's not as if we want to repay them. Gu's reasoning held merit. Both emotionally and logically, Huamei should agree. Reluctantly, she mustered the courage to say, all right, then. I shall try to borrow some. At this, Gu finally smiled, instructing Huamei to return promptly. Chapter 40. Maternal home. Huamei, feeling helpless, stepped out of the courtyard, uncertain of where to go. From Gu's tone, her maternal home should be nearby, perhaps in a neighboring village. The issue was that she had no idea how to find it. Wandering aimlessly toward the village's edge, she found herself on a path she recognized well from fetching water. Upon reaching the well, she decided to sit and rest, contemplating her next move. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Why not seize this opportunity to escape, to explore the outside world, find a new place to settle, and live a completely new life lost in this delightful fantasy? Her excitement grew, and she stood up, heading toward the village's exit. It took a while for her to regain her composure, as the harsh realities loomed before her. First, she was utterly unfamiliar with her surroundings outside this village. She couldn't even distinguish directions. Traveling alone as a woman was perilous, though she was not exceptionally beautiful. She possessed a gentle grace that could attract unwanted attention from rogues or bandits. The potential consequences were daunting. Second, she was penniless, lacking even a single valuable ornament. If she ventured out like this, finding food and shelter for the night would pose a significant challenge. Not to mention the future. Stealing was out of the question. She lacked both the skill and the intention, and if caught, the repercussions could be catastrophic. Robbing? Given her stature, she would be fortunate if she were not robbed herself. She decided to dismiss such nefarious thoughts and focus on practical matters. Perhaps she could leave and seek employment in a wealthy household as a maid, thus establishing herself and earning some money before making further plans. Various ideas flooded her mind, causing her heart to race. What was the purpose of remaining in this home? With a husband who was emotionally absent, a sharp-tongued mother-in-law, and a timid and selfish sister-in-law. Though her brother-in-law was straightforward, he lacked charm. The only one she truly cared for was Wanner. Reflecting on Wanner made Huamei slow her pace. How could she abandon Wanner and run away? Over these days, she had come to regard Wanner as her own daughter. Wanner was so well-behaved, so understanding, and so affectionate towards her. If she left, what would become of Wanner? Caught in a dilemma, Huamei paused. Alone in this vast world, she had no place she truly wished to go, nor did she have any real family. She was but a wisp of a ghost from the modern era. If she left this home, where'd she go? The more she pondered, the more she realized that, despite its shortcomings, this home was the only place she could return to with a heavy sigh. Huamei resolved to turn back. After all, it was unlikely she could find her maternal home. It would be better to return now and claim her parents refused to lend her money. Like would be angry. She would bear it. In the distance, two figures approached, but Huamei didn't notice and turned to leave. Sister-in-law. Yunxing's voice called from afar. Huamei was astonished to encounter Yunsheng on the road, and even more so to see her brother, Qin Huamei, beside him. She was unsure how they had ended up together. Huamei smiled, saying, I just left the academy and happened to run into Yunsheng, so I returned with him. What a coincidence to find you here. Huamei greeted Yuanshan with delight. Having him with her made her feel more secure about finding her way. Yuanshan had already heard from Yunsheng about Lu Shuhai's predicament and immediately understood why Huamei was out alone. Without hesitation, he said, Sister, I'll accompany you home. Our parents are unaware of the situation. If they knew, they would certainly lend a hand. Huamei nodded and walked alongside Yuanshan, while Yunsheng headed home alone. With Yuanshan leading the way, Huamei finally returned to her maternal home. It turned out to be quite close, just a 20-minute walk. This village was even smaller, with only about 30 households. The Qin family was the third home, a modest courtyard with a low house. Upon seeing it, Huamei felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity and warmth, as if she had seen this place in a dream, spotting a woman sweeping the yard. Huamei instinctively called out, Mother! The woman looked up, and upon seeing Huamei, joyfully approached her. Huamei. After a thorough examination, she took Huamei's hand, asking about her well-being. As Huamei responded with a smile, she felt the warmth of long-lost familial affection in the woman's rough, yet caring hands. Subtly observing the woman, a name surfaced in Huamei's mind, Meng Chunhua. Whether this was a memory from the original body, she could not tell, but this must be her mother's name. She would refer to her as Meng. Meng appeared thrilled to see her daughter after a long absence. Yuanshan interjected, "Mother, where's father? Sister has come back because there's been trouble, and she needs our help." Meng looked momentarily taken aback and quickly asked, "What happened?" Huamei succinctly explained, "My husband lost a large sum of money, and the casino has come to collect a debt. They're demanding payment by tomorrow. We've managed to gather only half of it. My mother-in-law sent me to see if you could lend some." Meng's expression darkened. "How much did Shuhai lose?" Yuan Shan chimed in, "According to Lu Yunsheng, it's 18 strings of coins." "What? That much?" Meng exclaimed, taken aback by the staggering figure. At that moment, a middle-aged man entered, his face lighting up upon seeing Huamei. "Huamei, when did you return?" Another name surfaced in Huamei's mind, Qin Huamei. She called out, "Father." The man before her, without a doubt, was her father. His resemblance to Yuan Shan left no room for doubt. Holding a hoe, he seemed to have just come in from the fields. As Huamei pondered, recalling Gu's earlier words, she surmised that Qin Huamei must be a learned man, for he had raised a daughter like her. However, seeing him now in the attire of a farmer indicated that he had not secured a prosperous occupation. How much could such a family possibly lend her? She suspected it would not be much. Huamei followed her parents inside and took a seat. Yuan Shan eagerly recounted the situation to Qin Huamei, who listened with a shaking head, displaying a look of deep concern. The gaze towards Huamei was imbued with both pity and regret, as if expressing sorrow over the unworthy husband she had chosen. After a moment of silence, Qin Huamei finally spoke. "Huamei, in light of such circumstances, we cannot remain indifferent. However, as you know, our family situation is precarious. Our savings are limited, and we must reserve some for your brother's marriage." Yuan Shan, somewhat reluctant, interjected, "Father, sister is here to borrow money, and she will repay it later. Just give her whatever you can." Qin Huamei shot his son a stern look, but remained silent. Huamei understood her father's concerns. Repaying borrowed money is never a simple task. It would be unreasonable to chase after a daughter married off in pursuit of repayment. Hence his hesitations were quite natural. Meng, feeling for her daughter, chimed in, "Very well. Huamei, you mentioned that Shuhai owes 18 guan in gambling debts. How much have you managed to gather, and how much more do you need? Please share with us so we can make a plan." Huamei replied honestly, "I have raised over 12 guan, but I still need more than 5 guan." Meng fell silent. Both she and Qin Huamei were deep in thought. Yuan Shan, unable to bear his parents' indecision, furrowed his brow. "Father, mother, sister needs to return home soon. Please hurry and fetch the money." Qin Huamei and Meng exchanged glances before heading into the inner room. Huamei, sensing the need for their deliberation, chose not to follow, thinking they would discuss how much to lend her, ensuring she would not return empty-handed to face Gu's wrath. Yuan Shan assumed Huamei's silence indicated her displeasure and comforted her. "Sister, father and mother will surely lend you the money. You need not worry." Huamei smiled, finding her brother's concern endearing. Having such a thoughtful brother was indeed a blessing. Yuan Shan, father, and mother's reservations were justifiable. Though it was alone, the timeline for repayment remained uncertain, and they needed to weigh their options carefully. Encountering a son-in-law like Lu Shuhai could understandably make any parent uneasy. With so many debts hanging over them, life ahead promised to be even more challenging. It was evident that Yuan Shan shared a close bond with his sister, as he soon voiced his discontent. "Brother-in-law is truly disappointing. I cannot fathom how you could have fallen for such a man and married him. Just look at the life you've been living since." He added, "Perhaps it would be best to divorce him." "What nonsense!" Qin Huamei, having overheard, swiftly interrupted. "When you marry a rooster, you follow the rooster. When you marry a dog, you follow the dog. Your sister is now a member of the Lu family. Regardless of Shuhai's character, divorce is simply not an option. What does divorce even mean? It is merely a euphemism for a woman being cast off. How can she ever find another suitable husband afterward? Never speak of divorce again. Do you hear me?" By the end of his admonition, Qin Huamei's voice had taken on a sharp tone. Yuan Shan, intimidated, fell silent. Huamei quickly defended her brother. "Father, please don't blame Yuan Shan. It is my fault for bringing up this topic. He only said that out of concern for me. Qin Kun gazed at his frail daughter, sighing. Huamei, I too feel your pain. I understand that your life has not been easy. However, historically, once a woman marries, she belongs to her husband's family. If her natal family speaks out, it may only make her situation worse in the future. A woman being sent back to her family is a great disgrace. Not only is she subjected to gossip, but it also makes finding a suitable husband even more difficult. Huamei sensed the deep compassion in her father's words. Indeed, which parent does not cherish their daughter? Yet, this was a reality. A married daughter was like spilled water. Witnessing her daughter's suffering, all they could do was harbor sorrow within their hearts. Simultaneously, Huamei reached an important realization. It seemed that a woman's divorce was regarded as an extremely disgraceful affair. One that tarnishes her reputation. But what use was such a reputation to her? Seeking an opportunity to part ways with Lu Shuhai seemed the most prudent course of action. She would certainly not voice her true feelings in front of Qin Kun and Meng, so she obediently nodded. Father, mother, you can rest assured. I will strive to live well. However, it is only a matter of time before I part ways with Lu Shuhai. Huamei silently added in her heart. Qin Kun nodded in satisfaction and instructed Meng to hand over the money. Meng remarked, Huamei, this is all we have left, just 2 guan. Take it. Huamei was taken aback. She had not expected her parents to offer so much, thinking they would only lend her a few hundred won. The weight of the light paper felt heavy in her hands, and tears threatened to well up. It seemed her body instinctively reacted in this way. Qin Kun gently said, Huamei, I will have Yunxing escort you home. He will ensure you are not troubled. Yuanshan frowned. Sister, you've come back after such a long time. Why not stay for dinner before you leave? Meng reproached him. Her mother-in-law must be anxiously waiting for her at home. If she returns after dinner, she will surely be scolded. It is better for her to leave sooner. As expected of a mother, Meng had considered every detail, even this. Yuanshan, realizing he had misunderstood, sheepishly scratched his head. I thought father and mother didn't want to keep sister for dinner. He had assumed his parents were stingy. Meng laughed and scolded. You ungrateful boy. Do you really think your father and I are made of stone? Of course, we care for our own daughter. Hurry, take your sister home. If you delay, it will soon be dark. Yuanshan nodded in agreement, and Huamei expressed her gratitude and bid farewell to her parents. Just as she stepped into the courtyard, a figure rushed in unexpectedly. It was Yunsheng. His face was pale, and his expression was frantic as he hurriedly exclaimed, Sister-in-law, officials have come to our home. They say someone reported to the magistrate that a body has been found on the mountain. And is it his big brother S? What? Everyone was stunned. Huamei could hardly believe her ears, her voice trembling. Yunxing, what did you say? Please repeat that. Yunxing's tears streamed down his face as he sobbed. Sister-in-law, big brother, he is dead. The officials want us to claim the body. In that instant, Huamei felt the world spinning around her. The words seemed impossible. It couldn't be true. Her brother was merely hiding away. How could he suddenly be dead? It was inconceivable. Surely, Yunxing must have misunderstood. How could such dreadful news reach her so abruptly? Though that man had been despicable, causing trouble and distress for the entire family, she had never imagined he would die. Yunxing, in a state of despair, continued, The officials have brought the body back to the village for mother to identify. She fainted upon hearing the news, and now Sister Guixiang is taking care of her. Cousin Changming sent me to find you immediately. He says you must come home right away. Without hesitation, Huamei took off running. Yunsheng followed closely behind, while Yuanshan, Qin Kun, and Meng, upon hearing the tragic news, were equally stunned and rushed to join them. Huamei could not discern the source of the anguish and sorrow swelling within her. Was it simply the body's instinctive reaction, or was it her true emotional response? At that moment, the words Yunsheng had spoken echoed relentlessly in her mind. Lu Shuhai is dead. Lu Shuhai is dead. Why did this happen? She only wished to sever ties with that man, to no longer be his wife. Regardless of his flaws, he was still Wanner's father, the man Huamei had once cherished most deeply. How could he have died like this? Unbeknownst to her, tears streamed down Huamei's face. She could not differentiate the source of her sorrow, which surged within her, an indescribable and profound grief. Lu Shuhai, he was gone before she realized it. She had run for what felt like an eternity, finally arriving at the familiar village. From a distance, Huanmei saw the yard entrance crowded with villagers. She felt too weak to discern who the surrounding people were and couldn't even muster the energy to greet Xiuyu, who was approaching her. The onlookers, upon realizing that it was Lu Shuhui's wife, automatically parted to let her through. Huamei gently stepped inside, where the lifeless man was wrapped in a grass mat, with only his feet exposed. Those cloth shoes were still the ones she had painstakingly crafted for him. A flurry of memories raced through her mind, vividly reminding her that these were remnants of Huamei's past. Many concerning Lu Shui, the tender moments they shared, the time she stitched shoe soles for him under the lamplight. Lu Shui, have you truly left us? Trembling, Huamei lifted the grass mat for a moment, revealing a face devoid of life, darkened and lifeless. The villagers murmured among themselves. Lu Laishun and Lu Shuhui had shared a close bond, and now, upon hearing of Lu Shuhui's demise, he wept openly. Gu Changming beside him wiped his tears incessantly. Yinsheng had already collapsed in grief, calling out for his elder brother. Streams of tears flowed from Huanmei as she covered her face and wept. In that moment, it was impossible to distinguish whether it was the resurgence of her physical memories or her own profound sorrow. All she knew was that this man was gone forever. He would no longer dance and threaten her, no longer sneak away to gamble, and he would never bring any more calamity to their household. Yet, why did she still feel such unbearable pain and heartache? How could a living man so swiftly become a lifeless corpse? While voices around her buzzed with idle chatter, none of it reached Huanmei's ears. Suddenly, she recalled her own solitary death on the operating table, surrounded by no loved ones, dying alone in the cold. Lu Shui, did you ever regret your actions in your final moments? Did you ever wish you had turned your life around? Did you ever lament the troubles your gambling brought upon your family? Did you ever regret not treating your wife and daughter better? Did you ever feel remorse for abandoning your mother and underage siblings? When you faced death in isolation and despair, did you ever feel regret? Two constables had waited a long time for Lu Shuhui's wife to arrive, and upon seeing her weeping, they expressed sympathy. One of them spoke. This afternoon, we received a report of a body found on the mountain. We brought a coroner to examine the corpse and discovered that the cause of death was poisoning from toxic wild fruit. It is estimated that he died more than 10 hours ago, likely last night. When we ascended the mountain, we wrapped him in this grass mat and carried him down. A woodcutter mentioned someone had inquired about a missing man named Lu Shui from Lu family village. So, we brought the body here for identification. That woman earlier was Lu Shuhui's mother, who fainted upon seeing him. You are Lu Shuhui's wife, so the body is for you to claim. We must return to report back. Another added, indeed, we have been at Lu family village for a while now. With nightfall approaching, we must head back to inform the county magistrate. Huamei wiped her tears, stood up, and softly said, "Thank you, gentlemen." Her voice trembled, evoking sympathy. The two men exchanged glances filled with compassion for the young widow, lamenting her misfortune at such a tender age. As the constables departed, the villagers began to murmur among themselves. Some spoke of Lu Shuhui's ill fate, while others questioned how he ended up on a mountain. Their discussions mingled with sympathy for the bereaved family. The elderly and young alike felt the weight of the loss of their family's pillar. Life would surely become more arduous for them. As night deepened, some villagers gradually dispersed, but Yuan Shan, Qin Huamei, and Meng Shi remained. Meng Shi approached Huanmei, embracing her with sorrow. "Oh, my poor daughter." The words caught in her throat, perhaps fearing most for her daughter's uncertain future. Qin Huamei stood silently beside them, his expression grave. Yuan Shan, pain for his sister, joined them, providing a semblance of support. With family by her side, Huamei found a semblance of calm. Noticing Gu's wife had fainted inside without emerging, and with Yunsheng and Yueha still young, she realized she had to remain strong. Someone in the family needed to keep a cool head. The deceased was gone. The living must endure. Huanmei then addressed Lu Laishuan's father. "Uncle, given Shuhui's situation, should we hold a funeral, or is it better to bury him promptly?" The unexpected death of a young man left her uncertain about the customary funeral rites depicted in dramas, whether it required 3 days of mourning, setting up a memorial at home, and donning mourning attire. Lu Laishuan's father, Lu Shuhui's uncle, noticed her sadness juxtaposed with determination and spoke respectfully. "Given his sudden demise, it is best to bury him swiftly. We are a poor family and do not require elaborate ceremonies. Let us find a place to lay him to rest tonight." Huamei nodded in agreement. Lu Laishuan's father called for Lu Laishun and Changming. Lu Laishun, Changming, You two carry Xu Hui's body and dig a grave near the ancestral tomb to bury him. Yinsheng, having cried hoarsely, insisted, I want to go too. Lu Laishuan's father nodded in response. Before they could leave, Wanner dashed from the house, crying, Father, Father. She threw herself beside the grass mat, weeping. Little Wanner, do you comprehend what death means? Do you understand that your father is departing forever? Huamei bent down and lifted Wanner, gently patting her back. Don't cry, Wanner. Your father is merely going to a very distant place. Your mother will stay here with you. I will never abandon you. Huamei vowed silently in her heart. Wanner looked up, tears streaming down her face. Mother, I'm so scared. Will I never see father again? Even though he loved to gamble and had a bad temper, I still loved him dearly. I don't want him to die. Her words brought tears to the eyes of the adults around her. Lu Shuhui's death meant Gu's family lost their eldest son. Yunsheng and Yuehe lost their brother. Huamei lost her husband, and Wanner lost her father. Yuehe emerged from the house, her eyes red from crying. Upon seeing Lu Shuhui's body on the ground, tears flowed anew as she said to Huamei, Sister-in-law, I want to go too. Huamei placed Wanner in Yuehe's arms, whispering, Let us wait until tonight. You take Wanner and stay home with mother. Yunsheng and I will go. Yuehe nodded obediently, holding Wanner close, watching as the others carried Lu Shuhui's body away. Weiner's cries echoed in the desolate atmosphere of the Lu household. As the men bore Lu Shuhui away, Huanmei felt compelled to follow. The ancient burial rites were remarkably simple. Dig a pit, place the wrapped body within, and cover it with earth, creating a small mound. Yunsheng found a wooden plank and placed it at the grave's head, promising to return the following day to inscribe Lu Shuhui's name upon it. Lu Laishuan's father, Gu Changming, and Yunsheng worked tirelessly until nightfall, finally laying Lu Shuhui to rest. Huamei leaned against Meng Shi and Qin Huamei, silently observing, lost in thought, uncertain of what to do next. Lu Laishuan's father sighed deeply, tears brimming in his eyes. The early demise of his brother, and now the accidental death of his nephew, was a heavy blow to the Lu family. Shui, Shui. A mournful cry echoed from behind, causing Huanmei's heart to tremble. Turning, she saw Gu running towards her, having stumbled and fallen, her face streaked with tears, overwhelmed with grief. Gue Xiang and Yuehe followed closely, with Wanner cradled in Gue Xiang's arms. Upon encountering the diminutive earthen grave, Gu's heart shattered instantly. As she fell to the ground, weeping inconsolably, exclaiming, Shuwa, my son, Yuehe too succumbed to tears. Wanner, upon seeing Huamei, immediately broke free from Gue Xiang's embrace and cried out, Mother, where is father? Huamei, having already shed all her tears, felt them surge forth anew as she tightly held Wanner in her arms. Wanner, she whispered, Your father has departed. He has left us forever and will not return. Wanner sobbed, Mother, I want father back. I do not want him to go. Gue Xiang approached, wiping her tears. Huamei, you must take care of yourself during this time. In that moment, it was universally understood that Huamei was the one most deeply affected. For the deceased, Lu Shuhua was her husband. Huamei had suddenly become a widow. How would she face the days to come? Chapter 43. Into the dream the sky had darkened considerably, yet the mourners remained at the grave, their cries blending into a sorrowful chorus. Gu collapsed in front of the grave and lost consciousness. Yunsheng and Yuehe supported her home, and they all gradually made their way back. Meng reminded Huamei softly, Do not grieve too deeply. Take care of your health, for you must look after yourself now. Qin Huamei echoed her sentiment, urging, Indeed, do not let your sorrow harm your health. Huamei, unable to muster a response, merely nodded, her throat hoarse, her eyes parched, and her body utterly fatigued, her steps heavy. Once Meng, Qin, and the others departed, the Lu family also returned home. Gue Xiang and Changming, having toiled tirelessly, were exhausted but insisted on accompanying Huamei back to her residence. Huamei spoke, Gue Xiang, Changming, thank you for your efforts today. Gue Xiang sighed. What need is there for such formalities at a time like this? We are all deeply saddened by Xu Hua's untimely demise. Changming added, Indeed, I grew up alongside Xu Hua. Despite being cousins, we were as close as brothers. At this point, he too was choked with emotion. After some time, Gue Xiang and Changming took their leave. Gu was laid upon her bed, and Huamei, devoid of the will to prepare a meal, resigned herself to the inevitability of a sleepless night. None had the heart to eat. Vanya, after crying for what felt like an eternity, fell asleep in Huamei's embrace. Huamei gently placed Wan'er on the bed, noticing 2 tears still lingering in the corners of her eyes. Tenderly, she wiped them away, though Wan'er continued to murmur "Father" fitfully in her sleep, causing Huamei's heart to ache. The emotional turmoil of the day had left Huamei weary, and she lay down beside Wan'er, quickly succumbing to a deep slumber. Suddenly, she found herself in a vast, white expanse where nothing was visible. Approaching her was a woman whose visage bore an uncanny resemblance to her own. Startled, she exclaimed, "Are you Huamei?" The other Huamei, with a sorrowful smile, replied, "No, you are Huamei now. I have passed away. You are me." Gazing at the familiar yet subtly different face, she felt a strange allure in the delicate grace of the apparition. The ghostly Huamei bowed slightly. "Thank you for being so kind to Wan'er. Please continue to care for her and also honor my parents on my behalf." She implored, "Why do you not return? I can relinquish this body back to you." The spectral Huamei shook her head. "I have become but a wisp of a soul, soon to be reincarnated. You are far stronger than I. Since this body has accepted you, you are now the true Huamei. With Shuhua gone, I have no more attachments. After we part today, I will journey to the underworld to be reborn. Please take good care of Wan'er. She is my deepest concern." Seeing the pleading expression on the ghost's face, Huamei nodded slowly. "I promise to care for Wan'er as if she were my own daughter. I will cherish her." The apparition finally felt at ease and bowed deeply before swiftly vanishing. Watching the departing figure, Huamei realized that this time, Huamei had truly departed. She had entered her own dream to bid farewell. With Lu Shuhua's passing, Huamei's spirit felt no more ties, finally leaving, yet her heart remained with Wan'er. "Huamei, you may rest easy, for I shall love Wan'er as my own, caring for her for all my days." The following morning, Huamei awoke, gazing at the ceiling, motionless, her mind replaying the dream from the night before. A myriad of emotions swirled within her. The one who understood her best, Lu Shuhua, was gone, leaving her a widow. To the outside world, this was a pitiable state, but to her it felt like a form of liberation. After the initial grief subsided, Huamei contemplated her future. With Lu Shuhua deceased, she was unshackled. Living in this house no longer posed a problem, as the greatest burden had lifted. With Wan'er still beside her, she resolved to forge ahead, embracing the role of a widow, for she did not wish for another husband. In her past life, she had not encountered a truly good man. Love had turned sour after marriage. It was unclear whether her previous life's misfortunes were any worse than her current plight. She yearned to be free from love, to never again involve herself with a man. Alone, she would navigate life with Wan'er. Lost in thought, she suddenly heard Wan'er mumbling, "Mother." Huamei gently responded, waking her and dressing both herself and Wan'er. Having gone without dinner the previous night, she felt ravenous and resolved to prepare breakfast for the family. Lu Shuhua's death was an immutable reality. Life must continue, and one could not dwell in sorrow indefinitely. With this in mind, Huamei quickened her pace. In the kitchen, she prepared a thin porridge and decided to fry an egg for each person. Yinsheng and Yuehe rose, their faces drawn, revealing a night devoid of restful sleep. Yinsheng cautiously glanced at Huamei, puzzled by her composed demeanor, for she had always been perceived as fragile and tearful. Now, however, she appeared remarkably strong, a stark contrast to his memories of her. Yuehe's eyes were red-rimmed as she called out, "Sister-in-law." Huamei urged everyone to eat breakfast. "You must be famished after not eating last night. Hurry, let us eat." She turned to Yinsheng. "Are you going to the Song household today?" Yinsheng sighed. "Under normal circumstances, I should not, given that my brother just... I ought to observe a period of mourning before returning to work. However, I have already drawn my wages in advance, and if I do not go, I might leave a poor impression. Therefore, I believe I should proceed as planned." Huamei concurred. "Yes, finish your breakfast and go find cousin Changming. Go together. The family must persist in their lives, and Yunsheng seeking employment was indeed a positive development, bringing in some income each month." Yuehe hesitated. "Sister-in-law, if you are sad, please show it. Do not pretend to be so unaffected, as it pains me and second brother to see you like this." They had assumed her demeanor was a fade of strength. Huamei finally understood why Yuehe and Yunsheng looked at her with hesitation. Perhaps displaying too much composure was not beneficial. It might appear unnatural, especially for a woman mourning her husband. She appropriately revealed her sorrow. "With your brother gone, my heart aches profoundly. I can only endure by pushing those thoughts aside. If I were to dwell on this all day, I fear I might lose even the courage to continue living. The final words were cleverly concealed behind a pretense of wiping away tears with her sleeve. Yu-He, believing it to be true, hurriedly consoled Huamei. Chapter 44. Gu's illness. After finishing his meal, Yunsheng suddenly recalled something. Where is mother? Why hasn't she risen yet? Huamei was equally startled. Indeed, it was no wonder that something felt amiss this morning. It turned out that Gu had yet to emerge. Huamei said to Yunsheng, "You should go ahead. Mother has me to take care of her. Given how heartbroken she appeared last night, it is unlikely she can get out of bed today." Just as Yunsheng was about to respond, Gu Changming arrived. After greeting everyone, he turned to Yunsheng and suggested, "Why don't you skip visiting the Song family today? I can inform the steward that you have a family bereavement and will return to work in a few days." Yunsheng hesitated for a moment and replied, "No, I should go today. We agreed yesterday that I would start work bright and early today, and if I delay, the steward might be displeased. Besides, I've already advanced my wages. Not going would be even worse." Changming sighed. "If you insist on going, then we shall go together. By the way, the layman mentioned he would come to collect debts at home." His gaze shifted towards Huamei. Huamei reassured him, "It's all right. I will handle it when the time comes." Changming couldn't help but glance at Huamei with some curiosity. She had always been gentle and kind, a timid soul since marrying into the Liu family, rarely speaking up or voicing her opinions. When the tragic news of her husband's unexpected death arrived, everyone assumed she would crumble under the weight of such sorrow. Yet, to their surprise, she displayed remarkable strength. Yunsheng urged Changming to set out, and the two departed together. Huamei entered Gu's room, intending to call her to rise for a meal. To her dismay, after calling several times, Gu did not respond, lying on her side without moving. Huamei's heart sank. Could it be that Gu was ill? She quickly approached, feeling Gu's forehead, which was somewhat warm. Indeed, she had a fever. Calling softly, Gu finally opened her eyes, her gaze unfocused and dazed, muttering, "Shua, Shua." Yu-He, who had followed in, was startled and began to cry. "Sister-in-law, what has happened to mother?" Huamei comforted her. "Mother has a slight fever, likely from excessive worry." Shamefully, this impostor of a wife had only grieved for a night, and by morning, her spirits had lifted considerably. The one truly devastated was Gu. The unexpected death of her beloved son had shattered her emotionally and physically, leading to her illness overnight. Huamei decisively asked, "Yu-He, is there a doctor in the village? Go fetch one to check on mother." Yu-He hesitated. "There is a doctor, but he is not often home. He frequently goes out on house calls. Moreover, medicine must be fetched from the town." Huamei pondered for a moment. "At this early hour, I believe the doctor should still be at home. Yu-He, please go and invite him here." Yu-He agreed and ran outside. Wan-Er also approached the bedside, looking at Gu's delirious state with trepidation. "Mother, what is wrong with grandmother?" Huamei soothed Wan-Er. "Do not be afraid, dear. Grandmother is simply ill. We will find a doctor to examine her and procure some medicine. Is this not a case of misfortune befalling in the midst of calamity?" Suddenly, the weight of the household seemed to shift onto her shoulders. With Yunsheng working at the Song family and her mother-in-law bedridden. Before long, Yu called out, "Sister-in-law, Dr. Li has arrived." Huamei hurried to greet him, noting that Dr. Li appeared to be in his 30s, sporting a few strands of beard, which made him look somewhat aged. She recalled seeing similar bearded figures in dramas portraying miraculous physicians, as if such facial hair was essential to embodying a doctor's essence. It seemed rather whimsical to think of a doctor diagnosing patients while stroking their beard. Perhaps she was getting carried away. Huamei cordially addressed him. "Dr. Li, I apologize for troubling you so early in the morning." Dr. Li, appearing quite familiar, replied, "We are all from the same village. It is no trouble at all." He then proceeded directly to the bedside to examine Gu. In the countryside, there seemed to be fewer reservations about gender, as Dr. Li sat beside the bed with ease and nonchalance. Huamei stood nearby, her heart racing as she observed Dr. Li frown, shake his head, and sigh. Though she had studied medicine in her previous life, albeit as a psychologist, she had some understanding of minor ailments. Gu should not have any serious illness. It was likely that the news of Liu Shuhua's death had taken a severe toll on her, leading to her current condition. However, Dr. Li's demeanor suggested otherwise. Could Gu truly be gravely ill? Dr. Li inquired about Gu's recent condition, and Huamei recounted everything in detail. The entire village was aware of Lu Shuhua's sudden death, and Dr. Li, filled with sympathy for the family, concluded, "Your mother-in-law is suffering from a heart ailment. Her excessive grief has manifested physically. I will prescribe some herbal medicine to dispel the heat. You should fetch these from the town's pharmacy and brew them for her over the next few days. During this time, do not allow her to get out of bed. She needs to rest properly." Huamei nodded repeatedly in agreement and instructed He to lead Dr. Li to Yunsheng's room to write the prescription. After the prescription was prepared, Huamei hastily took out the copper coin she had set aside. Unsure of the appropriate amount, she grabbed a handful from a pottery jar in Gu's room. Dr. Li repeatedly declined. "It is a trivial matter. You must pay for the medicine yourselves. I can only assist with this small favor." Huamei gratefully escorted Dr. Li out, her heart swelling with gratitude. There are still so many good people in this world. During this time of hardship, it is essential to conserve funds. Holding the prescription, Huamei hesitated for a moment before deciding to go to town herself to fetch the medicine. He was only 12. Leaving such a young girl to undertake this task made her uneasy. It was better for her to go herself. The only worry was that she had no idea how to reach the town. Regrettably, Yinsheng was not at home. Just as she was about to set off, a loud voice called out, "Where are the Lu family members? I have arrived. Come out at once." Huamei sighed and walked into the courtyard. Upon opening the door, she was met by Lai, who had come 3 days prior, accompanied by 4 other men this time. The once spacious courtyard suddenly felt cramped with so many people. Lai settled onto the only stool in the courtyard, placing his slightly crooked leg across it. "Lu family young lady, today I have come to collect the money. 3 days ago, we agreed on 18 guan. Not a single coin less. Bring it all forth." He, terrified, hid with one air in the house, too afraid to step outside. Huamei stood alone in the courtyard, facing the fierce-looking men, her heart quaking, yet she managed to maintain a composed demeanor. "My husband has passed away." "What?" Lai was taken aback by this unexpected revelation, skepticism lacing his voice. Lu Shuhua was said to be hiding. How could he suddenly be dead? "Are you trying to deceive me?" Feigning tears, Huamei covered her face with her sleeve, and the tears flowed freely, requiring no pretense. The news of Lu Shuhua's sudden death had not yet spread, so it was no wonder Lai remained unaware. One of the men behind him stepped forward and whispered, "I heard yesterday that someone reported to the authorities that a body had been discovered on the mountain, supposedly poisoned by some toxic wild fruit. It appears to be Lu Shuhua." Lai was stunned, not expecting that the legitimate debtor had met such a fate. Wana rushed out, her courage surpassing that of her Aunt Yueha. She confronted a group of men, exclaiming, "It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, my father wouldn't have hidden away and wouldn't have died." After uttering a few words, she broke down in tears. Lame Jizi, observing the 2 sobbing figures, a large one and a small one, felt somewhat at a loss. He was unafraid of those who defaulted on debts, but was rather intimidated by weeping women. The sorrowful cries sent a chill down his spine. Chapter 45. Tears. The deadly weapon of women inside the house. Gushi heard the cries and trembled as she called for Yueha, who hurriedly helped her to her feet. With Yueha's assistance, Gushi finally made it to the doorway, leaning against it as she addressed Lame Jizi. "If it weren't for you capturing my son Shuhui and searching for him everywhere, he wouldn't have run up the mountain to hide. He wouldn't have mistakenly eaten poisonous berries and died. You must take a large share of the blame. How can you still have the face to come here demanding payment?" Her fragmented words were weak and breathless. Lame Jizi strained to understand Gu Shi's accusations. His face clouded with anger. "You old hag, your son owes me money. What is wrong with me asking him for it? If he chose to hide and ate something poisonous, that's just bad luck. How is that my problem? The debts are clearly documented. If he doesn't pay up, I'll. He paused, finally declaring, "I'll demolish your house today." Gu Shi felt a surge of rage, wanting to retort, but her trembling fingers failed to articulate her thoughts, and she fainted, collapsing against Yueha. Yueha, alarmed, exclaimed, "Sister-in-law, mother has fainted again." Huamei, momentarily forgetting her own tears, rushed to help Yueha carry Gu Shi to bed. Her tears were merely a ploy, as they lacked the funds to gather the required 18 coins. How could they possibly produce such an amount now? She sought to elicit sympathy, hoping to negotiate a lesser payment. Unfortunately, Gu Shi's words upon regaining consciousness only served to infuriate Lame Jizi further. His shouting attracted the attention of Xiaoyu next door, who brought Xiao Xuan to investigate. Upon seeing the hostile gathering, She stood frozen in fear. When Huamei emerged, Xiu timidly asked, "Huamei, what are they here for?" In no mood for a lengthy explanation, Huamei replied hastily, "My husband owes them gambling debts, and they've come to collect." Xiu cast a sympathetic glance at Huamei. Though she knew she couldn't be of much help, she remained by Huamei's side. Grateful for Xiu's support, Huamei realized time was of the essence. She needed to send Lame Jizi and his men away as quickly as possible. With red-rimmed eyes, she softly implored, "Sir, I'm aware of my husband's debt. In the past 3 days, my mother-in-law has scoured for funds and sold everything of value in our home. However, 18 coins is truly excessive. Just yesterday, my husband was buried, and my mother-in-law has fallen ill. I must fetch medicine for her. Please have mercy on us." A widow and her child. Tears streamed down her face once more, an act clearly intended to evoke pity. As a newly widowed woman, such a display was entirely expected. Surely, anyone with a modicum of compassion would refrain from relentlessly pursuing debts. Even if they were to collect, a reduction would be a fitting response to her heartfelt performance. Lame Jizi, typically ruthless, found himself softened by Huamei's plea. He glanced at his subordinates, noticing their sympathetic expressions. One even argued, "Shuhai is dead. Leaving this poor widow with her child is quite pitiful. And her mother is still ill. Perhaps we should reduce the debt." Others nodded in agreement. Lame Jizi's demeanor shifted, and he cleared his throat, stating, "Let us settle this. Return the principal borrowed by your late husband, 12 coins. I'll waive the 6 coins in interest. Consider my misfortune to have encountered such a situation. However, 12 coins cannot be reduced further." Huamei's heart soared. She had anticipated a demand of at least 3 or 2 coins more, but to her surprise, 6 coins had been deducted. This was splendid news. They had managed to gather a total of 14 or 15 coins, sufficient to settle the gambling debt. Maintaining a sorrowful expression, she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for your generosity, sir." "Ah, generosity indeed. If it weren't for these scoundrels relentlessly pursuing debts, Shuhai would not have been frightened into hiding for days, nor would he have consumed poisonous berries that led to his demise." Lame Jizi bore considerable responsibility in this sequence of events. However, Huamei was wise enough not to voice such thoughts aloud, for it would only serve to provoke him further. In a household devoid of male protection, with several men glaring hungrily, it was clear who would suffer the consequences. As the saying goes, softness can overcome rigidity. A woman's most formidable weapon is undoubtedly her tears. Though feigning weakness before such men may seem cowardly, it was not the time for bravado. The priority was to deal with them. Every coin saved was a victory. Lame Jizi relished Huamei's soft-spoken "sir," surveying her with narrowed eyes. "Young lady of the Liu family, your husband was indeed unfortunate, passing so early and leaving you a widow at such a tender age. I dare say, you might be better off remarrying and seeking another man to share your life with. Wouldn't that be more pleasant?" Huamei gritted her teeth, yearning to retort fiercely. Even Xiu, unable to tolerate Lame Jizi's insolence, interjected, "You wretch, haven't you speak such words here? Huamei's husband has just passed. To say such things in his home is a grave disrespect to the deceased. Beware, for tonight, Shuhai's spirit may seek retribution upon you." Lame Jizi, caught off guard by her rebuke, felt a chill run through him. The belief in the lingering souls of the departed was common in those times. Realizing his words were indeed untimely, he shuddered at the thought of Shuhai's spirit confronting him and refrained from continuing his taunts. Huamei grasped Xiu's hand in silent gratitude. Xiu's interjection was fortuitous. Had she spoken out herself, the 6 coins saved might have vanished. Lame Jizi, feeling somewhat awkward, stated, "Young lady of the Liu family, bring me the 12 coins. I have little time to waste here." Huamei turned to the room where Gushi lay. The funds gathered over the past few days were stored there. She had only the 2 coins given to her by Meng Shi the previous afternoon. Gushi lay on the bed, eyes closed, and Huamei was unsure where she had kept the money. She gently tugged at Gushi's arm, finally rousing her. In a hushed voice, Huamei asked, "Mother, where have you placed the money? We must give it to Lame Jizi and send him away quickly." Gushi, weak and weary, replied, "The money is in the chest. You may take it to him. However, we are still short by 5 coins." As Huamei approached the chest to retrieve the funds, she comforted Gushi, "Mother, do not worry. Lame Jizi has agreed to accept only the principal. We owe him 12 coins." Gushi's worries eased and a faint smile appeared. Huamei, you've worked hard. Huamei paused, her emotions swirling within her. She had never held a fondness for her mother-in-law, and it seemed the feeling was mutual. Though they shared the same roof, their relationship was devoid of warmth. Gu Shi had often found fault with her, and Huamei had harbored resentments. Ultimately, it was a lack of genuine familial connection. In that moment, Huamei's heart softened. They were both pitiable women. Why should one woman make life difficult for another? Enough, let us coexist harmoniously. Chapter 46. Mo Town Huamei instructed Yuhi to diligently care for her mother-in-law, Gu Shi. By the bedside, before stepping out to hand over the money to the lame man Lai carefully counted the bills several times, confirming that it was indeed a full 12 guan, and with a smile, he tucked the bundle into his embrace. Watching such a substantial sum being taken away left Huamei feeling quite pained. Alas, much of it consisted of borrowed money that she would need to repay in the future. It was infuriating to see it taken by that wretched cripple. Lai handed over the IOU to Huamei, who glanced at it and confirmed that it bore the signature of Lu Shuhua. At last, this gambling debt was settled. She quickly tore it up, hoping never to see such a misfortune again. With a sense of relief washing over her, Huamei shredded the IOU into pieces and discarded it. Lai beckoned to his companions to follow him, and before leaving, he cast a lingering glance at Huamei. Reluctant to depart, Huamei felt a shiver run down her spine under his lecherous gaze. Indeed, his appearance was rather conspicuous. Xiaoyu, standing nearby, inquired with concern, Huamei, is there anything I can assist you with? Please, do not hesitate to ask. Huamei felt a warmth in her heart and sincerely thanked her. Thank you, Xiaoyu. If it weren't for your presence today, I fear I would have been utterly helpless in dealing with that lie. Although Xiaoyu did not say much, knowing that someone stood by her side gave Huamei a surge of courage. Xiaoyu waved her hands repeatedly. Huamei, I have not been of any assistance. If you continue to say such things, I will feel utterly embarrassed. You, a delicate woman, managed to send those people away so effectively and even reduce their demands. Today, I must express my admiration for you. Xiaoyu's words were heartfelt. In her eyes, men were esteemed, while women were meant to support their husbands and raise children. Witnessing Huamei feign vulnerability to evoke sympathy from the notoriously ruthless Lai, thereby causing him to accept much less money, left her in awe. Not wishing to dwell on the subject of Lai any longer, Huamei remembered she needed to fetch medicine for Gu Shi. Thus, she entrusted Xiaoyu with the care of Wan saying, Xiaoyu, my mother-in-law is bedridden, and Yuhi is attending to her. I must go to town to get some medicine for her. Xiaoyu readily agreed. After parting with the 12 guan she owed Lai, Huamei still had over 3 guan remaining, which she believed should suffice for purchasing medicine. After a moment's thought, she retrieved an old ceramic jar from her room and took some coins to carry with her. Wan wanting to accompany Huamei, was eventually persuaded to stay behind. Huamei was uncertain of the route to town, but resolved to leave the village first. Upon reaching a fork in the road, she noticed someone heading down the wider path and decided to follow. After walking for about half an hour, she finally arrived at the town named Mo, a rather peculiar name. How did Huamei know this? Certainly, it was from the signpost erected at the town's edge. The bustling activity of the town was a stark contrast to the small Liu family village. The wide streets were lined with numerous shops selling cosmetics, fabrics, grains, and other goods, along with inns and restaurants that dazzled the senses. Huamei was captivated by the lively scene. It was her first visit to a town, and the multitude of people and shops was overwhelming. As a lone woman amidst the crowd, Huamei felt conspicuous, attracting the attention of passers-by. She observed that young women were a rare sight on the streets. Occasionally, she spotted a few, dressed in gaudy attire that did not resemble respectable ladies, waving vibrant handkerchiefs. A moment's contemplation revealed their identities. Courtesans, merely unfortunate women. Perhaps, women have always been the weaker sex, more susceptible to harm at any time. Like the woman in a yellow dress who had just emerged from a cosmetics shop, her face bore the marks of weariness. How much of the smile on her face was genuine? Huamei chose not to dwell on such thoughts, and instead focused on locating a pharmacy. Ah, there it is. Huamei spotted a pharmacy called Hui Chun Tang, aptly named for its connotations of rejuvenation. Upon entering, a strong medicinal scent filled her nostrils. The spacious shop featured a long counter with several tall cabinets, each containing compartments filled with traditional Chinese herbs, each labeled with their names, such as donkey and goji berries. A resident physician was present, a step above the itinerant doctors like Li. Only established pharmacies could afford to employ such practitioners, who focused solely on diagnosing and prescribing. Holding the prescription written by Li, Huamei approached the counter, where a young attendant greeted her warmly, inquiring about her needs. Huamei handed over the prescription, and the young attendant took it to show the resident physician. The physician glanced at it dismissively, furrowing his brow as he remarked, "Who penned this prescription? It is utterly incompetent." Huamei was taken aback, feeling somewhat lost. How could this physician make such a bold claim? Discerning the ineptitude of the prescriber with a mere glance, it seemed rather extraordinary. Huamei stepped forward to inquire, "May I ask what issues you perceive with this prescription? I would appreciate your guidance." The physician stroked his beard, as is customary for physicians. "Who in your household is unwell?" Huamei replied earnestly, "It is my mother-in-law. She has been bedridden with a fever since this morning. I had a village doctor attend to her, and he provided this prescription for her. Could you please advise me on its shortcomings?" Upon hearing that the prescription was merely from an itinerant doctor, the physician's eyes flickered with disdain. This prescription merely prescribes some herbs to clear heat and fire. It does not address the true ailment. In the future, if a family member falls ill, you should seek treatment at Hui Chun Tang instead of consulting any random doctor. Are you not aware that incompetent physicians can worsen illnesses? The once friendly demeanor of Huamei soured at these last two remarks, leaving her feeling quite uncomfortable. What did he mean by random doctor? This was clearly a display of contempt. Huamei's tone grew colder as she responded, "I reside in Lu family village. When my mother-in-law fell ill, I had no choice but to request a doctor to come to our home. How could it be convenient for us to visit Hui Chun Tang?" Turning to the young attendant, she added, "Please, could you assist me in preparing the medicine according to this prescription?" The physician, taken aback by Huamei's defiance, felt his face flush with anger. Ignoring him, Huamei urged the attendant to prepare her medicine. "Oomph." A physician who speaks with such arrogance could hardly be as skilled as he claimed. As the saying goes, a true healer possesses a compassionate heart. He exhibited none of that spirit, only seeking to monopolize business. His ultimate goal was to have her return for a new prescription, thereby profiting from her plight. She would not grant him that satisfaction. The attendant busily gathered the required herbs, weighing them carefully, and finally wrapped them in paper. A total of 6 packets of medicine were prepared. The attendant informed her this medicine should be boiled and taken twice daily, providing a 3-day supply. The total is 31. Huamei counted out 31 for the attendant and took the neatly tied packets of medicine. She then inquired about the nearest fabric shop, intended to purchase some white cloth. She pondered whether morning attire required white garments. As she contemplated, she made her way to a nearby fabric shop. Chapter 47. The pitiful ones. Upon seeing a customer, the fabric shop owner greeted Huamei with enthusiasm. "Welcome, young lady. What can I assist you with today?" Uncertain of her exact needs, Huamei replied, "My husband has passed away, and I wish to buy some white cloth. I am unsure how much I should purchase." The proprietor, a portly gentleman, immediately furrowed his brow upon hearing her words. "How can you abandon your mourning for your deceased husband to wander about? It is most unbecoming. What kind of woman runs about after her husband's death?" From the disdainful gaze of the corpulent owner, Huamei discerned his underlying message. Only an unruly woman would behave in such a manner. She defended herself, saying, "I understand that I should not be out and about, but my mother-in-law is ill, and I had no choice but to procure medicine for her. I also needed to buy some white cloth. It was truly unavoidable." Internally, she cursed, "Why must others meddle? Am I not a person because I am a widow? It seems that life after losing a husband is even more arduous, with moralists ready to chastise me." Finally, the owner's expression softened slightly, but he continued with a barrage of admonishments. Huamei rolled her eyes in her mind, thinking how tedious he was. She merely came to buy white cloth. Was it truly necessary to drone on endlessly? Nonetheless, she gleaned valuable information from his discourse. For instance, in Huaxia, when a husband dies, it is customary for the widow to remain indoors for 100 days of mourning, only emerging thereafter. Furthermore, remarriage for a widow is seen as dishonorable, often leading to gossip. It is preferred that a woman maintains her fidelity to her deceased spouse, ideally living in her husband's home until death. Additionally, a widow is expected to wear mourning garments, specifically clothing made of white cloth. while family members should also adorn themselves with white bands to signify a death in the household. This implied that she needed to purchase a considerable amount of white cloth. Upon hearing the proprietor's words, Huamei gathered a substantial quantity of white fabric, which felt exceedingly heavy, nearly impossible to carry. After paying 20 coins, she hurried home, clutching the cloth and the medicine bag. The journey was exhausting. The weight of her burdens made it all the more arduous. Upon finally reaching her home, she felt a sense of relief upon sighting the courtyard gate. Indeed, Xiaoyu was waiting at home, and as soon as Huamei saw Huamei return, she rushed over like the wind. Xiaoyu helped Huamei unload her belongings into the house, allowing Huamei to breathe a sigh of relief. The trip to the town had been far from easy. It was exhausting, taking no less than an hour for the round trip. Not to mention the time spent in the apothecary and fabric store, which consumed the entire morning. Huamei first expressed her gratitude to Xiaoyu, who hurriedly replied, "It was but a small task. There is no need for thanks. Should you require my assistance in the future, simply let me know." After Xiaoyu left with Xiao Xuan, Huamei rushed to the kitchen to prepare the medicine. Yu had been by Gu Shi's side all morning, and upon seeing Huamei return, she offered her help. Huamei searched for the pot used to brew the medicine and finally found it. It was crucial for traditional Chinese medicine to be simmered properly, and a pot with a handle was ideal for this task. She opened a medicine packet, poured its contents into the clay pot, filled it with water, and placed it on the stove to simmer, ensuring someone was there to watch over it. With Yu keeping an eye on the pot, Huamei busied herself preparing lunch. The pot of water gradually transformed into a thick concoction of herbal medicine, and just by observing its dark hue, one could tell it would be quite unpalatable. Carrying the bowl of medicine, Huamei entered Gu Shi's room. Gu Shi appeared somewhat dazed, allowing Huamei to spoon the medicine into her mouth, one spoonful at a time. When Huamei noticed the medicine dribbling out, she hastily wiped it away with her small hand, urging, "Grandmother, you must drink the medicine quickly. It will help you feel better." Gu Shi's gaze towards Huamei held a hint of tenderness, reflecting on the loss of her father at such a tender age. This prompted Gu Shi to reminisce about her own life. Having lost her father in childhood, she only had her brother to rely on, and her mother passed away when she was 16. After marrying, she had hoped for a better life, only to find her husband succumb to illness early. Leaving her a widow, she had hoped her son would support the family, yet fate dealt her another blow when her eldest son met an untimely death. The three great tragedies of a woman's life: losing a father in childhood, losing a husband in middle age, and losing a child in old age, had all befallen her. Unbeknownst to her, tears streamed down Gu Shi's face once more. Huamei felt a pang of sorrow. Her feelings for Lu Shuhui were far from affectionate. In fact, she had never liked her nominal husband, and his death felt like a release. From that moment on, she could remain in the household without the previous concerns that had plagued her. To put it bluntly, Lu Shuhui's death was, in a way, a blessing for her. However, for the rest of the family, it was an incredibly heavy blow. Yin Sheng and Yu, were naturally heartbroken over the loss of their elder brother. Huamei, too, was pitiful without her father. Yet, the most unfortunate was Gu Shi, who had lost her beloved son. How can mother not grieve? In just one day, Gu Shi appeared utterly haggard, her complexion pale, unable to rise from her bed. After she finished the medicine, Huamei softly urged, "Mother, please get up and eat something." Gu Shi shook her head, closing her eyes in silence. With no other option, Huamei took Huamei to have their meal. In the afternoon, Gu Xiang came by again. After a lengthy sigh, she inquired about Gu Shi's condition and immediately went to visit her. Gu Shi was unresponsive, merely lying on the bed, indifferent to the chatter around her. Gu Xiang shed a few tears, sitting with Gu Shi for a while before stepping out. As Huamei continued brewing medicine, Gu Xiang joined her in the kitchen. With a sigh, Gu Xiang remarked, "Aunt's life has been quite tragic. She lost her father at a young age, and her husband passed away a few years ago. Now Shu Huai is gone." A few brief sentences painted a picture of a woman's entire life. Previously, Huamei had found Gu Shi's behavior irksome, but now she felt an unspoken pity for her, leaving her speechless, engulfed in mixed emotions. Gu Xiang looked at Huamei with deep sympathy, saying, "Huamei, with Shu Huai gone, you are still young. What will you do in the future?" Huamei was taken aback, not expecting Gu Xiang to broach such a topic. After a moment of contemplation, she slowly replied, "Sister-in-law Gu Xiang, I have not thought about what to do in the future. Right now, All I wish for is to take care of Juan. She has lost her father. I cannot allow her to lose her mother as well. I will not consider remarriage. Remarriage for a widow is no trivial matter, especially with a daughter to care for. According to the customs of the time, Juan was the daughter of the Liu family, and Huamei had no right to take her along should she remarry. How could she bear to leave Juan behind? Gui Xiang was unprepared for Huamei's candid response and found herself at a loss for words, filled only with profound sympathy and compassion for her. Such a beautiful woman, yet beset by such misfortune. The sudden death of a husband is a calamity that could befall any woman. If it were an ordinary woman, she would likely be wailing inconsolably. Huamei's display of strength left Gui Xiang in awe. Huamei, if you ever need assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. Gui Xiang sincerely expressed her desire to help Huamei. Huamei then thought of something. Sister-in-law Gui Xiang, I do have a favor to ask. What could it be? The multitude of white cloth was overwhelming, and she had no skill in making mourning garments. It would be best to ask Gui Xiang to craft them quickly so she could wear them without drawing criticism. Since there was a custom of mourning, it was wise to comply. Gui Xiang readily agreed, without asking what Huamei needed her help with. As soon as Huamei piled a large stack of white cloth before her, Gui Xiang finally understood what was being requested. Without further inquiry, she simply focused on the task at hand, allowing Huamei to breathe a sigh of relief. He also joined in to assist. When Yun Sheng returned that evening, he discovered that everyone in the household was dressed in mourning attire, with Huamei and Juan clad in pure white, and even Yu donned a white garment. A white cloth hung at the entrance, signifying a death in the family. Yun Sheng, disregarding everything else, hurriedly went to the Gu residence. Gusher had not consumed a single grain of rice all day, only taking medicine twice, her speech weak and lacking vitality, presenting a sickly appearance. Yin Shang felt a pang of anxiety and spoke with an unintentional hint of dissatisfaction. Mother hasn't eaten all day. Can't you feed her something? Though he directed his words to them, his gaze unmistakably drifted towards Huamei, subtly blaming her for not caring for Gusher adequately. Yuehe, unable to hold back, defended Huamei. Second brother, this morning, the lame man came demanding debts, and it was my sister-in-law who dealt with him alone. After the village's Dr. Li examined mother, he prescribed medicine, which was also fetched by my sister-in-law from the town. Huamei felt a sense of comfort from Yuehe's loyal defense. It was rare for her younger sister-in-law to stand up for her. Yunsheng, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, Sister-in-law, I apologize. I am not blaming you. I'm just worried about Mother-S condition, which made my tone a bit harsh. Huamei, understanding the innocence of a young boy, shook her head, indicating that she bore no ill feelings. Yunsheng shared his experiences from the Song family. I and Changming were assigned to work for the Song family. I am in the study, while Changming is responsible for cleaning the courtyard. Starting tomorrow, we will not return every day, as the Song family has arranged accommodations for us. And we can only come home once every half month. They provide food and lodging, and we even get a day off every 2 weeks. The pay is decent. Given our family's current hardships, this job is quite a blessing. Curious about the lame man's debt collection, Yinsheng inquired sister-in-law. We do not have enough money to repay the lame man. How did you manage to send him away today? Huamei simply stated that she had pleaded with the lame man to reduce the amount owed, and he complied. Upon learning that the lame man only demanded 12 coins in principal, foregoing the 6 coins in interest, Yunsheng's eyes widened in astonishment. Sister-in-law, are you saying he only took the 12 coins and left? Huamei nodded affirmatively. Yunsheng, taken aback, scrutinized Huamei, seemingly trying to uncover the source of her unexpected fortune. Huamei maintained her composure under Yunsheng's piercing gaze, thinking to herself that she had endured far worse in her nearly 30 years of life. How could she be unsettled by a mere boy? Not wanting to press further, Yunsheng accepted that the debt was settled and turned his focus to earning money to repay their other debts. He then asked about their financial situation. Sister-in-law, how much money do we have left? Huamei contemplated. After deducting the 12 coins from this morning, along with 30 coins for Mother-S medicine and 20 coins for cloth, we have 2 coins remaining. There are also some scattered copper coins in the jar. Yunsheng calculated silently and remarked, given that Mother is ill and requires medicine daily, I believe we should hold on to this money for now to cover our daily expenses. I have already advanced a month's wages, and we will not receive any more until 2 months later. It seemed they had no choice but to wait. Repaying debts at this moment was not feasible. The following day, Yunxiang first visited his elder brother Lu Shuhai's grave to burn paper offerings, then proceeded to the Song family. This visit would indeed keep him away for half a month. At home, only 4 women remained. Gu Shi lay bedridden, Yuehe was still a child, and Waner was even younger, leaving Huamei to assume the role of head of the household. Gu Shi's embroidery work was left unfinished, and Gu Xiang came daily to assist, with Yuehe helping as well, allowing them to complete the embroidery in time. Huamei had been concerned that Gu Xiang might take on more embroidery work, as she was unable to do such labor for income. Fortunately, Gu Xiang understood Huamei's mourning and did not bring up the matter. After the news of Lu Shuhai's death spread, many relatives came to pay their respects. Huamei recognized only her Aunt Lu, who had visited once, while the others were unfamiliar. It would be inappropriate not to acknowledge them. So in a moment of inspiration, Huamei brought Yuehe along to greet the visitors, ensuring she would not misname anyone. After about half a month, life began to stabilize. Huamei remained indoors, adhering to the traditional mourning period for her deceased husband. She was a patient and homebody, preferring to stay within the confines of her home. After all, the household tasks were sufficient to keep her busy. Each day involved preparing meals and brewing medicine for Gu Shi. Caring for an ill person was no easy feat. Gu Shi wept daily, either lost in thought or refusing to eat. Watching her waste away day by day, Huamei felt increasingly anxious. After the initial batch of medicine was consumed, Huamei did not personally go to fetch more, reasoning that it would be inappropriate for her to wear mourning clothes while going to the town for medicine. Lu Laishun and his parents frequently visited to see if they could assist, and Huamei seized the opportunity to ask Lu Laishun to fetch the medicine. As a man, it was not a burden for him to run errands. Since Lu Shuhai's passing, Lu Laishun had seemingly awakened his conscience, behaving more responsibly at home. Besides fetching medicine, he also helped with fetching water. Huamei was grateful for the assistance with the heavier tasks. As the weather grew warmer, it was time for the wheat harvest. Without harvesters, the wheat had to be cut manually using sickles, bundled, and transported home in wheelbarrows. Though it sounded simple, the work was labor-intensive. Just as Huamei was feeling overwhelmed, her younger brother Yuanshan arrived, offering to help with the wheat harvest. Huamei eagerly inquired, "Yuanshan, aren't you supposed to be attending school? How do you have time to help me with the harvest?" Yuanshan explained that the school provided a few days off during harvest time for students to assist at home. Concerned for his sister Huamei, he had come to lend a hand. Huamei was deeply appreciative, recognizing that such physical labor was better suited for men. She could not afford to adhere strictly to mourning customs when a harvest was at stake. The family depended on the crops. Fortunately, Yinxing returned as well, having been granted a 2-day leave by the young master of the Song family to finish the field work before returning to work. With the additional help from Lu Laishun's family, they managed to harvest all the wheat in just 2 days. The adage, "many hands make light work," proved true. The wheat stalks were piled in the courtyard for burning, and the freshly harvested grain was stored in bags inside the house. Huamei felt a sense of relief. Food was of utmost importance, and solving this issue allowed her to address other matters. Observing the ample supply of grain brought her comfort. Once Yinsheng completed his chores at home, he hurriedly left again. As the days passed, the heat intensified, signaling the approach of summer. Chapter 49. A breath of fresh air. Gu Shi's condition showed no signs of improvement. Rather, it worsened day by day. Upon entering the room, an overwhelming scent of herbal medicine permeated the air, accompanied by an inexplicable odor. Huamei pondered and realized that Gu Shi, bedridden and unable to bathe, naturally exuded an unpleasant smell. With no other option, she heated water, intending to bathe Gu Shi. However, Gu Shi refused. "How can a sick person bathe? Are you trying to make my condition worse, even to the point of death?" Despite her fragmented speech, her words were indeed infuriating. Huamei rolled her eyes, initially believing that Gu Shi had improved somewhat, only to find her still as obstinate as ever. Huamei patiently explained, "Mother, you haven't bathed in days. You have developed an odor. It will be better to wash. Neglecting hygiene will only hinder your recovery. I, as your daughter-in-law, am concerned for your well-being." Regrettably, Gu Shi remained obstinate, refusing to heed Huamei's well-intentioned advice. Frustrated, Huamei thought about allowing her to persist in her ways. Did this stubborn woman not understand the importance of hygiene? Let her remain in such filth. Perhaps it would bring her an easy demise. This thought alleviated much of Huamei's frustration, restoring a sense of equilibrium within her. Huamei then extended her hand to lift Gu Shi, assisting her to sit up. Taken by surprise, Gu Shi was startled by Huamei's audacity in dragging her up. Annoyed, she exclaimed, "What are you doing?" As Huamei helped her remove her outer garments. She replied, "Your daughter-in-law has come to bathe you. If you refuse to rise, at the very least, you must allow me to clean your body." Gu Shi struggled fiercely, but having been ill for days, her weakened state rendered her efforts futile. She could only watch helplessly as Huamei removed her clothing. Anger and humiliation surged within Gu Shi, prompting her to retort, You, stop this at once." It had been a long time since Huamei had witnessed Gu Shi's fury. Ever since Lu Shuhua's passing, Gu Shi had appeared as a mere shadow of her former self, languishing in tears and medicine, unwilling to leave her room. After caring for Gu Shi for nearly a month, Huamei had almost forgotten what her original temperament was like. Now, witnessing her anger, Huamei felt not fear, but amusement. Perhaps it was the fact that she now held dominion over the household that had emboldened her spirit. Addressing Gu Shi without the previous trepidation and deference, she said, "I assure you, I'm doing this for your own good. Please, do not resist any further. You may injure yourself." With that, she attempted to remove Gu Shi's inner garments. Gu Shi, weak yet defiant, pushed Huamei's hands away and retorted, "Is this how a daughter-in-law ought to behave? Get away from me. Yueha, come here quickly." Strangely, Gu Shi seemed to regain some vitality from her indignation, her face flushing with anger. Yueha, who had been in the courtyard with Wan'er, rushed in upon hearing the commotion. "Mother, sister-in-law, what is happening?" Upon witnessing the tussle between Huamei and Gu Shi, Yueha's mouth dropped open in astonishment. Gu Shi hastily interjected, "Your sister-in-law insists on bathing me. She must have ill intentions, wishing for my condition to worsen." Oomph. Gu Shi coughed as she finished her outburst. Yueha approached to pat her back, and when Gu Shi had calmed, she said, "Mother, please do not think that way. Sister-in-law has been preparing medicine for you daily and personally feeding it to you. How could she possibly wish for you to become more ill?" Gu Shi was taken aback by Yueha's defense of Huamei, and her anger flared. "Yueha, I have only been bedridden for a month, and you already side with your sister-in-law? Do you not believe your own mother?" Yueha, upon receiving her mother's reproach, lowered her head, refraining from further comment. A glance at Huamei conveyed her silent plea to remain uninvolved. Huamei understood Yueha's timid nature. Today, her willingness to speak up was already commendable, and she dared not expect more. Observing that Gu Shi appeared somewhat revived, Huamei remarked, "Mother, lying in bed all day is detrimental to your health. When one is ill, they should bask in the sun and breathe fresh air. Only then will recovery be swift." Gu Shi displayed evident skepticism toward Huamei's words, scoffing, "I will not go out, nor will I bathe. Get out of my sight. What a stubborn old woman." Huamei felt her temper rising. After speaking kindly for so long, her efforts went unappreciated, which was infuriating. With a cold expression, she declared, "You lie here in bed while I spend my days preparing medicine for you, not to mention the considerable expense of procuring the ingredients. Mother, do you intend to remain in this bed indefinitely? Shuhua's death has grieved us all, especially me. He was my husband, and his departure has left me inconsolable. Yet, the deceased cannot be brought back to life. Shouldn't those of us still living strive to continue our lives?" Gu Shi was rendered speechless by Huamei's boldness, unable to fathom that the once timid daughter-in-law could speak so freely. "You," Huamei arched an eyebrow, "what of it? I speak only the truth. Yinsheng is now working in the Song household, and the meager wages he earns barely suffice for your medicine. If we continue like this, we shall soon find ourselves in dire straits. Your health is not solely your own. You must consider the well-being of the entire family. With Shuhua gone, there is still Yinsheng and Yueha to think of. Have you given a thought to them during your month of illness?" Her words ignited Gu Shi's temper, her face reddening with indignation. "What do you mean by that? Do you find me bothersome? Are you wishing for my demise so you can take charge of this household?" The absurdity of such a claim amused Huamei, prompting her to laugh. "What benefit would I gain from managing this household? We are impoverished, barely scraping by with borrowed funds. If this continues, we shall soon face starvation." "Mother, your words are rather childish." Though somewhat exaggerated, Huamei's statement was meant to provoke Gu Shi, for the household had recently harvested wheat and was not yet on the brink of starvation. Since arriving at the Lu family, Huamei had never spoken to Gu Shi in such a manner. Previously, she had been meek and submissive, never daring to oppose. Yet now, Emboldened by her education and past experiences in society, she found herself more than a match for Gushi in a verbal spar. What a relief it was to express herself so freely. Huamei felt an exhilarating sense of liberation. After all, only Gushi, Yuehe, Waner, and herself remained in the household. With the sharp-tongued Yinxing absent, Yuehe and Waner were still young, and Gushi lay bedridden. If she did not stand tall and assert herself now, when would she? But perhaps such thoughts could be construed as bullying. Nevertheless, all her words were rooted in genuine concern for Gushi's well-being. It remained to be seen how Gushi would receive this admonishment. Gushi was so incensed that she nearly fainted, her breath coming in ragged gasps, leaving her unable to utter a word. Chapter 50. Pastries. Yuehe, observing her mother's fluctuating complexion, grew anxious. Sister-in-law, please stop. Look at how pale mother has become. Feigning ignorance of Gushi's glare, Huamei smiled at Yuehe, saying, Mother's complexion has improved significantly since earlier. Come, Yuehe, since mother is unaccustomed to me bathing her. Why don't you do it instead? You are her own daughter. After all, she's surely one team mind. Without allowing for dissent, Huamei assigned this task to Yuehe. Caught in a dilemma, Yuehe was unsure whether to agree or refuse, glancing between Huamei and Gushi. Deep down, she supported Huamei's perspective. The weather was hot, and people easily perspired. Gushi's tendency to remain indoors with the windows shut had created a stifling atmosphere, and her body emitted an unpleasant odor. It was indeed time for a thorough wash. However, given Gushi's domineering nature, Yuehe lacked the courage to voice her thoughts. Huamei urged, Yuehe, quickly help mother up. I will prepare the bath water. With a reluctant Yuehe moved towards Gushi. Finally, Gushi regained her composure, defiantly stating, I will not wash. If anyone is to bathe, let them do so themselves. Yuehe, do not come closer. Yuehe looked helplessly at Huamei. Sister-in-law, if mother truly refuses, let it be. Huamei smiled brightly. Yuehe, listen to your sister-in-law. Help mother out of bed for a wash. Remaining in such filth will only exacerbate her illness. Those who are sick must bathe and soak up the sun to recover swiftly. Surely, you do not wish for mother to remain bedridden indefinitely? Yuehe stomped her foot. Whose orders am I to follow? Mine. Both Gushi and Huamei declared in unison. Seeing Gushi about to protest again, Huamei interjected, Yuehe, I will fetch the bath water. With alacrity, Huamei brought the wooden tub into the room and prepared the bath water. Gushi repeatedly insisted on not taking a bath, while Huamei completely ignored her. Attracted by the commotion in the room, Waner hurried inside and asked, Mother, Annie, what are you two doing here? Huamei replied to Waner, Grandmother is going to take a bath. Waner, come here and see if you can smell a sour odor from grandmother. Vanya, innocent to the subtleties of adult rivalry, obediently approached Gushi and actually took a whiff. Wrinkling her nose, she exclaimed, Wow, grandmother smells stinky. You really need a good bath, grandmother. Can I help you wash so you smell nice? Gushi, initially ready to be angry, felt rather uncomfortable upon hearing Waner's words and wondered if she indeed had an odd smell. She sniffed her sleeve and detected a faint sour scent. Seeing Gushi's wavering demeanor, Huamei felt a wave of relief. It was best to provide her with an opportunity to relent if the stalemate continued. It was uncertain how long it would take for her to finish bathing. Although the weather had warmed somewhat, it was not yet the scorching summer, with temperatures barely reaching 20 degrees. If they dawdled and she caught a chill, worsening Gushi's condition would indeed be her fault. With this thought, Huamei gently said, Mother, look, I prepared the water. It's neither too cold nor too hot. Come and try it. Yuehe and I will help you wash. Gushi's expression softened to Huamei's attentive demeanor. A significant part of her earlier anger stemmed from Huamei's retorts. Now, witnessing Huamei's return to her usual careful service, her mood improved considerably. Gushi fell silent and allowed Huamei and Yuehe to assist her from the bed. Having only consumed thin porridge daily, she had lost considerable weight and felt weak and unsteady. As she stepped down, her legs buckled slightly, almost causing her to fall, but Huamei quickly steadied her. After much effort, they managed to bring Gushi to the bathing tub, where Huamei supported her while he helped remove Gushi's garments before guiding her into the tub. They washed her hair and scrubbed her back, and when Gushi finally emerged from the tub, the water was nearly murky. Gushi's face flushed slightly, although she felt much more comfortable after the bath. Her nature made it impossible for her to express gratitude. Huamei had not expected anything from Gushi, thinking that her cooperation without causing further trouble was already a success. Gushi's pent-up frustrations finally began to dissipate, and she voluntarily requested to sit in the courtyard to bask in the sun. This was the first time she had stepped outside since Liu Shuhua's untimely death. Yuhi joyfully accompanied Gushi to sit outside and chat. Wan Er settled beside Gushi, and the three of them enjoyed the warm sunlight together. Having not ventured outdoors for so long, Gushi felt her spirits lift considerably while sitting in the sun. Yet, thoughts of her son Liu Shuhua's tragic demise still brought forth sighs of sorrow. Huamei opened the doors and windows to let in fresh air, and as dusk approached, Yunsheng unexpectedly returned. Gushi was overjoyed to see him. Yunsheng, why are you back today? Yunsheng, surprised to find Gushi outside enjoying the sun, noticed her complexion seemed brighter than the last time he had returned, which brought him comfort. Mother, I have a day off tomorrow, so I came home tonight. In just over a month, Yunsheng's youthful face had gained a touch of maturity. His mannerisms had developed a more adult-like demeanor. He raised a paper package in his hand and said, Wan Er, come see what your second uncle has brought you. Wan Er curiously approached, and Yunsheng, like a treasure presenter, unveiled the package to reveal several pieces of cake. Wan Er's eyes sparkled with delight, and she nearly jumped with joy. Wow, second uncle, you are so good, Wan Er. I love you the most. Yunsheng chuckled. Here, Wan Er, take some to eat. Wan Er, reluctant to indulge alone, first picked a piece for Gushi. Grandmother, you're not feeling well, so you should eat a piece first. If you do, you'll feel better and won't need to drink that bitter medicine anymore. Gushi laughed at Wan Er's innocent words. Grandmother wanted to eat. If Wan Er eats, that will be enough. See how much better you'll feel. Wan Er then offered the cake to her Aunt Yuhi. Being merely a girl of about 10, was eagerly eyeing the treats. The two girls happily shared the delicacies. Wan Er called out, Mother, come and eat too. The cakes second uncle brought are delicious. Although Huamei was curious about the ancient pastries and wished to try them, seeing Wan Er and Yuhi enjoying themselves so much, she couldn't bring herself to take a piece. She smiled and shook her head. Wan Er, you enjoy them. Mother isn't hungry and doesn't want any cake. Wan Er praised the delicacies, and Yuhi nodded in agreement, igniting Huamei's curiosity. Approaching to inspect, she noted the cakes were not particularly intricate, likely simple dough-based treats that could be made with a bit of oil and sugar. In her past life, she had a fondness for sweets and had even purchased an oven to bake cookies and cakes. Now, seeing Wan Er relish these nameless cakes, Huamei felt a longing. She pinched off a small piece and tasted it, savoring the flavor. A bit sweet, a bit sticky, she rated it an 80 out of 100. Chapter 51. Wan Er falls ill. Wan Er was thoroughly satisfied with her treat and exclaimed to Huamei, Mother, this cake is truly delicious. How wonderful it would be if I could eat such tasty cakes every day. Huamei wiped the crumbs from the corners of Wan Er's mouth and smiled. When Mother has money in the future, I will definitely buy these for you every day. By the way, Yunsheng, how did you come to bring back these cakes today? And where did you get them? Yunsheng smiled and replied, I don't have the money to buy such expensive things. These are snacks that young Master Song keeps in his study. Sometimes when there are leftovers, he gives them to the maidservants in the courtyard. These are given to me by one of the maidservants. I initially didn't want them, but then I thought Wan Er and Yuhi both love sweets, so I brought them back. Upon hearing this, Huamei's interest was piqued. Which maidservant gave them to you? It's clear she must have some fondness for you to part with such treats. Imagining Yunsheng's handsome appearance, Huamei mused that perhaps some young maidservant had developed a crush on him. The thought amused her. Yunsheng looked at Huamei warily. Sister-in-law, why are you asking this? Oh, such a vigilant young man. Huamei teased. I'm just curious about what kind of girl has taken a liking to our Yunsheng. Yunsheng blushed deeply at Huamei's directness. Sister-in-law, please don't say such things. It's nothing like that. Xiao Yin is even a year older than me. She just gave me some pastries, that's all. Oh, so that maidservant is named Xiao Yin. Huamei chuckled quietly, realizing how naive he was. In just a couple of sentences, he had revealed the identity of the maidservant who gifted him the cakes. It was amusing to think that this young boy was already attracting attention from girls. However, considering that people in ancient times married young, it was common for those around 15 or 16 to be wed. With Yunsheng's striking looks, it was no surprise that he would catch the eye of young girls his age. Yui chimed in with a giggle. Second brother, what does this Xiao Yin do? How does she have such delicious cakes? Yun Sheng, reluctant to dwell on Xiao Lian, provided a brief explanation. Xiao Lian is young Master Song's personal maid. He often rewards her with leftover pastries. Yu He, lacking the subtlety to read the room, continued, second brother. You should befriend this Xiao Lian, so she can bring back more cakes for us to enjoy. Yun Sheng's face darkened. Yu He, could you please say less? How audacious to utter such words, urging him to sacrifice his dignity merely to appease a maid for a few pieces of cake. He would never acquiesce. Huamei laughed so hard her stomach ached. It had been ages since she felt such joy. Observing Yunxing's awkward demeanor was indeed amusing. Ah, the youthful male in his adolescence, appearing serious while secretly reveling in delight. It seems Yunsheng, too, possesses a repressed romantic nature. Yunsheng's expression darkened further under Huamei's overt mockery, and he could not help but retort, "Sister-in-law, cease your fanciful musings. I assure you, there is nothing between me and Xiaolian. My frequent presence in the study and interactions with young Master Song merely afford me more opportunities to meet Xiaolian. We are familiar, yes, but we seldom converse alone. Look at him, capable of such explanations." The more he elucidated, the more questions arose. If indeed nothing existed, why the urgency to clarify? His lengthy discourse did not seem characteristic of Yunsheng. Huamei's expression turned serious. Indeed, Xiaolian has no connection to you. Is that satisfactory? It would be unwise to provoke Yunsheng further. Who knows, the flicker of budding affection might extinguish, and that would be a grave loss. Yunsheng, clearly sensing Huamei's insincerity, refrained from further argument and swallowed his frustration. Having returned home only once in half a month, Yunsheng diligently attended to his chores for an entire day. In the morning, he filled a large vat with water and then tidied the courtyard. In the afternoon, he made a special trip to burn incense at Lu Shuhuai's grave. Gu Shi, struggling, insisted on accompanying him. Huamei, observing Gu Shi's frail condition, wished to dissuade her from going, but before she could speak, Gu Shi declared, "Huamei, aren't you going to pay your respects at Shuhuai's grave?" With eyes sharp as radar, Gu Shi's gaze compelled Huamei, who had intended to decline, to instead agree, "Of course I will go." Even without Yunsheng's urging, I intended to visit the grave in these past few days. This past month, she had hardly paid her respects to Lu Shuhuai's grave, remaining home under the guise of mourning, not even stepping outside. Now, Gu Shi's insistence made Huamei acutely aware that her demeanor towards Lu Shuhuai's death seemed overly composed and rational, not befitting a grieving widow. Gu Shi had been stricken with illness from her son's demise, while she, the wife, appeared unaffected. Wasn't that rather unreasonable? The thought sent chills down Huamei's spine. Alas, preoccupied with caring for the young and attending to the elderly, she had scarcely considered feigning profound sorrow. She resolved to be more mindful, though she wondered if it was too late to amend her demeanor. The Lu family donned mourning attire as they arrived at Lu Shuhuai's grave. Situated in a sparse graveyard adorned with a few scattered trees, surrounded by a multitude of rounded mounds. The weather was gloomy, and a light rain began to fall, casting a dreary atmosphere that made one feel quite uncomfortable. Gu Shi trembled as she reached the grave, exclaiming, "My son," before breaking into tears. Yunsheng and Yuehe wiped away their tears, while Wan'er, without prompting, also began to cry. Initially, Huamei felt little, but in such a somber setting, not crying seemed inappropriate. So she too covered her face with her sleeve and sobbed quietly, though her tears were few. The sound alone sufficed. The light rain gradually intensified, and they had set out without umbrellas, making the situation rather unpleasant. Some may find joy in the rain. Certain girls relish the notion of strolling beneath an umbrella with their beloved amidst the downpour. Such a scene is undeniably romantic. However, Huamei had never cherished the rain, as she found the sensation of wet clothes clinging uncomfortably to her skin quite disagreeable. Seeing Gu Shi still kneeling at the grave, weeping inconsolably, Huamei could no longer contain herself. "The rain is falling heavily. We should return quickly. What if we catch a chill?" Yunsheng and Yuehe shared her sentiment, eager to leave. Yet Gu Shi continued to sob. Huamei reached to touch Wan'er's small, icy hand, feeling a pang of concern. Without hesitation, she urged, "Mother, we must go back." Wan'er could fall ill from the rain. This plea had some effect, and Gu Shi finally rose. Yunsheng and Yuehe rushed to support her as they made their way home. Huamei berated herself for her ill-fated predictions, as Wan'er soon fell ill upon their return home, and Gu Shi began to cough severely. Yinsheng hurried to town to procure medicine, and Huamei called after him, Yinsheng, take this money, and when you buy the medicine, be sure to specify that it's for a child. Do not let them prescribe adult dosages. In modern times, children's medicine differs significantly from that for adults, and she wondered if there was a distinction in traditional remedies as well. When Yinsheng returned, night had already fallen. Huamei hastily prepared the medicine and administered it to Wan'er. The herbal concoction was dark and emitted a rather unpleasant odor, its bitterness overwhelming. Wan'er grimaced upon taking a sip, struggling to swallow it down, and then flatly refused to drink more. Mother, it's so bitter. Why doesn't T want to drink it? Huamei replied helplessly, Wan'er, the medicine is indeed bitter, but if you do not take it, your illness will not improve. If it doesn't get better, you'll have to stay in bed every day, unable to go anywhere. Be a good girl and drink it so you can recover quickly. With a pained expression, Wan'er reluctantly took small sips of the medicine. Fortunately, they still had some leftover pastries from the previous day, which Huamei brought to her to help alleviate the bitter taste. Wan'er endured a week of taking medicine before her health gradually improved. While traditional medicine is often said to address the root cause, its efficacy is indeed slow. Watching the child grimace daily while taking her medicine was quite pitiful, prompting Huamei to concoct delicious dishes to entice Wan'er's appetite. Though the household lacked many provisions, there were always eggs. Huamei, unlike the miserly Gu Shi, eagerly utilized them to make egg pancakes for Wan'er. The sugar available at that time was not as refined as modern granulated sugar. It was coarser and less sweet, and its exorbitant price meant that ordinary farmers would seldom indulge. In the Liu family's kitchen, Huamei stumbled upon a small jar of sugar and was elated. She decided to make a treat for Wan'er. Unfortunately, lacking an oven, she resorted to steaming some dough. Occasionally adding sugar yielded a hint of sweetness, and Wan'er delighted in the taste, exclaiming how delicious it was. Yueha, benefiting from this, enjoyed her share as well, repeatedly praising sister-in-law. What have you made? It's truly delightful. Huamei chuckled, thinking, is this truly considered delicious? It is merely the simplest of sweet dumplings, shaped into triangles and filled with sugar. They were steamed until the gooey, sweet syrup flowed out. One had to be cautious while eating, lest they burn their mouth. On her first attempt, Yueha was overly eager and bit into one without waiting for Huamei's warning, resulting in her crying out in surprise from the heat, much to Huamei's amusement. When Huamei offered some to Gu Shi, she hastily inquired before tasting, did you make this solely with white flour? Didn't you mix in any cornmeal? Huamei, anticipating Gu Shi's reprimand, candidly admitted, indeed, I thought the cornmeal would yield a coarser texture, and since Wan'er has been unwell, I wanted to prepare something nice for her. Gu Shi grumbled, this time I'll let it pass, but in the future, do make some cornmeal dumplings. Huamei nodded in agreement, secretly thinking that she would make whatever she pleased in due time. The family had recently harvested a good amount of wheat, and Gu Shi seemed reluctant to use it, likely saving it to sell later, which led to her insistence on consuming cornmeal instead. While cornmeal dumplings were tolerable on occasion, consuming them too frequently could become tiresome, making one long for something more substantial, like fatty pork. Gu Shi took a bite, not anticipating the sugary filling, and exclaimed, oh dear, that is hot. What's inside? Huamei couldn't help but laugh as she replied, it's sugar, mother. Please take your time. It just came out of the pot and is quite hot. Watching Gu Shi stick out her tongue from the heat made Huamei chuckle heartily. Upon hearing Huamei's words, Gu Shi became flustered. What did you say? There's sugar inside? Huamei replied matter-of-factly yes. Daughter-in-law noticed there was still some sugar left in the kitchen, so I used a bit. There's still half left. She added, see, mother, I'm quite economical now. Gu Shi, fuming with indignation, retorted, you wasteful child, how could you squander our sugar like this? Squander? That term was too harsh. Huamei decided to engage in a reasoned discussion with her mother-in-law. Mother, such words are quite ungrateful. Wan'er and Yuhi both adore these sweet dumplings. How can something that nourishes us be considered wasteful? By the way, do try some. It tastes delightful. Gu Shi pointed an accusatory finger at Huamei, scolding, do you know how much sugar costs? It's 5 won for a tael. I intended to save it for the new year, and you've already consumed half of it. How is that not wasteful? Huamei stood her ground. Mother, I beg to differ. We don't eat this every day. Having it occasionally is no issue. Besides, it's merely 5 won for a tael. You spend far more on medicine daily. This left Gu Shi speechless, her anger flaring as they exchanged glances. Huamei felt justified in her argument. After all, the medicine Gu Shi had consumed over the past month had drained half their household funds. Had she been in good health, they could have indulged in sweets every day without worry. After a moment of silence, Gu Shi finally managed to say, "Your audacity grows. You dare to retort." Once on this topic, Gu Shi launched into a lengthy tirade. A daughter-in-law must know her place, serving her mother-in-law wholeheartedly. Never should she argue back. "What do you mean by that? Are you dissatisfied with me?" Oof. Huamei rolled her eyes at Gu Shi's lecture. Was this even sensible? According to her reasoning, a daughter-in-law was to be submissive and servile, unable to voice her thoughts. If speaking up was considered arguing, did that make a daughter-in-law a silent servant? "Mother, you exaggerate. How could I ever be dissatisfied with you? I'm here to serve you." Upon deeper reflection, her words carried a hint of sarcasm. She cleverly expressed her discontent without outright confrontation. Despite Gu Shi's usual lethargy, she became animated when lecturing Huamei, who merely let the words flow in one ear and out the other, not truly paying attention. Once Gu Shi paused to catch her breath, Huamei seized the moment to interject. "Mother, you should eat while it's still warm. After all, I've already used the sugar. If you don't eat it, it would go to waste." "Oh dear, the syrup is about to spill out." Gu Shi, being frugal by nature, immediately fell silent at this suggestion and took a bite of the sugar dumpling. The syrup was no longer scalding, and the flavor was indeed delightful, prompting her to eat eagerly. Observing her mother-in-law enjoying the treat, Huamei stifled a laugh and inquired, "Shall I fetch you another one?" Gu Shi nodded and then added firmly, "In the future, you must seek my permission before using sugar." "Understood?" Huamei responded with a nonchalant acknowledgement. Gu Shi was not as difficult to manage as she seemed. She would simply agree to whatever was said, knowing full well that behind closed doors, she could choose to heed or ignore those words at her leisure. Chapter 53. A word awakens a dreamer. Warner had been outside playing, but when she returned, her hands were empty. Huamei curiously asked, "Warner, have you finished the sugar dumplings already?" "You had two, including the one you just ate." The dumplings she had made were not small. Warner, beaming, replied, "Mother, I gave one of the dumplings to Xiao Xuanzi, and he gobbled it up, praising how delicious it was." Huamei commended Warner. "That's the right thing to do. Good things should be shared with good friends. But keep this between us. If your grandmother finds out, she'll be upset, given how frugal she is." Just as Warner nodded, Xiao Xuanzi appeared, his nose running, sniffing and sniffling. He was slightly older than Warner, but still a child, unrefined in his speech, saying directly, "Warner, what was that sweet thing you gave me? It was so good. I want more." Huamei chuckled at his straightforwardness. Children were indeed refreshing. She enjoyed interacting with them, so direct and uncomplicated with no need to guess their thoughts. Huamei took Xiao Xuanzi's hand and said, "That was a sugar dumpling. Would you like me to get you another one?" Xiao Xuanzi jumped with joy. Upon entering the Liu family courtyard, Xiao Yu immediately interjected, "Huamei, don't give Xiao Xuanzi any more. Save them for your Warner. Xiao Xuanzi, come back home with your mother." Xiao Yu quickly realized her son had been seeking treats and rushed to find him. Xiao Xuanzi stubbornly clung to Huamei, declaring, "No, I want more sugar dumplings. I'm not going back." Xiao Yu warned, "If you don't come here, mother will be upset." Xiao Xuanzi hesitated between the sugar dumpling and his mother, finally deciding, "Fine, I'll eat the dumpling first, and then you can be angry and scold me." Huamei burst into laughter, finding Xiao Xuanzi utterly adorable. Xiao Yu, feeling helpless, looked apologetically at Huamei. "Oh dear, children truly lack understanding. I'm so sorry." In these times, who could afford to use white flour frequently? The grain yield was low, averaging only 200 to 300 jin per mu, and in a bad year, one might struggle to have enough to eat. Families relied on several mu of grain to last a year, primarily consuming millet, sorghum, and cornmeal. Huamei casually replied, "Xiao Yu, you're being too polite. What is the harm in a child having a treat? Here, let me get a couple from the pot for you to try my cooking." She then pulled Xiao Yu into the kitchen. Half-heartedly, Xiao Yu followed Huamei, who retrieved 2 warm sugar dumplings from a steamer, handing one to Xiao Xuanzi and the other to Xiao Yu, reminding, "Eat slowly. The syrup inside is hot. Take a bite and let cool a bit before eating." Xiao Xuanzi savored the dumpling, repeatedly exclaiming how delicious it was. Xiao Yu reminded him to take his time while they chatted and laughed, eventually tasting the dumpling herself. After one bite, she couldn't help but praise Huamei. Your cooking is excellent. How'd you make these dumplings? They're truly delightful. Huamei felt a surge of happiness at Xiaoyu's compliment. Do you really think they taste good? The method is quite simple. You just need the dough, fill it with sugar, shape it into triangles, and steam them. Xiaoyu exclaimed, You're quite generous. I could never afford to use sugar for fillings at home. Just making plain flour buns is considered a treat for me. I can barely manage to make steamed buns, let alone these triangular sugar dumplings. Huamei smiled knowingly. She had made all sorts of intricate shapes when preparing snacks before. To her, this was child's play. Surprised that such a simple skill could impress Xiaoyu, Huamei felt a swell of pride. Finally, she was not as useless as she had imagined. Before long, Xiaoyu devoured the sugar dumpling completely. As I observed the little glutton, he savored every morsel, having devoured his share and now licking his lips in delight. His greedy demeanor undoubtedly served as the highest praise for Huamei's culinary skills, filling her with immense joy. The greatest achievement for a chef is to create dishes that are not only loved, but also completely consumed. Initially, Huamei had merely taken an interest in making some sweet dumplings upon seeing the sugar, and since she had only a limited amount, she had prepared around 10 dumplings, just enough for a steaming basket. Waner had one, Yue had two, Gu Shi 2, she herself had one, Zai 2, and Xiaoyu 1, leaving 6 remaining. Noticing Zai enthusiasm for the treats, Huamei decided to set aside 2 more for him to enjoy at dinner, insisting that Xiaoyu take them home. Xiaoyu, unable to refuse, gratefully accepted them. As she departed, she casually remarked, Huamei, with your talent, you should consider starting a small business selling steamed buns and sweet dumplings. I believe it would thrive. Huamei was momentarily taken aback, and after Xiaoyu left, she began to ponder. For over a month, their household had been burdened with Gu Shi's illness and the associated medical expenses, depleting their modest savings significantly. She was troubled about how they would manage in the future. As the saying goes, one cannot simply consume without earning. They could not rely solely on Yunxing's wages from working in the Song family to sustain themselves. Additionally, they had accumulated substantial debts, which, although not currently being demanded, would eventually need to be repaid. A month or 2 might not seem urgent, but dragging it out for a year or more would be unacceptable. It would be more prudent to proactively earn money to settle the debts rather than waiting for creditors to come knocking. Huamei contemplated her options for generating income. Logically, as a time-traveling woman in ancient times, earning a living should be a trivial matter. After all, many of her predecessors had become experts in various trades, from beauty salons to restaurants, utilizing their modern knowledge or skills to thrive. However, she found herself lacking in agricultural skills, unable to even perform the tasks of a simple peasant woman. As for embroidery, she was utterly clueless. She could only manage basic tasks like threading a needle or sewing on a button, and anything beyond that proved too challenging. Tailoring was completely out of the question. Reflecting on how ancient women possessed numerous survival skills, Huamei felt a pang of shame. She had previously thought that women in ancient times merely needed to stay at home, raise children, and rely on their husbands for support, but now she realized that survival in such times was far from easy. Today, Xiaoyu's offhand comment had sparked something within Huamei. Indeed, without capital, one cannot embark on significant ventures. However, starting small was certainly feasible. There were numerous low-investment business opportunities that yielded quick returns, such as selling steamed buns and sweet dumplings. Moreover, she had a knack for making dough-based products. In her previous life, after marrying Xiang Dong, she had taken culinary classes on weekends to become a competent housewife, learning not just to cook, but also to make various pastries. Each time she mastered a new dish, she eagerly prepared it for Xiang Dong. Yet as time passed, he gradually lost interest in her cooking, and she eventually stopped honing her skills in the kitchen. If she could not even captivate a man's heart, what good was it to win over his stomach? The most disheartening experience was preparing an elaborate meal only to wait in vain for him to return. With a shake of her head, Huamei dismissed those unpleasant memories. She resolved not to dwell on such past grievances any longer, but rather focus on the present. She surmised that if she were to discuss her business ideas with Gu Shi, she would undoubtedly face severe criticism. The rationale was simple. Lu Shuhui had passed away less than 2 months prior, and as a newly widowed woman, her eagerness to venture out and engage in business would be deemed inappropriate. Etiquette dictated that she should at least wait until the mourning period had concluded. Gu Shi would likely be her greatest obstacle, unwilling to permit her to publicly pursue such endeavors. She anticipated a fierce confrontation and steeled herself mentally for the challenge. However, there was no doubt that she would stand her ground against Gu Shi. With this thought, Huamei felt her spirits rise. She longed to confront Gu Shi about her intentions, to engage in a spirited debate that would leave Gu Shi speechless and ultimately yield to her desires. The mere thought of such a scene filled her with excitement. As she contemplated her plans, she recognized that running a business in their small village would be impractical. Every household had women capable of making similar dough-based treats. If she were to sell sweet dumplings in the village, they would hardly sell. Moreover, who would be willing to spend money on them? It seemed clear that she needed to venture into town to establish a business. The town had a wealthier populace, with numerous businesses and establishments, from small inns and restaurants to shops, and even gambling houses. If she could secure a prime location, customers would surely flock to her. As long as her pastries were delicious and reasonably priced, she had no reason to fear a lack of business. While she did not expect to amass great wealth, covering her family's expenses and repaying her debts would suffice. As she envisioned this promising future, Huamei found herself lost in delightful daydreams. Time seemed to slow as she waited, counting the days in anticipation of the end of her mourning period. The more she wished for it to end, the slower time seemed to pass. Huamei had no choice but to exercise patience. Wanner had recovered, but Gu Shi's health remained precarious. It fluctuated between brief improvements and setbacks. Just when she seemed able to rise from her bed, her condition would worsen again. This cycle persisted, and the consumption of medicine never ceased. Huamei wished to take Gu Shi to town to see a reputable doctor, but Gu Shi steadfastly refused, citing the costs involved. Huamei gently urged, "Mother, you've been on this medication for so long without improvement. I am quite anxious. The expenses of medicine are one thing, but prolonged illness will only weaken you further. If this remedy proves ineffective, we should try something else. Continuing in this manner is not sustainable. Don't you agree?" Huamei had discerned Gu Shi's true concern. She was reluctant to part with even a small sum of money. Ironically, the continual purchase of medicine was far more wasteful. Furthermore, Gu Shi required constant care, and if her health did not improve soon, Huamei would have difficulty pursuing her business aspirations. Surely, she could not leave Gu Shi in the care of the young Yue alone. After much deliberation, Gu Shi finally relented. However, the next challenge was how to reach town. As Yinsheng was not home and there were no other men in the household, Huamei, being a delicate woman, could not manage Gu Shi's weight alone. After considering her options, she decided to seek assistance from Lu Laishan. Huamei instructed Yue to summon Lu Laishan, and shortly thereafter, Yue returned with the news that he would arrive soon. Lu Laishan appeared with a wheelbarrow, suggesting that Gu Shi sit in it while he pushed her along. Huamei felt a surge of relief. This would surely be easier than supporting Gu Shi on foot for a long distance. How had she not considered that transportation existed in this era? While they could not dream of airplanes, trains, or cars, a simple wheelbarrow sufficed. Wealthy families might travel by horse-drawn carriage or sedan chair. With Yue and Wanner remaining at home, Huamei accompanied Lu Laishan as he pushed Gu Shi toward town. Lu Laishan, being a strong man, handled the wheelbarrow with ease, allowing Huamei to simply walk alongside. However, after only a few steps, Huamei began to regret her decision. Her mourning attire drew attention, and neighbors whispered and pointed, speculating about her actions. Guixiang spotted the trio and hurried over, asking, "Huamei, Brother Laishan, where are you taking Annie?" Huamei sighed and replied, "Sister Guixiang, Mother has not been well lately. I am anxious to take her to town to see a better doctor." Guixiang expressed her desire to accompany them, but Huamei replied, "Sister Guixiang, we do not know how long we will be gone. Please keep an eye on Yue and Wanner while we are away." Guixiang hesitated, casting a glance at Hua, Mei, and Lu Laishan, wanting to voice her thoughts, but refraining due to the presence of Gu Shi. Ultimately, she acquiesced, unaware of Guixiang's inner turmoil. Hua Mei accompanied Gu Shi without a second thought. Lu Laishan appeared in high spirits, engaging Hua Mei in casual conversation. Although Hua Mei was initially reluctant to respond, she reflected on the past 2 months, grateful for Lu Laishan's assistance in fetching medicine and water, which had significantly alleviated her burdens. With this in mind, she felt it inappropriate to treat him with overt coldness. Upon noticing Hua Mei's willingness to engage, Lu Laishan grew animated, chattering incessantly. Gu Shi, feeling increasingly uncomfortable since leaving the house, found Lu Laishun's incessant prattle exacerbating her headache. "Huamei, how much longer until we reach the town?" she inquired. Having visited the town only once, Huamei could not accurately gauge the remaining distance. Before she could respond, Lu Laishun interjected, "Aunt, we will arrive shortly. Are you tired? Perhaps we should take a break before continuing." Annoyed, Gushi retorted, "No need. Just keep your mouth shut and say less. Your chatter is giving me a headache." Lu Laishun, feeling embarrassed by Gushi's words, glanced at Huamei, whose suppressed laughter further reddened his face, prompting him to fall silent for a while. Upon arriving in town, Huamei recalled the physician she had encountered during her previous visit to the pharmacy. He had exuded arrogance, leaving her curious about his medical skills. Lu Laishun then asked, "Sister-in-law, what do you plan to take Aunt for treatment?" After some contemplation, Huamei suggested we could visit the pharmacy again. Their trio attracted numerous curious glances, most directed at Huamei. As the saying goes, to appear charming, one must don a garment of filial piety. Dressed in a simple white dress, Huamei looked enchanting, causing many men to steal glances. Gushi, noticing this, shot a disapproving look at Huamei, feeling unjustly accused. Huamei reasoned that she had neither smiled nor looked at anyone. What could she do if others gazed at her? Fortunately, they soon arrived at the pharmacy, where the staff warmly welcomed them. Lu Laishun assisted Gushi in sitting before the physician and respectfully requested a diagnosis. The physician, the same one Huamei had encountered previously, initially recognized her but only recalled their prior meeting upon seeing the prescription she presented. He, evidently narrow-minded, questioned, "Has this prescription yielded any results after 2 months?" His pretentiousness irked Huamei, who thought it absurd for him to ask such trivial questions when the patient was right before him. With a forced smile, she replied, "Doctor, perhaps you should focus on treating the patient first. As they say, a healer should have a heart like a parent. Can you bear to see a patient suffer in your presence?" This rhetorical flourish caused the physician's expression to sour, his smug demeanor faltering as he sought to justify himself. "This inquiry is indeed important. Your mother-in-law has been using this prescription. I must ascertain its effectiveness before proceeding with her treatment." While there was some merit to his statement, Huamei could only respond, "It seems there is some effect from the prescription, but the improvements are inconsistent. Her condition fluctuates over the days." The physician nodded, then instructed Gushi to stick out her tongue for examination, observing her complexion before concluding, "To speak frankly, you do not have a significant ailment. Your troubles lie within your heart, not your body." Taken aback, Gushi pressed, "Is what you say true, doctor?" The physician stroked his beard, introducing himself as Dr. Huang. He noted her complexion and tongue, stating, "There are no apparent abnormalities. The previous prescription was meant to clear heat and detoxify, and logically, after 10 days, you should have shown improvement. However, 2 months have passed without any notable change, indicating your illness is not physical but emotional. Your grief over your son's passing has festered within, leading to your prolonged malaise." Huamei nodded in agreement, realizing that although Dr. Huang's demeanor was less than endearing, his medical expertise was commendable. Reflecting on Gushi's constant despair, confined to her bed and rarely emerging, it became evident that her mental state hindered her recovery. After advising Gushi, Dr. Huang prescribed a new treatment and instructed a staff member to prepare the medicine. The assistant quickly packaged 5 days' worth of medicine. Handing it to Huamei, Lu Laishun eagerly took the medicine, displaying remarkable attentiveness. After paying a hefty consultation fee, Huamei felt a pang of regret. It seemed that illness and treatment were perpetually exorbitant. As Gushi observed Huamei paying the fees, she immediately complained upon exiting the pharmacy. "I told you not to seek treatment in town. The fees are exorbitant." In the village, Li Langzhong would only charge 10 or 8 coins, while Dr. Huang charged 30 coins at once. Ridiculously expensive. Seizing the opportunity, Huamei encouraged, "Then you should recover quickly, and you won't need to spend on medicine. Dr. Huang mentioned you have no serious illness. You just need to avoid overthinking and rest for a while." Gushi fell silent, lost in her thoughts. Upon reaching Lujia village, dusk began to set. After helping Gushi into the house, Huamei casually invited Lu Laishun. "Thank you for your help today. Please stay for dinner." To her surprise, Lu Laishun readily agreed, leaving Huamei astonished. Had she known he would be so unreserved, she might have reconsidered her invitation. With no recourse but to proceed, Huamei headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner. With only pickled vegetables and a pot of thin porridge, she warmed a few steamed buns, an everyday meal for many. Lu Laishun savored the food heartily. Yuhi remarked with a smile, "Laishun, you enjoy this so much. If one didn't know better, they might think you were feasting on a delicacy." Lu Laishun chuckled. "Sister-in-law's cooking is delightful. These buns are especially fragrant." Huamei offered a perfunctory smile, dismissing his evident flattery. Nevertheless, a lingering thought nagged at her. Lu Laishun's demeanor today seemed rather peculiar. When Gue Xiang arrived and noticed Lu Laishun still present, she greeted him with a smile. "Laishun, we owe you much for your support during this time." Lu Laishun felt a surge of satisfaction at her words, responding graciously, "Not at all. It was merely a trivial matter." Gue Xiang hinted, "It seems quite late." Lu Laishun, catching the subtlety, replied, "Indeed, I should take my leave." "Sister-in-law, Yuhi, I'm leaving." Yuhi accompanied Lu Laishun to the door, where he glanced back at the courtyard before departing. With Lu Laishun gone, Yuhi brought dinner into Gusher's room, and one heir excitedly followed. Only Gue Xiang and Huamei remained. Huamei invited Gue Xiang to sit, engaging in casual conversation. As Gue Xiang spoke, she scrutinized Huamei with an unusual intensity, causing Huamei to feel uncomfortable. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, "Gue Xiang, do you have something to say to me?" Gue Xiang, typically forthright, hesitated. "Huamei, there are some things I am unsure whether I should share with you." Sensing her reluctance, Huamei pressed, "Just speak freely. There is no need for hesitation between us. Please go ahead." Unable to resist the repeated urging of Huamei, Gue Xiang finally spoke. "Huamei, please don't be angry, flustered, or anxious after hearing my words." Huamei responded with a laugh. "What could possibly make me angry, flustered, or anxious?" Gue Xiang, sensing Huamei's ignorance, hinted, "Has Lu Laishun been frequently visiting your home recently to help with fetching water or gathering herbs?" Huamei initially nodded, but then, upon seeing Gue Xiang's expression, realized cousin Gue Xiang. "You must be referring to Lu Laishun, right? Oh heavens, I hope it's not what I'm thinking." Unfortunately, Gue Xiang's revelation sank Huamei's heart. It indeed concerned him. Lu Laishun had been a bachelor for years, leading a wandering life and indulging in gambling. His reputation was already poor, and now that Shui was gone, one must be particularly cautious. Villagers had noticed Lu Laishun's frequent visits to her home and had begun to gossip. Gue Xiang, seeing Huamei's face darken, divulged more, especially this afternoon. "When you took your aunt to town for a doctor's visit, Lu Laishun cheerfully accompanied you. Many people saw you both together. As soon as you left, the gossip began to swirl, suggesting that Lu Laishun and you—" "Oh my!" Huamei exclaimed, slapping her forehead, feeling overwhelmed. It was said that a widow attracts much gossip. It indeed seemed true. She had been so cautious, staying at home, yet still could not escape the murmurings of others. "Lu Laishun? Good heavens! Cousin Gue Xiang, please, no more. I understand what you're implying. I will ensure that Lu Laishun does not come to our home again," Huamei said, rubbing her forehead. Gue Xiang sighed. "It's too late. The rumor has already spread. It mainly stems from how conspicuous you were this afternoon with Lu Laishun in the village. Those who relish gossip could not let such a tale slip by. As soon as you left, Zhang came to my home and prattled on about your connection with Lu Laishun. I pretended not to understand her insinuations and managed to send her off." Huamei retorted, "This afternoon was merely for assisting my aunt to see the doctor. I had Lu Laishun help out. My aunt was with us. Had I known, I would have preferred to struggle more and invite someone else rather than go to town." Regret filled Huamei. She never anticipated that a moment's carelessness would lead to such scandalous chatter. Gue Xiang added, "Because your aunt was present, the gossip only intensified. People believe that your interactions have been sanctioned by the Gu family, thinking that since Shu Wei has passed, the Gu family wishes for you to marry Lu Laishun instead of someone else. This is getting more absurd." Huamei frowned. "If the Gu family hears of this, they would surely be infuriated. My aunt is already ill. Hearing such talk might worsen her condition." Huamei was not particularly concerned for her aunt's health. Rather, she lamented the loss of precious resources, knowing she would still need to care for her sick aunt. Gue Xiang assured, "I will not speak of this to your aunt. I only wish to inform you to be cautious. Surely, you wouldn't consider marrying Lu Laishun. Is that an unusual compliment?" Huamei replied, bemused. After seeing Gue Xiang off, she took Wanner to bed, ensuring not to mention anything in front of her aunt, maintaining an air of nonchalance. Her aunt murmured, Lai Shun has been quite diligent lately. It's rather strange. Huamei was startled, fearing her aunt had caught wind of something. Upon realizing her aunt was merely speaking absent-mindedly, Huamei sighed. How could a mere few words exchanged with Lu Lai Shun spark such rumors? People are far too quick to speculate. In modern times, this would hardly amount to anything. Lu Lai Shun is a cousin of Lu Shuhui. Helping out is only natural. Yet, such talk arises, leaving one speechless. Thinking of Lu Lai Shun's rather unpleasant smile, Huamei felt discomfort. Compared to Lu Shuhui, Lu Lai Shun was far less handsome, and even her cousin Gu Changming was more pleasing to the eye. What woman does not prefer a handsome man? If the subject of gossip were a dashing, remarkable man, that might be one thing, but it had to be the unremarkable Lu Lai Shun. Huamei sighed once more at her fate, secretly resolving to distance herself from Lu Lai Shun, even if it meant not calling on him for any help in the future. The rumors had just begun, and she was determined to quell them before they worsened. In short, she decided to keep Lu Lai Shun as far away as possible. With her mind made up, Huamei finally relaxed and fell into a deep slumber alongside Wan'er. The next morning, Huamei prepared breakfast and brewed medicine for her aunt. Once her aunt had taken her medicine, Huamei busied herself with laundry and tidying the yard. Yueha, now more sensible, noticed Huamei's frantic movements and lent a hand. After Huamei finished washing, Yueha volunteered to hang the clothes. Huamei advised Valnat, I'm going to fetch water from the well. Stay here with your aunt and don't wander off, understood? Wan'er obediently nodded, got it. But can I play with Xiao Xuanzi? It seemed rather cruel to confine such a young child indoors all day. Of course you may play with Xiao Xuanzi. Just don't stray too far, Huamei replied, pleased to see Wan'er's joyful smile. How wonderful it must be to be a child, free from worries. Finding joy in the smallest things. Before Huamei could open the door, there was a knock, and Lu Lai Shun's voice rang out, Open the door, it's me. Lu Lai Shun. Huamei was taken aback. Lu Lai Shun was being overly attentive, coming to her home so early in the day. She had just resolved to prevent him from visiting in the future. Though she thought this, putting it into practice proved challenging. If he stood at the door calling out, and she did not answer, what would happen? If others heard, it would only fuel the gossip. Moreover, Lu Lai Shun frequently came to help. Ignoring him now might seem ungrateful. These thoughts flashed through her mind as she reluctantly opened the door, allowing Lu Lai Shun to enter. Upon entering, he greeted Yueha and then engaged with Wan'er. Huamei silently gathered a water bucket to leave, but Lu Lai Shun hurried over, saying, Sister-in-law, let me fetch the water. You just stay here and attend to your aunt. He approached to take the yoke, but Huamei deftly sidestepped him. No, I can manage fetching water myself. I cannot keep troubling you. I will do it myself from now on. The implication was clear. She wished for him to visit less often. Lu Lai Shun either did not understand her meaning or feigned ignorance, insisting, It's no trouble. I have nothing else to do at home. You could trust me with these small tasks. Also, let me know if there is any farm work in the fields. Yueha chuckled. Lai Shun, you want to even work on your own family's fields. Why are you eager to help with ours? If your uncle finds out, he might scold you. Lu Lai Shun felt a flush of embarrassment as Yueha mocked him, and he hastily defended himself, saying, Yueha, do not speak recklessly. With Shuhua gone, and my second Anil in bed, while Yunsheng is away working, I have come to offer my assistance. How could you misconstrue my good intentions? Lu Lai Shun was not known for his industriousness. He had always been lazy, neglecting the trivial chores at home. It was no wonder the villagers whispered about him now that he was suddenly ingratiating himself with the Lu family. Could it be that Lu Lai Shun genuinely harbored ulterior motives? At that moment, Huamei sensed something amiss with Lu Lai Shun. She had gathered a superficial understanding of his character from others, and now he appeared transformed. What else could it be but insidious intentions? It seemed the eyes of the populace truly discerned the truth. These idle rumors were not entirely baseless. Huamei gazed at Lu Lai Shun, who initially beamed with joy but then displayed a sycophantic smile, saying, Sister-in-law, let me fetch the water. Alas, his motives were indeed dubious. Observing his shifty gaze scrutinizing her, it could only signal ulterior motives. Huamei resolutely declined, stating, I shall go myself. You ought to come less frequently. Shuhua has only just departed, and everyone is watching us, eager for entertainment. I cannot grant them that satisfaction. After uttering these words, Huamei ignored Lu Lai Shun's abruptly grim expression and strode away. Surely, he could not misconstrue her implications. She hoped he would take heed and refrain from visiting again. Upon exiting the courtyard, she encountered Xiuyu, who was also on her way to fetch water. Little Xuanzi insisted on accompanying her, but Xiuyu struggled to pacify him. Huamei smiled and said, "Xuanzi, why not come to my house and play with water? I will go fetch water with your mother." Upon hearing this, Xuanzi dashed home and soon emerged with a handful of fruits, exclaiming, "The fruits father brought back are delicious. I want to share them with water." Xiuyu and Huamei exchanged smiles, pleased by the children's affectionate bond. Whenever there were treats, they always thought of each other. Water was likewise considerate, never forgetting to share with Xuanzi. Together, they carried their buckets to the village well. Contrasting with Guixiang's straightforwardness, Xiuyu spoke with much more tact, saying, "Huamei, this morning, Lu Laishan knocked on your door. I happened to witness it. Knowing your character, I naturally would not misinterpret your intentions. However, the village is rife with gossips, eager to speculate, so it would be wise for you to exercise caution." Huamei forced a bitter smile, replying, "Xiuyu, there is no need for subtlety. I understand your meaning perfectly. So, there are indeed whispers about me and Lu Laishan, correct?" Xiuyu shyly smiled, saying, "Yes. They know our families are neighbors and that we have a good relationship, so they come to inquire. But I have never believed such talk." The they she referred to were likely the village women, known for their incessant prattle. Huamei was about to respond when they encountered a group of village women fetching water. Among them was Zhang, whom Huamei had seen a few times, along with Xie, her sister-in-law, both of whom enjoyed gossiping about others. Huamei seldom interacted with them, merely exchanging greetings before lapsing into silence. Zhang, unusually warm toward Huamei, inquired, "Lu family daughter-in-law, how has your mother-in-law been lately?" Feeling obliged to respond to such warmth, Huamei replied, "My mother-in-law is still weak and recuperating at home." Zhang lamented, "It is unfortunate that Xu Hua, so young, has suffered this misfortune. It is no wonder your aunt has not stepped outside lately. We have not seen her in ages. I wonder what she thinks about the marriage proposal for Yueha." Xie added, "Indeed, when Yueha's father passed away a few years ago, your aunt lay ill for half a year. I wonder how long it will be this time." Zhang and Xie's words bore little malice, even displaying a semblance of concern, yet they inevitably carried an air of spectacle. The best response to such individuals was to remain silent, allowing them to chatter away. As expected, when Huamei did not interject, they soon fell silent. However, they quickly shifted the topic to Huamei herself. "Lu family daughter-in-law is the most distinguished in appearance, one of the finest in our village. Yet it is a pity Lu Shuhua lacked the fortune to enjoy it for long." "Here it comes," Huamei thought, acutely aware of where the conversation was heading, and she attempted to divert it. Before she could finish, Xie interjected, "Lu Shuhua was unfortunate. I wonder who will be fortunate next." Such veiled insinuations left Huamei feeling irked. What did they mean? They might as well say she was eager to remarry. Encountering such people without a retort would be remiss. "Sister Wang, such remarks ought not to be made lightly. If heard by those with ill intentions, it would tarnish my reputation." Xie's face turned awkwardly pale, and she stammered, "Lu family daughter-in-law, I meant no offense. It was a thoughtless comment." Zhang chimed in to support Xie. "Indeed, my sister-in-law often speaks without thinking. She meant no harm. Please do not misunderstand, Lu family daughter-in-law." Huamei huffed. "It is best if there is no ill intent. As a widow, I cannot endure the prattle of others. Words can be fearsome. They can cut like knives. Just a few careless words can drown me in a sea of gossip." Her words left Zhang and Xie feeling somewhat embarrassed, and they hesitated to broach such topics again. Xiuyu, witnessing the renowned gossips silenced by Huamei's retort, could not help but stifle a laugh, casting a knowing glance at Huamei, as if to say, "You are truly remarkable." Upon reaching the well, Zhang and Xie insisted that Huamei fetch water first, and she, mindful of her household, did not decline. Once Xiuyu filled her bucket, Huamei and Xiuyu set off homeward together. Now accustomed to fetching water, Huamei could carry her load without needing to rest along the way. Xiuyu, being more robust, found it effortless. As they walked, they chatted. Xiuyu glanced back at Zhang and Xie at the well, saying, "Huamei, you have truly opened my eyes today. Those two, who usually love to gossip, have never been silenced like that." Reflecting on their expressions brought Huamei a sense of satisfaction. What did they expect? They nearly accused me of hastily seeking another husband after my husband's death. Every word was laden with double meanings. If I had not countered, They would think me easy to bully. Xiao Yu regarded Huamei, noting her radiant smile, and sincerely remarked, Huamei, you have truly changed. In the past, you would often cry and never raise your voice in argument. Had you encountered Zhang and Xie, you likely would have remained silent, even if hurt or angry. Huamei smiled faintly at this observation. Xiao Yu, people inevitably change. I cannot remain as I was. They say the most gossip surrounds widows. Now that I have lost my husband, I am left with my aged, ailing mother-in-law, a young sister-in-law yet to find her own family and want her to support. If I do not grow stronger, I may fall prey to others. For the sake of my family, I must become resilient. I also intend to start a small business to make a living. Shuhua left behind considerable debt, and I aspire to earn money to repay it, ensuring a better life for my family. This was the first time Huamei articulated her plans, leaving Xiao Yu in awe. Xiao Yu stammered, Huamei, I struggle with words, not knowing how to express myself. However, it truly brings me joy to see you like this. The once timid woman, who perpetually lowered her head and wept, now stands tall and confident, radiating an extraordinary brilliance. It is no wonder that Lu Laishun frequents the Lu family. Which man could resist such a captivating figure? Reflecting on Lu Laishun, Xiao Yu felt compelled to inquire, Huamei, is Lu Laishun still at your house? Uncertain, Huamei replied, he should have left by now. I just told him to visit less often. She hoped Lu Laishun would take the hint and refrain from coming around. As they reached home, Huamei sighed in relief upon finding Lu Laishun absent from the courtyard. For 2 days, Lu Laishun had not appeared, which eased Huamei's mind. Gushi seemed to have improved, able to rise and move about. After assisting Gushi with her medicine, Huamei suggested, Mother, since you have little to do indoors, why not come sit in the courtyard? Gushi nodded and moved outside. For over 2 months, Yuhi had set aside her embroidery to play with Wan Air in the yard. Gushi frowned upon seeing this, and called Yuhi over to inquire about her embroidery progress. Yuhi stammered, casting a pleading glance at Huamei. Huamei stifled a laugh, realizing that Gushi, confined to bed and incapable of embroidery herself, had no one to supervise Yuhi's studies. Yuhi, delighting in her carefree time with Wan Air, had long since forgotten about her embroidery lessons. Now, faced with Gushi's inquiry, she felt quite alarmed. Huamei, initially reluctant to speak up, softened at Yuhi's pitiful expression. Over time, her feelings for Yuhi had shifted from aversion to affection. In truth, Yuhi was a sweet and innocent girl, albeit somewhat timid. In an era where women were molded into uniformity, taught from a young age to adhere to the principles of obedience and propriety, it was unreasonable to expect individuality. With Gushi ill, Huamei had taken on the role of head of the household, managing everything alone. Yuhi frequently offered her assistance, which lightened Huamei's burden and garnered her fondness for the girl. Clearing her throat, Huamei remarked, Mother, given our current situation, Yuhi hardly has the mind to focus on embroidery. It will be better for you to teach her once you're fully recovered. Gushi refrained from reprimanding Yuhi further, instead directing her frustration at Huamei. Yuhi is young and naive. As her elder sister-in-law, you should guide her. Allowing her to be so idle could lead to difficulties in finding a suitable match. Huamei chuckled in response. How can you hold me solely responsible for that? A wife cannot bear such a heavy burden. Frankly, Yuhi's prospects have little to do with me. Aware of her mother's stubbornness, Yuhi dared not interject. Gushi, incensed by Huamei's retort, snapped, Your audacity grows bolder by the day. You no longer regard me, your mother-in-law, with any respect. Huamei, appearing submissive yet sharp-tongued, replied, I would never dare. After a few more exchanges, Huamei turned her attention to tidying the courtyard. Once Gushi paused, Huamei broached a topic from a few days prior. Mother, recently, while fetching water, I encountered Wang's wife. Wasn't she discussing a match for Yuhi? Yuhi, seemingly shy, eavesdropped intently from the side. Gushi, displeased, responded, I had long been inquiring in town about that family. They're indeed well off, but their son has a disability, an arm that is not quite right, making even simple tasks difficult. Everyone in town is aware of this, which is why the engagement has not been finalized. When Zhang Lanying proposed the match, I found it peculiar. If it were as favorable as she claimed, it would have already been settled. Why come to our Lu family village? Huamei finally understood the situation. It became clear why Gu Changming had looked so secretive during his visit with Gushi. Gushi evidently trusted her nephew with such matters. Opting not to ask Yin Sheng, perhaps believing him too young for such inquiries. Yu, initially filled with hope, now appeared crestfallen. What girl does not dream of a handsome fiancé? Yet, it was unfortunate that the man in question had such a flaw, justifying Gu Shi's irritation. Huamei tentatively suggested, if Wang's wife brings it up, we should decline. Gu Shi firmly agreed. Absolutely. Such a match is not worth considering. Our family, no matter how downcast, cannot subject you to such indignity. I will ensure she has an appropriate dowry and find her a respectable husband. Huamei teasingly glanced at the blushing Yu, saying, did you hear that, Yu? Mother intends to find you a good match. The girl's cheeks flushed even deeper as she protested. Sister-in-law, please do not tease me. Gu Shi lovingly regarded her daughter, but soon sighed, burdened by their financial troubles. With mounting debts and her illness preventing her from earning income, Gu Shi longed for her health to return. Noticing Gu Shi's silence, Huamei interpreted her mother's thoughts as concern for their financial situation. With dwindling funds, Huamei decided it was time to discuss her plans for a small business. Mother, I wish to discuss something with you. Our remaining funds are scant, and relying solely on Yunsheng's earnings is insufficient to cover our debts. I propose to start a small business after the 100 days of mourning for Xu Huai. Before she could finish, Gu Shi vehemently opposed. What did you say? Repeat that. Her sharp tone startled Yu and Wan air. Remaining calm, Huamei reiterated, Mother, I wish to start a small business. No, I absolutely refuse. Gu Shi declared. A woman exposing herself in business is scandalous. I will not allow you, a widow, to engage in such activities. Huamei raised an eyebrow, questioning, why do you oppose? You are well aware of our circumstances. If we continue like this, it will only worsen. What will we do when creditors come calling? Sell our land and home? Gu Shi dismissed her concerns, insisting, Chang Ming and the others will not demand repayment immediately. We will manage it later. Huamei pressed on, what about the money borrowed from my family? If they need it back, they will certainly demand repayment. Gu Shi faltered, unsure how to respond, but remained resolute. Regardless, I still do not approve. The obstinacy of this unreasonable old woman left Huamei fuming internally. She is utterly obstinate and uncommunicative. Huamei's tone grew firmer. Mother, I am merely discussing this with you. However, I have contemplated this matter for quite some time. Whether you agree or disagree, I must pursue this business endeavor. Gu's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you attempting to rebel? Do you dare disregard my words as your mother-in-law? Mark my words, as long as I am here, you shall not venture into any business. Should you tarnish the Liu family's reputation, even in death, Xu Hua will haunt you. Finally, the truth is revealed. It is nothing but her fear of Huamei attracting unwanted attention, thus placing a metaphorical green hat upon the deceased Liu Shuhua. Unyielding, Huamei retorted, you need not worry about that. Xu Hua has left behind substantial gambling debts that have fallen upon us. I doubt he would dare to face me. Even in the afterlife. Gu was nearly apoplectic. What sort of words are those? Do you have the audacity to repeat them? Today, Gu was truly incensed by Huamei's remarks. In the past, during minor disputes, Huamei would relent after a short while, but never had there been such a fierce confrontation. Accustomed to Huamei's compliance, Gu found her defiance utterly intolerable. On numerous occasions, Huamei had imagined this very scene, a fierce argument culminating in Gu being rendered speechless, ultimately bowing before her, never again daring to assert her authority. To her astonishment, this moment had finally materialized. Faced with Gu's wrath, Huamei felt no fear. Rather, she grew increasingly composed. She understood that in a quarrel, the one who loses their temper first is the true loser. Thus, witnessing Gu's ashen face brought her a sense of satisfaction. What's the matter? Did you not comprehend what I just articulated? I stated that Liu Shuhua has departed, yet continues to burden us. Even in death, he would be too ashamed to seek me out. Gu suddenly stood, raising her hand to strike Huamei. However, instead of the anticipated sound of a slap, Huamei grasped her wrist firmly. Gu, still weak from illness, could not land a blow. Surprised by Huamei's resistance, she spat. You insolent wretch! Is this how a daughter-in-law behaves? To speak back to her mother-in-law and even lay hands upon her? If I do not bring you to your knees today, I shan't bear the Gu surname. Furious, Huamei replied, you initiated this confrontation. Should I merely stand here and allow you to strike me? Is it acceptable for a mother-in-law to strike her daughter-in-law at will? I have done nothing wrong. Even my desire to engage in business is for the sake of this family, to earn money to repay Shuhua's debts. If blame is to be placed, it should be on your deceased son, not on me. Their voices escalated, faces flushed with rage. Gu struggled to withdraw her hand, yet Huamei held on steadfastly. Gu's tantrums were formidable, yet her current frailty diminished her strength, or Huamei would have surely suffered. Yueha, startled by the escalating conflict, rushed over to intervene. Mother, please speak with my sister-in-law calmly. Do not let anger consume you. As Huamei released her grip, Gu stumbled into Yue's arms. Yueha nearly lost her footing, struggling to keep Gu upright. Huamei stepped forward to support Gu, but Gu waved her hand dismissively. I do not need your feigned kindness. This scene unfolded before Guixiang, who hurried over to assist Gu. Aunt, what has transpired? From afar, I could hear your voices raised in conflict. Guixiang refrained from mentioning the severity of their quarrel, as it was indeed a rare occurrence for Huamei to raise her voice, leaving Guixiang astonished. Upon seeing her niece-in-law, Gu promptly began to lament. Guixiang, please help mediate this matter. It has not yet been 100 days since Shu Hua's passing, and this wretched girl is already intent on parading herself in business ventures. What kind of daughter-in-law behaves this way? Guixiang gently reassured Gu. Aunt, please do not be upset. Your health is paramount. If you become ill, what will become of this family? Let us retreat indoors to rest. I shall speak with Huamei. She subtly gestured to Huamei, suggesting she concede a little. Huamei recognized that her emotions had run high and saw this as an opportunity to regain her composure. While arguing can be exhilarating, it ultimately resolves nothing. It was wise to retreat and allow Gu to gradually digest this matter. Regardless, Huamei hoped for familial support. After all, undertaking such endeavors alone felt daunting. With this in mind, she stepped aside, allowing Guixiang to assist Gu indoors. Yueha approached with a sense of urgency. Sister-in-law, mother was truly enraged today. It has been ages since I have seen her in such a fury. Juana nodded vigorously. Indeed, grandmother was fearsome in her tirade. I was quite frightened. Huamei smiled at the recollection of her confrontation with Gu. While Gu had been fierce, Huamei had stood her ground. Reflecting on their exchange, Huamei felt a swell of pride. Today marks a monumental occasion, one worthy of commemoration. Guixiang spent a considerable time with Gu, the details of their conversation unknown. When Guixiang finally emerged, she found Huamei in the kitchen preparing medicine. Guixiang smiled. Huamei, I must commend you today. I have heard tales of how formidable aunt can be when angered. How did you find the courage to argue back? This is quite unlike your usual demeanor. Guixiang's casual remark sparked a hint of anxiety within Huamei. Had her behavior been too outlandish, revealing her true nature? Yet a moment later, she reassured herself that she could not forever live in fear. It was time to gradually unveil her true self, allowing those around her to adjust to her transformation. Contemplating this, Huamei felt a sense of liberation. Guixiang, what did my mother-in-law express to you? Did she spend the entire time berating me? The image of Gu's furious face lingered in her mind, and she anticipated only criticism. Guixiang nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, she mentioned several grievances against you, asserting you disregard her authority as your mother-in-law, speaking back to her. Most notably, she was upset about your desire to engage in business, claiming such actions would invite scandal upon our family. Huamei, allow me to speak candidly. Please do not take offense. Regardless of whether aunt is right or wrong, she is still your elder and deserves respect, especially in light of Shu Hua's recent passing. You must tread carefully in your actions. Upon hearing Guixiang's words, Huamei fell silent. Reflecting deeply, I wish to redeem Wanner Golden Lock. My desire is to ensure she leads a good life. This is the heart of a mother, something you must surely understand. Guixiang was momentarily taken aback, reflecting on her own son, Xiao Guzi. She and Gu Changming worked tirelessly for what purpose, if not to provide their son with a better life? Thus, what fault could there be in Huamei's thoughts and actions? Guixiang gently replied, Huamei, I comprehend your sentiments. Just now, I spent quite a while persuading your aunt. Though her words may be harsh and her demeanor unkind, her heart is not malicious. Consider her position. After the passing of your uncle, she, as a widow with 3 children, faces considerable hardship. The death of Shu Huai has struck a heavy blow to both you and her. You are still young. To remain unmarried for life seems a great injustice. Yet your aunt is also in a difficult place. She feels that having barely passed the mourning period, you are eager to venture out. Guixiang left the rest unsaid. Huamei understood the unspoken implications. Gu's family suspected she could not suppress her desires and was seeking the company of men. While they had their reasons for such assumptions, she would not yield on this matter. Cousin Gu Xiang, I fully grasp your concerns. Allow me to share my innermost thoughts with you. I have no intention of remarrying. My sole desire is to raise Wanner well, nurturing her into adulthood so that we may all live better lives. Huamei pressed her lips together and poured the prepared herbal medicine into a bowl. Gu Xiang sighed. Let me take the medicine to your aunt. I will also attempt to counsel her. There is no need to rush. Perhaps in time, she will come to understand. Gu Xiang carried the bowl of medicine away. To think that Gu, with her stubborn disposition, could ever come to an understanding seemed implausible. Huamei pondered how to enlighten Gu. Ever since their quarrel, Gu had refused to leave her room. When Huamei brought her medicine, she refused to drink it. Not wishing to engage in such futile efforts, Huamei instructed Yu-He to attend to Gu's meals and medicine. She had no desire to grovel and apologize to Gu, who relishes pressing their warm face against someone else's cold shoulder. Let Gu sulk in solitude. Gu had anticipated that Huamei would, as before, come to her seeking forgiveness, but to her surprise, Huamei had walked away after her cold demeanor, leaving Yu-He to bring her medicine. The thought that her usually docile daughter-in-law had dared to stand against her only fueled Gu's ire. She became irritable even toward Yu-He, who left Gu's side with tears brimming in her eyes. Seeing Yu-He's tear-filled eyes, Huamei was momentarily taken aback. Yu-He, what troubles you? Yu-He replied, feeling wronged. Mother just scolded me, saying I'm clumsy. With that, she began to cry. Huamei felt a pang of guilt. It was evident Gu was misdirecting her anger. Gu was not truly upset with Yu-He. Her ire was directed at Huamei for not submitting. Yu-He, do not cry. I shall take mother her medicine this afternoon. Only then did Yu-He manage to stop her tears. Afternoon arrived, and it was time for Gu to take her medicine again. Huamei entered Gu's room with the bowl. Upon seeing Huamei, Gu turned her back, refusing to acknowledge her. Huamei called out, Mother, it is time to take your medicine. Gu huffed in response. Huamei stifled a laugh. Gu's behavior was akin to that of a petulant child. If she continued to acquiesce, Gu would only become more obstinate. She could not afford to lose this round. Thus began the battle of wits between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Mother, this medicine must be taken while it is hot, or it will lose its potency. You have only recently begun to recover. If you do not take it, your condition may worsen. Surely, you do not wish to remain bedridden indefinitely? As expected, Gu retorted, You want me to lie here forever, don't you? I shall not comply. Despite her irritation, Gu reluctantly sat up. Huamei seized the opportunity to present the bowl, as she had done daily. Today, however, Gu snatched the bowl, determined to drink it all at once. Huamei quickly exclaimed, Mother, the medicine is still hot. Can you not see the steam rising from a bowl? Her warning came too late. Gu had already gulped down a large mouthful. Gu grimaced and exclaimed, Oh dear, it burns. Huamei suppressed her amusement and fetched a bowl of cold water for Gu. Mother, I did say it was fresh and very hot. You should sip it slowly. After taking a sip of cold water, Gu could finally speak, albeit with difficulty. Why did you not say so earlier? Was that intentional? Huamei innocently defended herself. I did call out, but you were too swift in your actions. Admittedly, she had deliberately delayed her warning. Normally, the medicine would be allowed to cool before serving, but today she had brought it fresh and steaming. To her surprise, Gu played along. She chuckled inwardly, relishing the turn of events. Gu could not find fault with Huamei. Despite her displeasure, she had no recourse, as it was her own haste that had led to her discomfort. Once the medicine had cooled sufficiently, Gu gradually finished it all. Huamei stood to leave, but Gu called out, Huamei, wait a moment, I wish to speak with you. Huamei leisurely turned around, found a chair, and sat down, waiting for Gu to speak. She knew Gu could not resist voicing her thoughts. After all, she would not initiate conversation herself. In this contest of patience, who could outlast her? After all, she had spent years listening to patience ramble on. This minor confrontation did not faze her. Furthermore, her studies in psychology had not been in vain. She could read Gu's expressions and anticipate her words. As expected, Gu broke the silence. Do you know what I wish to discuss? Huamei obligingly shook her head. I am unaware. Please enlighten me. It was hardly a mystery. One could easily guess that Gu intended to dissuade her from pursuing business endeavors. Gu spoke slowly. Huamei, do you truly wish to engage in business? As your mother-in-law, I sincerely advise you. It is better for women to remain at home, supporting their husbands and raising children. Being out in the world invites unnecessary gossip. Oh, when a firm approach fails, she now adopts a softer tone. Huamei was taken aback. This was not Gu's usual demeanor. Supporting husbands and raising children? With Lu Shuhuai's passing, how could she fulfill such a role? However, this was not the moment for a direct confrontation. Since Gu had chosen a gentler approach, Huamei would follow suit as well. Mother, I understand your words. Allow me to share my thoughts. The situation at home is dire, and we are nearing destitution. I genuinely wish to earn some money to improve our circumstances. Gu felt her anger rising, but managed to suppress it. And what of your reputation? Do you not care? Reputation. Again, the weight of reputation, like a suffocating shackle binding women. Must one live solely for the sake of public perception? Huamei attempted to reason with Gu. Mother, I am not indifferent to my reputation. In fact, I value it more than you might imagine. I understand the stigma surrounding widows, thus, I have refrained from leaving the house and avoid conversing with men. I certainly do not wish for anyone to point fingers at our family. This statement seemed to soften Gu's expression. It appeared her true concern lay in this matter. Recognizing she had struck a chord, Huamei seized the opportunity to reiterate her earlier sentiments to Gu Xiang. Mother, I have no intention of remarrying. Gu was taken aback, having not anticipated that her private anxieties would be so casually addressed by Huamei. You mean it? Do you truly not wish to remarry? Huamei cautiously nodded her head. This statement indeed stemmed from her heart. She genuinely had no intention of seeking another man. Having encountered two exceptional yet disappointing men like Xiang Dong and Lu Shuhua, her faith in men and love had waned significantly. The thought of seeking a second spring seemed utterly distant. Perhaps, upon meeting someone who truly stirs her heart, her perspective might shift. But for now, she harbored not even a drop of such longing. Huamei's candidness brought a sense of relief to Gu Shi, who had been burdened by unspoken worries for days. Finally expressing her thoughts felt liberating. Gu Shi, well aware of the trials of widowhood, tentatively inquired, Huamei, you must think this through. The life of a widow is most arduous. Can you endure it? You're still so young. Upon hearing these words, Huamei felt a slight warmth towards Gu Shi, who had not always been favorable in her eyes. Regardless of Gu Shi's true feelings, her willingness to voice such sentiments at this moment indicated a flicker of conscience. However, it was but a mere flicker. She understood the hardships of widowhood, yet still hoped for her own solitude. How selfish. The atmosphere between them softened, void of the previous day's sharp exchanges. When Gu Shi broached the subject of business again, her tone had noticeably shifted. Huamei, have you considered engaging in any business ventures? Huamei's heart leapt with joy. It seemed her earlier expressions had borne fruit, and Gu Shi's tone hinted at promising possibilities. Huamei shared her aspirations. Mother, I plan to start with a small business. Since I have limited capital, I intend to rent a small storefront in town and sell steam buns, dumplings, and sweet pastries. The mention of sweet pastries reminded Gu Shi of Huamei's delightful triangular treats, which were indeed delicious. However, Gu Shi expressed her confusion. Huamei, I know what sweet pastries are, but what exactly are steam buns? Huamei was taken aback. Could it be that she did not even know what steam buns were? Was it possible that only corn buns and plain buns existed in this era? She explained simply, steam buns are round and filled with various fillings. They are quite fragrant and delicious, typically made with meat or vegetables. Sweet pastries are sweet, while steam buns are savory. After much explanation, Gu Shi still struggled to grasp the concept of steam buns. Huamei suggested, how about this, mother? Tomorrow, I will make some steam buns for you to taste. If you enjoy them, we can discuss the business further. This was splendid. In a time when steam buns were unheard of, she could leverage her modern sensibilities to introduce an array of delicacies, including steamed buns and pastries. In business, possessing something unique was essential for prosperity. Gu Shi ceased her objections, perhaps eager to discover what these steamed buns entailed. Huamei wasted no time. The next day, when a meat vendor came by, she generously purchased a pound of pork. Mixing both fat and lean cuts, she chopped the meat finely, seasoning it with salt and scallions. As this was her first attempt at making steamed buns, Huamei was determined to impress Gu Shi with her culinary skills, putting in extra effort. She prepared the filling to be soft and generously oiled. At that time, the flour was far from refined. Using a large stone mill, she ground the wheat into flour, then sifted out some of the bran. The resulting flour contained coarse bits, making it much rougher to eat. Huamei, unaccustomed to such flour, meticulously sifted it for a long while to remove most of the bran. Next came the kneading. Without any yeast, she relied on basic alkaline flour. Warner watched curiously, asking incessantly, "Mother, what are you making?" Huamei glanced at Warner's inquisitive expression and smiled. "Mother is preparing a delicious treat for you. Just wait patiently." Upon hearing of a delicious dish, Warner's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she clung to Huamei, unwilling to leave her side. "Mother, will it be as delicious as the sweet pastries you made last time?" She licked her lips, clearly still reminiscing about the previous sweet pastries. Huamei chuckled at Warner's little greedy demeanor. "Yes, even tastier than the sweet pastries." Warner cheered. "How wonderful!" Yueha, nearby, also displayed a yearning look, her eyes glued to Huamei's every move. Huamei skillfully kneaded the dough, then set it aside to rise. Yueha eagerly suggested, "Sister-in-law, may I help?" Huamei readily agreed, thinking it would be beneficial for Yueha to learn, as one person could hardly manage alone when the time came for business. If possible, perhaps she could involve both Yueha and Gushi, creating a small workshop together. What a splendid idea. Chapter 62. A glimpse of skill. Yueha excitedly washed her hands and fetched a stool to sit at the table. Huamei sprinkled some flour on the surface, contemplating the need to purchase a larger cutting board in the future, a crucial item for making dough. Warner mimicked her actions, bringing a small stool to sit at the table, her petite stature barely revealing her head above it. Huamei couldn't help but smile. "Warner, are you here to help too?" Warner giggled. "Yes. I want to learn how to make steam buns. If my aunt can learn, so can I." "Oh, I must wash my hands first." Mother said that without washing, hands can be dirty and harbor bacteria. With that, she dashed to the water tank, washed her hands, and returned to her seat like a little adult. Huamei found her earnestness delightful. Such a small child attempting to make steam buns would likely end up covered in flour. Nevertheless, given Warner's keen interest, Huamei decided to indulge her. She took the dough, cutting a large, thick piece, then rolled it into strips before slicing them into smaller, equally sized pieces. Using her hands, she shaped them into small buns for later use. Yueha, imitating her, quickly formed the dough into beautifully shaped buns. Huamei looked at Yueha with newfound admiration, praising her. "Yueha, you are truly skillful. Your buns are even more attractive than mine." Yueha beamed with excitement. "Sister-in-law, are you serious? Did I really do well?" Huamei nodded. "Of course. I would lie to you." Yueha smiled brightly. Every child relishes a compliment. Gushi indeed cherished her daughter, but her sharp tongue often left Yueha timid and shrinking, embodying the submissive nature of an ancient woman, much like Huamei in her past. If Yueha were to find family, she might face bullying that would leave her feeling utterly defeated. However, now, she appeared much more cheerful, finally exhibiting the vibrant spirit of youth. A young girl should not spend her days in silence, embroidering while looking down like an old lady. Such a life was nothing short of a torment to her spirit. Watch as her kind sister-in-law transforms Yueha, helping her blossom into her true self. Huamei, increasingly content with her thoughts, couldn't help but chuckle. Yueha felt a bit uneasy under Huamei's gaze. "Sister-in-law, why are you looking at me like that? You see me before." Huamei replied with a smile. "I was pondering what kind of family such a skillful, gentle, and lovely girl like you would find in the future." Indeed, upon mentioning this topic, Yueha's cheeks flushed. Huamei playfully teased her, finding her flustered silence amusing. "How about I earn some dowry money through my business for you? I'll prepare a splendid dowry for you, ensuring you leave in style." Unable to withstand the teasing any longer, Yueha exclaimed, "Sister-in-law," with a tone full of bashfulness, which brought a smile to Huamei's face. "What brings such joy to your laughter?" As the voice arrived before the person did, Huamei looked up and instantly beamed. "Guixiang, how wonderful that you are here. I was just about to send Yueha to invite you over." Guixiang, accompanied by her son, Xiaoguzi, saw her cousin and immediately rushed off to play with him. Observing the flour scattered across the table, along with various sized dough balls, Guixiang expressed her surprise. "What are you doing?" Huamei replied with a smile. "I'm preparing to make some buns for the family to taste. You must stay to try them." Since buns had not yet made an appearance in their culinary repertoire, her endeavor held monumental significance. Let her create the first buns in the history of Huaxia. Guixiang, intrigued, gazed at the dough buns. "What are those?" Huamei, anticipating this question, playfully replied, "Come and see for yourself. You should not return home today. Stay with Xiaoguzi and enjoy the buns at my place." Guixiang readily agreed. "Yes, I am eager to discover what these buns taste like." Having tasted Huamei's sweet dumplings before, Yueha was filled with confidence. Cousin, these buns will surely be delicious. The older sister made sweet dumplings recently, and even mother praised them for their flavor. Recalling the delightful taste of the sweet dumplings, Yueha nearly drooled. Her enthusiasm piqued Guixiang's curiosity further, prompting her to insist on helping. Huamei gestured for Guixiang to wash her hands, while Yueha hurried to fetch a stool for her to sit. Guixiang mimicked Huamei, kneading small pieces of dough and setting them aside, all the while asking, "What made you decide to make buns?" Huamei answered casually, "Guixiang, have I not mentioned my desire to start a small business? This is it. I wish to rent a small shop to sell buns and steam bread. I had a good conversation with my mother-in-law yesterday, and she has agreed to let me showcase my skills today. If the taste is indeed satisfactory, she may even support my venture into business." Guixiang exclaimed in surprise. "Really? Did Aunt truly agree?" Huamei, somewhat evasive, replied, "It's not exactly an agreement. Her attitude is simply more lenient than before. Of course, it depends on how the tasting goes today." Thus, Huamei dedicated herself to making the buns, hoping to impress her mother-in-law, Mrs. Gu. Guixiang speculated silently, soon guessing correctly. "Did you express to Aunt your reluctance to?" The rest of her words hung unspoken. Huamei understood her implication and nodded, confirming, "Yes, I did tell my mother-in-law." Realization dawned on Guixiang. No wonder Mrs. Gu's attitude had shifted so rapidly. It was because Huamei had expressed her intention not to remarry. Mrs. Gu had likely been mulling over this matter for some time, and now that her greatest concern was alleviated, her demeanor had softened. After all, running a business and earning money was a promising opportunity for the Liu family. Relying solely on Yunxing's wages, it would take ages to repay their debts. They needed to seek alternative paths. The cryptic conversation left Yueha puzzled, prompting her to ask, "Cousin, what are you and the older sister discussing? I can't understand a word." Children should not pry into adult matters. Both Huamei and Guixiang chimed in unison. It was best not to burden Yueha with the complexities of remarriage. She was still so young. Yueha pouted, but chose not to press further. Guixiang and Huamei swiftly changed the subject, engaging in light-hearted chatter. Amidst laughter, Huamei demonstrated the art of bun making, rolling the kneaded dough into thin skins and placing some meat filling in the center. She then pinched the edges together, creating exquisite little buns. Guixiang watched in awe, speechless at the sight of the perfectly shaped dumplings. Yueha exclaimed, "Older sister, your skills are truly remarkable. These buns look stunning." Guixiang finally snapped out of a reverie. "Huamei, I wholeheartedly support your endeavor to sell buns. Regardless of the flavor, the appearance alone will surely attract many customers." Buoyed by their praise, Huamei felt elated. What she had casually learned in her past life had now become her most potent secret weapon. Initially worried that the buns might be too ordinary, she now discerned from Guixiang and Yueha's expressions that these buns were far from what people typically envisioned. This moment was the most joyous since her arrival in this world. "Would you like to learn how to make meat buns?" Huamei asked. "Of course." Guixiang and Yueha eagerly replied. Huamei chuckled, patiently teaching them the art of making meat buns. Despite her young age, Yueha quickly grasped the kitchen tasks, producing impressively shaped buns. Guixiang, a seasoned cook, initially struggled, but soon mastered the technique after making a couple. However, compared to Huamei's creations, theirs fell short. The filling was scarcely abundant, and after making 20 buns, they had run out. With plenty of dough still remaining, Huamei retrieved the sugar jar from home and began to make sweet dumplings, which required a different technique to achieve a triangular shape. Quite a challenge. After struggling for a while, Guixiang threw in the towel. "Forget it. I won't attempt this anymore. Making triangles is indeed difficult." Huamei laughed. Indeed, the edges of the sweet dumplings must be pinched tightly, or else the syrup will ooze out during steaming. Yueha, with her crooked dumplings, found them amusing. "Older sister, look." Huamei chuckled at the sight. "Well, this does not resemble a triangle at all. It looks like a blob instead. All right, I will take over the sweet dumplings. Yueha, please boil some water to prepare for steaming the buns and sweet dumplings." Yueha happily obliged, while Guixiang assisted in placing the steamer on the stove. Once everything was prepared, Huamei signaled Guixiang to arrange the buns and sweet dumplings in the steamer. Guixiang rushed back and forth, tightly packing the buns inside. Huamei intervened. "Guixiang, this won't do. You must leave some space between each bun. They will expand significantly while steaming." Understanding at last, Gui Xiang hurriedly spaced them out, while the sweet dumplings occupied the second layer of the steamer. Yueha was particularly excited about tending the fire. Huamei wiped the table clean and washed the bowl in preparation for the buns. Xiaoguzi and Wanner were playing outside, with Xiaoguzi being much older and exceptionally patient with Wanner, entertaining her with stories. Hearing the commotion outside, Mrs. Gu couldn't resist calling out, "Xiaoguzi, Wanner, come inside to play." Xiaoguzi responded and led Wanner indoors. Mrs. Gu, feeling quite well, struggled to rise from bed and engaged in conversation with the two children. Upon entering, Gui Xiang noticed Xiaoguzi and Wanner surrounding Mrs. Gu and teasingly remarked, "Xiaoguzi, why aren't you playing outside with Wanner? Why come in here to disturb your aunt?" Xiaoguzi defended himself. "Mother, it was aunt who called me inside." Mrs. Gu chimed in, "Indeed, I invited the children in. I've been cooped up alone in here all day. It's dreadfully dull." Seeing Mrs. Gu in good spirits, Gui Xiang suggested, "Aunt, the buns will be ready soon. Why not get up and try Huamei's buns?" Curiosity piqued Mrs. Gu wondered about the buns her daughter-in-law had been so eager to sell. Upon entering the kitchen, Huamei lifted the lid to check on the steaming, sugar-filled buns. A delightful aroma wafted towards her. Wanner's eyes sparkled as she tugged at her cousin, Xiaoguzi, and exclaimed, "Mother, it smells so good. I want to eat buns." Xiaoguzi echoed her sentiment, clamoring for a taste. Huamei gently reassured them, "Just a moment, they aren't fully steamed yet." Gui Xiang, supporting Gu Shi, entered and sat down. Also smiling as she remarked, "This fragrance is tantalizing. I simply must try it today." Although Gu Shi said nothing, her curious expression spoke volumes. Huamei explained, "The buns must be thoroughly steamed. The meat filling needs a bit more time." As they waited, time seemed to stretch infinitely. Finally, Huamei announced, "Yuhi, the fire beneath the pot has been extinguished. The sugar-filled buns are ready to be taken out." Under the watchful gaze of everyone, the first steamer of meat buns from the Huaxia Kingdom was unveiled. Huamei dampened her hands with cold water and carefully lifted the steaming buns from the steamer, filling a basin to the brim. She handed one to Gu Shi, saying, "Mother, please have a taste and see how these buns are." Adopting a humble demeanor, she prepared to eloquently persuade Gu Shi to support her in opening a bun shop, wearing a radiant smile. Next, she offered buns to Wanner and Xiaoguzi. Gui Xiang, without waiting for Huamei to speak, eagerly said, "I want to try one too." "Oh, Yuhi, you've worked hard. Hurry and wash your hands so you can have one." Gu Shi examined the bun in her hand for a moment. The round, steaming, white bun exuded a rich aroma, promising an exquisite taste. As she took a slow bite, the delightful flavor astonished her. The mingling aromas of meat and dough created a taste she had never experienced before. Wanner, after a couple of bites, exclaimed, "Mother, these buns are delicious. I absolutely love them." Xiaoguzi nodded vigorously, finishing one in just a few bites. Gui Xiang chimed in with admiration. "Huamei, these buns are truly remarkable. I've grown up only making steamed buns and never encountered a bun like this. If you open a small shop in town to sell buns, your business will surely thrive." "Aunt, don't you agree?" Huamei silently appreciated Gui Xiang's loyalty. Her words were perfectly timed, avoiding any hint of self-praise. Moreover, Gu Shi was always receptive to her insights. Gu Shi appeared intrigued, remaining silent as she consumed a bun, likely contemplating the feasibility of such an endeavor. Yuhi, already on her second bun, innocently blurted out, "Sister-in-law, I support your idea of opening a bun shop. Then I can have buns every day." Huamei laughed, saying, "Yuhi, once I open a shop, you can have as many as you want. Just don't turn into a plump girl. Otherwise, you'll blame me for not finding you a good match." Laughter erupted among them, even eliciting a smile from Gu Shi. Huamei felt a surge of joy. This matter appeared promising. Chapter 64. Gu Shi's Thoughts, Part 1. Gui Xiang noticed Huamei standing aside, watching everyone eat, and said with a smile, "Huamei, you should have one too. You've worked so hard, yet haven't tasted your own buns." Huamei chuckled and picked one up, taking a hearty bite. It's truly fragrant. It's 10 times better than those steamed buns. Despite the minimal seasoning, just salt, oil, and scallions, the natural aroma of the meat filling is simply irresistible. And after so long eating plain steamed buns, I'm thoroughly satisfied. Huamei then urged Gui Xiang, "Cousin Gui Xiang, do try a sugar-filled one." Gui Xiang smiled, "Or I'll sample this sugar-filled bun." Yuhi quickly cautioned, "Cousin, be careful while eating. The sugar filling is very hot, so take small bites." At the mention of this, Huamei recalled how Gushi had once burned herself while eating a sugar-filled bun, and she couldn't help but chuckle. Gushi, evidently recalling that unpleasant memory, shot Huamei a glare. After tasting a sugar-filled bun, Gui Xiang began to praise it. This sugar-filled bun tastes wonderful. I think it rivals the meat buns. Huamei, once you open your shop, I'm sure these will sell quite well. Huamei, glancing at Gushi's expression, replied, Cousin Gui Xiang, I had the same thought. Besides meat and steamed buns, I plan to sell sugar-filled buns as well. This way, we have savory buns, sweet buns, and solid steamed buns. Customers can choose whatever they prefer. Their discussion, while engaging, was deliberately aimed at Gushi. Gushi, keenly aware, remained silent, her understanding evident. Second aunt, I'm here. At the sound of this familiar voice, Huamei's brow furrowed slightly before returning to normal. Who could it be? It was Lu Laishan. After being lectured by Huamei days prior, he had not shown his face. Huamei had momentarily believed this issue was resolved, but here he was again. Lu Laishan, noticing Gui Xiang, paused for a moment before smiling. The Chaming family is here too. Gui Xiang, with a hint of irony, replied, This is my aunt's home. Naturally, I come often. A woman visiting frequently wouldn't stir up gossip. Wouldn't you agree? Her words carried a deeper meaning, leaving Lu Laishan feeling somewhat embarrassed and unsure of how to respond. Considering Gushi was present, Gui Xiang chose not to elaborate further. Gushi, whether oblivious or feigning ignorance, warmly greeted Lu Laishan. Laishan, your timing is perfect. Huamei has made some buns today and was just about to offer some for you to taste. As Gushi was Lu Laishan's aunt, she deftly smoothed things over. It remained unclear whether she was truly unaware of Lu Laishan's ulterior motives. Huamei pondered deeply whether Gushi was genuinely oblivious to Lu Laishan's intentions or if she was deliberately playing dumb. Logically, Gushi would not wish for her to remarry and likely wouldn't want rumors circulating about her associating with a man. Lu Laishan was a widower, and Huamei was now a widow. Any interaction could easily invite scandal. What could be Gushi's current stance? What was truly at play? Huamei considered these questions but found no answers, deciding to take things as they came. At worst, she could simply ignore him. Upon hearing that the buns were made by Huamei, Lu Laishan immediately began to extol her talents, saying, Sister-in-law, you are truly skilled. What you've made is both beautiful and delicious. You who teased, Brother Laishan, you haven't even tasted them yet. How can you know they're good? Gui Xiang chuckled softly. You who was still an innocent young girl, completely oblivious to Lu Laishan's blatant attempts to curry favor with Huamei. Her straightforward remark only served to amuse Gui Xiang further. Lu Laishan, thick-skinned, responded with a grin, Sister-in-law's craftsmanship is naturally exceptional. I would like to try one. After taking a few bites, Lu Laishan genuinely praised, I've never tasted such delicious steamed buns, filled with meat. They are fragrant indeed. Unsure of how to classify this unfamiliar delicacy, he referred to the buns as steamed buns. Having only ever eaten plain, steamed buns and occasionally having the privilege of enjoying more refined ones, Huamei felt a swell of pride. Lu Laishan's praise held greater weight than his earlier compliments, which had come without tasting. This heartfelt endorsement, following his tasting, was genuine. Gushi smiled and said, Laishan, take a few buns and sugar-filled ones home to let your parents try. See how they like the taste. Lu Laishan readily agreed, his eyes frequently darting towards Huamei, making her feel a shiver run down her spine. In order to swiftly bid farewell to the gentleman, Huamei busied herself gathering items to fill her bag. Alas, in this day and age, plastic bags were a luxury long forgotten, leaving one to ponder what suitable containers could be found at home. An idea struck Huamei, and she quickly fetched a large bowl, filling it to the brim with 3 buns and 3 sugar twists, an ample offering. Upon receiving the bowl from Huamei, Lu Laishan lingered reluctantly, clinging to the moment and engaging in idle chatter. Huamei, keeping her gaze low, chose to ignore the man with ulterior motives. Lu Laishan, displaying a modicum of cleverness, continued to entertain Gushi with conversation. After all, he was the dear nephew of Gushi, the cousin of Yueha, and despite her desire to avoid him, Huamei could not overtly dismiss him without offending Gushi. It would be unseemly to speak ill in her presence. Gui Xiang, ever perceptive to Huamei's sentiments, came to her aid, saying, Huamei, did you not mention wanting to show me something? Shall we not go to your room? Understanding the cue, Huamei eagerly replied, Indeed, my dear cousin Guixiang, I have some fabric in my room that I wish to show Wanner for a dress. Huamei, let's go together. As the two women left the kitchen, heading straight for Huamei's quarters, Lu Laishun watched with longing as the object of his affection departed without a backward glance, disappointment gnawing at him. He barely registered Gu Shi calling his name until she raised her voice, Laishun, Laishun. Only then did he respond, Aunt, did you call me? Gu Shi, displeased, remarked, What were you lost in thought about? I called you several times. Lu Laishun, smiling sheepishly, replied, Oh, merely daydreaming. By the way, my parents are waiting for me at home for dinner. I intend to bring them something made by my sister-in-law. With that, he took his leave after bidding farewell to Gu Shi. Gu Shi observed Lu Laishun's retreating figure, her expression a tapestry of complex emotions, leaving one to wonder what thoughts occupied her mind. Chapter 65. Gu Shi's Thoughts, Part 2. Yueha could not suppress her curiosity and inquire, Mother, does Laishun seem a bit odd to you? When he used to visit us, it was always to see elder brother. Now that brother is gone, Laishun comes even more frequently, often eager to fetch water and help with chores. What has come over him? He seems like a different person. Gu Shi scolded. Such talk is not to be taken lightly. Laishun is your cousin. It is only natural for him to assist us when he visits. Yueha, perplexed by her mother's sudden anger, responded, Mother, why are you so agitated? I merely made an observation. If Laishun comes more often, so be it. It does not concern me. Gu Shi, unable to articulate her frustrations, glanced at Yueha's innocent face and suppressed her irritation with a resigned huff. Reaching for another meat bun, Guixiang accompanied Huamei to her room, and they exchanged knowing smiles. Huamei expressed her gratitude, saying, Cousin Guixiang, I am truly fortunate to have you here today. You spoke so favorably of me before my mother-in-law. Their mutual support bore evident fruit, and Huamei felt assured that Gu Shi's demeanor had softened. She no longer opposed her as vehemently as before. Guixiang dismissed Huamei's thanks with a smile. Why speak of such niceties? With Changming's parents long gone, our closest elder is now aunt. Our families have always been close. Truth be told, Changming and Shuhai are like brothers. It is only natural for us to assist each other in times of need. There is no need for gratitude. Who knows? Perhaps one day I may require your assistance, and I hope you do not regard me as a stranger. It was evident that the elders of old did not enjoy lengthy lifespans. Guixiang's in-laws had already passed. In those times, reaching 60 was considered quite an achievement. Huamei chuckled. Then I shall not be polite. I hope you will speak well of me again. Let this task fall to you, as your words carry more weight with my mother than mine would. If I were to speak too much, it may provoke another quarrel, which would be quite unseemly. Guixiang acquiesced with a smile. Yet, as thoughts of Lu Laishun crossed her mind, Guixiang voiced her concerns. Huamei, Laishun's frequent visits are questionable. It may not sit well with outsiders. Even Aunt should notice something amiss. However, her attitude is perplexing. She does not seem displeased, but rather speaks to him with kindness. It is quite strange. Huamei sighed in agreement. Indeed, my mother's demeanor earlier was puzzling. I cannot fathom her thoughts. Did she not express disapproval of my remarrying? Yet, when Lu Laishun appears, her demeanor is surprisingly amiable. It leaves me utterly bewildered. After much deliberation, Guixiang finally advised, regardless, you must remain steadfast in your principles. Pay no mind to Lu Laishun. What matters is that your intentions are resolute. Huamei nodded in agreement, believing that as long as she disregarded idle gossip, it would fade from existence. As for Gu Shi's strange behavior, she trusted that clarity would come in due time. After spending some time in the room, they emerged to find Lu Laishun had already departed, allowing Huamei to breathe a sigh of relief. Lu Laishun possessed not a single redeeming quality in her eyes, and she wished for him to remain as distant as possible, never to trouble her again. Gu Shi was seated in the courtyard, watching the little dog play with Wanner. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern that her thoughts were elsewhere, her gaze drifting far beyond the present moment, deep in contemplation. Guixiang took a seat beside Gu Shi, engaging her in conversation. Gu Shi responded intermittently, and Guixiang skillfully steered the dialogue toward the subject of the buns. And having tasted Huamei's buns and sugar twists today, I truly believe she has a knack for business. With such culinary skills, while I cannot promise immense wealth, I am certain she could earn a modest income. After a lengthy pause, Gu Shi finally remarked, engaging in business is not out of the question, but, noticing an opening, Huamei eagerly interjected, Mother, do you harbor other concerns? Please share them, so your daughter-in-law may offer her thoughts. Many minds bring forth better ideas. Gu Shi cast a reluctant glance at the exuberant Huamei, replying with hesitance. Let it be known that if business is to be pursued, it must occur after the 100-day mourning period. Shu Hai's mourning must be honored. Huamei, reading between the lines, felt a surge of joy. This seemingly modest request was a cause for celebration. Fear not, dear mother. I understand and shall abide by it. After all, 2 months have already passed. 1 more month shall not be a burden. Gu Shi continued, furthermore, any lease must be negotiated by a man. You cannot take the lead. After all, as a newly widowed woman, it is inappropriate for you to take center stage. This stipulation posed a challenge. Gui Xiang, sensing Huamei's discomfort, interjected but aunt. With both Changming and Yunxing away working, if Huamei seeks a shop, she must represent herself. Where shall she find a man for such tasks? Huamei nodded vigorously. This condition was indeed burdensome. There were no men available at home. How could she procure someone to negotiate leases or run errands for her? Gu Shi remained obstinate, stating, that is my condition. If you wish to pursue business, you must comply. It is not proper for a woman to be so publicly active. Allowing you to conduct business is already a reluctant concession. I cannot permit you to seek out a shop while bearing the title of widow. With that, Gu Shi rose and retreated into the house, shutting the door behind her, leaving Gui Xiang and Huamei exchanging bewildered glances. What was the meaning of this? Why did her final demand feel so odd? It almost seemed as if she wished for Huamei to seek assistance from a certain individual. Suddenly, both women arrived at a startling realization, their eyes widening in shock. Huamei tentatively voiced, Cousin Gui Xiang, could it be that my mother intends for me to? Gui Xiang quickly responded, to seek Lu Laishuan's help? At present, the man most readily available and eager to curry favor is none other than Lu Laishuan, who often comes to show his affection. Gu Shi has almost stated her intentions outright. Huamei smacked her forehead in disbelief. What on earth is going on? On one hand, she is desperately trying to dissuade her daughter-in-law from considering remarriage. Yet on the other, she subtly encourages Huamei to interact more with Lu Laishuan. This situation is undeniably perplexing. Could it be that Gu Shi's prolonged illness has affected her judgment? Gui Xiang, too, is completely baffled. What is her aunt truly scheming? Nothing seems to add up. Isn't she worried about gossip? Does she not fear that her daughter-in-law and Lu Laishuan might become a couple? Or is this her true intention? Good heavens! It's all too much to ponder. Huamei mused, unable to decipher Gu Shi's true motives, whimsically suggesting, perhaps my mother-in-law is testing me, wanting to see if I genuinely wish to remarry? Gui Xiang scoffed. Who would resort to such a method of testing? It would be too costly to lose both the wife and the soldiers in the process. Surely, Anne has other plans. Huamei sighed with a wry smile. Good things are often fraught with difficulties. I merely wish to engage in some business, yet it seems to require so many convolutions. Truly it is not easy. The next day, Lu Laishuan eagerly brought a large bowl, only to find Huamei alone in the kitchen preparing medicine. His heart leaped with joy. He finally had a chance for some private interaction. Sister-in-law, I've come to return the bowl. My parents praise your culinary skills after enjoying the buns I brought home yesterday. Huamei graciously accepted the bowl, thanking him. She mused. Why had she even thought to take the bowl away in the first place? Lu Laishuan, noticing Huamei's focus on her medicine and her reluctance to engage, felt an itch of curiosity and leaned closer. Sister-in-law, how is second aunt's health now? Did she improve after our last trip to the town? Mentioning that trip to the town made Huamei feel uneasy. Had it not been for that incident, there wouldn't have been so many rumors circulating. Her tone turned cold. She is better? No one could precisely diagnose Gu Shi's ailment. It seemed to stem more from emotional distress. Given time, once Lu Shuhua's death was gradually accepted, there should be no major issues. The daily consumption of medicine was merely a gesture of goodwill. Whether or not she took it made little difference. Lu Laishuan continued. By the way, sister-in-law, has the household water been fetched today? I can help you carry it. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Huamei felt a bit reluctant to dismiss Lu Laishuan's cheerful demeanor. Remembering Gu Shi's request, she sighed inwardly. Well, regardless of Lu Laishuan's true intentions, if that was her mother-in-law's only condition, she would comply. Let Lu Laishuan run errands for now. Once a shop was secured, she could cast him aside without remorse. After all, one must fish with the willingness to catch. With a slight smile, Huamei said. Lu Laishan, I have a favor to ask, though I'm unsure if it's appropriate to mention. Seeing Huamei address him with such warmth left Lu Laishan astounded. If you have something to say, please do. I would not hesitate, even if it meant facing great danger. In the past, they had only exchanged cold glances. He had never witnessed such kindness in her smile before. Lu Laishan found himself entranced by her demeanor. As the adage goes, the heart of a woman is the hardest to fathom. Indeed, this was no exaggeration. Her shifting moods left him utterly bewildered. How wonderful it would be if she greeted him with such warmth every day. Lost in pleasant fantasies, Lu Laishan was brought back to reality by Huamei's serious expression as she said, "It's not as dramatic as facing danger. I simply wish to ask if you could help me run some errands in town to find shop to rent." Lu Laishan, coming out of his reverie, inquired with curiosity, "A shop? What kind of shop?" Huamei described her vision. It need not be large, just a small one. Ideally, it should be located in a good area, preferably near restaurants or inns, where foot traffic is frequent. The rent should not be excessive. Please find something along those lines. Once you secure a place, I'll come to inspect it and handle the payment. Finding a shop, though seemingly simple, was quite a complex task, requiring both suitability of location and affordability. Only when both criteria were met could further negotiations ensue. Lu Laishan listened attentively, yet remained puzzled. "Sister-in-law, I understand you're looking for a shop, but what will you do with it?" Huamei offered a straightforward explanation. "I plan to start a business once the mourning period for Shuhua is over. Sooner or later, people will find out, and there is no need to hide it from you." Lu Laishan was taken aback, struggling to comprehend. "But you are a woman. Why would you think of starting a business? That's typically a man's domain." Huamei detested such outdated notions regarding women's roles. Her expression cooling instantly. "What is wrong with being a woman? Can't women do business? I intend to give it a try." "Humph. Why should women be considered inferior to men? How much potential and ambition have been stifled by feudal ideologies?" It seemed women were expected to confine themselves to the home, raising children and attending to their husbands. As a modern woman, she had no intention of adhering to such constraints, no matter the obstacles ahead. She was determined to forge her own path. Seeing Huamei's indignation, Lu Laishan softened his tone. "Sister-in-law, please don't be angry. I was merely speaking out of turn. If you wish to start a business, I will certainly support you. I will make frequent trips to the town to help you find a suitable place." His words rang true. He spent his days idling about and knew the town well, familiar with all the shops, restaurants, and casinos. Lu Laishan was well suited for the task. Given Huamei's unfamiliarity with the town and her status as a woman, it would be unwise for her to venture out alone in search of a shop. Relieved by Lu Laishan's willingness, Huamei's anger dissipated. "Thank you. Once you find a suitable shop, let me know, and I will come and take a look." Today, Lu Laishan experienced the complexity of a woman's heart. Left dizzy by Huamei's alternating joy and anger, he stammered, "Rest assured this task is in my hands. I will visit daily until I find a place that meets your expectations." Huamei nodded in satisfaction, feeling grateful for their mutual willingness to assist one another. Lu Laishan, reflecting on the day, found himself considerably more favorably inclined towards her. In a moment of curiosity, Lu Laishan questioned, "You keep mentioning starting a business, but what type of business do you intend to pursue?" With a light-hearted spirit, Huamei replied, "I wish to open a bun shop, selling the kind of buns I made yesterday." Lu Laishan slapped his thigh in approval. "What a splendid idea. Those buns were truly delicious. If you specialize in selling them, your business is sure to thrive." The praise from those who had tasted her buns instilled Huamei with confidence. She didn't dare to dream of immense wealth, but earning a modest income seemed feasible. Her ambitions were modest: to provide for her family, save a little for Yu He's dowry, find a wife for Yun Sheng, and ensure Wan Heir lived comfortably. Ideally, she could even amass a modest fortune for Wan Heir in the future. Wait. Perhaps she was thinking too far ahead. With a chuckle, Huamei realized her imagination had run wild. The prospect of a bright future felt tantalizingly close, beckoning her forward. Lu Laishan, having spent a delightful afternoon, left with a smile, feeling that today had been a wonderful day. The change in Huamei's demeanor, from coldness to warmth, had set his heart dreaming. In the future, he and Huamei chuckled all the way home, their laughter raising eyebrows among those who encountered Lu Laishan on the road. They wondered, has this lad taken some strange medicine today, as his laughter seemed rather peculiar? Chapter 67. Unsettled. When Huamei recounted the matter to Gu Shi, the latter fell silent for a considerable time. Observing her mother's expression, Huamei remarked, "Mother, upon reflection, I believe you are indeed correct. It is more fitting for a man to run errands than a woman. Just so happens that Wannerous uncle will return the bowl today. I shall ask him to assist. He has agreed, and I plan to prepare for business in town once the 100 days have passed." Gu Shi's countenance was a mixture of inexplicable joy and sorrow, reflecting her complex emotions. After listening to Huamei's words, she responded slowly, "There will certainly be many occasions to rely on Lai Shan in the future. He is not a stranger. He is Shuhai's cousin and has been close to him since childhood. In fact, they resemble brothers more than Yunsheng and himself. Thus, you need not be overly concerned." After pondering, Huamei concluded that Gu Shi genuinely wished for her to interact more with Lu Laishan. The very fact that she expressed such a sentiment left her perplexed. What could Gu Shi be thinking? Did she perhaps hope for a romantic development between Huamei and Lu Laishan? Wasn't she opposed to the idea of remarriage? Yet, if that were not the case, how could one explain this series of actions and words? Huamei swiftly traversed these thoughts in her mind, but simply responded in agreement. She had a plan in place. First, have Lu Laishan help with errands, and once settled, she could then cast him aside, regardless of the circumstances. She had no intention of developing anything further with Lu Laishan. Yuehe hurried into the room, announcing, "Mother, Sister Wang is here." Zhang Shi? What did she want? Surely, she wasn't here to discuss the previous matchmaking attempt for Yuehe. Gu Shi instructed Huamei to invite Zhang Shi to sit in the main room while she prepared to rise. Just as Huamei stepped out, she saw Zhang Shi entering with a sway, exclaiming, "Aunt Lu, I haven't had the chance to visit you lately. How is your health?" The overly cordial demeanor sent shivers down Huamei's spine. Such familiarity seemed unwarranted. If she were genuinely concerned, why had she taken nearly 2 months to pay a visit? It felt insincerely exaggerated. Gu Shi attempted to rise, but Zhang Shi urged, "No need for such formality. We are not strangers. You should rest comfortably." Gu Shi settled on the bed and began conversing with Zhang Shi. The latter glanced at Huamei and sighed. "It's truly tragic. Shuhai has departed, leaving behind this family of young and old, and a beautiful daughter-in-law suddenly becomes a widow. What a calamity!" Mentioning her deceased son, Lu Shuhai, struck a chord with Gu Shi, and tears streamed down her face. Huamei pretended to wipe her tears with her sleeve, feeling the need to maintain appearances. As Lu Shuhai had been her husband, and she needed to display sorrow appropriately. After a lengthy sympathy session, Zhang Shi seized a moment to broach the subject of the previous marriage proposal. "Aunt Lu, I know I shouldn't bring this up now, given Shuhai's recent passing and your ill health. However, life must continue for the living, right? Last time I mentioned a potential match." Gu Shi had anticipated Zhang Shi's intentions and was mentally prepared. She steered her thoughts away from her grief and replied, "I truly apologize, but Yuehe is still quite young, and given our current situation, I cannot focus on finding her a match." Zhang Shi countered, "But Yuehe is 12 now. If we delay finding her a match, it may become increasingly difficult. Securing a marriage now would allow her to marry in a few years. I assure you, my relatives are quite respectable. Yuehe would be fortunate to marry into such a family." Gu Shi hesitated to speak plainly, but instead replied indirectly, "Our family cannot afford a proper dowry at present, so we wouldn't be a suitable match for such a family. The Zeng family is well off and in good standing. Perhaps you should seek a more suitable daughter for them." Yuehe would not be able to rise to that occasion. If Zhang Shi failed to grasp Gu Shi's subtle rejections at this point, it would be quite surprising. With a knowing smile, she asked, "Have you heard something about the Zeng family's son?" Gu Shi was taken aback by Zhang Shi's directness, but decided to acknowledge it. "I did send my nephew Changming to inquire in town, and they say the Zeng family is quite prosperous. However, I heard their only son has some physical limitations. His left arm lacks strength and cannot lift heavy objects, correct?" Zhang Shi, ever eloquent, responded, "Aunt Lu, I knew you would have heard such rumors. My distant nephew, Zeng Xiaofan, is a good lad, honest and kind. His condition is such that he cannot lift heavy items, but once he grows, it becomes hardly noticeable. It is not a disability. Now, he is of an age where he assists the family business. A match with the Zeng family is a rare opportunity prepared specifically for Yuehe. I urge you to accept it without hesitation, and I shall convey your agreement to them." Gu Shi remained reluctant, stating, "Yuehe is my only daughter. I want to ensure she marries into a good family, regardless of our situation. I cannot agree to this lightly. Zhang Shi, growing impatient with Gu Shi's stubbornness, exclaimed, Aunt Lu, you are being unreasonable. With Shuhai gone, your household lacks a pillar. Accepting this good match for Yuehe would ensure she lives comfortably, and she could also support her maternal family. Zhang Shi's reasoning was sound. If Yuehe married well, she could indeed assist her family in the future. This argument caused Gu Shi to waver, as she had initially been adamant against the proposal, but now found herself reconsidering. Could Xing Xiaofan truly be as unobtrusive as suggested? Zhang Shi laughed, of course. How about I arrange a day to bring him to meet you? You can assess him yourself. Gu Shi shook her head repeatedly. Let's postpone this matter. With Shuhai's passing so recent, I truly lack the heart to consider such things. Feeling a knot in her heart, she was unwilling to acquiesce. Zhang Shi, slightly disappointed, realized that Gu Shi had not outright rejected the proposal, allowing for potential negotiation. The Zheng family had approached her about this match because they recognized the Lu family's good reputation and esteemed background, and they believed that Yuehe, being superior to other girls, would be a suitable match. Xing Xiaofan's condition had delayed his marriage prospects, leaving him in a difficult position. Zhang Shi remarked, Aunt Lu, should you change your mind, do let me know. It would be wise to make a decision soon. Such a good family will not remain available for long. With that, she finally took her leave. Chapter 68. Yuehe's thoughts. Huamei discreetly summoned Yuehe and recounted the conversation between Zhang Shi and Gu Shi. Yuehe remained silent for a long while. Huamei quietly inquired, Yuehe, what are your true feelings? If you are unwilling, it would be wise to tell mother sooner rather than later. Gu Shi had previously seemed steadfast, but after Zhang Shi's visit, she appeared to have wavered. Would she really consider meeting that young man from the Zheng family? Yuehe hesitantly replied, Sister-in-law, matters of marriage are decided by parents. With father gone, it is only natural for mother to make the decision for me. What could I possibly say? As I observe the moonlit scene with Huawei and Yuehe, I cannot help but sigh at her submissive demeanor, devoid of any personal opinions. This is a matter of her lifelong happiness. Yuehe, marriage is a significant affair that concerns a woman's enduring happiness. You possess the right to advocate for yourself and the authority to reject an engagement that does not resonate with your desires. Ultimately, it is you who will marry, so you cannot simply acquiesce to your mother's decisions. I believe it is essential for you to find an opportunity to communicate your thoughts to your mother. Although Gu Shi may have a somewhat irritable temperament, she is, after all, your biological mother. I trust that she will not be overly upset if you express your opinions to her. Yuehe, frightened, shook her head repeatedly. Sister-in-law, I would rather not go. Mother will scold me again. Yuehe has always been intimidated by Gu Shi and has never dared to oppose her in her presence. Upon hearing Huawei's suggestion, she shook her head like a rattledrum. Huawei, perceiving Yuehe's trepidation, patiently sought to enlighten her. Yuehe, heed my words. It is not inherently wrong for a woman to be gentle, virtuous, and obedient. However, one must possess their own thoughts. If one blindly submits, the only one who will ultimately suffer is oneself. You are still young. In a few years, when you marry and retain this same disposition, will you not endure much hardship? If you have thoughts, you ought to express them. It is evident that Yuehe is unaccustomed to voicing her opinions, likely a consequence of the prevailing and regrettable customs that demand women to follow the 3 obediences and 4 virtues, effectively silencing them. The once lively and charming young girl now appears prematurely mature, evoking a sense of sorrow. Huawei feels great compassion for this little girl and contemplates nurturing Yuehe's character should the opportunity arise. Fortunately, she is still young, and her personality remains malleable. It is unlikely she will stray too far from propriety, yet it is imperative that she learns to fight for her own happiness. Yuehe uncertainly inquired, Sister-in-law, I do not quite understand your words. Are you suggesting I tell mother I do not wish to marry? Huawei patiently clarified, I am not asking you to tell your mother that you oppose this engagement. Rather, I urge you to share your thoughts with her. I am confident she will not blame you. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Warner, the clever little girl, interjected, Aunt, just go and speak with grandmother. She may appear fierce, but her heart is not so. Huawei chuckled at Warner's words. The eyes of a child are the most perceptive. In truth, after spending time with Gu Shi, Huawei has long recognized her for what she is, a paper tiger, fierce in words but not truly malevolent. Finally, Yueha resolved herself. Her expression one of solemn determination. Sister-in-law, I shall go. Huawei could not help but smile at Yueha's expression, which resembled that of a valiant soldier preparing for battle. It is merely a conversation with Gu Shi, sharing heartfelt words. Must it be approached with such gravity? Yueha, do not fear. Simply express what you genuinely feel to your mother. Yueha nodded and proceeded to Gu Shi's chamber. Upon seeing Yueha enter, Gu Shi wearily remarked, Yueha, come help me. I wish to rise and relieve myself. Yueha hurried to assist Gu Shi, helping her up and then sitting beside her on the bed. Yueha pondered how to broach the subject. Noticing Yueha's hesitance, Gu Shi found it curious. Yueha, what troubles you? Is there something you wish to discuss with me? Yueha hesitantly replied, Mother, regarding the matter the Wang family's matron discussed with you, have you agreed? Gu Shi then understood the root of Yueha's hesitation and furrowed her brow. Why do you ask this? Yueha, sensing her mother's frown, felt a surge of panic, wishing to retract her words. However, recalling Huawei's encouragement, she summoned her courage. I wish to inquire how you responded to her. Mother, I'm only 12. I do not wish to be betrothed so early. Gu Shi was taken aback, not expecting Yueha to voice such sentiments. Yueha, did your sister-in-law speak to you about this? Yueha, naturally honest, nodded and replied. Sister-in-law informed me of what the Wang family matron conveyed and encouraged me to express my thoughts to you. Mother, please do not blame her. I believe she is correct. I should share my feelings with you, and I truly do not wish to be engaged at this tender age. Given our current circumstances, it would be wiser to wait. Gu Shi, having her own considerations, spoke to Yueha with a gentle demeanor. Yueha, I will certainly approach your engagement with caution. The young man from the Zheng family possesses certain shortcomings, and I will not easily acquiesce. My Yueha deserves a far better match. Yueha's cheeks flushed as she playfully stamped her foot. Mother, I simply wish to stay with you and do not wish to marry. Gu Shi laughed. Silly girl, what woman does not marry? In a couple of years, you may find yourself eager to wed. Observing her charming daughter, Gu Shi felt a mix of joy and sorrow. Joyful that her daughter blossomed more each day, yet sorrowful knowing she would eventually marry and become part of another family. A mother's heart cannot help but ache for her daughter. Gu Shi naturally wishes to secure a good match for Yueha. Meanwhile, Huawei was busy washing clothes, and upon seeing Yueha emerge with a radiant expression, she immediately inquired, How did it go? What did you and your mother discuss? Yueha joyfully replied, I told mother I do not wish to be engaged so soon. She has already agreed. Sister-in-law, you are absolutely right. Mother truly did not scold me. Huawei rejoiced for Yueha, glad to see her finally learning to articulate her feelings. Gu Shi's response was as Huawei had anticipated. She had never been wholly satisfied with the young man from the Zheng family due to his physical flaw, but some of Zhang's words had caused her to waver. Now, with Yueha expressing her true feelings, Huawei believed Gu Shi would undoubtedly reject this engagement. In time, she would establish a business to improve their family's fortunes, preparing a substantial dowry for Yueha, and eventually assisting her in finding a worthy suitor. It is also hoped that Yueha will grow to possess even greater agency in her life. With her spirits lifted, Yueha began to play merrily with Wanner in the courtyard. Chapter 69. Vegetable Buns. Yinsheng was on his day off and returned home early. Upon seeing him, Gu Shi felt her spirits lift and rose to greet him. Over the past few days, her health had improved significantly, allowing her to move about with greater ease. With a bit more rest, she would likely recover fully. Yinsheng, seeing his mother in such good condition, felt a sense of relief and engaged her in light conversation. Huawei, noticing Yinsheng's return, seized the opportunity to showcase her culinary skills by preparing buns. However, with no meat in the house, only some vegetables remained. Nevertheless, vegetable buns can be just as delightful as meat-filled ones. She began by kneading the dough and setting it aside to rise, then chopped the vegetables finely, adding some diced tofu, oil, and salt to create a harmonious filling. Upon seeing Huawei busily at work, Yueha eagerly approached. Sister-in-law, are we making buns again today? Let me help you. Huawei welcomed the extra pair of hands and enlisted Yueha to assist with the dough. Wanner, catching wind of the activity, gleefully inquired, Mother, are we making meat buns again? Meat buns were Wanner's favorite. Huawei gently tapped Wanner on the forehead. Little glutton, we are not making meat buns today, but rather vegetable and tofu buns. The flour on Huawei's fingers amusingly dusted Wanner's forehead. Oblivious, Wanner bounced excitedly. That's fine. I love everything. Oh, I must tell my second uncle. Wanner dashed over to Yinsheng, looking up at him. Second uncle, mother is making buns today? The meat buns from last time were so delicious, but you weren't home then. You must eat some today. Yinsheng chuckled as he wiped the flour off Wanner's forehead. Wanner, you have flour on your head. You look just like a little kitten. By the way, what is this bun about? Yinsheng curiously inquired of Gu Shi. Mother, what is this bun that Wanner mentioned? Gu Shi replied, I was just about to discuss this matter with you. Your elder sister-in-law wishes to rent a small shop in town to sell buns and steam buns. Recently, she has enlisted your help, along with Shungu, to find a suitable location in town. Yinsheng was taken aback. What? My sister-in-law wants to run a business? That soft-spoken woman who always lowers her head is going to venture into the marketplace? This is hard to fathom. He could hardly believe it. Yet the seriousness on Gu Shi's face compelled him to accept the reality. Mother, do you really approve? It's truly astonishing. How could Gu Shi, with her disposition, allow a newly widowed daughter-in-law to expose herself in the marketplace? Gu Shi sighed. I initially disagreed. Your elder brother has passed away, and now your sister-in-law is a widow. Venturing into business will undoubtedly attract much gossip. However, your sister-in-law is quite insistent. What can I do? Besides, relying solely on your wages, we cannot repay the considerable debts we owe. Thus, I had no choice but to agree. Yinsheng hesitated. Mother, are you not concerned about my sister-in-law? The words that followed were difficult to articulate. A young and beautiful woman like Huamei, now bereaved, going out to open a shop. One could only imagine the unscrupulous men that might pursue her. Gu Shi understood Yinsheng's unspoken worries and replied calmly. I have my own plans regarding that. You need not concern yourself. Observing Gu Shi's air of confidence, Yinsheng felt a wave of confusion. What clever scheme could Gu Shi possibly concoct? Logically, a woman remarrying carries a certain stigma, and while it is not unheard of for older widows to remarry, Huamei was still in the bloom of youth, at the prime of her life. It seemed improbable that she could remain a widow forever. Should she remarry, Wanner would undoubtedly suffer. The Liu family would never allow Huamei to take Wanner with her, but without both parents, how pitiful would Wanner be? As Yinsheng spiraled into his thoughts, Gu Shi too was deep in contemplation. What schemes were brewing in her mind about Huamei remained a mystery. Meanwhile, Huamei was busying herself with Yu He, who displayed remarkable talent. It was only the second time they made buns, yet her movements were already quite adept. With a bit more training, she would surely become a valuable assistant. Once the shop opened, Huamei thought she would have Yu He help her daily with the buns, and perhaps involve Gu Shi as well. With 3 women working together, surely they would have enough hands to manage. Amused by her own thoughts, Huamei couldn't help but chuckle, prompting Yu He to ask, Sister-in-law, what are you laughing about alone? It's quite eerie. Huamei explained with a smile, Oh, I was just thinking about how well our bun shop will do and how it will improve our lives. Yu He, filled with excitement, chimed in, Sister-in-law, if we earn money, will I be able to have more new clothes to wear? Being a young girl with a love for beauty, but from a modest background, she considered it a great fortune to acquire 2 new outfits in a year. Huamei felt a pang of sympathy, her gaze softening towards Yu He. Yes, I promise to make you plenty of new clothes. As time passed, Huamei found herself growing fond of her little sister-in-law. Yu He, though timid and gentle, possessed a sweet charm. If only she could cultivate more confidence and assertiveness in Yu He, she would undoubtedly blossom into a wonderful young woman. In this unfamiliar, ancient world, Huamei had unconsciously come to regard Wanner as her own daughter and Yu He as her little sister. As for Yinsheng, although their interactions were limited, he was, beneath his awkwardness, a good young man, an acceptable younger brother. Initially, Huamei and her mother-in-law, Gu Shi, had been at odds, each harboring little affection for the other. However, since Liu Shuhua's death, their relationship had grown closer. Gu Shi, now a patient in need of care, relied on Huamei, who had taken on the role of head of the household, managing domestic affairs and budgeting while also seeking ways to earn money. This situation stirred Huamei's compassion for Gu Shi. Managing such a household was no easy feat for her. Though Gu Shi was sharp-tongued, her heart was not entirely unkind. Huamei resolved to transform her gradually, hoping to make her more amiable. With a mischievous smile, Huamei plotted her course. Yu had grown accustomed to Huamei's occasional fits of laughter and no longer inquired about her thoughts. As they finished preparing the buns, Yu He dutifully tended the fire to heat water. Huamei busied herself placing the steamer atop the pot, carefully arranging the buns inside. After steaming for about half an hour, they would be ready. Meanwhile, she set another pot to boil rice porridge, which, paired with some pickled vegetables, would make for a delightful dinner. In this era, where entertainment was scarce, everything moved at a leisurely pace, including dinner preparation, which could take the entire evening. After all, there was little else to do. Once dinner was finished, they would rest and await bedtime. Thus, Huamei was in no hurry to steam the buns. As Yuhi and Huamei chatted amiably, their bond grew stronger. Yinsheng entered the kitchen with Wan'er and smiled upon seeing Yuhi tending the fire. Yuhi, you've become quite diligent. It used to be sister-in-law who did all the work. Yuhi replied with a grin, Mother has been ill for quite some time, and sister-in-law has been the one tirelessly taking care of everything. I may not be able to help much, but I can certainly handle small tasks like this. Yinsheng sighed. It's my fault. Mother fell ill, and I was not here to attend to her, leaving everything to you and sister-in-law. Huamei reassured him. Do not be so hard on yourself. Your responsibilities are far more important. Without your earnings, we wouldn't even have money for medicine for Mother. Yinsheng was a responsible young man, a trait that surpassed that of his late brother. Yuhi added, Yes, second brother, Mother is feeling much better now. With a bit more time, she should fully recover. Once sister-in-law opens the bun shop in town, our family's life will surely improve. Yinsheng's curiosity about the buns intensified. What exactly is a bun? Is it what is being steamed on the pot? Huamei and Yuhi exchanged knowing smiles. We can't tell you just yet. Once they're ready, you'll find out for yourself. Yinsheng, his appetite piqued, decided to linger in the kitchen. Gu Shi, still frail, made her way into the kitchen, prompting Yinsheng to quickly assist her. Mother, why are you in the kitchen? Just call for me if you need anything. Huamei added, Yes, Mother, you should rest. Yuhi and I can manage just fine. Gu Shi turned to Yinsheng. Yinsheng, go to Lu Laishuan's house and call him over for dinner. What? Both Yinsheng and Huamei, along with Yuhi, were taken aback. Why was Gu Shi asking Lu Laishuan to join for dinner? Huamei stifled her questions, pondering Gu Shi's unusual behavior of late. There was surely some ulterior motive behind her recent actions. Yinsheng, lacking patience, blurted out, Mother, why do you want to invite Laishuan over for dinner? Gu Shi replied evasively. Your sister-in-law asked Laishuan to help find a shop, and I thought it would be nice to have him over to see how the search is progressing. Inviting someone who has helped us to dinner is hardly a burden. Though her reasoning was somewhat plausible, Yinsheng pressed further. Sister-in-law asked Laishuan to help find a shop. Why did they choose to invite him? Wouldn't it be better to go alone? Gu's impatience with his incessant questioning was palpable as she glared at him. Why ask so many questions? Your elder brother has only been gone for less than 100 days, and your sister-in-law is already out and about looking for a shop. What if that makes sense? Besides, Laishuan has nothing to do all day and often wanders around town, so he is more familiar with the area and can find a shop more easily. Yinsheng, undeterred by Gu's cold demeanor, muttered, If you had told me earlier, I could have helped find one. The Song family has quite a few shops in town. I could find a smaller one for the family. Why trouble Laishuan to look for it specifically? Gu had no retort for Yinsheng. You still have work to do. How can I have you worry about such trivial matters? Enough of this chatter. Hurry and call Laishuan over. Be mindful of your words when he arrives. Reluctantly, Yinsheng set off. He had never been particularly fond of this cousin. He felt closer to his cousin Gu Changming. Thus, Gu's request for him to summon Laishuan did not sit well with him. Upon reaching Laishuan's home, Yinsheng greeted his uncle and aunt. Laishuan's father smiled and asked a few questions, inquiring if Yinsheng was tired from working at the Song family and how his wages were. When Yinsheng mentioned earning 400 won a month, Laishuan's father nodded approvingly and remarked, Yinsheng, with your elder brother gone, you are now the only male in the family. You must take on the responsibilities of the household. Yinsheng nodded solemnly. Uncle, I understand. I will work hard to earn money. Laishuan's father felt comforted by Yinsheng's maturity. Noticing Laishuan was nowhere to be seen, Yinsheng asked, Uncle, where is Laishuan? My mother sent me to invite him to dinner. Laishuan's father sighed. Ah, he runs around all day. When has he ever come home on time? Ever since your sister-in-law passed away, he has become wayward, without anyone to rein him in. He shook his head and sighed, clearly at a loss with his wayward son. Yinsheng was aware of this past. His sister-in-law had died during childbirth, and the newborn had also perished shortly after. Since then, Laishuan, already laid back, had become even more reckless, frequently absent from home. After all, it was his influence that led to his elder brother's downfall. This thought filled Yinsheng with dissatisfaction, but he felt it inappropriate to voice his feelings in front of Laishuan's father. Just as he prepared to leave, he heard Lai Shun's voice. Peeking in, he cheerily called out, "Lai Shun, you've finally returned. I've been waiting for you forever." Lai Shun was surprised to see Yinsheng. "Yinsheng? What brings you back?" Yinsheng replied with a smile. "Tomorrow is my day off, so they let me leave early this afternoon. By the way, my mother wants you to come over for dinner. She specifically asked me to invite you. Let us go." Upon hearing this, Lai Shun's eyes lit up with excitement, and without a second thought, he followed Yinsheng. Observing Lai Shun closely, Yinsheng noted his light and cheerful demeanor, which struck him as odd. He felt something was amiss, though he could not pinpoint why. It was an inexplicable strangeness. Upon arriving at the Lai residence, Yinsheng sensed something was indeed off. Lai Shun was bustling about, moving furniture and fetching bowls as if he were at his own home. His smile was unceasing, particularly radiant when he laid eyes on his sister-in-law, Huamei. Sensitive to the atmosphere, Yinsheng began to wonder if perhaps Lai Shun harbored inappropriate intentions towards his widowed sister-in-law. Chapter 71. Only when one manages the household does one realize the value of rice and firewood, recommended for extra updates. Yinsheng, feeling somewhat off, did not draw attention to himself, as both Huamei and Gu were focused on Lai Shun. Gu had never held much affection for her nephew, yet for some reason, she was now unexpectedly amiable. Huamei, initially indifferent, felt compelled to engage with him out of concern for his errands. Lai Shun, somewhat dazed, appeared lost, gazing at Huamei with a gaze that bordered on indecent. Not only Huamei, but even Yueha felt that Lai Shun's stare was inappropriate. Yueha jokingly remarked, "Lai Shun, why do you keep staring at my sister-in-law?" Yueha's innocuous comment created an awkward silence among those present, causing Lai Shun to blush and falter. Gu, pretending not to have heard, turned to Lai Shun. "Lai Shun, tonight Huamei made vegetable dumplings. You should try them and compare them to the meat dumplings from last time." Seizing the opportunity, Lai Shun took a bite of the dumpling and exclaimed, "These vegetable dumplings are truly delicious. In my opinion, they are just as good as the meat dumplings." Yinsheng felt discontented but could not voice it. He took a bite of the dumpling and, upon tasting it, was astonished. "These dumplings are exquisite. Did your sister-in-law really make them?" His gaze toward Huamei was filled with surprise and wonder. Huamei smiled slightly, recognizing this as Yinsheng's form of praise. She added, "Last time, I made meat-filled dumplings which you missed. If I have time in the future, I will make them for you. I am considering opening a shop specifically to sell these dumplings." Yinsheng's mood brightened. "Sister-in-law, I was skeptical about your plans to open a shop, but now that I've tasted your skills, I believe your dumpling shop will surely succeed." Huamei laughed heartily, feeling a wave of joy, realizing she had gained another supporter. This feeling was simply delightful. Lai Shun chimed in eagerly, "My sister-in-law's cooking needs no endorsement. Her business will undoubtedly thrive." After consuming a couple of dumplings, Huamei found them lacking in finesse. The flour was not fine enough, and the filling was somewhat bland, merely passable. However, for someone accustomed to eating coarse bread, they were indeed delectable. If she were to pursue this business, she would need to find ways to enhance the flavor of her dumplings. Warner, satisfied after 2 dumplings, paused and said, "Mother, please make dumplings for me every day. I really love them." Huamei smiled, delighted to see her child enjoy the food. She vowed to ensure Warner grew plump and healthy, unlike her current frail state. After finishing his meal, Yinsheng casually posed a question. "Sister-in-law, where did you learn to make these dumplings? I don't recall ever seeing you make them before." A cold sweat broke out on Huamei. No one had asked such questions in recent days, and she was taken aback by Yinsheng's perceptiveness. Fortunately, she had considered various responses beforehand. The method for making the dumplings had come from a book she read before her marriage. She had never attempted to make them earlier because she had never considered starting a business. Now, seeing the family's dire circumstances, she was compelled to act and was pleasantly surprised by the outcome. Maintaining her composure under the dim light of the oil lamp, she hoped her nervousness would remain undetected. This explanation was one she had prepared. It sufficed to say she had read it before her marriage, sparing her the need to disclose the title of the book. With no witnesses to contradict her, and given that dumplings were not particularly difficult to make, she believed she could evade further scrutiny. Had Yinsheng witnessed her making dumplings, he would surely have doubted her, as her skilled movements did not resemble those of a novice. Luckily, Yinsheng had never seen her in action, so he merely smiled and accepted her explanation, refraining from further inquiries. Yueha, with her simple nature, was equally oblivious to the need for further questioning. Thus, Huamei successfully navigated the conversation. Phew, that was a close call. She patted her chest in relief. Gu Shi inquired about Lu Laishuan's search for a shop, subtly diverting the conversation. Huamei eagerly perked up her ears to listen to Lu Laishuan's words. These days, I have been running around the town daily, traversing the busiest streets. I have inquired at many shops, wearing out a pair of shoes in the process. Lu Laishan initially took great pride in his efforts, hoping to win Huamei's approval. Noticing her rapt attention, he continued joyfully. There are indeed a few shops available for rent, though they are somewhat larger. My sister-in-law once mentioned wanting a smaller place, which would also be more affordable. I inquired at each one. The larger shops charge around 500 won per month, while even the smaller ones demand 300 to 400 won. Hearing this, Huamei shook her head repeatedly, jokingly exclaiming, 500 won a month? If I had that much money to start a business, I could use it for household expenses instead. I certainly cannot afford such high rent, even the smaller ones at 300 to 400 won. Goodness, how can rent be so exorbitant at this time? Reflecting on the current prices, she considered Yunsheng's monthly wage as a comparison. At 400 won per month, it was already a decent income, sufficient for a family of four's basic needs, akin to a modern salary exceeding 2,000. Yet, the rent for a modest shop was already 300 to 400 won, which was indeed steep. She pondered the price of simple baozi, which were merely ordinary steamed buns, and concluded that their selling price would not be high, perhaps only a few in each. After deducting costs, how much profit could one earn from a single baozi? How many would she need to sell to cover a month's rent? This line of thought made her frown deeply, shaking her head as if to rid herself of the troubling calculations. Lu Laishan quickly interjected, Sister-in-law, this rent is not too high. Some shops in prime locations charge 700 to 800 won. I didn't dare to ask too much while I was out. Yin Sheng chimed in, indeed, sister-in-law. The rent is not excessively high. Huamei sighed, but I currently have very little money left, and I still need to purchase some supplies. I fear it may not be enough. The original 2 guan of money had been depleted over nearly 3 months. Half was spent on Gu Shi's medical expenses due to illness, leaving her with less than 1 guan now. She still needed to buy various items to open the shop. Everything costs money. As the saying goes, one does not understand the value of grain until one manages a household. She now truly comprehended its meaning. Chapter 72, Eavesdropping, Part 1. Seeing Huamei troubled, Lu Laishan attempted to offer some comfort. Sister-in-law, do not be too anxious. Let me continue to look. Perhaps I can find something more affordable. Yin Sheng added, yes, sister-in-law, I will also ask around for you to see if we can find something suitable. Time is on our side. Huamei felt rejuvenated. Thank you both. Lu Laishan and Yun Sheng replied in unison. No need for thanks. Afterward, Yin Sheng turned to Lu Laishan, saying, Brother Laishan, thank you for taking care of our family lately. Without your assistance, it would be truly difficult for sister-in-law to manage alone. Lu Laishan smiled warmly. Not at all. It is my duty. I am quite happy to help. Yun Sheng recognized Lu Laishuan's intentions. He knew him well enough to understand that this seemingly idle man had been remarkably diligent of late. It would be impossible to believe that he harbored no improper thoughts toward Huamei. Observing the calm expressions on Huamei's face and Gu Shi's gentle demeanor, Yin Sheng found himself pondering. Gu Shi's attitude towards Lu Laishan was quite peculiar. Rather than reproaching him, she appeared unusually amiable. Moreover, Huamei's overly tranquil demeanor suggested that she did not regard the situation seriously. What could this mean? After Lu Laishan took his leave, Yin Sheng could no longer contain his curiosity and addressed Gu Shi. Mother, what do you think about Brother Laishan? Gu Shi shot him a meaningful glance, suggesting he wait to speak until Huamei was busy tidying up, indicating that discussing such matters in her presence was inconvenient. What could they possibly be discussing behind her back? Huamei found Gu Shi's secretive behavior amusing, pondering what hidden intentions she might have. She pretended not to care and quietly went to the kitchen to clean up, boiling a large pot of hot water for herself and Wanner. After lulling Wanner to sleep, Huamei quietly rose again and stepped out of the house. Indeed, Gu Shi's room was still lit, and it seemed Yun Sheng's room was also illuminated. Weighing her options, Huamei stealthily approached the outside of Gu Shi's room, leaning against the window to eavesdrop on the conversation within. Yin Sheng was indeed inside, speaking with Gu Shi. Their voices started off low, but gradually grew louder. Huamei strained her ears, eager to discern what they were discussing. Gu Shi's recent behavior had been quite odd, and her curiosity was piqued. Mother, what are your true thoughts? Surely you are aware of Brother Lishuan's character? Ever since my sister-in-law tragically passed during childbirth, he has idly wandered without doing anything substantial, leading my brother astray. Now that my brother has suffered this misfortune, he must bear some responsibility. How can you tolerate his proximity to sister-in-law? Aren't you worried about what others might say? Yin Sheng's voice rose with agitation. Gu Shi sighed. Yin Sheng, do you think I am unaware of these matters? I am well aware. It is likely that rumors have already spread. Your sister-in-law, so young and now a widow, will face countless such situations in the future. We may block one instance, but not a lifetime. Yin Sheng fell silent for a moment before asking, Mother, do you think sister-in-law is considering remarriage? Gu Shi shook her head. Not at all. She has explicitly told me that she does not wish to remarry. Yin Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. Then that settles it. Since sister-in-law has no intention of remarrying, we need not worry about that. Gu Shi smiled bitterly. You foolish child, your brother has only just passed. Though your sister-in-law appears strong, she must be grieving deeply. At present, she certainly has no thoughts of remarriage. But as time passes, how long can she endure? Moreover, her parents will surely urge her to remarry. Upon hearing this, Huamei realized that Gu Shi had never truly believed in her sincerity regarding her unwillingness to remarry. In truth, she genuinely did not wish to remarry. Where in this world could one find a truly good man? She had lost the desire to pursue love. She simply wanted to live well with Wan'er and perhaps run a business as a proprietress, earning a little money to improve their lives. As for men, they should stay far away from her life. After hearing Gu Shi's words, Yin Sheng sighed again. Mother, your words hold truth. It would indeed be cruel to expect sister-in-law to remain a widow for life, especially considering her youth and beauty. However, what will become of Wan'er if she remarries? Will Wan'er go with her? Gu Shi snorted. Do not even entertain such thoughts. Wan'er bears the surname Liu. She is the granddaughter of our Liu family. Whether Qin Huamei wishes to remarry is her affair, but she cannot take Wan'er with her. Huamei inwardly cursed. How could this be? Wan'er was her daughter, and she could not bear to part with her. If she were to remarry, she could not lose her daughter. It simply could not happen. Even if one day the possibility of remarriage arose, she would have to take Wan'er with her. Yin Sheng wholeheartedly agreed with Gu Shi, nodding in agreement. Mother, you are right. Wan'er is always a Liu. She cannot go with sister-in-law. Hey, you two. Please do not indulge in this conversation as if I am eager for a second spring. Huamei thought to herself. Gu Shi finally revealed her innermost intentions. Yin Sheng, this is my thinking. If your sister-in-law ever remarries, I hope she chooses to wed you, Lishuan. After all, Lishuan is also a member of the Liu family. So marrying him would not mean marrying outside the family. She would still be able to care for Wan'er. It would be acceptable even if she moved to your uncle's home. A sudden bolt from the blue leaves Huamei dazed and confused. Is this truly what Gu Shi has been scheming about? It seems the meddlesome villagers were right. The fat water does not flow to outsiders. This is indeed Gu Shi's plan. When did she become the fat water? Yin Sheng exclaimed in astonishment. What? Mother, your thoughts are simply absurd. His voice grew louder, causing Gu Shi to hastily intervene, saying, Yin Sheng, lower your voice. You don't want to awaken your sister-in-law and the others. It would not be good for her to overhear this. We must not rush into this. At least wait a year and a half. We cannot have your sister-in-law remarrying immediately after Shu Huai's passing. What would become of the Liu family's reputation? We will discuss this matter when things settle down. This is merely my preliminary plan, and it must not reach your sister-in-law's ears. Yin Sheng, however, spoke a few words of reason. Mother, I believe your plan is not favorable. How could such a wonderful woman as my sister-in-law marry someone like Lishuan? Her life has already been difficult enough. If she were to remarry, it should be to someone far better. Huamei, listening from outside, nodded repeatedly. This was indeed a sensible remark. Not only did she have no plans to remarry, but even if such thoughts arose in the future, she would never consider marrying someone like Liu Lishuan. His temperament could rival that of Liu Shuhuai. Just the thought of him gave her goosebumps. She needed to rid herself of such ideas. Huamei never anticipated that Gu Shi's calculations would lead to this notion. She quickly needed to find a way to dissuade her from this line of thinking. After hearing Yin Sheng's words, Gu Shi dismissively replied, Lishuan is a widower, and your sister-in-law is a widow. What is incompatible about that? I see them as quite a match. Lishuan visits our home frequently. I've already seen through his little schemes. I'm not entirely sure what your sister-in-law thinks, but she likely harbors no ill feelings toward Lai Shan. Just the other day, I suggested she find a man to help her look for a shop, and she immediately turned to Lai Shan for assistance. This indicates she must have a good impression of him. Heaven above, strike her down with another bolt of lightning. May felt an urge to cry out to the heavens. Where did this misunderstanding come from? If not for Gu Shi's blatant hints and her urgent need for help, would she have sought out Lu Lai Shun? How could Gu Shi perceive that she and Lai Shun were a suitable pair? Ugh! The mere thought of Lu Lai Shun made May feel utterly uncomfortable. Yun Sheng continued with his sharp tongue. Lai Shun is so obviously infatuated. His thoughts are written all over his face. It's only because of He's innocence that she does not see it. I do not believe Lai Shun is worthy of my sister-in-law. Mother, you should stop pondering this. Whatever my sister-in-law wishes is her own business. If she wants to remarry, as long as she keeps one heir, she can marry whomever she pleases. May found herself amused and exasperated by Yun Sheng's words. To say he was unkind would be an unfair judgment. He was indeed a boy with a strong sense of justice and spoke fairly. Yet, to say he was entirely good was a stretch. His suggestion that as long as one heir remained, she could marry anyone was rather cold-hearted. This brought the conversation back to the pressing issue. What would happen to one heir? Perhaps Gu Shi's greatest concern was indeed one heir. Her reluctance to see her remarry stemmed largely from her worries for one heir's future. With this thought, May began to understand why Gu Shi would wish to match her with Lu Lai Shun. After all, he was a Lu family member, Lu Shuhuai's cousin. If she were to marry him, one heir's future would be secure, and it would not matter if she moved alongside her. Furthermore, since Lai Shun was still single, resolving their family's marital issues might be preferable to marrying someone else. From Gu Shi's perspective, her plan was not entirely unreasonable. However, May could not accept it. Ultimately, this decision would affect her own future happiness. Whether to remarry or not should be her choice alone. She was not someone to be manipulated. As Gu Shi and Yun Sheng's conversation escalated into a dispute, it was clear that Yun Sheng was quite stubborn, refusing to yield to Gu Shi. This made May feel grateful. At least he had defended her a little. Listening further held little value, as it seemed their lengthy discussion was nearing its end. It was best for her to slip back into her room unnoticed. The embarrassment of being caught would be far too great. With this in mind, May quietly tiptoed back to her chamber. Just as she congratulated herself on her stealth, her foot unexpectedly landed on a small stone. She stumbled forward but managed to avoid falling, though it was a close call. She dared not make a sound, yet some noise still escaped. How infuriating that stone had to be right underfoot. She walked every day without incident, and yet this misfortune struck at such a critical moment. How vexing! Yun Sheng, with his keen ears, immediately flung open the window and called out, "Who is it?" May froze, realizing that he likely could not see her from the window. However, if she made any further movements, it would undoubtedly create more noise. If Yun Sheng heard her, he would come rushing out, and she would be utterly exposed. The embarrassment of being caught eavesdropping was unbearable. "Please do not come out," May silently prayed, hoping Yun Sheng would remain inside. Gu Shi's voice followed. "Yun Sheng, what is it?" Yun Sheng scanned the surroundings. "I think I heard something. It sounds like someone is outside." Gu Shi was startled. What could be out there? Isn't he and your sister-in-law already asleep? Yun Sheng, puzzled, suggested, "Perhaps I should go take a look." Upon hearing Yun Sheng's intention to exit the room, May broke into a cold sweat. In a moment of desperation, she mimicked the cat's meow meow meow. She wasn't sure how convincing it was. Yun Sheng laughed. "Mother, it's nothing. It's just a wildcat." Wiping the sweat from her brow, May felt relieved that her imitation had passed muster. She resolved to avoid such perilous situations in the future. She was clearly ill-suited for mischief. Once Yun Sheng closed the window, May hurriedly slipped into her room. Only after she had removed her clothing and lay on her bed did her racing heart finally begin to calm. Van Mom ulit in his sleep, calling out for her mother, prompting May to embrace her tightly, gently patting her back. "Wan'er, do not worry. Mother is right here with you. Just sleep peacefully. I will never abandon you." Once Wan'er fell back into a deep slumber, May felt a sense of relief wash over her. Reflecting on the conversation she had just overheard, she sighed. Now she understood Gu Shi's intentions. What should she do next? Should she express her unwillingness to remarry or feign ignorance and play along? After pondering for a while, Huamei ultimately decided it would be best to pretend she was unaware. If she were to broach the subject too soon, Gu Shi might grow suspicious. Over time, her true feelings would become evident. Moreover, she should not close off all possibilities too early. After all, life is full of uncertainties. While she currently had no desire to remarry, who could say what the future may hold? Lu Laishun's intentions were clear to anyone with eyes. It was evident that Gu Shi's plans would lead to more interactions with him in the future. She would need to strategize on how to handle him, neither giving him the impression that she harbored any affection nor offending him too much. After all, he was still family, and their frequent interactions made it unwise to sever ties. Gu Shi would certainly not allow such events to unfold right before her eyes. So how can this potential threat be eliminated? Huamei tossed and turned in her thoughts, unable to devise a suitable solution. Finally, she sighed, deciding to give him a cold shoulder, hoping that with time he would retreat in the face of adversity. Yet, she knew she must eventually find a way to completely resolve this vexation. Chapter 74. Renting a Shop, Part 1. Gu Shi's health had finally improved, allowing her to move about freely. Huamei felt a surge of joy. Caring for a patient was no simple task. It required both financial resources and mental energy, which was incredibly exhausting. Now that Gu Shi was on the mend, the 100-day mourning period had passed, and Huamei had finally shed the mourning attire. With the scorching summer heat upon them, even the slightest movement left one drenched in sweat. It was best to remain indoors, avoiding unnecessary excursions. Wanner, who loved to play outside with Xiao Xuanzi, was now reluctant to venture out. To pass the time, Huamei accompanied Wanner in learning characters. Lu Laishun had sent word, announcing he had found 2 shops with more affordable rents. The prices were both over 200 won, prompting Huamei to personally inspect them and make a decision. In this sweltering heat, Lu Laishun arrived, dripping with sweat. Despite her reluctance to engage with him, Huamei acknowledged his considerable assistance. She instructed Yuhi to fetch a glass of water for Lu Laishun to quench his thirst. Having recently frequented the Lu household, Lu Laishun noted that Huamei rarely met his gaze or engaged in conversation, leaving him internally frustrated. However, seeing her smile today lifted his spirits. He broached the topic of shops, saying, "Sister-in-law, I have found 2 shops that meet your requirements in the past couple of days. They are smaller and more economical. You should visit them soon to pay the rent and sign the lease, or they may be rented out by someone else." Huamei nodded in acknowledgement. Gu Shi, noticing Lu Laishun's cheerful conversation with Huamei about the shops, wholeheartedly supported his suggestion. "Indeed, Huamei, you should find a time to check them out. Don't delay, let someone else snatch them away. Laishun, please accompany Huamei to take a look." She casually assigned this task to Lu Laishun, creating another opportunity for him to draw closer to Huamei. Lu Laishun eagerly agreed, nodding vigorously. Huamei rolled her eyes internally, wondering if it was necessary to be so overt. What would others think of a solitary man and woman going to town together, with a facade of obedience? Huamei replied, "Mother, this may not be entirely appropriate. We might attract gossip. It would be better to find someone else to accompany us." Gu Shi paused, responding, "I'm still not fully recovered. Traveling such a distance is beyond my means." Huamei had her own strategy. "Then I will invite cousin Gue Xiang to join me. She can help me decide which shop to rent." A fleeting look of disappointment crossed Lu Laishun's face. Gu Shi, however, agreed enthusiastically. "Gue Xiang is steady and astute. Having her accompany you is an excellent choice. Let's finalize this plan. We shall visit the town this afternoon." Huamei excused herself to inform Gue Xiang. Stepping out of the house, Lu Laishun, seeing Huamei emerge, hastily took his leave to catch up with her. "Sister-in-law, I will accompany you to the Chongming family." As Huamei walked past, she could feel the ambiguous glances of villagers directed at her and Lu Laishun. It was evident they were being scrutinized, even as they walked further away. Nonetheless, she thought it best not to blame them. If she were in their shoes, she would likely stare as well. Determined to rid herself of this man, she replied, "No need, I can manage on my own. I will have Yi call for you when we leave this afternoon." Lu Laishun could only watch helplessly as Huamei walked away. Gue Xiang readily agreed to Huamei's request without hesitation. She then playfully asked, "Huamei, has Lu Laishun been visiting your home as frequently as before?" Recalling this, Huamei sighed. Indeed, it's hard to chase him away. It feels awkward to directly mention that mother wishes to remarry me to Lu Laishan. Thus, Gu Shi refrained from criticizing Lu Laishan's attentiveness, which only encouraged him to be more diligent in his visits, be it fetching water, collecting medicine, or even helping with farm work. Recently, Lu Laishan's parents had visited their home, whispering with Gu Shi for quite some time. Though Huamei was unsure of their conversation's content, it was likely related to this matter. She had no desire to pry into their affairs, whatever their plans were. They were their own, and as long as she was unwilling, no one could force her. She did not harbor feelings for Lu Laishan, so it was improbable that anyone would compel her to remarry him. She would maintain the guise of mourning and see how they would respond. Gu Xiang teased. I suspect Lu Laishan's parents are even more anxious than he is. They've been searching for a suitable bride for him for years, but have yet to find one to their liking. Finding an unmarried girl is challenging enough, let alone a widow. Now that you two seem compatible, they're likely quite pleased. After all, why let good fortune slip away to outsiders? Upon hearing this last remark, Huamei felt the urge to sigh and rubbed her forehead. She did not wish to be the beneficiary of such fortune. What kind of fortune was she even being compared to? Huamei and Gu Xiang, being close friends, spoke candidly. Cousin Gu Xiang, I'm quite troubled by this. Now, I must visit the town to view the shops with him. I do not wish to be alone with him, so you must accompany me. In simpler terms, she was asking Gu Xiang to act as a buffer. Gu Xiang laughed. That is certainly no problem. I will come to your house after lunch. She suggested letting the little dog play at Huamei's home in the meantime. After making their plans, Huamei returned home. Following lunch, Lu Laishan arrived early, while Gu Xiang brought the little dog a bit later. The three set off together. Before they left, Gu Shi instructed Gu Xiang, your sister-in-law is not accustomed to the outside world. Please guide her closely. She was somewhat uneasy about Huamei. Gu Xiang smiled reassuringly. Aunt, do not worry. Huamei is much cleverer than you think. I believe she handles situations even better than I do. Gu Xiang referred to the incident months ago when Huamei decisively negotiated a higher price for the trees they sold. For the past few months, Huamei had single-handedly supported the household, managing everything remarkably well. Huamei smiled, feeling grateful to have such an understanding companion in Gu Xiang. In the sweltering heat, walking under the blazing sun was unbearable. Huamei found herself reminiscing about the days with air conditioning and vehicles that had it. Previously, she would take public transport everywhere, or call a taxi when in a hurry. When had she ever endured such discomfort? After wiping the sweat from her brow, Gu Xiang suggested, let's find a place to rest for a while. Lu Laishan quickly added, there is some shade up ahead. Let's take a break there. Huamei nodded in agreement, and they settled under the shade. As they rested, a few passers-by glanced curiously at this unusual trio, one man and two women. A rare sight indeed, especially one of the ladies, whose striking beauty captured the attention of onlookers. Chapter 75, Renting a Shop, Part 2, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under the scrutiny. Huamei turned to Gu Xiang. Let us set off. It is better to leave early and return sooner. Gu Xiang immediately deduced the reason for Huamei's discomfort and teased, if you open a bun shop in the future, I suspect there will be lines of people waiting to buy your buns just to catch a glimpse of you. I wonder how you would handle that. This was a question Huamei had not considered. After a moment of thought, she playfully replied, I wouldn't mind being watched. As long as business is good and people are willing to buy my buns, I would gladly welcome the attention. Hearing this, Gu Xiang laughed heartily. Engaging in light banter with Huamei, Lu Laishan, listening nearby, felt an itch in his heart and interjected, don't worry, I'll keep an eye on the shop for you. I guarantee no one will disturb you. Such grandiose words. Gu Xiang, with a sharp tongue, retorted sarcastically, as long as you don't bother Huamei. That would be quite an achievement. There's no need to worry about others. Her words were pointed, and everyone present understood her insinuation. In that moment, Huamei chuckled lightly, while Lu Laishan awkwardly forced a smile. After being teased by Gu Xiang, Lu Laishan became considerably more subdued. Along the way, Huamei and Gu Xiang exchanged laughter, leaving Lu Laishan feeling somewhat sidelined. Upon arriving in town, Lu Laishan led the two to inspect two shops. Fortuitously, both shops were small, meeting Huamei's initial requirement of a low investment, starting small and expanding later when business improved. It was evident that Lu Laishan was earnest in his endeavor for Huamei, explaining each option thoroughly. This shop is quite affordable, only 201, but the location is a bit off. The other shop has a much better location. Let me show you. Upon reaching the second shop, Huamei was immediately drawn to it. How to describe it? It was exactly as she had envisioned, neither large nor cramped, but rather spacious and bright. Situated on a bustling street, it was surrounded by taverns, grocery stores, grain shops, pawn shops, and pharmacies. Not far away, there was even a gambling den, and deeper inside, a brothel. This last establishment was not of interest to Huamei, but during the day, two women, adorned with makeup, swayed their way into the courtyard, clearly not virtuous women, as evidenced by the lecherous gazes of the men nearby. Some were whispering about experiencing the delights of the evening. One could easily guess the nature of that place. However, this merely indicated the street's vibrancy and high foot traffic, perfect for a bowsy business. When it came to selling food, selecting the right location was paramount. A desolate spot would yield no customers. Thus, Huamei had explicitly instructed Lu Laishun to prioritize location when searching for a shop. The location of this shop was impeccable. Gue Xiang leaned in to whisper in Huamei's ear, "Huamei, I think the shop is far superior to the previous one." Huamei nodded in agreement. Indeed, I felt this shop was excellent right away. Great minds think alike. Inside the shop, it was unclear what had been sold previously, as it was now empty, but a faint, mysterious fragrance lingered in the air. A man in his 40s was busy tidying up inside. Lu Laishun greeted him. "Old you? I brought some people to look at the shop." "Old you?" Huamei and Gue Xiang both chuckled at the amusing name. Lu Laishun explained with a grin. "His surname is Yu, and his full name is Yu Dahai. Initially, we called him Old Yu, and it just stuck. Old Yu was not tall, had small eyes, and did not possess striking features. Yet his humor and wit made him quite likable. When he quoted a price of 241, Huamei felt pleased, deeming it a fair price given the prime location. However, she knew better than to display her eagerness, as that would be a significant blunder in business. Thus, she decided to employ her negotiation skills to bargain. Huamei wandered around the shop in silence. Old Yu and Lu Laishun exchanged a few words, revealing their familiarity. Though Huamei was curious about how Lu Laishun knew him, Old Yu discreetly inquired, "Who is this beautiful young lady? Is she the one looking to rent the shop?" Lu Laishun replied quietly, "This is my deceased cousin, Lu Shuhua's wife." After chatting for a while, Old Yu hurried to Huamei's side, introducing the shop. "Young lady from the Lu family, this shop may be small, but the location is truly exceptional. Just look outside. The daily foot traffic ensures that any business here would thrive." Huamei inquired lightly, "If this shop is as good as you say, why are you letting it go?" Old Yu hesitated before responding with a rueful smile. "I want to hide it from you. I previously ran a rouge shop, selling cosmetics to make ends meet. However, a larger cosmetic shop opened nearby, and I could hardly compete. Unable to sustain the business, I decided to transfer the shop." At that moment, Huamei understood the source of the fragrance. It had once been a shop specializing in cosmetics. Old Yu continued with a smile, "To be honest, I had initially rented this shop along with 2 vacant rooms behind it, which I used for my own residence. Since I am now transferring the shop to you, I have no need for those rooms. How about I rent them to you as well? The price is negotiable." Huamei was filled with delight. This was indeed an unexpected surprise. She had been worried about having a shop, but no space for making and steaming bowsy. To her astonishment, Old Yu offered her 2 additional rooms. Upon hearing Old Yu's words, Gue Xiang nudged Huamei joyfully. "Huamei, this is wonderful news. 2 extra rooms." Huamei squeezed Gue Xiang's hand, signaling her to temper her excitement. If Old Yu sensed her eagerness for the rooms, the rent might skyrocket. It was best to maintain a calm demeanor. Gue Xiang quickly grasped the intent and smiled silently. Lu Laishun, oblivious to the nuances, mistakenly thought Huamei was hesitant about the rooms and called out, "Old Yu, you only mentioned renting the shop, but you didn't say anything about including the 2 rooms. What we want with those empty rooms?" "Shoo!" Old Yu explained with a smile, "Brother Laishun, I am no longer in business, so those rooms are of no use to me. They were part of the shop rental. And of course, I wish to transfer them as well. Do not be angry, do not be angry. Lu Laishun's temperament is indeed quite remarkable." Huamei silently applauded. For although it was unintentional, it truly assisted her in a significant way. Given this situation, she could certainly negotiate a more favorable rental for the vacant house. Lu Laishun was keen to make an impression in front of Huamei and, with a cold snort, inquired, "What is this house like?" Old Yu chuckled, "Follow me. I will show you." Huamei, Gue Xiang, and Lu Laishan followed old Yu to the empty house behind the shop. The house was not particularly large, and it contained some bedding, suggesting it was where old Yu usually resided. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, old Yu quickly tidied up his scattered clothes, saying, "I live here alone, and I've grown accustomed to being casual." Huamei glanced around, feeling quite satisfied. After a thorough cleaning, it would make a perfect kitchen, while the other room could serve as an operations area. How splendid! Nonetheless, despite her inner satisfaction, her face betrayed none of her emotions. Gu Xiang began to understand Hua Mei's intentions and realized she was feigning disinterest to drive down the price. So, she remarked, "This house truly seems of little use." Hua Mei secretly admired Gu Xiang's seamless support. "Indeed, cousin Gu Xiang, I too believe renting this empty house serves no real purpose. It would merely add to our expenses." Old Yu, noticing their demeanor, quickly replied, "How can it be of no use? You can store things here, and it can accommodate people as well. The 2 rooms cost me 121 to rent. I can let you have them for 101. Huamei countered. 101 is rather expensive. The shop outside is 241, and I 1T haggle. I don't wish to take these empty rooms. But since you insist on renting them to me, given your good nature, I will accept them, but the price must be lowered. I propose 61 instead, making a total of 301 for both the shop and the rooms." Old Yu groaned in despair. "Oh dear, that price is quite harsh. I rented this house for 121, and now you're asking for 61? That is too much of a loss. It must be at least 81. With a smile, Hua Mei replied, "If it's 81, then I shall forego the rooms and only rent the shop. You may find someone else for the empty rooms." Hua Mei recognized that old Yu was unlikely to rent the empty rooms to anyone else, especially since they could not be used for business. It would be most advantageous for him to rent them to her at a lower price. After some deliberation, old Yu, looking dejected, conceded, "All right, 61 it is." Hua Mei and Gu Xiang exchanged knowing smiles. Subsequently, they signed a rental agreement outside, and Hua Mei paid a month's rent, carefully storing the contract. She casually asked, "Who did you originally rent this shop from? Do we need to inform them?" Old Yu cheerfully counted the money. No, when I rented this shop, I already paid a year's rent to the Zheng family. Now that I am subletting it to you, they have no say in the matter. If you wish to renew the lease in 6 months, I can speak to them for you." The Zheng family? Upon hearing this name again, Hua Mei felt a sense of familiarity. It seemed she had heard it somewhere before. After much contemplation, she recalled that the Zhang family had distant relatives with the surname Zheng, who operated an iron shop in the town. Surely, this Zheng family could not be related. Unable to suppress her curiosity, Hua Mei asked, "What business does this Zheng family engage in? Do they run an iron shop?" Old Yu replied, "No, the iron shop is owned by Zheng Yud, the eldest. I rented this place from Zheng Yu Kai, the second." So there was indeed a connection to that Zheng family. Well, as long as they're not one family, it should be fine. Besides, with the failed marriage proposal involving Yu He, encountering members of the Zheng family should not be an issue. Hua Mei set aside her concerns and began discussing when they would move. Old Yu stated, "I'm all alone, so I can leave at any time. I have secured another job nearby and will be moving in a couple of days." Lu Laishan, curious about Old Yu's new job, pressed for details. Old Yu's face flushed, and he hesitated to reveal it, but after some persistence from Lu Laishan, he finally admitted, "Chui Mama needs a doorman, and I." Lu Laishan was taken aback, but then burst into laughter, which made Old Yu somewhat uncomfortable. Lu Laishan, gasping for breath from laughter, teased, "Old Yu, your skills are on the rise. Going to guard a bunch of women. Do you need a side job as a matchmaker?" Finally understanding, Hua Mei realized Old Yu was going to be a doorman at a brothel. However, given his physique, could he truly play such a role? Old Yu, feeling embarrassed by the teasing, shot Lu Laishan a glare and retorted, "If you ever wish to go, I can ask Chui Mama to find you a more alluring woman." Now, it was Lu Laishuan's turn to feel awkward. He quickly glanced at Hua Mei, eager to distance himself from the comment. "Don't say such nonsense. When have I ever been to the Chuanfang courtyard?" The name was indeed mentioned, referring to that brothel. Chuanfang courtyard? Such a quintessential name for a brothel. Gu Xiang, unable to endure any further, cleared her throat and coughed twice, subtly reminding them that 2 respectable women were present. Old Yu realized his gaffe and quickly offered apologies. Hua Mei, however, found her impression of Old Yu rather favorable and smiled gently, indicating that she did not mind. As the day waned, the group prepared to return home. The key to the shop was now in Huamei's possession, feeling heavy in her hand, which brought her a sense of security. Suddenly, a surge of ambition ignited within her. She was about to embark on her business journey. What awaited her ahead? A thrill of anticipation coursed through her. Upon returning home, Huamei shared the details of the shop with Gu Shi, omitting any mention of its previous owner being surnamed Zeng. Gu Shi expressed her satisfaction. Having 2 extra rooms is excellent. Finally, we have somewhere to make and steam buns. Since the rent is paid, we should commence business as soon as possible. Gu Shi's perspective was quite pragmatic. Now that they were prepared to start a business, having secured the shop, it was only natural to open soon. Huamei nodded in agreement. Her spirits lifted. In the following days, Huamei was busily engaged in preparations. Under Gu Shi's guidance, Lu Lishun naturally followed her around, running errands. Huamei, too preoccupied to heed any idle gossip, welcomed the assistance of a man in her bustling tasks. Old Yu kept his word and soon moved out. Huamei busied herself with a thorough cleaning of the entire space, grateful for Gu Xiang's help, which made the workload considerably lighter. Thank goodness for your assistance, Cousin Gu Xiang. I truly could not manage this alone. Huamei beamed at the clean shop. Gu Xiang wiped her brow. Why thank me? Your mother isn't in good health. It's only right that I lend a hand. Huamei cast a grateful glance at Gu Xiang. Nearby shops offered a variety of goods, making it convenient to gather supplies. They set up a new cooking station, purchased a large steamer, a big iron pot, a sizable table, and a cutting board. The shop was furnished with a long table, perfect for selling buns. However, something crucial seemed to be missing. The sign. A shop without a sign simply would not do. But what should be written on it? Upon returning home to discuss with Gu Shi, she suggested, since this is our Lu family's shop, let us call it Lu Ji Baozi Pu. Huamei had initially wanted to name it Qin Ji Baozi Pu, as she bore the surname Qin as well. Why should the name of her shop reflect the Lu family? However, when she glanced at Yue, then at Waner, and finally at Gu Shi, the words simply would not come out. She is the daughter-in-law of the Lu family, and in everything she does, she bears that identity. Fine, Lu Ji can be Lu Ji. After all, Waner bears the Lu surname. One could simply consider it a signboard named after her daughter. With this thought, Huamei felt a sense of balance within. However, after paying a month's rent and purchasing numerous items, she was left with less than 400 won, which she still needed to reserve for some miscellaneous purchases. She wondered how much it would cost to make this signboard. Huamei inadvertently asked Mother, "Do you have any idea how much it costs to make a signboard?" Gu Shi, sensing her concern, inquired, "What's the matter? Is your money insufficient?" For the past few months, it had been Huamei managing the household finances, with money only going out and not coming in. How could there be much left? Huamei recounted the accounts to Gu Shi in detail, who sighed repeatedly, "Alas, it is all my fault. I have spent so much on medicine and treatment these past few months." Huamei hastily comforted her. "Mother, why do you say such things? Your health is paramount. Spending on treatment is only natural. We are family. There is no need for such talk." After saying this, Huamei herself was taken aback. Family? When did she start considering Gu Shi as one of her own? Waner is her daughter, and for her entire life, she would love Waner as her true, biological child. The lovely little Yue had unknowingly become like a sister to her. Yinsheng, though not often in contact, was a decent boy, and she could reluctantly accept him as a brother. But when did the fierce and strong-willed Gu Shi also become someone she regarded as true family? Was it when Gu Shi ordered her to fetch water and to do the laundry? Was it when she wept bitterly at Lu Shuhua's death? Was it during the days Gu Shi lay ill, brewing medicine for her? Was it during their fierce arguments about whether to engage in business? Or was it when they shared steamed buns together? Scenes from the past floated before her eyes. Gu Shi's fierceness, her weeping, her sorrow, her anger. It turned out that, without realizing it, Gu Shi had also become an important family member in her life. Perhaps their relationship was not exceptionally close. Perhaps they would continue to clash from time to time. Perhaps they would still find themselves in disputes. Yet even so, it could not erase the fact that they were significant individuals in each other's lives. After hearing Huamei's words, Gu Shi also fell into a moment of daze. Family? Shuhua had already passed. Could they still be considered family? The young and beautiful Huamei could not possibly remain in this household forever. Remarriage was likely just a matter of time. Mother, the daughter-in-law truly does not wish to remarry. Gu Shi was startled awake by Huamei's words. looking at the calm and gentle Huamei, suddenly feeling that this daughter-in-law she had lived with for several years was both familiar and foreign. Huamei continued softly, "What I say now is sincere. With Shuhua gone, I do not wish to seek another man. I just want to cherish Wan'er and live a good life." She added, "Going out to do business inevitably exposes one to the public eye, and one cannot avoid gossip. Please, you must believe me." Huamei hoped Gu Shi would not meddle in her affairs with Lu Laishan, as there was no possibility there. Gu Shi was moved. Huamei's heartfelt words finally convinced her of Huamei's sincerity. "Do you truly feel this way? Yet you are still so young." Huamei interjected, "Mother, I truly mean it. Please trust me. Additionally, let's have Lu Laishan visit our home less frequently. It may lead to gossip." She subtly pointed out that she had discerned Gu Shi's intentions. Gu Shi did not expect Huamei to see through her thoughts, and feeling somewhat awkward, she could find no fault to argue against, so she simply acquiesced. Continuing this topic would inevitably lead to discomfort, so Gu Shi quickly redirected the conversation back to the signboard matter. "By the way, Huamei, there's a shop in town that specializes in making signboards, and I've heard their reputation is excellent, with reasonable prices and good quality. The owner's surname is Wang, and everyone calls him Wang Matzi. You can easily find a shop in town. If money is tight, I will find a way," she added. Huamei responded affirmatively, feeling a warmth and gratitude in her heart. Indeed, it is better when a family works together. They can brainstorm and tackle challenges collectively. How wonderful. Chapter 78. Gu Shi Causes Trouble, Part 1. After instructing Yuehe to take care of Wan'er at home, Gu Shi accompanied Huamei to the town. This time, they had not called Lu Laishan along. Huamei secretly chuckled. It seemed her previous words had finally had a slight effect. Gu Shi's matchmaking intentions should have diminished. Gu Shi walked with some difficulty, and it took them quite a while to reach the town. Gu Shi first went to inspect the rented shop. Chapter 79. Gu Shi Causes Trouble, Part 2. Huamei sighed inwardly. Gu Shi's impulsiveness was somewhat understandable. Her beloved son had died, and naturally, seeing the culprit, the lame man, would stir up a torrent of resentment, leading to a few harsh words as a means of venting. Huamei also regarded the lame man with disdain. Yet one could not lose their composure and publicly berate someone like this. The commotion had drawn a crowd. The lame man appeared unwilling to let the matter drop. And how would they resolve this? The lame man scoffed, "If you apologize to me, I will be magnanimous and pretend this never happened. But if you continue your unreasonable behavior, HM." His final scoff concealed many threats. Gu Shi glared fiercely. "What can you do?" Huamei, familiar with Gu Shi's tone, immediately detected her insecurity. After all, there were 3 men on the other side, while they were 2 defenseless women. Regardless, they were at a disadvantage. Onlookers began to jeer, saying, "Lame man, the older one can be forgiven, but the younger one is quite beautiful. Can you really bear to harm her?" Some men laughed with ulterior motives. The lame man, hearing this, grinned. "I could never harm such a lovely young lady. I, the lame man, am known for cherishing beauty. Don't believe me? Ask the girls at the Qiwenfang courtyard." Laughter erupted around them. Who didn't he know what kind of place Qiwenfang courtyard was? The lame man was clearly intent on embarrassing the 2 women. Gu Shi, not fully aware of what Qiwenfang courtyard was, could only guess from the laughter and the lame man's exuberance that it was certainly not a respectable establishment. Enraged, Gu Shi was about to hurl more insults, but Huamei quickly interjected, "Mother, perhaps you should refrain from saying anything further. In such disputes, it is often the women who suffer. Though it may seem like a concession, arguing with a lame man would clearly put us at a disadvantage. I will not allow myself to be humiliated like that." Reluctantly, Gu Shi fell silent, glaring at the lame man in frustration. Huamei cleared her throat and gently addressed, "Lord Lame, my mother-in-law has been bedridden for the past few months due to my husband's death, and her health has been quite poor. I hope you can overlook the grievances against a frail woman." This was a plea for sympathy. After all, with so many onlookers, showing some humility might garner sympathy for them, making it likely that the lame man would feel uncomfortable continuing the dispute. The lame man, hearing Huamei's soft-spoken plea, appeared pleased. "What you say is quite agreeable. I am not a small-minded person. If your mother-in-law simply apologizes to me, I shall be magnanimous and not pursue this matter any further." Gu Shi was utterly unwilling to apologize and retorted, "No way." The lame man, unyielding, declared, "You old woman, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. If it weren't for your daughter-in-law, I would have long since given you a good beating. If you do not apologize, you shall not leave." The men accompanying him raised their fists in a show of intimidation. The situation was untenable. How could the Gu family possibly lower themselves to apologize to the notorious cripple? Lai, with his unyielding demeanor, continued to provoke, and amidst the crowd's incessant murmurs, chaos reigned. As Lai persisted in his loud tirade, Huamei, observing Gu's obstinacy, felt compelled to interject. "Lord Lai, might I extend an apology on behalf of my mother-in-law?" Upon hearing this, Gu shot Huamei a fierce glare. "Who asked you to apologize to this tyrant? He is the one who drove my son to his grave. He is our family's enemy. You shall not grovel before him. I fear him not." What folly! Gu seemed irrational today, determined to stand her ground against someone like Lai. What benefit could possibly arise from confronting such a man? "Gu, my dear, you lack wisdom. Do you not understand the saying that a wise man avoids immediate loss? Furthermore, the death of Lu Shuhua cannot be entirely attributed to Lai. In fairness, one should blame Lu himself. He gambled away a fortune, and it is only natural for Lai to demand repayment. Lu chose to flee home only to wander the mountains, and in his hunger, he recklessly consumed wild fruits, ultimately falling victim to poison. In the end, it was a self-inflicted misfortune. What relevance does it have to others? Gu, however, saw her son as blameless, always eager to shift the blame onto others. Thus, her confrontation with Lai was marked by her emotional outburst. As Lai and Gu continued their quarrel, Huamei found herself at a loss. Gu refused to heed her advice, and with Lai being inherently unreasonable, there was no room for retreat. Their voices grew louder, drawing an increasingly curious crowd. In the midst of this turmoil, an unexpected voice pierced through. "Mother, sister-in-law." Huamei turned to see a familiar figure pushing through the throng. It was Yunsheng. What a surprise it was to see him. Gu, engrossed in her standoff with Lai, had failed to notice Yunsheng's arrival until Huamei tugged at her sleeve to redirect her attention. Yunsheng entered the fray, holding some writing materials, and, upon spotting Lai, his expression turned icy. He too harbored little fondness for Lai. "I thought it was someone else quarreling with two vulnerable women. Turns out it was you." Lai, taken aback by the resemblance the youth bore to Lu Shuhua, paused before recognizing the young man. "You are Lu Shuhua's brother?" Yunsheng nodded and declared, "If there is something to discuss, speak to me. What merit is there in arguing with women?" This remark rendered Lai momentarily speechless. Indeed, arguing with women in public was hardly dignified, regardless of the outcome. Lai, unwilling to concede defeat, retorted, "I cannot be blamed. It was your mother who confronted me, accusing me of your brother's death. I cannot allow my reputation to be tarnished." Yunsheng's response was sharp and cutting. "Does your reputation even require further tarnishing?" Implicit in his words was the notion that Lai's reputation was already irreparably damaged. Lai was left floundering, his face flushed with embarrassment, struggling to respond. "You're asking for a beating." Huamei, despite knowing it was inappropriate, could not suppress a smile. Yunsheng's wit was indeed formidable. His words had nearly rendered Lai speechless, and it was a refreshing sight. Though still a youth, Yunsheng stood bold, placing himself protectively before Gu and Huamei. "If there is to be a fight, let be with me. Is it manly to bully women? How impressive." Huamei gazed at Yunsheng with admiration, momentarily disregarding Lai's potential reaction. The worst that could happen was a scuffle leaving him bruised. Suddenly, a warm voice emerged from the crowd. "Who is it that boasts of striking others in broad daylight?" A gentleman in his 20s stepped forward, and the onlookers parted to make way for him. Upon seeing him, Yunsheng's eyes lit up. "Young master, you've come too." It was none other than the esteemed Song Zian, frequently mentioned by Yunsheng. Huamei regarded Song with curiosity. He was dressed in luxurious silk, exuding refinement and grace, his dark eyes sparkling with a gentle smile, making one feel as if they were enveloped in a spring breeze. Yunsheng, accustomed to Song's presence, felt a tinge of embarrassment at the scene. "I apologize for my sudden departure. I heard my mother's voice and rushed over without informing you." Song, reassuring him with a glance, turned to Lai. "Might I inquire who this gentleman is?" Lai, taken aback by Song's imposing presence, quickly plastered on a smile. "I am Lai. You may call me Lai the Cripple." Having run a gambling den for years, Lai had encountered all manner of individuals and recognized that Song was of some consequence, prompting him to soften his tone. Song's gaze was penetrating as he discerned Lai's trepidation, and with a slight smile, he remarked, "It seems there is no grave matter at hand. Yunsheng is right. A man should not quarrel with vulnerable women. Winning a fight against them is not a mark of prowess, but rather an act of cowardice." Lai's face fell at this, regretting his earlier confrontation with Gu, especially as the crowd regarded him with knowing glances. If only he had walked away, avoiding this public dispute. Today, he had lost both face and dignity. Song continued, "Let us settle this. If Yunsheng apologizes on behalf of his mother, we shall consider the matter resolved." Lai, seeing no other option, eagerly nodded in agreement. Yunsheng, filled with reluctance, had no choice but to acquiesce. "I apologize. I will ensure that my mother and sister-in-law avoid you in the future." The latter statement dripped with sarcasm. Lai bore it with forced laughter. "Very well. On account of the young master, I shall let this matter slide. However, should such unruliness occur again, I shall not be so accommodating. Come, brothers, let us depart." With that, Lai and his companions left, and Gu finally breathed a sigh of relief as the crowd dispersed. Yunsheng eagerly inquired of Gushi, her mother, "How did you and my sister-in-law end up here and confront that layman?" Gushi's face flushed with embarrassment, reluctant to admit that much of today's turmoil was her fault. Had she not impulsively scolded the layman, such events would not have transpired. Huamei came to Gushi's aid, explaining, "Mother accompanied me to order a signboard today, and we accidentally ran into the lame man on the street. A disagreement ensued, which led to the quarrel. Fortunately, you arrived in time. Otherwise, we would have been at a loss for how to resolve the situation." Yunsheng was well aware of his mother's temperament. Though Huamei's explanation was somewhat vague, he could guess the essence of the situation. Since Song Zian was nearby, Yunsheng refrained from speaking openly and subtly advised, "Mother, in the future, try to ignore such people. Engaging with them only brings trouble." Gushi had already regretted her impulsive actions, and she nodded in agreement with Yunsheng's words. Yunsheng introduced his family to Song Zian, saying, "Young Master Song, this is my mother and sister-in-law." Gushi and Huamei bowed respectfully, and Song Zian returned the gesture courteously. Gushi expressed her heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, young Master Song, for assisting us today. Otherwise, we would have been at the mercy of that lame man." Song Zian replied graciously, "There is no need for such formality. I merely spoke a few words of reason. It is fortunate to finally meet you both, as Yunsheng has often mentioned you." He then suggested, "Allow me to invite you both to the tea house ahead for a brief respite and a cup of tea to calm your nerves." With that, he led the way to the tea house. The young maid accompanying Song Zian, strikingly pretty, approached with a smile. "My young master is treating today. Please, do not be modest and join us." Yunsheng quietly encouraged mother, sister-in-law, "Let's go have a cup of tea together. The young master is very kind." Gushi, still feeling fatigued and parched from the earlier commotion, readily accepted the invitation and followed along, chatting merrily with Yunsheng. Huamei walked alongside the maid and suddenly recalled Yunsheng mentioning a girl named Xiaolian who had sent him pastries. Could this be? "Excuse me, do you know Xiaolian?" Huamei ventured. The maid's eyes widened in surprise. "I am Xiaolian. How do you know my name?" "Indeed." Huamei smiled. "Yunsheng mentioned your name when he returned home. I never expected to meet you in person today." Xiaolian was indeed charming, and when standing next to the dashing Yunsheng, they seemed a perfect match. Xiaolian, still young and unable to conceal her feelings, blushed with excitement. Did Yunsheng really mention me? It was evident she harbored a bit of affection for Yunsheng. Huamei chuckled. "If it weren't for his mention, I would not have known your name. I must thank you for the pastries you sent to Yunsheng. They were all devoured by Wanner." Xiaolian instantly felt more fondness for Huamei and engaged her in conversation. After a few steps, they arrived at the tea house. In Chapter 81, The Gift, Song Zian instructed Xiaolian to summon the staff and ordered 2 pots of tea. After pouring a cup for Song Zian, Xiaolian served tea to Gushi and Huamei. Although Yunsheng and Xiaolian were not entitled to sit, Song Zian insisted they join him. "Yunsheng, Xiaolian, you both should sit and enjoy some tea. After walking all day, you must be weary." Once seated, Yunsheng noticed Xiaolian handing him a cup of tea. Huamei observed and stifled a laugh. Yunsheng's little romance is blossoming. Feeling a bit awkward by Xiaolian's gesture, Yunsheng reluctantly accepted the tea, murmuring his thanks. After sipping some hot tea, Gushi felt somewhat steadied. Song Zian, clearly not a man of many words, leisurely savored his tea. Gushi, eager to engage, spoke up, "Young Master Song, my Yunsheng is straightforward and earnest. If he has acted improperly in your presence, I hope you can be forgiving. Song Zian glanced at Yunsheng with a smile. Yunsheng is diligent and candid. There's nothing inappropriate about him. I admire him very much. Xiaoyan chimed in eagerly. I can attest to this. Our young master has always been exceptionally kind to Yunsheng, never scolding him. Song Zian playfully chided her. You chatter too much. Xiaoyan, accustomed to this, giggled. Song Zian explained with a smile. Xiaoyan has been with me for 5 or 6 years. She is wonderful, but her propensity for conversation is a bit excessive. I cannot rein her in. Laughter erupted among them, lightening the atmosphere considerably. Gusher felt relieved by Song Zian's amiable demeanor, realizing her son's character and easing her earlier concerns about him working for the Song family. In this setting, Huamei spoke the least, as it felt inappropriate to engage too much with anyone. Yinsheng turned to Huamei. Sister-in-law, you mentioned ordering a signboard. Does that mean the shop has already been rented? Huamei nodded with a smile. Yes, it is nearly ready. We're just waiting for the sign to be made and hung. Then we will choose an auspicious day to open. Yinsheng was surprised. Is the shop nearby? Huamei replied, yes, just a short walk westward. Do come by to visit when you have a chance. Song Zian's interest piqued. He inquired, are you planning to open a shop? What business are you intending to pursue? Huamei responded with a gentle smile. We plan to sell some noodle dishes. Our capital is modest, which is why we rented a small shop. Song Zian turned to Xiaoyan, instructing, once the shop opens, please buy some from them for me. We have plenty of people in our courtyard. Xiaoyan cheerfully agreed. Gu Shi was elated, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. Huamei felt a surge of joy. Securing a prominent customer, even before opening, was exhilarating. This was clearly a gesture of support. Yinsheng gratefully gazed at Song Zian. Thank you, young master. Song Zian chuckled. Why thank me? Everyone in the courtyard needs to eat and drink. It matters not where the food comes from. Yinsheng understood perfectly. Wealthy families often had several cooks at their disposal. Even for snacks, there were dedicated individuals responsible for their preparation, making it unnecessary to purchase noodles from elsewhere. Song Zian's words were indeed flattering. After finishing their tea, the group descended the stairs together. Yinsheng wished to accompany Gu Shi and Huamei to the signboard shop and whispered to Song Zian, young master, my mother and sister-in-law are going to order the signboard, and I feel uneasy. I would like to follow to see. Song Zian nodded. Since I have nothing pressing to attend to, I shall join you. Thus, the 5 of them made their way to Wang Matzi's signboard shop in high spirits. True to his name, Wang Matzi had a face full of freckles, which danced with each smile. Upon seeing potential customers, he was exceedingly warm and welcoming. When Huamei heard Wang Matzi's quoted price for the sign, her brows furrowed. 301 for just a sign. Good heavens, that is several times more than I anticipated. She had expected the cost to be around 101 at most, never imagining it would be so exorbitant. Wang Matzi waved his hands dismissively. This price is quite reasonable. Trust me, I have been in this business for many years, and everyone knows I offer fair prices. Huamei glanced awkwardly at Gu Shi's mother. What do you think? She had only 401 left. If she paid for the sign, there would hardly be enough for other expenses. Gu Shi attempted to haggle with Wang Matzi, but after much discussion, the price barely budged. Wang Matzi insisted on a minimum of 291. Song Zian, who had been idly observing in the shop, noticed the family struggling with the price and guessed it was a financial issue. He quietly instructed Xiaoyan, and soon she approached with a smile, saying, Yinsheng, the young master has asked me to pay for your signboard in advance. Yinsheng was taken aback. How can this be? Why should the young master pay? Gu Shi quickly added, young master Song, this is not acceptable. We brought our own money. We were merely worried that after paying, we wouldn't have enough left to buy other things. Song Zian waved his hand dismissively. Let's do it this way. Consider this signboard as a congratulatory gift for Yinsheng. You've opened a shop, and it's not excessive for me to offer a gift. With such clear words spoken, to refuse would be somewhat ungrateful. Gu Shi and Yinsheng had no choice but to express their gratitude. Huamei couldn't help but glance at Song Zian a couple more times. His generosity suggested a commendable character. Indeed, it would be wonderful if more individuals like him appeared in the future. Little Lien went to pay, and Wang Matzi agreed to come 3 days later to collect the goods. Reluctantly, Yunsheng returned to the Song family with Song Zian and Little Lien. Huamei and Gu Shi hastily made their way back to the town, with Gu Shi repeatedly exclaiming, this young master Song is truly a good person. Yinsheng will surely not suffer working by his side. I can finally rest easy. Gu Shi had been worried about this matter. Yinsheng was only 14 and out working. If he encountered a difficult master, how could his temperament endure? Yet, Song Zian appeared gentle, courteous, and generous, unlikely to mistreat his servants. Huamei nodded in agreement. Yes. Who would have thought he would gift us a signboard as a congratulatory present? It has saved us quite a bit of money. At this moment, every coin needed to be carefully counted, and with such a benefactor, Huamei felt immensely pleased. The favor was clearly directed at Yun Sheng, explicitly stated as a gift for him. Thus, it was better to accept graciously. Since her arrival in this world, Huamei had encountered numerous men. The deceased Lu Shuhua, her uncle Lu Yunsheng, Lu Laishun, Gu Changming, and a lame Lai, not to mention her younger brother Qin Yunshan. Among them, Yunsheng and Yuan Shan were strikingly handsome. However, compared to the mature demeanor of Song Zian, they seemed to lack a certain gravitas. Why was she even thinking of this? Such a comparison was trivial. What did it matter how others fared in relation to herself? Huamei shook her head, casting aside such thoughts. Chapter 82. The young and the old join forces. The news of Huamei's intention to conduct business in the town spread throughout Lu family village like a drop of water in hot oil, causing a stir. The once quiet Lu household now had a flurry of visitors. Huamei paid little mind to them, merely smiling before returning to her tasks. Time was precious, and she had no leisure to entertain the village women. Among them, Zhang Shi and Xie Shi came most frequently. After bringing up the topic of matchmaking for Yu He a couple of times and receiving no encouragement from Gu Shi, Zhang Shi begrudgingly shifted her focus to Huamei. Zhang Shi began with a cackle that immediately reminded Huamei of a clucking hen. Aunt Lu, are you truly planning to open a shop in town? What sort of business is it? Zhang Shi inquired. Gu Shi, being protective, initially disapproved of Huamei opening a shop, but now that matters had come to this, she defended her. It's merely a small business. We plan to sell some noodle dishes. Xie Shi chimed in, laughing. You are remarkably open-hearted. How can you bear to let such a lovely daughter-in-law venture out to run a shop? The insinuation in Xie Shi's words was painfully obvious. Huamei had experienced Xie Shi's sharp tongue before and rolled her eyes, wanting to retort. But Gu Shi cut in. Why should I be worried? Huamei is the most honest and steady. She is not like some women who gossip and are frivolous. I have complete confidence in her. Qin Huamei chuckled softly. Gu Shi's latter remark subtly ridiculed Zhang Shi and Xie Shi for their penchant for spreading rumors and fabricating tales, which was quite satisfying. The two women felt a twinge of discomfort upon hearing Huamei's light laughter. Zhang Shi, with a shift of her gaze, redirected the conversation to Lu Laishun. Aunt Lu, your nephew Lu Laishun is currently the talk of the town. Ever since Shuhua left, he frequently comes over to help your family. Everyone praises Lu Laishun for his diligence. This comment carried a different tone. It was not mere praise, but rather a pointed remark. Gu Shi, uncertain of her feelings, smiled when Zhang Shi mentioned Lu Laishun. It is thanks to Laishun that we manage. With Yun Sheng out working, the rest of us are elderly or children, and without his assistance, we would truly struggle. Gu Shi's candidness made Zhang Shi appear small-minded. Huamei silently admired Gu Shi's adept handling of the nosy visitors, requiring no input from her. Business was indeed bustling. Most of the significant items had been procured, yet various smaller necessities remained on the list. They intended to open a shop as soon as the signboard was completed, and there was much to do. Gu Xiang accompanied Huamei on another shopping trip. With all this back and forth, even though Huamei had grown considerably stronger than before, she began to feel the strain. Gu Xiang, worried, advised Huamei, you will be out early and returning late every day. Can your health handle it? Huamei smiled. Cousin Gu Xiang, it's nothing to worry about. I have long been prepared for this. If I wish to earn money through business, I cannot shy away from hard work. The initial busyness is to be expected. After all, it's entrepreneurship, and hardship is inevitable. Gu Xiang sighed. Alas, you truly are suffering. If it weren't for Shuhua's gambling debts, you wouldn't have to endure such hardship. With Yin Sheng working outside, the family could manage. Yet now, you are forced to earn money to repay debts. If it were not for Lu Shuhua's debts before his death, Huamei wouldn't be so strained trying to earn money to settle them. However, Huamei maintained a positive outlook. The situation is as it is. Complaining serves no purpose. It is better to focus on the future. By the way, cousin Gu Xiang, I will need you to look after you, he, and one heir more in the days to come. During the day, both my mother-in-law and I will be out. Before she could finish, Gu Xiang readily agreed. Rest assured, I will stop by often. However, upon returning home and mentioning this to Yuhi, she protested. Elder sister, I do not wish to stay home every day with one heir. I want to help at the shop too. Huamei was taken aback, not expecting Yuhi to have such an intention. Gu Shi frowned. Yuhi, as an unmarried girl, you should stay at home more. It is enough for your elder sister and me to manage the shop. Yet Yuhi boldly replied, I have learned to make buns for my elder sister a couple of times already. I want to help. You two will surely be too busy. I will handle the buns and not roam around the shop. Gu Shi remained reluctant. It is easy for you to say that. How can we manage without someone to watch over the house? You just look after one heir at home, she insisted. Yuhi, turning to Huamei, pleaded, Elder sister, please allow me to go. With second brother working and you and mother running the shop, I'm the only one left at home. I truly want to contribute. I do not wish to remain cooped up every day. Yui's heartfelt plea touched Huamei. Looking at her youthful face, gradually radiating determination, Huamei felt a sense of satisfaction. Yuhi was slowly growing up, beginning to develop her own opinions and ideas, which was a truly delightful development. Gu Shi, upon hearing Yuhi's words, felt a pang of emotion. Her eyes grew misty, and though she had words of refusal on her lips, she could not voice them. As the three of them pondered their thoughts, one heir, small yet spirited, declared, one heir wants to help too. Her innocent words brought laughter to all. Huamei scooped up one heir, teasing, one heir, what can you do? Can you make buns or stoke the fire? One earnestly announced, I can sing for you when you're tired, and you'll feel less weary. The laughter of Huamei echoed in response. The child truly was a source of joy. Gu Shi also chuckled. Waner speaks with some wisdom. When we are busy and fatigued, just a glance at the adorable Waner would surely bring much comfort. Seizing the opportunity, Yue had chimed in, Mother, please agree with me. We can bring Waner along, and the four women of the Liu family can work together. Surely, we need not fear poor business. Huamei felt her heart stir. Indeed, if she were to go days without seeing Waner, she would surely miss her. It would be better to bring her along. After all, Waner could walk, run, and jump. A little supervision while playing would suffice. Taking this into account, Huamei pleaded with her mother, Mother, I believe Yue has a point. Let us go together. We can simply lock the house before we leave and ask Shiyu to keep an eye on things. With our home in such a dilapidated state, with only a few crumbling rooms, it's unlikely even thieves would pay us a visit. After much contemplation, Gu Shi finally nodded in agreement. Waner and Yue erupted in joyous cheers. Chapter 83. A grand opening, a lofty sign was hung, and after a long string of firecrackers was set off, Liu's bun shop officially opened. Yinsheng had arrived early from the Song family, and along with the newly arrived Yuanshan, they busied themselves with hanging the sign and setting off firecrackers. Yuanshan smiled at Huamei and said, Sister, you should have told me sooner. I could have helped you promote it. Many of my classmates live in town. I will invite them to come support you. Huamei smiled coyly. It was a trivial matter. I didn't wish to trouble you. You won't mind missing half a day's classes, will you? Yuanshan laughed heartily. Not at all. I can return in the afternoon. I am eager to be the first to taste your buns. Yinsheng and Yuanshan, being of similar age, shared a comfortable camaraderie as they joked together. Yinsheng had also taken a day off from Song Zian for this occasion. With two helping hands, Huamei felt a great weight lifted. In the kitchen, Yue and Gu Shi were diligently preparing buns, with the first steamer nearly ready. After checking on the steaming process, Huamei instructed Yinsheng to move the steamer to the long table in the shop before quickly placing another batch into the pot. On this inaugural day, Huamei was overwhelmed with preparations. Until one engages in business, one cannot fathom the myriad tasks at hand. Flour needed to be transported from home, vegetables, meat, oil, and sugar had to be procured, and most importantly, a water source was required for washing vegetables and dough. In the village of Liu, there was but one well, and Huamei had not anticipated this issue until the previous day. Fortunately, she encountered old Yu nearby, who guided her to a communal well shared by several families, which was not too far away. Washing vegetables would not be too troublesome. Gu Shi quickly learned to make buns, and their appearance was quite satisfactory, bringing comfort to Huamei, who recognized her as a capable assistant. After moving the steamer to the long table, Yinsheng and Yuanshan, unceremoniously, each took one to taste. As Yuanshan savored the bun, he praised its flavor. Huamei smiled gently, covering the buns partially with a clean cloth, yet the delightful aroma wafted through the air. Next door, a chubby middle-aged man, the owner of a sundry shop, caught the scent and sent his son to buy a few for a taste. The shy teenager, glancing at Huamei, inquired, "Excuse me, how much are these buns?" Huamei, upon seeing a potential customer, smiled brightly. "Vegetable buns are 1 won each, sugar dumplings are 2 won each, and meat buns are 3 won each. Today is our grand opening, so if you buy 2 buns, you get 1 free." Huamei had pondered for quite some time to establish these prices, as she did not wish to scare off customers with exorbitant costs. She preferred to start with modest profits and gradually build her business. As for the promotion, it was simply a delightful opening offer. The youth eagerly offered all his coins. "I'll take them all." After counting, Huamei found it totaled 10 won. She took a piece of paper and wrapped 3 vegetable buns, 3 meat buns, and 3 sugar dumplings. "Try them, and if you like them, come back." The boy nodded, grinning, and then floated away with his buns. Yuanshan chuckled, "Sister, selling buns here, your business is bound to thrive. Just look at how that boy keeps glancing back. He is clearly smitten by your charm." Huamei shot Yuanshan a playful glare. "You talk nonsense." To be honest, as she embarked on this business venture, she felt quite uncertain. If customers came to buy buns merely due to the allure of a beautiful proprietress, she would be pleased. Gradually, more customers began to approach to buy buns. After the firecrackers had been set off, many curious onlookers had gathered to see what this new shop was about. Lou's Bun Shop? Buns? What are those? They had only heard of steamed bread and cornbread. Buns were an entirely new concept. Once the buns were out of the steamer and the enticing aroma filled the air, many could not resist coming to sample them. Huamei's smile widened as she greeted each customer warmly, promoting the buy 2 get 1 free offer. People are naturally drawn to a bargain. Upon hearing of the deal, even those who intended to buy just 1 or 2 ended up purchasing more. The first batch of buns and dumplings sold out swiftly. Watching the coins accumulate in the wooden box, Huamei beamed with joy. "Ah, what a splendid beginning." Even better, after the owner of the sundry shop finished his meal, he approached Huamei, exclaiming, "Your meat buns are truly delicious. I will be back every day." These words filled Huamei with delight as she replied, "I shall make sure to buy my sugar from your shop in the future." The portly man chuckled heartily. Gusher, drenched in sweat, rushed over. "Huamei, come quickly. The second batch of buns has been steaming for quite a while. I wonder if they're done." Having prepared the first batch successfully, Huamei knew that Gusher, making buns for the first time, was still uncertain about the steaming duration. Huamei instructed Yunsheng and Yuanshan to oversee the shop momentarily before hastily making her way to the kitchen. Yueha, seeing Huamei enter, eagerly asked sister-in-law, "How'd the first batch of buns sell?" Huamei blinked mischievously, playfully pretending to sigh and shake her head. Yueha's heart sank. Is the business poor? Did no one come to buy buns? I put so much effort into making them. Huamei, unable to contain her laughter at Yueha's worried expression, exclaimed, "I was just teasing you, Yueha. Our buns sold remarkably well. We sold out an entire steamer." Yueha's eyes sparkled with delight. "Really? Sister-in-law, are you telling the truth?" Huamei nodded, her joy evident. Gusher, having been too preoccupied to notice the sales earlier, felt a surge of happiness upon hearing Huamei's report. A smile broke across her face. Huamei approached the pot and lifted the steamer lid to check. The second batch was also perfectly steamed. Gusher and Huamei quickly lifted the steamer, bringing the freshly steamed buns to the shop. Yinsheng and Yuanshan rushed over to assist, as new customers arrived to purchase buns. Huamei dashed to greet them, her heart filled with gratitude that the whole family was present. Without them, she would surely have been overwhelmed. Gusher, noticing Huamei's cheerful demeanor, felt compelled to offer some advice, but thought better of it and decided to wait for a more opportune moment to instruct her. For now, it was crucial to focus on making and steaming more buns. Chapter 84. Yunsheng's encounter with teasing. As the afternoon approached, Yuanshan hurried back to the school, exuberantly assuring Huamei, "Sister, rest assured, I will certainly promote your buns at the school. I guarantee more customers will come to buy them." With a smile, Huamei wrapped 2 meat buns and handed them to Yuanshan, saying, "Save these for when you get hungry this afternoon." Yuanshan took the buns and left. Watching his retreating figure, Huamei felt a warmth in her heart. Although she and T spent much time with her younger brother, his thoughtful concern for her was truly heartwarming. Turning her gaze, she noticed Yunsheng attending to a female customer who had come to buy buns. The woman was strikingly attractive, her flirtatious eyes darting around as she giggled and remarked to Yunsheng, "This young man seems rather unfamiliar. Is this shop newly opened? I've never seen you before." Yunsheng, bearing the scent of the woman's perfume, patiently replied, "May I ask what type of bun you would like?" We have vegetable-filled, meat-filled, and sweet sugar buns as well. The woman laughed. Young man, why don't you tell me the prices as well? Her last word was drawn out, accompanied by a teasing expression that made Huamei think of the word flirtation. She hadn't expected to witness a scene of a woman teasing an underage boy today. Seeing Yunsheng's awkward and impatient expression, Huamei couldn't help but chuckle mischievously. Although Yunsheng was young, he always pretended to be mature, like an adult, which often made her forget he was merely a 14-year-old boy. Now, witnessing his ridiculous demeanor, Huamei found it utterly delightful. What a rare sight this was. The woman clearly had ulterior motives, deliberately asking questions to prolong the encounter, which only deepened the displeasure on Yunsheng's face. Finally, he burst out, I must ask, are you going to buy buns or not? If not, please refrain from lingering here. The woman was taken aback, then laughed again. Young man, where is your business demeanor? You're getting angry after just a few questions. Noticing Yunsheng's increasingly dark expression, Huamei quickly approached the woman and said, I apologize. He has a rather irritable temperament. I hope he didn't offend you. Yunsheng, why don't you go check on the kitchen? I can manage here. Yunsheng hastily slipped away. The woman sighed, clearly disappointed that such a handsome young man had left. Huamei found amusement in the woman's gaze, realizing Yunsheng indeed possessed a certain charm. As she noticed her eyes lingering on the kitchen, alas, a door separated them, rendering her unable to see anything. Clearing her throat, Huamei asked, May I ask how many buns you would like to purchase? The woman, startled back to reality, showed no signs of embarrassment and smiled at Huamei, saying, Oh, the proprietress is quite lovely. Huamei was both amused and exasperated. This woman was clearly not there solely to buy buns, but rather to pass the time. With no other customers around, Huamei decided to engage the woman in casual conversation, all the while pondering the woman's character, which seemed far from virtuous. Was she perhaps from the infamous brothel? The woman introduced herself. My surname is Yu, and my name is Linong. Just call me Linong. Huamei smiled back at Linong, noting her outgoing nature. It was rather bold to share her first name with a stranger. Even though Huamei was also a woman, it felt somewhat too casual. At that moment, another customer entered, a man in his 30s, visibly fresh from a gambling den, his face flushed with victory as he boisterously called out, Proprietress, give me 3 buns. I heard from others that your buns are exceptionally delicious. I must try them today. Linong recognized the man and laughed. Master Yi, your luck seems quite good today. You must have won quite a bit. The man teased. Linong, you are now the 3rd wife of the layman. Aren't you afraid he'll send you back to the brothel? From his words, it was clear that Linong had once been a courtesan in a brothel, but was now a concubine. Huamei sighed inwardly, realizing that yet again, she was entangled with this unsavory character. The thought of the lecherous lame man made her uncomfortable. Linong, clearly not a respectable woman, couldn't shake off her past. She shot a flirtatious glance at the man and replied, My husband certainly wouldn't dare send me back. He cherishes me too much. The man was clearly smitten, insisting on treating Linong to some buns. Linong responded with a smile. At least you have a bit of conscience. Huamei chose to ignore their flirtation, focusing instead on her business. She wrapped 3 buns for them, accepted their payment, and bid them farewell. Once the man left, Huamei's smile faded. Sighing, she thought about the variety of people in business and wondered how many more would be like this man, overly familiar with words. She resolved not to dwell on such matters and returned to selling buns. After all, one must call out to attract customers. Huamei opened her mouth to announce, Buns for sale. Fresh and hot buns. In the kitchen, Gushi immediately frowned at the sound, stopping her work to admonish Yunsheng. Yunsheng, go tell your sister-in-law not to shout. It's rather unseemly for others to see or hear that. Yunsheng, unconcerned, replied, Mother, isn't this how business is done? The tavern staff even call out to invite customers in. A few shouts from sister-in-law aren't a big deal. Gushi glared at him. If I ask you to go, you go. I'm busy making buns, or else I wouldn't have you do it. Reluctantly, Yunsheng agreed and stepped out into the shop. He approached Huamei, who was enthusiastically calling out, Sister-in-law, Mother says you should stop shouting. Huamei turned to him. What else did Mother say? Yunsheng hesitated to relay Gushi's words, instead mumbling, Mother said it's not very good to shout like this. Huamei, amused, retorted, What does not very good mean? Is my voice unpleasant? Yunsheng rolled his eyes and declared, I want to be your messenger. If you want to know, you can ask Mother yourself. I'm here to sell buns. Yunsheng, known for his impatience and lack of courtesy in speech, had his temperament well understood by Huamei, who naturally wouldn't take offense. She gestured for him to stand by the long table while she returned to the kitchen. Chapter 85. Business is booming once inside. Huamei joined in wrapping buns. The buns she made were noticeably more appealing than those made by Gu Shi and Yuehe. After observing for a while, Gu Shi praised her. Your skills are truly remarkable. These buns are perfectly round with fine, even pleats. It seems Yuehe and I need more practice. Yuehe nodded in agreement. Having spent the day indoors, Wanner was delighted to see Huamei and eagerly said, Mother, I want to make buns too. Huamei laughed. Wanner, at your age, you want to be able to make buns. You can just watch and play for now. Are you hungry? I can fetch a bun for you. Vanna quickly nodded. I want to eat a meat bun. Gu's heart pondered for a moment before she spoke. Wanner, a meat bun costs 3 coins each, while the vegetable bun is only 1 coin, which is significantly cheaper. Huamei observed Gu's penny-pinching demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Mother, if Wanner desires it, let her indulge. Children need proper nourishment during their growth. Gu's frugality was quite evident. Before Gu could respond, Wanner eagerly interjected. Mother, the vegetable buns are delicious. I'll have the vegetable buns. With that, she dashed off to find her uncle Yinsheng. Gu nodded in satisfaction, then began to admonish Huamei. Do not spoil the child excessively. We must instill in her the values of thrift and frugality from a young age. Otherwise, how will she find a suitable husband when she grows up? Huamei felt the need to communicate her perspective. Mother, Wanner is merely 4 years old. Her growth is of utmost importance. She should eat more meat. Now that our shop has opened, if the child wishes for meat buns, let her have them. We can discuss her future when the time comes. I doubt that indulging her in a few extra meat buns will lead to poor character. Gu remained unconvinced. The education of girls must be handled with particular care. If they grow up lacking in proper guidance, it will reflect poorly on their family. And what of boys? Shouldn't they also receive a proper education? These words danced on Huamei's lips, but she ultimately swallowed them. Much of Lu Shuhua's personality was a result of Gu's excessive indulgence. In truth, from a modern perspective, early childhood education is crucial for all children, regardless of gender. Once bad habits take root, it becomes exceedingly difficult to rectify them later. Thus, Huamei found herself unable to agree with Gu's sentiments. However, expressing this disagreement could easily touch upon sensitive matters, especially regarding Lu Shuhua. Mentioning him often brought Gu to tears. So Huamei decided to keep her thoughts to herself. She responded, Understood, mother. I will ensure that Wanner is well taught to be obedient. Only then did Gu appear satisfied. Before raising another concern, in the future, refrain from calling out when selling buns. It is unbecoming for a woman to shout. It sounds quite unpleasant. Huamei countered, Isn't that how shops operate? Our business has just opened, and not many are aware of it. To attract customers and sell buns quickly, we must call out. Gu scoffed. Aren't you worried about what others might say behind your back? Here we go with the gossip again. Huamei stated earnestly, Mother, I am a widow, and that is a fact. The people around us know this, and those who come to buy buns will eventually learn as well. If others wish to talk, we cannot prevent it. I live my life openly. Why should I care what they say? If one spends their days fretting over every little thing, how can they enjoy life? Unable to counter Huamei's reasoning, Gu devised a new plan. How about this? You can prepare the buns inside, and I will sell them outside. Huamei found it difficult to argue with Gu's stubbornness, so she conceded, all right. However, if any difficult customers arise, please call for me. I will handle it. Gu laughed dismissively. What kind of troublesome customers could we possibly encounter over a few buns? Tomorrow, I shall take charge of selling them. Seeing Gu's confidence, Huamei chose not to dampen her spirits. She thought to herself that it would be fine to prepare the buns while chatting with Yuehe and Wanner. Before long, Wanner returned with a vegetable bun, savoring each bite. She even offered a piece to Huamei. Mother, have a bite. It's delicious. Huamei initially intended to decline, but upon seeing Wanner's cheerful and endearing expression, her heart softened, and she took a bite, finding the bun exceptionally delightful. Yinsheng entered, sweating profusely, and exclaimed, Mother, hurry and steam more buns. The ones outside are nearly sold out. Gu replied affirmatively, and Huamei rushed to check the pot. They busied themselves until dusk. When most of the buns had been sold, Huamei retrieved the pre-prepared buns and instructed Yinsheng, take some buns home for young Master Song to try while they're still warm. It's a small token of appreciation for the plaque he sent us. Yinsheng nodded and hurried back to the Song residence, having taken leave for the day. Huamei divided the remaining buns between Yuehe and Gu. Mother, you both should have a few. You've worked hard all day and must be tired. Gu, having just recovered from illness, was exhausted from her relentless work and sat down to eat the buns. Yueha, being young and energetic, showed no signs of fatigue as she relished a meat bun. Waner, having already eaten several buns, was now full and happily playing nearby. As Huamei ate, she glanced outside and noticed customers arriving inquiring, "Madam, are there any buns left? I bought some for lunch today, and my wife praised them, asking me to get more." With a beaming smile, Huamei replied, "All the buns have been sold out today. Please come back tomorrow." The customer left, somewhat disappointed. Gu exclaimed, "Huamei, remember to buy more meat and vegetables tomorrow. We must prepare more buns to sell." Huamei nodded, "Yes, I understand. Today was our first day, and I didn't dare to prepare too many. After all, it is hot, and unsold buns would spoil. However, given today's success, I shall certainly prepare more tomorrow." Several more customers arrived, and Huamei regretfully turned them away. Deciding to close the shop for the day, she retrieved the wooden box to tally the day's earnings. Gu, intrigued, joined her, and the mother-in-law duo joyfully calculated their profits. They spent 60 coins on meat, vegetables, and sugar, plus around 20 coins on flour, and had to account for oil, salt, and other seasonings, leading to a total expenditure of over 80 coins. The sales from meat buns, vegetable buns, and sweet dumplings totaled 140 coins, resulting in a profit of approximately 60 coins. After deducting rent, they netted 50 coins. Gu beamed with joy, exclaiming, "Huamei, I never imagined we would earn so much in just one day." Huamei was equally ecstatic. "Indeed, it's quite surprising. If business continues like this, and we prepare more buns, our profits will surely increase." The shop was small, and they had only set off firecrackers for the grand opening without any advertisements. Given such success, it was no wonder Gu and Huamei were overjoyed. They envisioned the day when their business gained fame and fortune, and the future appeared exceedingly bright. Gu remarked previously, "I would earn only a few dozen coins after 10 days of embroidery work, but now we have made so much in just one day. This business is truly rewarding." Huamei chuckled, "Mother, you oppose this endeavor so vehemently. Surely now you believe in what your daughter-in-law has said? As long as we work together, unafraid of hardship, we will quickly earn money." Gu, in high spirits, did not dwell on Huamei's earlier objections regarding opening the shop. The newfound warmth between the mother-in-law duo was a sight for Yueha, who observed with some discomfort and quietly remarked to Waner, "Look how happy your mother and grandmother are." Two individuals counted money while laughing, resembling a pair of miserly guardians. Waner giggled, expressing her delight at seeing her mother smile. Yueha shared a knowing smile, agreeing that a harmonious family atmosphere was indeed wonderful. Reflecting on the past, when the Gu family often exchanged bewildered glances, with Huamei looking pitiful, it was clear that their current state was far more pleasing to the eye. Before nightfall, all the steamed buns had been sold. If they had prepared more, their profits could have been even greater. Both Gu and Huamei pondered this potential business strategy. Suddenly, a voice called from outside the shop, "Second aunt, open the door." "It's me, Lu Laishun." Huamei's smile faltered. Having not seen Lu Laishun that day, his sudden appearance surprised her. Gu glanced at Huamei before opening the door. Her demeanor subtly altered, lacking the previous warmth she had shown him. This shift did not go unnoticed by Huamei or even Lu Laishun himself, who had been overly respectful ever since developing ulterior motives. Lu Laishun found it odd that Gu's attitude had grown so cold. Huamei, however, realized that Gu's initial intentions to matchmake her with Lu Laishun were likely fading. Lu Laishun cheerfully inquired about the sale of the buns, after mentioning he had been working in the fields all day. Gu's face brightened at the mention of their sales. "All the buns have sold out. Business has been quite good." Lu Laishun, pleased, turned to Huamei, praising her culinary skills. "Sister-in-law's talent is undeniable. I knew those buns would attract many buyers. Business will surely flourish." Huamei could only smile in gratitude. Gu carefully cradled the wooden box to take the money home. But Huamei interjected, "Mother, let us leave the money here. It's more convenient. I will need it first thing tomorrow for groceries." Gu hesitated, but insisted. "I cannot leave so much money here unattended." Huamei chuckled at her mother's frugality, realizing that even a modest sum felt significant to her. Imagining the prospect of earning 50 coins a day, Huamei's excitement grew. If business continued to prosper, her earnings could exceed 1,000 coins in a month. She envisioned herself amidst piles of money, quickly wiping her mouth in anticipation of that day arriving. Gu held the wooden box close, while Lu Laishan carried Waner. Qin Huamei and Yuehe followed closely as they returned to Lu's village. Gu felt unusually energetic, not noticing the fatigue from their walk home, while the village buzzed with the aroma of families preparing dinner. As they passed Guixiang's home, a playful puppy greeted them. Huamei expressed her fondness for the polite creature, asking about its mother. Guixiang appeared, excitedly inquiring about the day's sales. Huamei and Gu exchanged amused glances, noting how much more agreeable they found one another now. Gu replied, "We've sold out. Business was good," while showcasing the wooden box filled with coins. Guixiang beamed, "That's wonderful. Huamei, you truly did an excellent job." Huamei returned the smile, feeling uplifted by Guixiang's warmth and kindness. Guixiang then noticed Lu Laishan and asked, "Lu, why are you back so soon? Were you at the shop all day?" Lu shook his head. "No, I only arrived in the evening." Guixiang remarked about the village gossip that would surely follow. Huamei exchanged glances with Gu, thinking that Guixiang was subtly warning her mother to encourage Lu Laishan to visit less. Gu, seizing the moment, cautioned Lu, "It's wise to avoid any misunderstandings. Huamei's reputation is important. Don't you agree?" Lu's face shifted from pale to flushed, caught between responding and remaining silent. As all eyes were on him, awaiting his answer, Gu continued, "Lu, I have always treated you like a son, and Huamei is like your sister-in-law. You wouldn't want anyone speaking ill of her, would you?" Lu broke into a nervous sweat, stammering, "Of course not, I wouldn't want that." Huamei silently cheered for Gu, grateful for her intervention. It was far easier for Gu to voice these concerns than for Huamei herself, who felt relieved that her mother seemed to be rejecting the absurd matchmaking idea. Guixiang found Lu's discomfort amusing and shared a knowing glance with Huamei, who lowered her head to hide her smile. After setting Waner down, Lu awkwardly excused himself, hastily departing. Guixiang couldn't help but laugh. "Finally, he has gone. It's like he was glued to us." Huamei chuckled softly, while Gu pretended not to hear, shifting the conversation back to Guixiang. "Make sure to remind me to bring some buns for you and the puppy tomorrow." Guixiang agreed cheerfully. After bidding farewell, Huamei and her family finally arrived home, weary from the day's labor, with Waner yawning. Thankfully, they were not hungry after their earlier meal of buns. After a quick wash, Huamei took Waner to bed, determined to rest well for the early morning trip to town ahead. With these thoughts, she swiftly drifted into a sweet slumber. The next morning, Huamei awoke to find Gu already bustling with energy, a stark contrast to her previous illness. After breakfast, they hurried to the market, naturally dividing tasks. Gu would knead the dough while Huamei set off to purchase meat and vegetables. The vendors had set up stalls nearby, and Huamei planned to take her time today. She paused at a stall run by a woman with a charming demeanor and a little girl by her side, intrigued by the rarity of women selling produce. Approaching her, Huamei casually inquired about the prices of the fresh vegetables displayed. The price quoted by the woman was surprisingly much lower than what she had paid yesterday. Huamei raised her head in astonishment, observing that the woman had a slightly yellow complexion, hinting at some malnutrition. For some inexplicable reason, this reminded Huamei of her own reflection upon first crossing over, when she had glimpsed herself in a mirror. With a subtle emotion she could not quite articulate, Huamei inquired, "Why is your vegetables so inexpensive?" The woman looked up in alarm, hastily explaining, "Dear sister, please rest assured. These vegetables are homegrown. I harvested them this morning from the field, and they are quite fresh." Evidently, she was concerned that Huamei might mistakenly believe the vegetables were stale. Huamei chuckled inwardly, thinking that thankfully there were no pesticides at this time. Otherwise, the woman would have felt compelled to clarify that her vegetables were organic. Huamei, with a warm smile, clarified, "You misunderstood my intent. I was merely curious as to why your prices are lower than others." The woman sighed deeply, her expression clouded with worry. "My husband has fallen ill, and we incur daily expenses for his medication. I wish to sell the vegetables quickly so I can return home to care for him." A wave of sympathy surged within Huamei. Women, regardless of the era, possess an inherent strength and resilience, capable of bearing the weight of the world. Yet, they are also deserving of compassion. It seemed that whenever a man faced difficulties, it was the women who ultimately bore the burden. Huamei immediately declared, "I will buy all the vegetables you have here." The woman was taken aback, her disbelief evident as she stammered, "But I have a whole basket of vegetables." Huamei smiled reassuringly, "It matters not. I shall purchase them all. Just tell me the total, and I shall pay you now. Surely you can trust this." After the woman quoted a price, She counted the money with a dazed expression. Upon hearing that Huamei intended to transport the basket to her shop, she insisted on helping with the delivery. Unable to refuse her kindness, Huamei acquiesced, and together they carried the basket towards the shop, followed closely by a little girl. As they walked, chatting amiably, Huamei learned that the woman's family name was Yu, and her name was Huinyang. In those times, it was common for women's names to end with Nyang, much like the woman named Lin Yang whom Huamei had met the previous day. After exchanging a few words, Huamei also introduced her bun shop. Huinyang expressed her envy, saying, "Owning a shop is far superior to laboring under the sun to grow and sell vegetables." Huamei replied with a smile, "It is all merely a means of survival." Upon learning that Huamei was a widow, Huinyang felt a pang of sympathy. Reflecting on her own husband's constant illness, she realized her situation was not much better than that of a widow, which led to a mutual sense of understanding between them. After a short walk, both women felt a lingering connection, as if fate had brought them together. Huamei felt an inexplicable kinship with the newly acquainted Huinyang, seeing reflections of her past self in her. Additionally, Huinyang had a daughter of a similar age, providing ample common ground for conversation. Upon arriving at the shop, Gu Shi hurried over to receive the basket, muttering, "Why did you buy so many vegetables today?" Huamei, concerned that Huinyang might feel awkward, quickly explained, "Mother, we didn't have enough buns to sell yesterday, so I bought extra vegetables to prepare more buns today." Gu Shi had no time for further discussion and called for Yuehe to help wash the vegetables. Wana rushed out, and upon seeing another girl her age, she instinctively joined her to play. Huinyang looked at her daughter with tender concern, sighing, "My little Min has poor health and is often ill." Huamei reassured her, "What child isn't like that? They all have their share of ailments. As they grow older, their immunity will improve." Huinyang intended to leave, but hesitated, seeing how well Min and Wana were playing together. "Min rarely interacts with other children. I never imagined she would bond so well with your daughter." Huamei sincerely replied, "Are we not also quite compatible?" Huinyang paused, then smiled in response. Chapter 88. The Benefits of Beauty? Huamei was reminded that she had yet to purchase meat. As Gu Shi returned with the washed vegetables, Huamei prepared to head out to buy meat. Gu Shi had expected Huamei to have already bought the meat and looked displeased, saying, "Huamei, why haven't you brought back the meat yet? What time is it?" Feeling somewhat guilty, Huamei refrained from arguing. As she chatted with Huinyang, it was Gu Shi and Yuehe who had busied themselves in the kitchen, highlighting Huamei's oversight. Huinyang felt embarrassed and repeatedly apologized. "I'm sorry. I will take Min home now. Min, come along, it's time to go home." Reluctantly, Min walked over, glancing back at Wana. Huamei made a decision. Addressing Huinyang in front of Gu Shi, "From now on, please bring a basket of vegetables to our shop every day. After all, we need to buy vegetables daily. It makes sense to support your business." Huinyang, taken aback, was overjoyed. "Really? A basket every day? Does that mean I won't have to set up a stall anymore? I can just deliver directly to Lu's bun shop? This feels like a stroke of good fortune." Gu Shi wished to interject, but Huamei silenced her with a look. It seemed that Huamei had taken the lead in decision-making, and Gu Shi had gradually become accustomed to it. Huamei nodded. "I will need a basket every day, so please deliver it a bit earlier, as washing and preparing the vegetables is quite time-consuming." Grateful, Huinyang took Min and left, her steps noticeably lighter. Huamei felt comforted, pleased to be able to assist the unfortunate Huinyang. Gu Shi commented disapprovingly, "Why did you decide so quickly that this woman should deliver vegetables daily? How are her prices?" Huamei patiently explained, "Huinyang's prices are significantly lower than others, so buying from her is certainly advantageous. Moreover, her husband is ill, and she relies on the income from selling vegetables for his medication. I believe you would make the same decision if you were in my position." Gu Shi fell silent, recalling her own misfortunes. It seemed that Huamei had developed a sense of empathy for the woman named Huinyang. Gu Shi finally conceded, "If that is the case, let her deliver the vegetables daily. It will save us the time spent shopping." Huamei felt a wave of relief at Gu Shi's words, touched by her gradual change. It appeared that Gu Shi was slowly transforming, a change so subtle that she likely had not noticed it herself. Compared to a few months ago, Gu Shi now seemed much more agreeable and pleasant. Afterward, Gu Shi busied herself chopping vegetables, while Huamei went to the butcher to purchase meat. In the vicinity, there were 2 meat shops, and Huamei chose the closer one. However, she found the proprietor rather rude and quickly left for the second shop. The owner of the second shop was much more honest and straightforward, a robust man in his 30s. After confirming how much meat Huamei needed, he promptly selected a choice piece of rib meat for her. After weighing it, he tied the meat with fine twine and handed it to Huamei. After she paid, she asked, "I require this amount of meat daily. Can you deliver it to my shop?" The man chuckled. "You must be the owner of the newly opened Lou's Bun Shop." Huamei was taken aback, laughing. "How did you know? I thought we just opened yesterday. I have never seen this boss buy steamed buns before, and I wonder how she knows her." The boss waved her hand and said, "Who on this street doesn't know that old Yu's closed his ruse shop and rented it to a beautiful widow?" At this point, the boss paused and smiled shyly. Huamei shook her head, indicating that she didn't mind. The news spread incredibly fast. Even her status as a widow was circulating widely. It had only been a few days since she rented the shop. However, this isn't entirely a bad thing. It is, after all, akin to free publicity. No wonder so many people came to buy steamed buns yesterday. It seems they were drawn by her reputation. Haha, she was almost becoming a celebrity. Huamei found herself quite indifferent. She didn't care what others said about her. Idle gossip was inevitable, so she might as well accept it gracefully. As long as there were customers willing to buy buns, let them say whatever they wanted. She believed that as long as they came once, there would surely be many repeat customers. Huamei had confidence in this. The butcher laughed, saying, "From now on, I'll deliver the meat to your shop every day to save you the trouble of running back and forth. As for the price, it will be the best." Huamei was delighted and thanked him profusely. The benefits of being beautiful were indeed numerous. Even before she could negotiate, the butcher voluntarily lowered his prices. How wonderful! Huamei couldn't help but boast a little, feeling quite pleased with herself as she headed to the grocery store to buy sugar. The grocery store's owner, Fat Ma, smiled and said, "We are neighbors now. When you come to buy sugar, it will definitely be at the lowest price, rest assured." Huamei decided to buy a large bag, enough to last several days. After bringing the large and small bags back to the shop, she busied herself chopping meat and mixing fillings. Since she had bought more ingredients today, she needed to make more vegetable buns. She worked diligently until the first steamer of buns was finally ready at noon. This time, Gu Shi volunteered to sell the buns, and Huamei was relieved, continuing to make buns and sweet dumplings with Yuhi in the kitchen. They had prepared more dough, so they also steamed some plain buns to sell. Wasn't lunch easy to solve? They could simply take whatever they wanted to eat. Wanner and Yuhi each had 2 meat buns. Huamei found Wanner adorable as she burped after eating, her little face flushed. If she kept eating like this, she would surely gain some weight. Wanner was far too thin. Children are healthier and cuter when they are chubby. When the second steamer of buns was ready, Huamei took them to the shop. Upon arriving outside, she saw Gu Shi in a flurry trying to sell buns. Huamei hurried over to help calculate the accounts, and after sending the customers away, Gu Shi let out a long sigh, muttering to herself, "I didn't expect counting the accounts to be so troublesome." Huamei smiled quietly to herself, not mocking Gu Shi. It seemed she had thought selling buns would be a simple task, which is why she eagerly volunteered to do it. Gu Shi initially believed selling buns was an easy endeavor, but soon faced numerous issues, from slow calculations to customers haggling and arguing with her. A few buns remained unsold, and Gu Shi inwardly murmured, "It seems I should have let Huamei sell the buns instead." Yesterday, Huamei sold them quickly at the shop. Many people came specifically for the beautiful widow's reputation. Seeing Gu Shi's middle-aged appearance, customers inevitably bought fewer buns and left. Chapter 89. The major customer regret filled Gu Shi's heart. She wanted to ask Huamei to sell the buns, but couldn't bring herself to do it. Having spent much time with Gu Shi, Huamei understood her prideful nature well, and by observing Gu Shi's expression, she could guess her thoughts. Huamei gladly offered Gu Shi a way out. "Mother, why not let your daughter-in-law sell the buns? This job requires standing for long periods, which may not suit your health." Gu Shi was pleased and pretended to reluctantly agree. Huamei secretly chuckled to herself. With her good looks and sweet tongue, Huamei was far more endearing in selling buns than Gu Shi. Who could resist buying a few more buns when faced with Huamei's charming smile? Before long, the second steamer of buns was sold out. Huamei hurried back to the kitchen, urging Gu Shi and Yuhi to be quicker. Gu Shi wore a smile. Who wouldn't be happy with good business? As long as they could earn money, they were willing to endure any fatigue. This street became increasingly lively in the afternoon, with many passers-by. The sweet calls of steamed buns for sale, hot and fragrant buns, echoed in the air. Who could resist stopping to buy a couple? At this time, the buns were somewhat rudimentary, primarily consisting of steamed buns and simple dumplings. The meat and vegetable buns were a novelty to everyone, driven by curiosity. Those who tried them praised their taste. As these customers spread the word among friends, even more people came to buy. Huamei was almost overwhelmed having to grab buns, sell them, and collect money, leaving her no time to help in the kitchen. Gu Shi and he were also tirelessly occupied, with beads of sweat dripping down in the sweltering heat. Initially, Warner managed to hold back, but eventually, she couldn't resist and came out to help Huamei call out. Steamed buns for sale. Hot and fragrant buns. No matter how busy Huamei was, she couldn't help but laugh. Her radiant smile captivated a young man passing by, leaving him enchanted, murmuring, "Bun Shi Shi." Unbeknownst to Huamei, this nickname would stick with her. Future events shall be set aside for now. Huamei, having stood for half the day, was exhausted and found a stool to sit down. Warner hurried over to massage her legs. "Mother, you must be very tired. Let me massage your legs." Huamei patted Warner's head, feeling revitalized. With such a wonderful daughter by her side, what was there to fear about exhaustion? "Sister-in-law Warner," Huamei exclaimed joyfully, looking up to see Yunsheng. "How did you find time to come? You took a day off yesterday. Did you take another one today?" Yunsheng smiled broadly, and behind him was Xiao Lian, Song Xian's personal maid. Xiao Lian quickly interjected. "Last night, Yunsheng brought back some buns, and the young master ate one and praised its flavor. Today, he specifically asked me to come with him to buy more, saying he will come every day from now on." Huamei thought of the charming Song Xian and felt a slight flush on her cheeks, quickly responding, "That's wonderful. We now have another major customer." Yunsheng peeked inside, asking, "Is Mother and Yuhi still in there?" Huamei nodded. "Yes, they're too busy to come out, continuously making and steaming buns. It's too hot, and they're working so hard." Huamei to mention that standing and calling out to sell buns was even more tiring. Yunsheng understood perfectly. Seeing Huamei sweating, he felt a twinge of concern. "Sister-in-law, don't overexert yourself. If you're tired, just sit down for a while." Hearing such caring words warmed Huamei's heart. I understand." Yunsheng, straightforward as he was, had a gentle and kind heart, a fact Huamei had long recognized. Xiao Lian, quite perceptive, suggested, "Yunsheng, since we aren't in a hurry to leave, why not go check on your mother and sister?" Yunsheng had this in mind already, and after agreeing, he headed into the shop. Warner rushed to him. "Second uncle, I miss you so much." Yunsheng chuckled, patting Warner's head and lifting her up. "Second uncle has missed you too. I will come to see you every day." Song Xian's intentions were clear. Besides attending to the business of the Liu family's bun shop, he intentionally sent Yunsheng with Xiao Lian to buy buns, giving Yunsheng an excuse to see his family. Yunsheng, quick-witted and perceptive, understood this fully and felt grateful to Song Xian. Gu Shi and Yuhi were both pleasantly surprised when they saw Yunsheng arrive. Yunsheng felt unbearably hot after spending some time in the kitchen. "Mother, you and Yueha should take a break. It's simply too warm here." Gu Shi, noticing Yueha's flushed face, felt a pang of sympathy and called her out to rest. The three of them proceeded to the shop, where Gu Shi greeted Xiaolian, who was also present. Xiaolian affectionately addressed her as Auntie, and before long, they were quite at ease with one another. Yueha quietly approached Huamei and whispered, "Sister-in-law, who is this Xiaolian?" Huamei realized that Yueha had never encountered Xiaolian before, hence her curiosity. Leaning in, Huamei explained, "Xiaolian is the personal maid of young Master Song. Xiaolian and Yunsheng are colleagues, so to speak." Understanding dawned on Yueha, though she still questioned, "Why is she so familiar with my mother?" It seems unnecessary to curry favor with Yunsheng's family, simply because they both work in the Song household. Huamei chuckled softly. Xiaolian harbors feelings for Yunsheng, naturally wishing to leave a good impression on Gu Shi. It became apparent to Huamei that Xiaolian was quite astute. Deep down, Huamei thought Xiaolian was a fine young woman, charming, sweet-tongued, and lively, making her a suitable match for Yunsheng. Although maids from affluent families lacked the delicate demeanor of young ladies, their experiences and eloquence were vastly superior to those of village girls. A pairing between Yunsheng and Xiaolian would indeed be commendable. Huamei refrained from discussing this matter further with Yueha, deciding it prudent to wait until Xiaolian and Yunsheng had departed before speaking freely. Such whispered conversations in front of others would be quite impolite. Yueha seemed to grasp the situation and began to scrutinize Xiaolian closely. She noted that Xiaolian appeared a couple of years older than herself, was of modest height, yet possessed a delightful charm, always wearing a pleasant smile that made one feel at ease. Xiaoyan's gaze frequently darted toward Yinsheng, and Yueha's heart began to comprehend the situation. Xiaoyan indeed seemed to harbor affections for her second brother. Chapter 90. Unwelcome guest. Xiaoyan smiled and said, Yinsheng, we've been out for a while now. If we don't return soon, the young master may reprimand us. Shall we buy some buns and head back? Though Yinsheng felt reluctant, he recognized the wisdom in her words and quickly turned to Huamei, saying, Sister-in-law, please prepare 10 vegetable buns, 10 meat buns, and 10 sweet buns. The people in the courtyard are waiting for us to bring them some to taste. Huamei was both pleased and puzzled by the quantity Yinsheng requested. Why so many? That's 30 in total, surely enough for several people. Gu Shi chided gently. Who complains when business is good? To her, the more they bought, the better. Xiaoyan explained with a smile. Our young master instructed us to buy more so that everyone in the courtyard can have 2 buns each. Besides the young master and the young master's son, there are 6 maids and 2 guards, plus a few doing odd jobs. That makes over 10 people. 2 buns each isn't too much. Huamei was taken aback. With only 2 masters, they served over 10 people. Was this the way of affluent households? It certainly seemed so. Wait a moment. Had Song Zian already fathered child? Considering he appeared to be in his 20s? It was indeed common for young men and women to marry early and start families. The young master Xiaoyan mentioned must refer to Song Zian's son. Huamei chuckled inwardly at her own curiosity about such trivial matters. Dismissing her thoughts, she encouraged Gu Shi to gather the buns. A steamer typically held about 20 buns, and with the leftovers from earlier, they would have just enough. To facilitate the sale of the buns, Huamei had prepared plenty of paper, cut into rectangles for wrapping. In the absence of plastic bags, they made do with paper, folding it simply to create rudimentary wrappers. After wrapping 3 generous bundles, Yinsheng cradled them in his arms and departed with Xiaoyan. Gu Shi beamed upon realizing they had sold buns worth 61, her eyes sparkling with delight. This is equivalent to half a day's earnings. Xiaoyan mentioned that young Master Song instructed them to visit daily. How wonderful! Clearly, Gu Shi recognized that Song Zian was being considerate of their business. Huamei smiled. Indeed, young Master Song has a kind heart. He likely feels sympathy for us widows running a business. Gu Shi, forgetting her own weariness, called out to Yueha. Yueha, come help. It's still early. Let's make some more buns to steam. Huamei quickly added, Mother, let me assist you inside. Yueha can rest outside and play with Wanner. Gu Shi had long dismissed her previous insistence that Yueha should avoid showing her face in public, and she agreed casually, entering the kitchen with Huamei. The 2 women worked together, soon using up the remaining filling. The fire blazed brightly, and the buns were placed in the steamer. Gu Shi remarked, I thought you had bought too many vegetables and meat today, but it turns out we've used everything up. Now there's only 1 steamer of buns left. Once they're sold, the day will be done. Gu Shi felt a tinge of regret. Had she known, she would have made more dough. Huamei pondered the slow pace of their steaming process. She recalled that modern restaurants had multi-tiered steamers capable of cooking numerous buns at once. Yet, the steamers of this time only held a single layer, about 20 buns at most. If business improved, they would struggle to keep up. Mornings were spent preparing fillings, and by the time the buns were ready, it was nearly noon. They could only manage 4 or 5 steamers in an afternoon. They needed a way to enhance their efficiency. Just then, Yueha rushed in, exclaiming, Sister-in-law, that scoundrel is here. What? Huamei was startled and quickly rose to follow. Gu Shi had to keep an eye on the steamer, helplessly watching as Huamei and Yueha exited. Huamei immediately spotted the scoundrel standing before the shop, swaggering with an alluring woman by his side, none other than Yulin Yang, who had visited the day before. The scoundrel recognized Yueha and found her familiar. But before he could speak, Yueha fled in panic, leaving him puzzled. Upon seeing Huamei, he realized that this charming widow was the proprietor of the Lu Ji bun shop. The scoundrel leered, Lu family young lady, why aren't you at home? Instead, you're out here selling buns. Your deceased husband would surely rise from his grave in anger. Though Huamei held no affection for Lu Shuhua, hearing such disrespect for the deceased ignited her anger. She retorted coldly, your words show a lack of respect for the dead. I fear my husband might indeed rise from his grave to seek you out. Lin Yang was taken aback. Husband? Do you know the proprietress? The scoundrel, fixated on Huamei, replied casually, I do. Lin Yang, feeling uncomfortable under the scoundrel's gaze, scrutinized Huamei. It dawned on her that the bun shop proprietress possessed a striking beauty. Lin Yong regretted having dragged the scoundrel along today. He had a proclivity for beauty and had previously taken her as his concubine after she was redeemed from her previous life. Was he now developing an interest in this widow? Clearing her throat, Lin Yong stated, "We are here to buy buns." Huamei replied coolly, "I am sorry, but all the buns have been sold out. Even if there were any, I wouldn't sell them to someone like you." Lai, the cripple, raised an eyebrow, displaying his displeasure. "Are you intentionally refusing to sell us steamed buns? What a coincidence that just as he arrives to purchase, you happen to be out of stock. It is evident that you are speaking with intent." Lin Yong chimed in, "Indeed, when I came to buy them yesterday, your shop had plenty." Huamei replied with a teasing counter, "That was yesterday. Today as business has flourished, and it's not unusual for us to sell out early. Is it?" Lin Yong was momentarily taken aback, struggling to find a retort. It was indeed plausible that a successful business could lead to sold-out buns. Turning to Lai, she said, "My dear husband, perhaps we should let it go today and skip the buns." Lai firmly disagreed. "No, I must have them today. The day is still young. You wouldn't close the shop now, would you? I shall wait here." His words rang true. The next batch of buns would soon be ready. Despite her annoyance, Huamei had no choice but to concede, saying, "Very well. Then wait a moment. The buns will be done shortly." She then entered the kitchen, with Yuhi hastily pulling Wan air inside as well. Thus, it transformed into a scenario where Lai was left waiting outside the shop. Chapter 91. Responses. Ma Fatty, the owner of a general store, noticed Lai standing idly before the bun shop and jested, "Why do you linger here? Are you taken with someone?" Lin Yong's expression darkened, and she shot Ma Fatty a fierce glare, retorting, "What nonsense are you spouting? We're merely here to buy buns." Ma Fatty feigned surprise at seeing Lin Yong, saying, "Oh, the third madam is also here. How careless of me." Everyone knew that Lin Yong had once been the star of the brothel, later redeemed by Lai as his concubine. However, her reputation was hardly pristine, and whispers about her circulated constantly, while no one dared to speak openly. Countless rumors thrived behind her back. Lin Yong was not one to be trifled with. She chuckled, "Don't speak of my husband so lightly. Perhaps you should be more cautious. Meeting the bun shop owner daily, you would want your wife to catch wind of any indiscretions, or you might find yourself confined at home for days on end." Ma Fatty was notorious for being henpecked. His wife, Dong Jiaojiao, was the county magistrate's niece, known for her fiery temper. After a brief visit to the brothel, where he merely had a drink, he somehow found himself on the receiving end of a severe beating from Dong Jiaojiao, leaving him bruised and unable to show his face for over a week. Consequently, his son, Ma Ying, had to manage the shop for half a month. But being a Navi teenager, he lacked any cunning. When asked about his father's absence, he replied honestly, "My father was beaten by my mother and is resting at home." This tale quickly spread throughout the town, becoming common gossip. Thus, Ma Fatty often became the butt of jokes, but he took it all in stride, merely smiling awkwardly. Lin Yong took the opportunity to tease Ma Fatty, who was already used to being mocked, and he laughed. "I certainly lack the courage of Lai Dage. I wouldn't dare even glance at that widow from the Liu family." His words pointedly referenced Lai's unwavering gaze upon Huamei. As Lin Yong and Ma Fatty engaged in their banter, Lai chuckled heartily, his thoughts drifting to the cold yet captivating Huamei, stirring a warmth within him. Ma Ying peeked out from the shop, disappointed to see only Lai and Lin Yong at the bun stall. However, his spirits lifted upon seeing Huamei and Gu carrying a steamer of buns. He dashed out to his father, exclaiming, "Father, let us buy some buns to take home for mother to try." Ma Fatty, not thinking much of it, readily agreed. Ma Ying eagerly took the money and rushed over. "Get some meat buns and a few sweet dumplings." Upon recognizing Ma Ying, Huamei warmly wrapped several buns and dumplings in paper. After he paid, she generously added a couple of vegetable buns, saying, "Here, these are for you." The vegetable buns are quite delightful too. Ma Ying blushed slightly, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Lai, watching from the side, grumbled, "Why does it get served before me when I arrived first? Is this a deliberate provocation?" Huamei ignored him, handing the buns to Ma Ying. Once he departed, she leisurely inquired, "How many would you like to buy?" Seeing Lai, Gu felt a surge of anger and retorted, "What are you doing here? We do not welcome you." Today, Lai stood alone without his entourage, lacking the bravado he had displayed previously. He merely smiled and replied, "This is a bun shop, and naturally, I have come to buy buns." Gu shot him an icy glare. "We will not sell our buns to you. Be gone." Lai huffed, "If you have opened your doors for business, you cannot refuse customers. I must purchase buns today. I intend to buy them all. Before Gu could respond, Huamei tugged at her sleeve. Mother, why not go inside? I can handle this. Gu, known for her volatile temper, knew that lingering could lead to another quarrel with Lai. As the saying goes, harmony brings wealth, and she thought it best to avoid further conflict. Although still angry, she understood Huamei's intent and, with a resentful glare at Lai, retreated to the kitchen. With a sigh of relief, Huamei focused on wrapping the buns. Since Lai had declared his intent to buy them all, she would oblige. As it was foolish to turn down money from such a customer, Lin Yang protested, "Why buy so many buns? I cannot eat that much." Lai, who usually indulged her whims, had accompanied her to buy buns, indicating his affection. Hearing her complaint, he grew impatient. "If you cannot finish them, take them home. There are plenty of mouths to feed there. How can you not eat that many buns?" Lin Yang was momentarily speechless, noticing Lai's unwavering gaze on Huamei, which only fueled her frustration. Unable to vent her anger on Lai, she instead targeted Huamei. "Why are you moving so slowly? These buns should have been ready ages ago. Do you realize how much time you're wasting?" Huamei, without lifting her head, replied, "If you're in such a hurry, you need not buy them." Her words left Lin Yang at a loss for words, and she considered declaring she would not buy any after all. However, seeing Lai's demeanor made her equally furious and vexed. Ignoring the two's bickering, Huamei calculated the total. That will be 31. Lai reached into his pocket, counting out the copper coins without hesitation, handing them all over. Huamei deftly accepted the payment, relieved to avoid contact with his hand. After counting 31, she returned the excess. Lai, wishing to exchange further jests, found that Lin Yang had snatched the money from him. Huamei then presented the wrapped buns, and this time, Lai accepted them without complaint. "Take care, no need to see me off," he called as he made his way toward the kitchen. Lai cast a disappointed glance at Huamei's retreating figure, only to be playfully pinched by Lin Yang. "She's gone. Stop staring." Lai chuckled and led Lin Yang away. Thanks to 2 substantial transactions today, all the buns sold out. After tallying the day's earnings, they had made over 31 more than yesterday, totaling over 91. Gu had already set aside her displeasure at Lai's visit and was cheerfully counting the money. As was customary, she planned to take the money box home. Huamei felt elated, contemplating the promising start to their business. If each day continued like this, the earnings would accumulate into a significant sum by month's end. Chapter 92. Flourishing business. The Baozi shop's business indeed improved day by day. Initially, customers flocked to buy Baozi, drawn by the beauty of the young widow proprietor standing in the shop. However, after their first taste, they were utterly captivated by the exquisite flavor of the Baozi. The number of repeat customers grew increasingly, along with many newcomers, and typically, a steamer of Baozi would sell out in no time. A phenomenon of queuing for Baozi began to emerge. Business often ran from noon until night, escalating from 6 steamers to 8 and then to 10, yet it still proved insufficient to meet the demand. As the profits swelled, the joy on Huamei and Gu's faces became ever more pronounced. Even in the sweltering heat, bustling about in the kitchen and drenched in sweat, they remained exceedingly happy. Fortunately, Huamei and Huanyang had reached an agreement. Huanyang would deliver a basket of fresh vegetables each day, saving them considerable time on grocery shopping. It was early in the morning when Huanyang arrived, saying, "Huamei, I brought the vegetables." Huanyang and Huamei quickly became familiar with each other, calling one another by name. Huamei remarked with a smile, "You really came early." Huanyang replied with a grin, "With your Baozi shop doing so well, I must bring the vegetables early. Otherwise, I wouldn't want to delay your business. I can't afford to." Amidst their light-hearted banter, Huamei went to fetch money for Huanyang. Gu initially planned to wash the vegetables, but was taken aback to find them already clean. "How come all the vegetables are washed?" Huamei was startled and went over to take a look, discovering that the vegetables were indeed impeccably clean, with droplets of water still on them. Without a doubt, it was Huanyang's doing. Huamei looked at Huanyang, who was smiling, feeling a wave of gratitude. "Huanyang, why did you wash all the vegetables?" Huanyang laughed. "Since I have to get up early anyway, I thought I might as well wash the freshly picked vegetables before bringing them over. It saves you some trouble, doesn't it?" Though she spoke lightly, the effort of washing such a large basket of vegetables was no small feat. Huamei recognized this and expressed her heartfelt thanks. "Huanyang, I truly do not know how to repay you. This has been a tremendous help. Washing vegetables daily was quite labor-intensive, consuming a great deal of time, especially when they still needed to knead dough, chop vegetables, and prepare meat. With only 3 women working, one could wish for additional hands. Now that Huanyang had washed the vegetables, they saved a significant amount of time. Huanyang insisted, Huamei, this is merely a small favor. Please do not mention it. If it weren't for you regularly ordering my vegetables, I would still be selling them at the market, which would take up a lot of my time. I should be thanking you. Huamei chuckled. All right, let's not go back and forth with thanks. How about this? You wash the vegetables for me every day, and I'll give you a little extra money for each basket. Huanyang shook her head vigorously, refusing the money. No, I cannot accept payment for such a trivial task. Wouldn't that be an insult to me? Huamei felt troubled. What could she do? Huanyang had gone out of her way to help, yet she wouldn't accept any reward, leaving Huamei feeling uneasy. Perhaps. Huamei had an idea and said with a smile, all right, I won't give you money. If you have time this afternoon, bring Xiaoman over to play. I'll treat you both to meat baozi. Huanyang joyfully replied, sure, I'll definitely come if I have time. You've been running the baozi shop for over half a month, and I haven't yet tasted your skills. The two chatted and laughed, while Gu was already busy taking the basket into the kitchen, emptying the vegetables, and returning the basket to Huanyang. Xiaoman insisted on following her mother early in the morning, wanted to play with Wanner. The two little girls were delighted to be together. Every time Huanyang left, it took considerable effort to pull Xiaoman away, and today was no exception. Huamei found it particularly amusing to see how well Xiaoman and Wanner got along. Then she thought about how Wanner spent every day alone without a companion. No wonder she was so reluctant to part with Xiaoman. Huamei smiled at Huanyang, saying, why don't you leave Xiaoman here to play with Wanner today? You can come back to pick her up when you have time this afternoon. Huanyang hesitated, glancing at Xiaoman, who was nodding eagerly. Seeing her daughter so enthusiastic softened Huanyang's heart. Xiaoman, do you really want to stay here and play with Wanner? Xiaoman replied, yes, Mama. Please let me stay here. I love playing with Wanner. Wanner chimed in, yes, I really like Sister Xiaoman too. Huanyang reminded Xiaoman, you must behave and not cause any trouble while you're here. Stay with Wanner inside the shop and avoid running around. All right? Mama will come to pick you up this afternoon. Xiaoman was overjoyed. Mama, you promised. That's wonderful. The two children's radiant joy brought smiles to the adults' faces. Huanyang, feeling a bit shy, said, I'm sorry for troubling you with Xiaoman. You all are so busy, and she shouldn't disturb you. Huamei reassured her with a smile. It's no trouble at all. Let Xiaoman stay. It's perfect for her to have someone to play with. Wan has been so lonely by herself every day. The two children playing together is just right. You can come pick Xiaoman up whenever you have time. Huanyang smiled as she headed home. Huamei let the two children play inside the shop and then got busy in the kitchen. Before long, the butcher, Qin Fa, brought the meat. After Huamei paid him, she casually asked, do you have any meat bones? The moment she asked, she realized the redundancy of her query. How could a butcher not have bones? Qin Fa chuckled and replied, of course. How many do you need? I'll bring them over shortly. Huamei pondered for a moment and said, just a few. I need bones more than meat. Qin Fa found it peculiar. People usually want meat, yet you want bones. That's odd. Bones can't be eaten. What could you possibly need them for? Isn't that what people usually feed to dogs? He found it strange that a baozi shop would need bones. Huamei had her own plans and smiled, saying, I have my reasons. If it's convenient for you, please bring them over later. Qin Fa, familiar with Huamei from his daily deliveries, agreed with a smile. Once he finished chopping the meat, he delivered the bones as well. Huamei looked at the large bones with satisfaction. Qin Fa was honest and fair in his dealings, consistently prompt with deliveries, making him a commendable partner. How much for these bones? She inquired, reaching for a money box. Qin Fa waved his hands repeatedly. Don't worry about it. If I charged you for these 2 bones, what kind of person would I be? If you want them, I'll just bring you a couple every day when I deliver meat. Huamei gratefully accepted, delighting in bringing the bones into the kitchen. Chapter 93. Improvement. When Yueha saw Huamei bring in the bones, she paused for a moment before laughing. Sister-in-law, why on earth are you buying these? Gu also found it strange. Yes, what use are bones? It seemed that at this time, the custom of drinking bone broth had yet to take hold, and few understood the delightful flavors it could impart. Huamei proclaimed, I intend to use these to make broth, and then add some to the vegetable filling. The vegetable baozi will undoubtedly taste even better. Although it may not compare to modern stock, it will certainly enhance the flavor. At this time, there were no MSG or chicken essence. Vegetable baozi always lacked some deliciousness compared to meat baozi, which were far more popular. Huamei had long contemplated enhancing the flavor of the vegetable baozi, Adding diced tofu was quite well received. In truth, incorporating some meat would have improved the flavor significantly. But this would greatly increase costs, making it unprofitable to sell at 1 each. Meat baozi were the most delectable, priced the highest, and sold the best, while sugar dumplings were slightly less favored, appealing more to women. The vegetable buns excel in their affordability and enjoy a commendable sales volume. However, when compared to the meat buns and sweet dumplings, the vegetable buns invariably fall short in flavor. After all, being vegetarian, they seem to lack that enticing aroma. Gu Shi became intrigued, observing how Hua Mei aimed to enhance the taste of these buns. With deftness, Hua Mei cleaned the bones and placed them in a large pot, adding water and igniting the fire to simmer. Gu Shi chuckled, "Is that all?" It appears rather simple, devoid of any technical complexity. Hua Mei smiled in return. How complicated can simmering bone broth be? It's merely a matter of adding water and letting it steep for a while, which requires time. Gu Shi kneaded the dough, while Hua Mei and Yuhi busily wrapped the meat buns and sweet dumplings. The stove, fueled by wood, blazed vigorously, causing the broth to turn a faint white. Hua Mei fetched a basin to extract the bones from the broth and swiftly placed the meat buns into the steamer, igniting the fire to begin steaming. Gu Shi continued to murmur, "Why bother with this bone broth? It has delayed us quite a bit. The buns are steaming late, and soon we will have customers arriving." Hua Mei chose to ignore Gu Shi's complaints, accustomed to her incessant chatter, considering it harmless. After all, Gu Shi's concerns were rooted in the shop's business. Gu Shi's observations held merit. Every day, as noon approached, customers began to flock in for buns. One heir rushed in, exclaiming, "Mother, there are customers wanting to buy buns." Hua Mei had no choice but to step outside and inform the customers, "I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. Please bear with us a moment longer. The buns will be ready shortly." The young man assured her that he didn't mind waiting. Hua Mei found him somewhat familiar and recalled that he frequently came to purchase buns, typically 1 or 2 at a time. His regular patronage naturally elicited a warmer response from Hua Mei. Remembering her own tasks, she hurried back to the kitchen. Gu Shi began wrapping vegetable buns, while Hua Mei ladled some bone broth into the filling to mix. Unfortunately, she couldn't add too much, or the filling would become overly watery. Gu Shi skeptically inquired, "Is this really sufficient? It seems rather simplistic to just add this broth to the vegetable filling and expect it to taste better." One can't help but doubt. Hua Mei had never tried this method before, but she often watched culinary shows that suggested such techniques, so she approached it with a trial-and-error mindset. Gu Shi's skepticism made Hua Mei lose some confidence. Perhaps it will work? Well, let us just give it a try. It cannot possibly taste worse. Once the meat buns were ready, Hua Mei called for Gu Shi to help carry them outside. Upon stepping out, she noticed the young man was still waiting. With a smile, she said, "I truly apologize for the wait. May I ask if you would like 1 or 2 buns today?" If she recalled correctly, he typically ordered vegetable buns, just 1 or 2 at a time, usually costing only a couple of coins. Although the business was modest, he came daily, and a business person should never disdain small transactions, as every coin counts. The young man looked pleasantly surprised. "Madam, do you remember me? How else would you know to ask if I wanted 1 or 2? Hua Mei replied politely, "Indeed, you come every day for buns. How could I forget? Most importantly, you usually buy 1 or 2 vegetable buns, which is quite rare." The young man shyly introduced himself. "I study at the school over there. My name is Munan." It struck Hua Mei as odd that she hadn't asked for his name. She found it peculiar, but could not fathom that his nickname, Bun Fairy, derived from his rather sour demeanor. Maintaining her smile, she said, "Today, the vegetable buns aren't ready yet. We only have meat buns available. Would you like to try one?" Munan hesitated, instinctively feeling his pockets, pondering the meat buns. Hua Mei, perceptively sensing his hesitation, gently offered, "You are the first customer today, and since you have waited so long, I will sell you the meat buns for just 1 coin each." Munan's face lit up with joy as he pulled out 2 coins, purchasing 2 meat buns. After receiving the buns, he lingered, seemingly reluctant to leave, wishing to converse with Hua Mei a bit longer. At that moment, more customers arrived, urging, "Hey, are you buying buns or not? If not, please step aside." Munan, disappointed, had no choice but to leave, casting a few lingering glances at Hua Mei as he departed. Hua Mei was too preoccupied with the incoming customers to notice Munan's gaze. Perhaps it was due to the numerous patrons passing through, for there were always various young men who came specifically to buy buns, just to catch a glimpse of her. Gradually, Hua Mei became accustomed to it. After all, wasn't she often referred to as the Bun Fairy? She found this nickname delightful, for she sure was renowned for her beauty, and to be called such was indeed an honor. Previously, she had seen similar titles in dramas, never expecting she would have the opportunity to embody such a character. Bun Fairy, quite a fitting title. Once the latest batch of vegetable buns was out of the steamer, Gu Shi and he each sampled one, with Yui commenting, "Sister-in-law, these buns seem to taste considerably better. They're quite fragrant." Huamei took one for herself and, upon tasting, discerned that the addition of the bone broth indeed enhanced the flavor, making the filling softer and more delectable, with a richer juiciness that was quite delightful. It seemed a success. Gu Shi praised, "These are really tastier. The vegetable buns will surely sell better from now on." Hearing Gu Shi's words, Huamei felt a surge of joy. Gu Shi, although somewhat critical and chatty, was not ill-natured. This was merely a common trait among middle-aged women. Nevertheless, her industriousness made her an invaluable assistant. Without Gu Shi and Yu's tireless efforts, Huamei would struggle to manage the bun shop on her own. In time, she envisioned expanding the variety of buns and scaling up the business. Huamei became lost in delightful thoughts, nearly unable to extricate herself from them. Huamei called for Wan Er and Xiaomin to join her for the vegetable buns, while reheating the remaining bone broth, adding a pinch of salt, oil, and some leafy greens. Enjoying the buns alongside the warm soup made for a truly delightful lunch. Xiaomin exclaimed, "This is delicious." Observing the slender Xiaomin, Huamei surmised that her home meals were likely not very nourishing, much like Wan Er, who also appeared fragile. Xiaomin's father was often ill, and Huinyang was preoccupied with caring for him while also trying to manage the household, likely resulting in less than comprehensive attention to her children. Thinking of this, Huamei felt a pang of sympathy and gazed at Xiaomin with increased fondness, saying, "Xiaomin, if you enjoy it, eat more. I'll get you another meat bun, all right?" Xiaomin nodded eagerly, her head bobbing like a chick pecking at grain. Gu Shi, being naturally frugal, insisted that everyone eat vegetable buns during lunch and dinner, resolutely refusing to let anyone indulge in meat buns, deeming them too expensive and meant for sale. Huamei pleaded and finally managed to secure a daily supply of meat buns for Wan Er and Yuhi. Gu Shi's frugality was understandable. She had endured hardship for so long that the sight of money lit up her eyes as if she wished to sell every last bun. Simply put, she belonged to the type that did not know how to enjoy life. Thus, she never partook in the 3-coin meat buns. Huamei, on the other hand, had a fondness for meat buns and often snuck one or two while selling them, which meant Gu Shi was merely adhering to her routine of eating vegetable buns daily. Upon seeing Huamei offer a meat bun to Xiaomin, Gu Shi immediately felt a twinge of concern. Vegetable buns are quite fragrant and tasty. Why indulge in meat buns? Huamei chuckled as she handed meat buns to Xiaomin and Wan Er. "Mother, the children are growing. Eating more meat will help them grow taller and stronger, reducing their chances of falling ill, don't you think? Look at Vonat. She's gained a little weight and grown taller recently," Gu Shi remarked as she scrutinized Wan Er. Indeed, without the mention of Huamei, she had not realized that Wan Er appeared a bit fuller and slightly taller than before. Her once yellowish little face now felt pleasantly plump, and her complexion had improved significantly. It must be due to the good food. A nourishing diet naturally leads to healthy growth. Gu Shi remained silent, clearly fond of Wan Er, and could hardly deny her granddaughter the pleasure of enjoying meat buns. However, Little Min, as soon as Huamei noticed Gu Shi's gaze shifting toward Little Min, she understood Gu Shi's intentions and quickly interjected, "Min is about the same age as Wan Er. She should also indulge in some good food." Reluctantly, Gu Shi replied, "Then let her eat. I never said she couldn't." Huamei couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Had she not spoken up, Gu Shi would have undoubtedly voiced her objections. Little Min managed to devour 2 meat buns before feeling satisfied, leaving Gu Shi watching with a pained expression, mumbling, "This child can really eat," oblivious to the adult's thoughts. Min innocently chimed, "I usually can't eat this much, but these meat buns are just too delicious." After consuming only 2, she seemed quite content. Huamei finally burst into laughter. Little Min was simply adorable, especially when Wan Er chimed in, "Sister Min, if you enjoy them so much, I could bring a few back for you this afternoon." Gu Shi's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? You want to take some home?" Huamei quickly reminded her, "We owe Huinyang a debt of gratitude for having washed and prepared the dishes for us this morning. Bringing a few buns back for Min shouldn't be an issue." Gu Shi fell silent, pondering, before finally conceding, "Then let us just take a few vegetable buns home." Even he couldn't hold back. "Mother, you're being rather stingy." "Just vegetable buns? That's quite miserly." Gu Shi shot her a glare. "You're becoming increasingly disrespectful. How dare you speak to me like that?" Now emboldened, Yuhi giggled. "But mother, I'm only speaking the truth. You're indeed quite stingy, unlike my sister-in-law, who is much more generous." Gu Shi's face flickered between shades of anger and embarrassment. Yuhi sensed Gu Shi's impending wrath and quickly called to Min and Wanner. "Have you both had enough to eat? Let's go play outside for a while." The two children cheered and followed Yuhi out to the shop front, leaving Gu Shi to stomp her foot in irritation, muttering, "That Yuhi. I'll have to give her a good scolding next time." Huamei found herself laughing uncontrollably. It was rare to see Gu Shi at such a loss for words. The delightful spectacle of Yuhi standing up to her mother was particularly refreshing, compared to her former timid demeanor. Yuhi had blossomed into a much bolder and livelier individual. Indeed, the transformation and subtle influences had been remarkably successful. Gu Shi felt her authority being challenged and was not pleased, especially upon witnessing Huamei's unrestrained amusement. She turned to Huamei, exclaiming, "It's all your fault for corrupting Yuhi. She never dared to speak to me like this before. How absurd to shift blame onto someone else." Huamei suppressed her laughter. "Mother, this is a positive development. You should be pleased." Gu Shi huffed. "Now she speaks back to me. How is it a good thing?" She longed for the days when her daughter was meek and obedient, too timid to raise her voice. Huamei, quick-witted, responded, "Mother, Yuhi's 12 now. In a few years, she will be a wife and daughter-in-law. If she remains overly timid and compliant, she might find herself bullied without knowing how to defend herself. Would you truly wish to see Yuhi in such a pitiful state?" An image flashed through Gu Shi's mind, a towering woman barking orders at Yuhi, reprimanding her at every turn while he could only cry and retreat into her room, calling out, "Mother." At this thought, Gu Shi declared, "My Yuhi must not suffer such indignities." Huamei internally scoffed at Gu Shi, thinking, "Oh, so you care for your daughter's feelings now? Yet you previously subjected me to so much distress. Aren't we all cherished by our mothers?" But this was not the time for such thoughts. Instead, she continued to persuade Gu Shi, "Indeed, mother, as a daughter-in-law, I share your sentiments. We should nurture Yuhi's individuality, helping her become strong and capable. This way, she will not be mistreated by her in-laws. You ought to be delighted that Yuhi is now expressing her opinions. Please refrain from scolding her further." The more Gu Shi considered Huamei's words, the more sense they made, and she nodded in agreement, a smile breaking across her face. Huamei felt a surge of joy. It seemed her efforts in reshaping Gu Shi's mindset had been quite effective. Reflecting on Gu Shi's former fierce demeanor, it was astonishing to see her now so reasonable and increasingly gentle, as if she had transformed into a different person altogether. Huamei unabashedly praised her own efforts. "Indeed, my psychological guidance has proven effective. With continued encouragement, a bright future awaits us."